Through the Eyes of the West. On Mass Extermination and Suicide Attack. Continuation. To no longer be aware of one's actions, as in hypnosis, is also the only way for individuals to really feel equal, each one equal to the other in their ego in view of the object they have in common. And only the identification with the leader creates the equality that does not yet exist in the family itself. When the brothers identify with their father, for example, they do not yet place a common object in the place of their ego ideal, because they cannot yet have such an ideal. It only arises in the identification. On the contrary, by identifying with the father and overcoming the Oedipus complex, the brothers recognize themselves as unequal and develop apart. They shape their differences and can become aware of them, differences that must be felt incomparably greater in the case of sister and brother, insofar as identification is polarized differently here by the Oedipus complex. Identification with the leader, however, presupposes a society that makes such equality possible, which for its part has created the preconditions for it, completely without psychology, so to speak, by undermining the authority of the head of the family in reality. First of all, however, the emergence of the monopoly on violence in the course of the development of capitalist relations means that the authority of the father had to be internalized to a much higher degree. The less power the head of the family was granted by society, the greater the need to preserve his authority within. The development of the Christian religion bears witness to this. In the early tribal society, and even in the family under Roman law, the father had absolute power over all family members. He could not only chastise and cast them out, but also kill them. There was as yet no sovereign in the modern sense, just as there was no equality that would have curtailed his power over the family. In certain respects, the tribes or family associations stood in a relationship to each other like the states in modern times. No sovereign resided above them who claimed the sole right to the lives of all and in this sense decided what was right. Between them, a code of honor regulated the conflicts, which in the relationship between the families formed, as it were, international law. Accordingly, if the honor of one association was violated by a member of another, like was to be repaid with like. In patriarchal associations, the honor of the man is defined above all by the existence of the women assigned to him. They form the territory of the family, so to speak, over which the father has a monopoly of power. Whoever violates the integrity of this territory becomes the enemy of the entire association, and someone must be chosen to restore the honor by inflicting the same or similar harm on the enemy association and injuring or killing the external or internal enemy. As long as there is no sovereign, i.e. a superior authority that claims the monopoly on violence, whereby, depending on historical development and civilizational standards, it is determined differently what belongs to the monopoly of violence, or what violence fathers or parents may continue to exercise over their children, men over their wives. Honor determines the behavior of families and ensures the uniformity of their associations, their ability to reproduce themselves, against each other. In Europe, and especially in Germany, the blood feud experienced a veritable renaissance in the centuries following the fall of the Roman Empire, however much it deviated from church doctrine. It can almost be regarded as a basic principle of medieval society. Historical sources show that every freeborn man was not only entitled but also obliged to take revenge after attacks on life, honor, or family. Only the development of territorial rule on the basis of the state monopoly on the use of force and the development of commodity production and the monetary economy removed the basis for this disenfranchising right, which only recognized the individual as a means of the family association. One sign of this was the perpetual peace of the land passed at the Diet of Worms in 1495. Section 2 of the Peace of the Land Act laid down an absolute ban on feuding, according to which no one was allowed to take their rights into their own hands. The state was granted the sole monopoly. However, the commodity economy had already developed in antiquity, albeit in a limited sphere, and in certain respects undermined the unity of the tribal associations. Greek philosophy, tragedy, and comedy, in the questions and conflicts they address, provide vivid information about how much of the clan's power of disposal is delegated to the state power, or has to be surrendered, when the associations have not only united, but tribal members have also become market participants. The unity of the tribe shrinks to the oikos, the household, in which the head of the household, like the clan chief before him, holds power over his slaves, his children, and his wife. The association has been reduced to a family in an almost modern sense, except that it also included slaves and servants and domestic animals and objects of labor in equal measure. The fundamental inequality of individuals before the law, the perennial personal relations of dependence, or in other words, the absence of the capital relation, prevented a sovereign from forming within society, just as on the outside the limited nature of the market, the absence of a state-organized enemy comparable in the accumulation of goods, did not require a sovereign, but merely a jointly operated war machine for the procurement of slaves, which was also a democratic association for the promotion of great monuments and regularly held theatrical performances. The lack of sovereignty resulted in the unique self-confidence of the polis citizens, which had to become an unattainable model for the bourgeoisie of the modern age. This status is preserved in Roman law. Criminal law was based on the immediate principle of private revenge of the injured party. The prosecution and punishment of a murderer was left to the house of the person killed. Punishment by the state only existed for crimes that were immediately directed against public institutions. The father of the house, the pater familias, had complete authority over children and wife. This domestic power included the right to chastise, cast out and kill those subject to it. Whoever was under this power was not considered a legal subject. All actions under private law only worked for or against the holder of the power. Whereas under modern law every person becomes legally competent at birth, under Roman law they only became legally competent at the end of domestic authority, i.e. on the death of the head of the family. There were therefore two classes of free people, depending on whether they were subject to a household authority, alieni iuris, alien law, or not, sui iuris, own law. The head of the household was the sovereign of the house, but above him there was not only sacred law but also a moral authority supervised by the censor, regimen morum, which primarily concerned senators and placed the interests of the state above their private lives. And according to the royal laws, a householder who had killed his children or his wife for no reason could be declared exempt from punishment, i.e. he was excluded from the community of householders. Anyone who attacked and killed him remained unpunished. However, there was no court that enforced these laws against the citizens. As long as they did not endanger the state with their actions, the authorities did not intervene. The Roman historian Livy describes what can be described as a state of emergency under such conditions. Virginius kills his daughter Virginia, thus preventing Appius, one of the decemvirs, from seizing her. Appius had succeeded in using a client to pretend that Virginia was not Virginius' daughter, but a slave of the man who was in fact his front man. As judge, he himself pronounces the sentence declaring her a slave. In the end, Virginius can only preserve his property, the unity of his house, by killing his daughter. When Appius wants to have him arrested because, according to the verdict, he did not murder his own daughter but someone else's slave, a popular uprising breaks out against the decemvir. This implicitly proves Virginius politically right, but it is obviously the only way he will be proved right. He himself sees no other option than to kill the child and is unable to appeal to any other authority that would be above the decemvir's court decision in this matter. Virginia's virginity embodies the integrity of the father, it is literally his property. Whoever desecrates it takes it from him. From the earliest times, however, Roman law distinguished between two types of property. One included land, free and unfree persons as well as cattle, horses, mules, and donkeys. The other included small livestock and all inanimate movable property. While the former could be exchanged on the market without further ado, the latter could only be sold at all if a certain right called mancipium or mancipatio was observed. It can be assumed that these things were originally not allowed to be sold outside the clan or only with the consent of the clan elder. In England, similar rights existed until the 19th century, allowing owners to sell land, as all land ultimately belonged to the king, whose consent to the exchange was circumvented in this way. Mancipatio is derived from manu carpere, to seize with the hand, because the purchaser seized the object or person to be bought with his hand in front of others and thus asserted his right to it. He was actually pretending that he was the owner of the object he was now acquiring from the very beginning, so to speak. In any case, this right makes it clear that we are dealing with objects that contain an immediate relationship of ownership in themselves, regardless of whether they are objects, animals, or people, a relationship that binds them to the person of an owner and cannot be dissolved by mere buying and selling. The buyer must therefore appear to be the original owner. The possibility of such a bond was historically only completely eliminated by the sovereign, who, because he is the political relation of capital, allows commodity owners and commodities, and thus also things and animals on the one hand, and people on the other, to be definitively separated, and at the same time carries out this separation once again within the commodity owners, the subjects, by covering the contracts for the sale of labor power with his monopoly of force. The paterfamilias, and not the Roman state, forms the seat of sovereignty insofar as it anticipates this final separation as a trick and exception to the rule through the emancipatio that it organizes. With the internal and external expansion of the market in the Roman Empire, the subsumption of things, animals, and people under the clan elder or householder had to become an obstacle to development. The right of emancipatio in particular provides evidence of this. According to the old law of the 12 tables, the father only lost control over his son if either one of them died or the father sold the son 3 times for unfree labor in someone else's house. This provision, which once had the purpose of protecting the son from excessive exploitation and society from the development of wage labor in which, however, the owner of the labor power was the father and the labor power was the son, ultimately served as the only possibility sanctioned by Roman law to relinquish paternal authority and make the son a man with sui juris, who had his own house, with things and people that embodied his labor power, as it were. With the so-called primitive accumulation of capital, the familial sovereignty of the clan elder and the father of the house was lost, and everything that has happened since this violent detachment of the producers from their means of production in order to rule out a return to the status quo ante by means of law has served to emancipate the individuals, i.e. first of all to place them at the disposal of capital, i.e. by contract, as owners of their own commodity, labor power. Hobbes therefore degrades the concept of honor. It too is only a question of power, to which everything can be reduced. Nor does it alter the case of honor, whether an action be just or unjust, for honor consisteth only in the opinion of power. And Montesquieu subordinates the virtues to justice. Almost all virtues consist in a special relationship between one person and another. Friendship, love of country, compassion, for example, are special relationships. Law, on the other hand, is a general relationship. All virtues that destroy this general relationship are not virtues. Insofar as women themselves as individuals do not enjoy this emancipation, they embody what remains of the oikos, the reproduction site of labor power. On the other hand, their owners tend to be deprived of power over them. The man is no longer master over the life and death of the woman, because the new master over the life and death of all men and women has established himself above him. This process did not have a noticeable effect until the 17th century, so that France, for example, could boast a particularly egalitarian gender order in the 18th century, but the fear of this is not only palpable in the early theorist of sovereignty Jean Bodin, who labored over the contractual nature of marriage and thus had problems with his own concept of sovereignty at this point, but above all in the witch hunt that escalated at the same time. It was a mass honor killing. These connections can only be misjudged by feminist research, which deplores the establishment of the sovereign as the enforcement of male domination, which had long been enforced, as well as the ideological upgrading of the house father that would go hand in hand with it, and cannot perceive the real revaluation of the house father as a commodity subject. In other words, the emancipation that makes it seem a matter of time before the house mother, children, and servants also participate in it. From this moment on, a woman's sexuality became the epitome of a man's honor. Only now did Livy's story take on its paradigmatic significance. Everything that had previously encompassed the entire household was now concentrated in the woman's sexuality. The history of the assertion of the sovereign in the form of the modern state with its legal system is therefore lined with the tragedies and comedies of virginity and honor. Almost every conflict since the Renaissance, whether in the novel, in the theater or in the opera, has been played out as a question of the man's honor and the woman's virginity. At the end of the story, however, is the marriage contract, as formulated by Kant, i.e. the union of two persons of different sexes for the lifelong mutual possession of their sexual properties. The natural use that one sex makes of the sexual organs of the other is a pleasure to which one part gives itself to the other. In this act, a person makes himself a thing, which contradicts the right of mankind to his own person. In this, the use of sexual organs differs fundamentally from the use of labor power, which offers no immediate pleasure but surplus value, and therefore does not make the human being but his labor power the object, and thus requires its own contractual basis. It is no less clear from this than from the employment contract that it is precisely in reification that the liberating aspect can be seen. And what is often and rightly cited as evidence of the degrading nature of the marriage contract is at the same time its title of fame, for just as the liberating aspect lies in removing the procreation and upbringing of children as the purpose of marriage, the proximity to prostitution that is inherent in the contract proves to be an indicator of the autonomy that is granted to lust. However, by stipulating the reciprocal and lifelong possession of sexual characteristics, it differs from the contract of sale in that each of the two contracting parties only pays for the possession of the other's sexual characteristics by transferring the possession of their own to the other in an immediate manner. In place of the value that comes out of the employment contract, there is enjoyment, which does not allow each party to refrain from the other. It is a paradoxical contract, a contract without the sale of use value, which is actually the essence of the contract. This condition of reciprocity replaces the money that the suitor owes the prostitute for the use of her sexual characteristics with the pleasure that woman and man can find in the mutual use of these characteristics. If there is a breach of contract, both parties can, according to Kant, make equal recourse to the sovereign in order to obtain their rights. If one of the spouses has gone astray or taken possession of another, the other is entitled at any time and inevitably to bring it back into his power, as if it were a thing. This is the kind of progress that consists in reification through the contract, except that the right to bring the other back into one's control ultimately amounts to the right to file for divorce. In any case, by placing women's lust on an equal footing with men's in principle, their emancipation within the boundaries of bourgeois society is only really complete. They themselves formally have freedom of contract and can therefore determine the possession of their sex by contract. There is no honor under such conditions. Exchange value and pleasure are no longer mere expressions of man's violence over woman, which culminates in honor killing. Lust is emancipated from this to the extent that the sovereign stands up for the contract at all times. Thus the monopoly of violence enforces the unity of the whole as contractual relations vis-a-vis each individual in order to secure the utilization of value, and through the eye of the needle of these contracts the individual has to ensure the reproduction of labor power autonomously and on his own. What used to be regulated by the family association and oikos has now become the task of the ego, which no longer has to relate the family members, but, according to Freud, the opposites of ID and superego, of conscious and unconscious, of male and female parts in its sexual life, to identity. And the family appears only as the place of self-realization of the ego, which reflects the sovereign within. Finally, sexual self-determination is a legal right in sexual criminal law. In Germany, for example, the Fourth Criminal Law Reform of 1973 replaced crimes and offenses against morality with offenses against sexual self-determination. This also enabled the legalization of prostitution. Within a century, the prostitute had emancipated herself from the mouth of the law from being a perpetrator to a victim to an ordinary market participant, just like the equalization of homosexual and heterosexual relationships. Homosexuality is no longer just a privilege of certain social groups, as it was at best. This emancipation is the result of the fact that all individuals have become complete commodity owners. Only in this way can they, without being privileged, be considered as individuals at all, can they be perceived as individuals, can they actually meet as equals. Before that, they were inseparable parts of a hierarchically organized family, a clan, a religious community, a guild, etc. In the relationships they established outside the respective association, they embodied the collective to which they owed their reproduction in everything they did. Only when it comes to the point where they can and must sell their labor is it possible, and can they insist, that they are not members of a family or a clan. It is no longer the function of the individual in the reproduction of the family or the association that counts, but the function of the individual in the reproduction of capital. This is why Marx speaks in Capital of the preconditions of a higher form of the family and of the relationship between the sexes, without neglecting the humiliating process of its creation and reproduction. Terrible and disgusting is the dissolution of the old family system within the capitalist system, and yet the great industry thus assigns to women, young persons, and children of both sexes the decisive role in socially organized production processes beyond the sphere of the household, and thus creates the preconditions for a higher form of the relationship between the sexes. But this emancipation, which affects the daughter of a good family as well as the prostitute, the homosexual as well as the heterosexual woman and the homosexual man, only appears as an automatic and irreversible process from the immediate perspective of capital relations. For the crisis puts all equality at the disposal of rackets, be they recent clan and family structures, political groups, or religious faith communities, in which immediate relations of dependency and personal oppression are reproduced. Under the pressure of immigration, which is enforced by capital relations, the sovereign, who embodies the compulsion for national unity and integrates the non-integrated, takes the side of the most regressive family morality when he then regards honor killings as a cultural characteristic of a minority and in this sense accepts mitigating circumstances, and thus suspends himself as a sovereign. Conversely, it creates the legal status of so-called forced prostitutes for prostitutes with an immigration background in order to pursue a restrictive immigration and asylum policy. The alibi for this is provided by NGOs that pretend to stand up for oppressed women and in reality serve as henchmen for repressive police actions. Accordingly, criminal prosecution in Germany is now aimed at clients of forced prostitutes, so that the situation of the women covered by this term is becoming increasingly difficult and the clients can act as voluntary morality commissioners. Organized support for these women cannot and must not mean worsening their situation by permanently stigmatizing them as victims of human trafficking, degrading them by labeling them as forced prostitutes and exposing them to increased repression by the police and recently, as intended, to increased observation by clients. The problematic police cooperation of NGOs must be stopped, not only in this country. The category of the legal subject as well as that of the aggrieved or injured party disappears, with the active support of a left-wing and liberal public that invokes humanity and women's emancipation, in the pre-bourgeois and pre-modern image of the victim as a sexual and ethnic identity. The concept of victim, which is also increasingly used in law, is, legally speaking, detached from a concrete action. Being a victim is more of a personal characteristic than an action-oriented description. You are a victim, and as a victim you face the perpetrator and can perhaps find a balance with him. Victims also express themselves in the media, for example. Being a victim is therefore a characteristic linked to a person and no longer merely the description of a sequence of actions. The state thus relates to the forced prostitute like the father to the raped daughter. If the latter spontaneously kills her for the sake of honor, the former gets her out of the country as quickly as possible for the sake of social peace. The Sharia is a synthesis of both. It not only preserves the recent honor killing of tribal society, but also develops an entire state or rather a non-state from it. All women and all men who do not behave as it prescribes find themselves branded as forced prostitutes of the West and are eliminated from life. In this way, Islam revisits the history of modern sovereignty. It denies across the board that the capital relationship has already done away with the honor of man, that the formal equality that accrues to the individual as owner of the commodity of labor power, in order to place him as a contractual partner of capital, also affects the relationship between the sexes. That the marriage contract made possible by this, i.e., the contractual union of two persons of different sexes for the life long, reciprocal possession of their sexual characteristics, has in principle taken away man's power over woman and has already done away with his honor, which expresses this power. Islam as an anti-modern movement does not want to and cannot prevent or reverse the accumulation of capital in the West, but it wants to and can seriously threaten sovereignty, which is only the other side of capital. It does not necessarily undo the employment contract for its own sphere of power, but it does undo the marriage contract. Its complicated set of rules is tailor-made to prevent abstract equation. It is no coincidence, however, that he is most easily able to thwart the actual monopolization of violence, which that marriage contract presupposes, and to create forced marriages where the workforce is no longer important anyway, be it in poverty-stricken regions or oil-rich states, in the Gaza Strip or in the banlieues. Freud analyzed nothing other than the psychological situation of the individual who has become a commodity owner among equal commodity owners. If he generalized his results for pre-modern conditions in an anthropological way, this corresponds in part to the real existing tendencies and approaches in those conditions that point to the implementation of the modern exchange society. For the individual, the question arises as to how to cope with the equality that the modern state and the capital relationship both enforce and grant, how to overcome it in the face of the inequality perpetuated in the forms of the nuclear family, whereby there is always an awareness that inequality also contains the moment of diversity that ignites desire and can be developed by it. That inequality does not have to mean the oppression that seems to be fixed in the nuclear family. Once there was a father who, to save his daughter from disgrace, sank the first of the best steel into her heart, gave her life for the second time. But all such deeds are of old. There are no more fathers like that. With these words, Emilia Galati in Lessing's play recalls the story of Virginia and Virginius to ask her own father to murder her too, because, as she says, she can guarantee nothing as far as her lust and needs are concerned once she is in the house of the libertine Grimaldi. Violence. Violence? Who cannot defy violence? What violence means is nothing. Seduction is the true violence. I have blood, my father, so youthful, so warm, as one. My senses, too, are senses. I stand for nothing. I am good for nothing. I know the house of the Grimaldi. It is the house of joy. 1 hour there, under my mother's eyes, and many a tumult arose in my soul, which the strictest exercises of religion could scarcely calm in weeks. Religion? And what religion? Nothing worse to avoid. Thousands jumped into the floods, and are saints. And the father, a virtuous German citizen, really plunges the dagger into his daughter's heart. As if to breathe the air of the old tragedy once more, Lessing places this act at the end of his bourgeois tragedy and risks it appearing as the act of half-mad citizens who can only oppose the supremacy of the nobility with self-destruction. The figure of the political leader is created to generalize this madness. When the subject, sensing pleasure as a tormenting thorn in the flesh, cannot bear to be equalized as unequal, it strives to get rid of the contradiction and joins the mass of those who put one and the same object in the place of their ego ideal and consequently identify with each other in their ego, and then only the leader offers the mass protection from the contradictions with which the ego cannot cope. Thus in Kleist's play, Hermann the Cheruscan appears on stage after the girl ravished by the Romans has been murdered by her own father and forms the outraged masses. In Buchner's play, Robespierre appears on the scene when the drunken petty bourgeois laments that his daughter has become a prostitute and leads the masses of the outraged into the grand terror against aristocratic rule. Freud endeavors to give his reflections on this a generally human and superhistorical character. The only historical differentiation he wants to make is between the primitive horde and the masses, whereby the masses themselves are understood as a resurgence of the primitive horde. And yet, a historical sense does come through in the examples he gives, especially when he tries to bring together seemingly contradictory extremes. In the Church, we can take the Catholic Church as a model with advantage. The same illusion applies as in the army, as different as both may otherwise be, that there is a leader, in the Catholic Church Christ, in the army the commander, who loves all individuals of the mass with the same love. Everything depends on this illusion. If it were to fall, the Church and the army would immediately fall apart, as far as external constraints allowed. These two examples correspond to the later, contradictory determination of the leader, according to which the mass individuals need the illusion that they are loved equally and justly by the leader, but the leader himself does not need to love anyone else. He may be of a master nature, absolutely narcissistic, but self-confident and independent. In their polarity, however, they show that one and the same individual can simultaneously put different objects in the place of his superego and thus belong to different masses, depending on the social and political context in which he finds himself. There is also something like a division of powers in the formation of the masses, or in other words, the formation of the masses takes place differently for the different areas of life, and in this the contradictions return that the individual would like to get rid of precisely in the identification by the masses. The leaders differ from each other and the individual finds himself in a situation in which he has to decide which one to follow, Jesus or the commander. In the contrasts that open up here, the individual is still able to become aware of which object it is that it is putting in the place of its superego and is therefore no longer able to identify completely with the others in its ego and is thrown back onto its own ego. Freud himself only hints at this situation when, at the end of his investigation, he writes of complications that make those who survey the lives of contemporary individuals shy away from a summarizing account. Every individual is a component of many masses, bound in many ways by identification, and has built up his ego ideal according to the most diverse models. Each individual thus has a share in many mass souls, in that of his race, class, religious community, state, etc., and can also raise himself to a degree of independence and originality. It is an extremely strange irony how Freud not only accommodates his own epistemological presuppositions in this bit of independence and originality, but also everything that seemed to him to remain of the Enlightenment's concept of freedom. Reflection is only possible for the individual if he or she shares in several mass souls, and bourgeois society is a master at producing one after the other. In the previous considerations, however, Freud completely refrained from this and constructed the case according to which the individual only belongs to one leader. Soon after the publication of his work, the concept of the totalitarian will be used for this. The impression can therefore arise that his analysis already applies to a politics that sought to integrate all mass souls into one as never before. Freud assumes that it is possible to speak of the leader par excellence and thus follows on from the typifying depiction of various political thinkers and psychologists. Only now his physiognomy began to emerge in reality itself. Hitler integrated Christ and commander and promised to abolish all opposition between the souls of the masses in the one soul of the Aryan German. With his triumphal march, the concept of the sovereign, which insisted on the indissoluble opposition between the individual and the state, was successfully displaced, and with it the awareness that individuals cannot be completely absorbed into the masses unless they sacrifice themselves or are sacrificed. If Freudian mass psychology abstracts from the fact that there is not a single power, but several that are hostile to each other, and that this relationship recurs within every society, namely in the danger of disintegration, it ultimately abstracts from the possibility of civil war. Carl Schmitt wrote his political theology for this possibility, which was on everyone's mind after the First World War. And the form in which identification in a collective occurs as a defense against another is indeed religious in nature. Every man, Hobbes said, should consider who is the sovereign prophet, that is, who is God's representative on earth and directly under God has the authorization to govern Christians. For the author of Leviathan, this consideration, or more precisely, the possibility of making it, is the prerequisite for defeating the forces of evil, which destroy all laws, both divine and human, and throw all order, government, and society back to the first chaos of violence and civil war. Religion creates supernatural leader figures, and through them individuals can escape the contradictions that arise between the earthly. The constraints of having to choose between different real leaders in different life situations, or the difficulties of identifying with contradictory ones at the same time, have always been greatest when population groups came under foreign rule or fled into exile. The formation of the monotheistic concept of God took place in such constellations. The idea of the one, single God arose from the dilemma to which the Jews were exposed in exile as soon as they were prepared to recognize the rule of the exile country and its laws, but did not want to break with their own past. It represents absolute transcendence, irrevocably detached from everything earthly. This God is and remains fictitious as a leader figure insofar as he cannot be put in the place of the superego, but rather actually makes its development possible in the first place. It is he who gives the laws through Moses' mouth, and not the ruler himself, who demands a life of truth and justice on the basis of the sacred texts and thus represents the condition for the possibility of distancing oneself from the ruler. The monotheistic concept of God makes it possible to question the leader and the laws he supports and guarantees, to weigh up the advantages and disadvantages of submission, in a word, to reflect on identification with the ruler. It is precisely this potential that is not taken back by the concept of the Messiah, but rather confirmed once again, for its secret is that it leaves open for the community as well as for the individual how the Messiah could be recognized. It compels us to consider whether every political leader is the Messiah he claims to be, for he himself is nothing other than the personified hope for a better world, which itself remains as indeterminate as the world that does not yet exist. This makes the God-given law for the present world and its contradiction with the rule under which one lives all the more definite. While in the ancient Near East law was usually regarded as immediate state law and identified with kings, who in turn were imagined as rulers of divine origin, in Judaism it appears literally set by the one single God, from whom the whole world, rather than a single king, descends, and only mediated by Moses, a mythicized historical leader, antithesis to Messiah. If Freudian mass psychology abstracts from the fact that there is not a single power, but several that are hostile to each other, and that this relationship recurs within every society, namely in the danger of disintegration, it ultimately abstracts from the possibility of civil war. Carl Schmitt wrote his political theology for this possibility, which was on everyone's mind after the First World War. And the form in which identification in a collective occurs as a defense against another is indeed religious in nature. According to Hobbes, every man should consider who is the sovereign prophet, in other words, who is God's representative on earth and directly under God has the authority to govern Christians. For the author of Leviathan, this consideration, or more precisely, the possibility of making it, is the prerequisite for defeating the forces of evil, which destroy all laws, both divine and human, and throw all order, government, and society back to the first chaos of violence and civil war. Religion creates supernatural leader figures, and through them individuals can escape the contradictions that arise between the earthly. The constraints of having to choose between different real leaders in different life situations, or the difficulties of identifying with contradictory ones at the same time, have always been greatest when population groups came under foreign rule or fled into exile. The formation of the monotheistic concept of God took place in such constellations. The idea of the one, single God arose from the dilemma to which the Jews were exposed in exile as soon as they were prepared to recognize the rule of the exile country and its laws, but did not want to break with their own past. It represents absolute transcendence, irrevocably detached from all earthly things. This God is and remains fictitious as a leader figure insofar as he cannot be put in the place of the superego, but rather actually makes its formation possible in the first place. It is he who gives the laws through Moses' mouth, and not the ruler himself, who demands a life of truth and justice on the basis of the sacred texts and thus represents the condition for the possibility of distancing oneself from the ruler. The monotheistic concept of God makes it possible to question the leader and the laws he supports and guarantees, to weigh up the advantages and disadvantages of submission, in a word, to reflect on identification with the ruler. It is precisely this potential that is not taken back by the concept of the Messiah, but rather confirmed once again, for its secret is that it leaves open for the community as well as for the individual how the Messiah could be recognized. It compels us to consider whether every political leader is the Messiah he claims to be, for he himself is nothing other than the personified hope for a better world, which itself remains as indeterminate as the world that does not yet exist. This makes the God-given law for the present world and its contradiction with the rule under which one lives all the more definite. While in the ancient Near East law was usually regarded as immediate state law and identified with kings, who in turn were imagined as rulers of divine origin, in Judaism it appears literally set by the one single God, from whom the whole world, rather than a single king, descends, and only mediated by Moses, a mythicized historical leader, antithesis to Messiah. This radical secularization of the leader figure and thus the possibility of separating the state and the individual, the political and the moral, and of judging the political morally, of viewing the state from the perspective of the individual, could not, however, be generalized in this form. It remains limited to the individuals, who in the long run can have nothing in common other than the lost political context, their or their ancestors' affiliation to a defunct state. And yet this commonality is not only the prerequisite for judging the present state and reflecting on its forms of rule, but also for becoming aware of one's individuality as a reflector. In the Jewish community within the non-Jewish state, different, even contradictory views emerge as to which relationship to power and the ruling laws would be the right one with regard to their own, resulting from the past and guaranteed by the imaginary world sovereign. The incentive for individualization in Judaism lies in the transcendental, in which the sole ruler is both evaporated and preserved. Since the religious community can no longer see itself as immediately identical with the ruler, the individual is no longer identical in his relationship to the community. But he can only perceive himself as an individual by holding the law of the community, which is guaranteed by the transcendent, i.e., imaginary ruler, against that of the actual rule under which he sees himself forced to live. Here lies the difference to the form of individuality developed in Greek antiquity, which did not require a monotheistic concept of God. The polis citizen was forced to confront and integrate the laws of the market with the traditional laws of the clan. He had to live in the world of comedy as well as in the world of tragedy. Although there was a certain tendency towards monotheism here too, if one considers the position of Zeus, the father of the gods, the role played by Athena, who sprang from his head, in the abolition of the clan and family order at the end of the Aeschylean Orestia, as long as slavery and family limited the equality of the citizens, neither did a sovereign develop, nor did the monotheistic concept of God really prevail. The Roman form of rule is still based on this peculiar economy, but to the extent that it expands, it transforms the issues of tragedy and comedy into those of animal baiting and gladiator fights. In other words, moral reflection withdraws from the political altogether, concentrating on what the polis citizen once regarded as the epitome of idiocy, the private life of the individual. Turning the idiot into a god then required a religion that degraded the God of Judaism to the status of a comic figure and allowed him to slip into the private existence of a father of the household. With a simple woman, however, he did not father a demigod, but the world sovereign who had become real in the interiority of the individual, Jesus Christ, Son of God, Redeemer of mankind. Through this true coup d'idée, the revolutionary potential of Jewish messianism was both generalized and annulled. King of the Jews is the inscription on the cross of Christ. In Judaism, Messiah initially meant the hope for a second Moses, a new ruler and founder of the state from the lineage of David who would free the Jews from foreign rule. As much as it aims beyond this political liberation, and as much as the hope of a transformation of the world, the redemption of people and even animals from suffering and the prospect of eternal life can be attached to the liberator, the absolute separation between God and the world is not touched, as much as Jewish messianism transcends the present state of the world. It always has to prove itself with certainty on the outside, in the most real categories. It cannot take the place of transcendence because God alone claims it for himself. The restoration of all things to their proper place, which is redemption, precisely restores the whole. From the false Messiah, the one who was thought to be the Messiah but who failed and perished, arose something like the first figure of the world sovereign, the crucified one. He broke through the transcendence of the Jewish God and walked on earth as the Son of God, but here he is not present, or only present as the past, in suffering, death, and resurrection, and as the future, in the second coming at the last judgment. Belief in the Son of God differs from the Father God of pagan provenance and the God of the Jews in that he is compelled to proselytize, which is what predestines him to be the sovereign of the world in the first place. Like the Jewish God, the Christian God does not tolerate any God beside himself, but he also does not choose a people for himself. The concentration of the transcendence understood as universality on its own, i.e. the limitation to this one tribal association, enables Judaism to withstand the defeats and not to ignore them. Redemption can only exist for the whole or not at all. In this respect there is no chosenness. Individuals or peoples cannot be redeemed in an unredeemed world. Breaking with these assumptions is what Christianity is all about. According to it, the world as a whole has already been redeemed through the death of Christ, but for the time being only Christians know this, and their task is therefore to teach redemption to others and convert them. The more people are converted, the more convincing it seems to them that the world has already been redeemed. They must proselytize in order to believe, in order to deceive themselves about the unredeemed state of the world. Only in this way can every defeat be recognized as proof that one is already redeemed. While the Jews, who were expelled from their land, live in two worlds with two different laws, each of which they recognize in their own way, the Christians divide the whole world, which they would like to conquer for their faith, into an outer and an inner world, in Augustine's words, into a world state and the state of God, civitas terrena and civitas Dei. This coexistence implies that the Christian constantly lives in two times. The divine state never wanders in this world by itself, but as from the beginning, both the world state and the divine state in their course bring about the change of times, Augustine. Because the divine community does not coincide with the earthly community as long as Jesus does not return, the existing state must also renounce being considered a theocracy. With Augustine, who still had the Roman Empire in mind, this renunciation of the earthly theocracy is even more pronounced than with the later Christian ideologues of the Middle Ages, some of whom tried to take it back. For in the Holy Roman Empire, the fall of the Roman Empire, and in the politics of the popes, there is always the endeavor to merge civitas Dei and civitas terrena and to realize the divine state as a world sovereign, an endeavor that only became unreal with capitalization and the implementation of the modern, sovereign state, and also failed spectacularly in Protestantism. Hobbes was finally able to write that the papacy was nothing more than the specter of the dead Roman Empire sitting crowned on its tomb. Because he assumed the inauthentic coexistence of religious community and state, it was still or already possible for Augustine to soberly understand the relationship between states as a relationship of force, and some of his writing anticipates Hobbes' Leviathan. On earth, namely, the cooperative society of earthly advantage or desire, which by summary expression we call the state of this world, disintegrates. It therefore exists only in the plurality of mutually opposed earthly kingdoms. The earthly state, therefore, which is not eternal, for when it is damned at the final judgment, it will no longer be a state, has its good here and enjoys pleasure as one can enjoy such things. And since it is not such a good that it does not also cause anxiety to its lovers, this state is often at odds with itself, quarrels, wages war, fights, and strives for victories that are deadly and certainly doomed to death. But one must not say that what this state desires is nothing good at all, even if it is something even better in its human nature. For in its lower realm it desires earthly peace. It wants to achieve this through warfare, because once it has won and there is no more resistance, there will be peace. If those who had the greater right on their side are victorious, everyone will welcome such a victory, but such achievements must not lead to the neglect of the nobler goods that belong to the upper state. The theocracy relativizes what may always appear to be eternal peace when one state has asserted itself against another on earth. On the one hand it denotes the Christian communities, on the other hand it is an expression of the space within the individual that the new religion has created, and therein the anticipation of civic equality. It is the prerequisite for the market and domination, money and spirit, the profane and the sacred to be perceived and accepted as separate. In Christianity, the divine sovereign appears to have come into the world in the form of his Son, but here he is immediately imprisoned in the inwardness of the faithful until the day of judgment. Liberating him has become the content of the third monotheistic religion. For it, there is no distinction between inwardness and outwardness as far as faith is concerned, but it seems to have inherited the compulsion to proselytize from Christianity. Yet Muslims do not need to proselytize in order to believe and to deceive themselves about the unredeemed state of the world, and thus have proof in every defeat that they are already redeemed. They themselves appear as the redeemers, secularizing the concept of redemption by making everything in their world the object of the sacred, allowing neither inwardness nor a separation of market and state, private and public. Rather, this new rule, which is establishing itself on the margins of Christianity, thrives on their immediate identity. Anyone who converts to the Muslim faith is exempt from the poll tax. Under the changed conditions, the delusion of converting the world becomes political violence. Jihad, the proselytization of the whole, is to be carried out with the sword. A monopoly on the use of force is ultimately not tolerated. For if there is no longer an inside, then only the outside must be conquered. And that is why there is only one time in which everyone lives, but two houses, that of war and that of Islam. The great enigma of the Orient, the presence of the sacred in all areas of life, merges in modernity into a no less great riddle, the absence of the sovereign. While the power of the Catholic Church had to be pushed back so that the secular monopoly on violence could emerge and the family and tribal associations could be disempowered, the sacralization of violence, which the caliphs and ulama pursued as their own cause, prevented the emergence of the secular monopoly on violence and preserved the existence of the clan and family order. The state was the church, and the church was the state, and God was at the head of both, and the prophet was his representative on earth. While in Christianity the mass psychological identification is broken by the coexistence of God and emperor, Jesus Christ, and political ruler, and thus always requires mediation, in Islam it is established in a new way and any mediation is superfluous. In this society, the distinction between secular and spiritual, in terms of law, jurisdiction, and authority, is unknown. Church and state are one and the same, with the caliph as head. According to Muslims, there is no human legislative power, and for the believers there is only one law, the holy law of God proclaimed by revelation. This law could be explained and interpreted through tradition and reason. However, it could not be changed, and theoretically no Islamic ruler could add or subtract a single law. In fact, both happened often enough, but the process was always carefully disguised by the rulers. Thus, as far as the formation of states in the Islamic world is concerned, we can speak of a mere formal secularization of political power, because the purpose of all statehood based on religion was not broken with, and it was possible that the practical development of the state continued. While Sharia law took virtually no notice of this development and successfully defended its claim to universal validity in a largely fixed form. So there was and still is a separation of religion and politics in Islam, but since this separation could not be addressed anywhere, neither on the side of faith nor on the side of state consciousness, and could not be carried out as a conflict in a sense that would allow us to speak of freedom at all, politics is inevitably reduced to creating the infrastructure for Quran schools. Islam can therefore be understood as a religion that places all emphasis on preventing the reflection of contradictions, or in other words, does not generate any forms of making conflicts conscious. Symptomatic of this is, on the one hand, the early introduction of numerical writing, which then helped pave the way for Western modernity, and, on the other hand, the later rejection of printing, which blocked this path for Islam. Starting from the Arabic language and script as the seat of the sacred, the defense against modernity was organized. It is part of the founding dogma of Islam not to recognize any other book besides the Quran, not to allow any further writing beyond God's word. All sacralization ultimately dissolves in the sacralization of violence. This means that each individual assumes the functions that would otherwise be the responsibility of the secular monopoly on violence, and which Christianity has actually ceded to the state in the sense of give back to Caesar what is Caesar's and to God what is God's, Mt 12:17. According to the Quran, it is considered the duty of each individual Muslim to command what is good and right and to forbid what is wrong and bad, Surah 3, verse 104. The individual assumes the functions of the state, but the declared purpose of this state is not the individual, but his safety and integrity. The Leviathan can ultimately be read as a polemic against Islam. While Hobbes based the purpose of the state on the individual and only wanted the function of the state and the law to be defined in relation to this individual, i.e. the owner of goods, and the protection of his life and property, in Islam the form of rule only functions as an organ that has to protect the community of believers. Law and Sharia are mutually exclusive because Islam does not recognize the individual person as a legal subject. Behavior is considered to be a harm that entails punishment even if no one suffers or can suffer concrete harm from it, but the collective of Muslims or the honor of the family appears to be harmed. As long as the respective transgression was not manifest, as long as it was not visible or audible to others, the damage was considered not to have occurred, whereas in Christianity, even the thought of a bad deed is considered a sin, but is only prosecuted by the secular state when the thought is demonstrably about to become a deed. Once the damage to the Muslim collective has been done, however, only money or violence can atone for it and restore the sacred integrity of the Ummah. There is no other forgiveness of sins than through the sword or money. It is the individual and his property that are affected. In Islam, however, money itself is only ever regarded as the small change of violence. The individual is not, as in bourgeois society, a reflection of property relations. He is still the prey of the clans and rackets, from the desert nomads to the oil sheiks, together with his wealth. The special care given to private concerns cannot hide the fact that the guarantee of private property was not at its best. A weak, barely developed public sphere suggests that private property was equally weak and at the mercy of arbitrary rule. The wealth accumulated by merchants was not safe from the grasp of state power, especially if it could be mobilized in monetary form. The special care of private affairs, which Dan Diner mentions and which can be traced back to the architecture of Muslim cities, was always the care of family affairs, which did not become private because they were dictated by the same collective that did not allow any publicity. The sacralization of violence means preventing all forms in which contradictions can appear and conflicts can be resolved. Just as Muhammad has no relationship to God that could at least possibly become a conflict, as is at least hinted at in the case of Jesus' relationship with his father, but only functions as a sword in his hands, identification with the current religious and political power is also only identification with mere violence and only guaranteed as long as this violence is used. It is the object that the mass of Muslims put in place of their ego ideal, through which they identify with each other in their ego. The power struggles between the individual caliphs therefore do not become conscious as opposites, do not open up an interior space for reflection on the reasons for the opposition, but only considerations on the better use of force. The Byzantine Emperor Manuel II and today's Pope, who quotes him, know from their own experience what they renounced. The emperor certainly knew that Surah 2:256 says, "No compulsion in matters of faith." It is one of the early surahs from the time, as those in the know tell us, when Muhammad himself was still powerless and under threat. But the emperor was of course also aware of the provisions on holy war laid down in the Quran, which came later. Without going into details such as the different treatment of scripture owners and unbelievers, he addresses his interlocutor in an astonishingly brusque, and to us surprisingly brusque, manner with the central question of the relationship between religion and violence in general. He says, "Show me what Muhammad has brought that is new, and you will only find bad and inhuman things like the fact that he prescribed that the faith he preached should be spread by the sword." The emperor, having thus struck, then explains in detail why spreading the faith by force is absurd. It contradicts the nature of God and the nature of the soul. God has no pleasure in blood, he says, and not to act rationally is contrary to the nature of God. Faith is the fruit of the soul, not of the body. So if you want to lead someone to faith, you need the ability to speak well and think rightly, not violence and threats. To persuade a reasonable soul, one does not need his arm, nor instruments of percussion, nor any other of the means by which one can threaten someone with death. End quote. What Benedict XVI deliberately fails to mention in his art of quoting, however, is that Manuel II is not comparing the faith of Muslims with that of Christians, but rather the law of Muhammad with that of Moses. In the translation of the passage by Raymond Senanar, it says, "Show whether anything new has been legislated in comparison with that, the law of Moses." You could not accept something bad and quite inhuman, that the lawgiver should decree that the faith which he himself proclaimed should go by the sword. Emperor Manuel II. The separation of powers is true. Not that the Jews and Christians reject violence in principle, but for the Jews' missionary work and the conquest of the world make no sense whatsoever, while the Christians in their missionary work leave violence in principle to the secular authorities and only take action themselves as their representatives. Just as they separate inwardness and the outer world, so also violence from the doctrine of salvation. In the New Testament, the belief in the Messiah states, "I have come to bring you the sword," Mt 10:34, but Christians understand this sword as something that can or even should exist independently of them, as a separate institution in which they can participate, but which is not identical to their church. "Give back to Caesar what is Caesar's and to God what is God's." Mt 12:17. Then God's representative on earth can retreat and, instead of becoming world sovereign, content himself with crowning the emperor. And if this emperor for his part has to refrain from appearing as world sovereign, because the sovereign as the other side of the one and only capital relationship can only develop in the majority, sovereignty can only arise as a relationship between different states. Then the Pope retreats to his Vatican state, Napoleon crowns himself in order to dispel the last hopes of a restoration of the Holy Roman Empire, and its last emperor immediately resigns obediently and invents an Austrian Empire as compensation and compromise. For this very reason, however, Christian criticism of Islam remains obscured by the political character of its violence. If the Ummah already rules somewhere, the unbelievers or non-Muslims are not necessarily forced into the new religion, as is so often the case with Jews and Muslims among Christians, who knew how to make use of worldly power. This is where the missionary mania of Islam differs from that of Christianity, resulting in a certain form of tolerance that is often credited to it, since it knows no separation of politics and religion, state and church, a separation that is reflected within politics and religion itself, and wants to establish the worldwide rule of Muslims as its ultimate goal. It is not at all so important to it whether or not every single ruled person converts to Islam. The penultimate emperor of Byzantium still knew this. Today's Pope, who quotes him, omits it because he wants to refrain from the political in order to avoid having to constantly apologize. According to Manuel II, Muhammad demanded either that all people in the world approach the law or pay tribute or somehow perform slave labor or do neither and be mercilessly cut down by the sword. In this, however, Muhammad's teaching is the most absurd, because God does not know how to rejoice in blood, and it is alien to God not to act with reason. End of quote. While the Christians wanted to persuade or force every single Jew to convert and threatened them directly or indirectly with death, the individual non-Muslim is as indifferent to the Ummah itself as if he were already dead, so that he is granted the status of dhimmi. He only lives because the tax needs a head. This is why Islam appears more humane than Christianity in this immediate way, because it has no concept of the inwardness of the individual. It does not use violence here either. However, as soon as those of other faiths or unbelievers question the rule in the house of Islam, they are met with all its violence and the destruction knows no bounds. They question the very foundations of this rule simply by claiming their own sovereign wherever they are in the world and invoking him. And every Muslim who abandons his faith is doing exactly that from an Islamic point of view. That is why he is inevitably threatened with death. Apostasy cannot be understood here as an individual act of conscience, but only as a breach of allegiance to the community that claims to be the state. Translated into the terms of sovereignty, it therefore means high treason. It is logical that the theory of the separation of powers was developed in opposition to Islam. And it is also in this logic that the theory of the counter-revolution, insofar as it wanted to revoke this division of powers, feeds on sympathy with Islam. While the maester admires the Mohammedan religion for turning the people in an instant into a marvelous giant who smashes states with a sword in one hand and the Quran in the other, Montesquieu sees in it the perpetuation of despotism and grasps the contrast between the spirit of laws and that of destruction. The Mohammedan religion, which always speaks only of the sword, still affects men with the same spirit of destruction out of which it was founded. But by also making family relationships and the relationship between the sexes the subject of his reflections, Montesquieu discovered in Islam how the individual can become completely identical with violence, the psyche with despotism. It was Marx who took this critique further in the field of political economy. By Oriental despotism he meant a certain social structure, not reducible to the East, but particularly familiar there, which almost systematically inhibits the bourgeoisification of society. He finds Oriental despotisms in the ancient cultures of Mexico and Peru as well as in Indian tribes and the ancient Celts, and he also uses this term to define the political and social decline in modern Spain, which he associates with the worst times of the Turkish Empire. What matters to him, however, is the precise designation of the ways in which a society withdraws from the mediating forms of capitalist accumulation, and he inevitably comes up against the question of sovereignty. For Spain, for example, he describes the only seemingly paradoxical constellation of a despotism that no longer produces sovereignty internally. However despotic the government was, it did not prevent the individual provinces from operating with different laws and customs, different coins, military flags of different colors and different tax systems. Oriental despotism only opposes municipal self-government when it runs counter to its immediate interests, but is only too inclined to allow these institutions to continue to exist as long as they relieve it of the duty of doing something itself and save it the trouble of orderly administration. Elsewhere, and in connection with the communal conditions of real appropriation through labor, which are of great importance in the form of irrigation systems in Eastern societies, Marx finds a particularly apt formulation for this seemingly paradoxical renunciation of thorough administration by the center of power. He speaks of a despotic government hovering over the small communities. This state of despotism occurs when all individual property functions as immediate state property, when no private ownership of land has developed at all, or when the forms of mediation between private property and political power collapse. In the ancient polis, on the other hand, the property of the individual was separated from that of the community and the state. In the feudal system of estates, the feudal system created mediation between the property of the individual and that of the emperor through various, politically and economically differently determined forms of property, and in modern bourgeois society, private property was, as it were, produced once again in the individual citizen by the fact that labor power became a commodity, and only then is the state also present in everything through which the individual reproduces himself. It is precisely this presence that is meant by the concept of the sovereign in the strict sense. Oriental despotism, on the other hand, means that the state does not form a unity as a relationship between free and equal private owners, and the violence with which state property is conquered and defended and, insofar as it exists, the irrigation systems created therein and later oil production facilities are to be kept in operation, is not the other side of that relationship here, but takes its place or thwarts it. There is no need for a sovereign because the original accumulation of capital does not take place. There are no producers who would have to be expelled from land as their means of production because they could never claim it as their property anyway. This state does not intervene in the context of personal relations of dependency between the family and labor. It does not transform this dependency into contractual relations or make it suitable for these relations. It does not involve the necessity of making labor power available to capital. The state is or will be centralized here too, insofar as work is to be organized collectively and wars are to be waged, but its power is not monopolized. It leaves them to the old communal, tribal and family structures, insofar as they do not immediately contradict these purposes. Wherever goods are exchanged, the reference to a third party, an authority that secures the exchange by force, is necessary. The actual formation of value, which utilizes itself, i.e. the real abstraction from concrete work, only occurs when this authority is the sovereign who alone enforces and guarantees the equality of the owners of commodities. However, the valorization of value fails to materialize if it is only family or tribal heads or gang leaders who secure the exchange. The markets do not grow together into a large market where the central authority hovers over them instead of reproducing itself through every act of exchange and every contract. Islam, like other Eastern religions, be it Hinduism or Marxism, not only offers the appropriate myths to endow the Oriental despot with the necessary attributes and to legitimize centralization, it also proves to be the strongest belief to exclude or thwart the actual monopolization of violence. It guarantees that violence remains with those who do not rule and continue to be organized in families, clans, or rackets. Those who have had power over their relatives since time immemorial can invoke Allah and His Prophet at any time in order to keep it forever. They find in it the imaginary substitute sovereign, which, unlike the Jewish and Christian, gives them the feeling of being masters of life and death, even when they no longer have any control over their small production and so very limited exchange. So they kill wives, sisters, and daughters as soon as they question their rule by wanting their own bodies to be regarded as private property and not as the territory of Oriental despotism. The territory is to be marked as the property of the man, and for the woman this means heteronomy of pleasure, in extreme cases mutilation of the female genitalia up to the extinction of pleasure. If circumcision for men indicates their assignment to the collective and does not affect their sense of pleasure, for women it serves to weaken their desire and increase their modesty. The excessive skin is to be cut away in order to get rid of the excessive desire, which challenges the autonomy of the individual vis-a-vis the collective and thus results in that rebellious individualism which, as Carl Schmitt felt, makes the problem of becoming a state infinitely more difficult, so difficult that the ant, thermite, and bee state becomes the unattainable ideal of political theology. It is precisely this difficulty of becoming a state, which characterized the Western sovereign, that one does not want to undergo in Islam, and therefore the preconditions are to be eliminated by mutilation and the consequences of this rebellious individualism by honor killing. The circumcision of girls must be understood as the Sunni way of preventing honor killing. So it is by no means the case that mutilation and honor killing are simply a continuation of archaic traditions. For the archaic can be defined by the fact that it is limited by the family and tribal structures themselves, and even the concept of Oriental despotism, which implies the preservation of these structures, does not yet include the claim to world domination. The Muslim faith, however, has set its sights on the dissolution of boundaries in every respect. Ever since the modern sovereign of the West has existed, it has sought to eliminate him from the ground of Oriental despotism. In this respect, the Islamic honor killer is no different from the suicide bomber. Both want to prove that there is no state, because there is a monopoly on violence. And a non-state like Iran is not a state precisely because it is nothing other than the combination of honor killing and suicide bombing on a large scale and on closed territory sanctioned by international law, so that the honor killer here puts on the robe of the sovereign before he proceeds to stoning for adultery, and the suicide bomber appears as the mob that wants the bomb aimed at Israel. Muhammad, the founder of Islam, was also the political leader of an Arab tribe in the 7th century. In Islam, he synthesized pre-Islamic local spiritual practices, praying, fasting, circumcision, etc., and traditional, political, values of Arab tribes, honor and shame, into a new religion that was strictly monotheistic, following the example of and increasing the religion of the book, and provided social, political, and later also economic rules that enabled the Arab tribes, previously embroiled in cruel battles, to unite and achieve inner peace. If the defeated Arab and non-Arab tribes joined Islam, they were usually neither enslaved nor killed. The Quran tells of this mercy in several places in the form of practical instructions, but when the sacred months have passed, slay the idolaters wherever you find them, and seize them and besiege them and lie in wait for them in every ambush. But if they repent and establish prayer and pay the poor rate, let them go their way. Behold, Allah is forgiving and merciful. Surah 9:5. Fight against them until there is no more persecution, and your devotion will be entirely to Allah. Surah 8:39. In the centuries that followed, North Africa, parts of South Africa and today's Middle and Far East were Arabaized or Islamized or both at the same time. In the heyday of the Arab Islamic high culture, which, as mentioned in passing, owed itself to a liberality that allowed natural science and non-theological philosophy alongside the study of the Quran, caliphs who united both political and religious leadership ruled over parts of Europe and Asia. They expanded as far as Spain, the Balkans, and Moscow and made significant contributions to the civilization of the areas they ruled, from the Arabic numerical system to the Ottoman bathtub. These military and cultural successes gave rise to Mohammedan triumphalism, a politico-religious sense of superiority that gave Christians and Jews dhimmi status within the Islamic sphere of power from the 8th century onwards. This meant that Christians and Jews lived as subjects of protection who were treated with a kind of magnanimous condescension as long as they behaved in a duly submissive manner. On the other hand, this feeling of superiority immunized the Muslims against European, i.e. barbaric, influences. The following quotes are from the 10th to 14th centuries. The peoples of the north are those whose sun is far from the zenith. Cold and fog reign in these regions, and snow and ice alternate in endless succession. They lack warm-heartedness, their nature is coarse, their intellect dull, their bodies coarse, their manners rough and their tongues heavy. Their religious faith lacks firmness. Those of them who live furthest north are most prone to stupidity, rudeness, and insensitivity. Al-Masudi, 10th century. Their bellies are large, their skin color is pale, their hair long and sparse. They lack sharpness of mind and clarity of understanding, and they are ruled by ignorance and foolishness, blindness, and stupidity. Said al-Andalusi, 11th century. It has recently come to our ears that the philosophical sciences are flourishing in the lands of the Franks, that is, in the land of Rome and its vassal states on the northern shores of the Mediterranean, and that there is an abundance of students there. But God knows best what it is about those parts of the earth. Ibn Khaldun, 14th century. Even when the balance of power reversed and the Europeans not only expelled the Mohammedans from the 16th century onwards, but also began to invade their countries of origin, there was little Islamic willingness to learn from Europe, from the emerging natural sciences, to technological innovations, to political and cultural upheavals such as the Renaissance, printing, and the Enlightenment. Hardly anything was adopted. An attitude towards non-believers, which fluctuated between condescension in good times to open hostility and mistrust in bad times, made it impossible to learn new things or even to understand the West in an era in which one could have learned from the West, and not from the Islamic world as before. The traditional family structure based on polygamy, concubinage, and slavery was ill-suited to the processes of social, cultural, and therefore also political and economic modernization. All of these factors combined to accelerate and reinforce the growing inequality between the Western and Islamic worlds, a gap that opened up not only in terms of wealth and political power, but above all, and more specifically, in terms of the ability to create wealth and gain power and use it constructively. It was only in the context of colonization in the late 19th and 20th centuries, at the latest with the decline of the Ottoman Empire and Kemal Ataturk's removal of the last caliphate in 1924, which after all still ruled Islamically over the Arabs at first and was then replaced by the European colonial powers, that the unbroken chauvinistic sense of superiority and ignorance of Muslims, to which Christians and Europeans, contrary to the assumptions of traditional leftists, have no copyright, came to an end. And again in the following decades, when the central question of how to explain the obvious backwardness vis-a-vis the West and what consequences should be drawn from it is raised in the Islamic world with varying degrees of explosiveness depending on place and time, the same alternative is faced. For some, it is the traditional, now degenerated and corrupted behaviors and ideas that are proving to be paralyzing the Islamic world. Consequently, the future must be about overcoming traditional structures by opening up to processes of modernization, i.e., the secularization, liberalization, and democratization of society. Accordingly, the values of freedom of the Western colonial masters are imported and turned both against their own tradition and, where necessary, against the colonizers themselves. This emancipatory policy, oriented to a certain extent to the US-American War of Independence, had and still has its supporters in the Islamic world, but with a few exceptions, Ataturk's Turkey, it has not been able to assert itself anywhere against the diverse political movements that adhere to the opposite, reactionary diagnosis. For them, it is precisely the apostasy from the tradition that is still apostrophized as superior that is responsible for the decline processes of the Islamic Arab world, and consequently a return to their own culture is demanded. Logical contradictions and feelings of humiliation are compensated for by conspiracy theories. After all, if Islamic culture is superior on the one hand, but undeniably defeated in the decisive battles against the supposedly inferior infidels on the other, if most Islamic states or their populations were pushed to the periphery of world development and a large number of believers strayed from the path of virtue in accordance with the demanded recollection, then this cannot have been done properly. Then invisible and supernatural powers must have had a hand in it. And so it is in this context that the momentous importation of modern European hatred of Jews occurs. While stereotypes of Christian anti-Judaism emerged as early as the 19th century, anti-Semitism found its first flare-up in the Arab denunciation of the Young Turk Revolution of 1908 as a Jewish conspiracy. Its steady spread in the following decades was due to the activities of the Mufti of Jerusalem, Haj Amin al-Husseini, who had his most loyal ally among the Germans in Adolf Eichmann, and above all to the work of two political movements that were initially directed against colonization and then against the division of Arab societies into different nation-states in the course of decolonization: Pan-Arabism and Islamism. Examples include the instigation of anti-Jewish riots in British Mandate Palestine in the 1920s and 1930s, participation in the pro-Nazi German coup in Baghdad in 1941, which was accompanied by pogroms, and the recruitment of 20,000 men for the Bosnian Islamic Volunteer Units, Handjar. which were subordinate to the Waffen-SS and carried out police and security tasks in Hungary in 1943, fought Yugoslav partisans in Bosnia and took part in the hunt for Jews in Croatia. Pan-Arabism, centered on Iraq, 1920s to early 1940s, and Egypt, 1950s and 1960s, pursued the political goal of Arab unification based on an ethnic understanding of the nation, which was to materialize in a pan-Arab state. From the 1930s to the early 1950s, National Socialism was the political and ideological point of reference. Just 1 year after the Free Officers, who had collaborated with the Nazis during the Second World War, seized power under Nasser in 1952, Anwar al-Sadat, who would later make peace with Menachem Begin and be assassinated by the Islamists, published a homage to Adolf Hitler. Referring to the rumor that Hitler was still alive, he wrote, "My dear Hitler, I congratulate you with all my heart. Even though you appear to have been defeated, you are in fact the victor. You can be proud of becoming the immortal leader of Germany." While former officers of the German Afrika Korps were already fighting at the head of the Egyptian army during the attack on Israel in 1948, for example SS Gruppenführer Katzmann, who had once specialized in the extermination of Jews in Poland, the new rulers of Egypt offered Nazi war criminals not only a safe haven, but also a new field of activity. In Egypt, they were able to continue their war against the Jews. Johann von Leers, chief editor of the Nazi organ Will UND Weg and author of the book Wie kam der Jude zum Geld, worked for the Egyptian Ministry of Information and acted as a specialist for anti-Jewish propaganda. Louis Hayden, Reich Security Main Office, translated Mein Kampf into Arabic under the name Al-Hajj and was responsible for the distribution of the book. The German Arab propagandists mainly worked with the anti-Semitic work The Protocols of the Elders of Zion. It appeared and still appears in countless editions in several Arabic translations and was publicly recommended not only by Nasser and Sadat, but also by Iranian President Arif, King Faisal of Saudi Arabia, Libyan Supreme Leader Gaddafi and many other statesmen and intellectuals in the Arab Islamic region. Leopold Gleam, Gestapo leader in Poland, organized the Egyptian secret police under the name Ali al-Nakhr and monitored the Jews. In the context of the Cold War, Nasser, under whom Egypt's pan-Arab anti-imperialism had been nationalized, moved closer to the Soviet Union. However, with his Arab socialism, which was both secular nationalist and religious pan-Arab, he distanced himself from both Marxism and European socialism. Islam is not only a religion, but also a secular system that enforces justice on earth and guarantees equality and equal opportunities for all. This secular political view does not necessarily mean a secularist understanding that denies religion or Islam any public function or sees itself as anti-religious. Rather, Islam forms a positive reference point for Arab nationalism within the secular system of justification, with the exception of radical conceptions. It is valued as a genuine component of the historical heritage and thus as a factor of national identity that can be mobilized ideologically according to current political needs. The path from national to Islamic socialism, in the self-image a third way between capitalism and socialism adapted to the own culture, does not change the anti-Semitic background music. Nasser said in 1957 that the Protocols of the Elders of Zion prove against all doubt that 300 Zionists, who all know each other, determine the fate of the European continent. On May 1, 1964, Nasser told the predecessor of the Deutsche Nationalzeitung, "The lie of the 6 million murdered Jews is not taken seriously by anyone. Islamism is a political movement that, contrary to what many on the left, the French Marxist Labaca being a prime example, did not only gain strength in the 1980s thanks to financial injections from the USA. It began with the founding of the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt in the late 1920s under the leadership of the preacher Hassan al-Banna, which has remained the ideological focal point of Sunni Islamism to this day. At the center of the ideology is the political definition of the goal of God's rule, in which, in contrast to earlier Islamic societies, Sharia law is to be applied in a consequent manner. Politically, the aim is to abolish political parties and democracy in favor of a state order based on the caliphate. Legally, it is about draconian punishments for the smallest offenses against the morality demanded by the Quran. This is aimed in particular at the total disenfranchisement of women. The economic program declares the side of capitalism that is perceived as mysterious and abstract, interest and money, to be the cause of all evil and propagates their abolition, while the aspects that are understood as concrete and natural, machines, factories, work discipline, are glorified. The appropriation of advanced technology is intended to modernize the means of struggle. The most prominent means of struggle is jihad, a term which in High Islam meant individual, spiritual effort in the practice of faith, but always also stood for a holy war. Like the Nazis, the Islamic claim to world domination is staged as self-defense, according to which the Ummah is to be protected from oppression and disintegration by unbelievers. This primarily refers to Jews, whom Islamism hallucinates as a counter-principle that is held responsible for the weakening of Islam in world history. Thus the Muslim brother Sayyid Qutb, Spiritus Rector of contemporary Islamism, writes in his 1950 essay Our Struggle with the Jews, "From their first day, Jews have been the enemies of the Islamic community. The fierce war that the Jews have launched against Islam is a war that has not been interrupted for a single moment in almost 14 centuries and that continues to this very moment, flaring up its fire in all corners of the earth. The fight against the Jews is at the same time a fight against sensuality and sexuality." Whether the later founder of the Muslim Brotherhood, al-Banna, launches a society for the prevention of the forbidden at the age of 13, or Qutb reenacts the Nazi book burning of Karl Marx, Sigmund Freud, and Emil Durkheim. Behind the doctrine of atheistic materialism is a Jew, behind the doctrine of animal sexuality is a Jew, and behind the destruction of the family and the shattering of sacred social relations is also a Jew. The Jews liberate the sensual desires from their limitations and they destroy the moral foundation on which pure faith is based. They do this so that faith is dragged into the very filth that they spread so abundantly on this earth. End quote. Although the Muslim Brotherhood advanced towards the end of the 1930s to become a veritable political mass movement, its influence initially remained limited, especially in relation to Pan-Arabism. The relationship between Islamism and Pan-Arabism was always contradictory. On the one hand, the Islamists fought Pan-Arabism as apostasy. On the other hand, Pan-Arabism itself did not carry out a consequent secularization. While the Muslim Brotherhood had been subjected to massive state repression since the second half of the 1950s following a failed assassination attempt on their former comrade-in-arms Nasser, he himself initiated a turn to Islam after 1967. In this respect, the lasting defeat that Pan-Arabism suffered in the Six-Day War is the first decisive cause of the enormous upswing that Islamism has experienced since the 1970s, and not only in Egypt. In the Islamic tradition, in which the triumphalism of Mohammedan conquests has sedimented into an image that portrays Jews as contemptible and evil, but at the same time insignificant and harmless, weak and cowardly, there was a plausibility gap in view of the Israeli victories of 1948 and 1967. Islamism, with its adaptation of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, was able to fill this gap and present itself as the guardian of tradition. Jews were no longer just evil, but all evil was Jewish. In the form of the Zionist world conspiracy, according to this delusion, it is also Zionist Jews who determine the foreign policy of the USA, the abstract, supposed threat to Islamic identity, world capitalism, which dissolves traditional, patriarchal ties, is given a concrete, namely Jewish face. Since then, Jews have widely embodied certain interchangeable aspects of modernity in the Islamic Arab region: colonialism, communism, or imperialism. The second cause lies in the failure of catch-up development. Anwar al-Sadat stands for the hegemonic attempt to overcome the crisis, who pushed a project of neoliberal Islamization since the early 1970s. His policy of opening, infata, which focused on extensive privatization measures and preferential treatment for foreign direct investment, was accompanied by a relegalization of the Muslim Brotherhood, which was banned under Nasser, as well as Islamization programs in all cultural contexts. During Sadat's 11-year rule, the number of mosques more than doubled, from 20,000 to 46,000, with only 6,000 under state control, and the state media was obliged to broadcast prayers 5 times a day. Increasing income disparities and the lack of social security provided the ideal breeding ground for Islamism, which was able to absorb the misery in social networks and use this as a basis for its ideological triumph. The Iranian Revolution of 1979 is the third cause. With Islam as the vocabulary in which the conflict is carried out and lived, the political spirituality of Tehran's provenance marks a radical change that is perceived by many Muslims as a victory over the power of colonialism or post-colonial hegemony, symbolized in the Western superpower USA. The Iranian leftists, who came to the common denominator of anti-imperialism or anti-Americanism with the Islamists in the fight against the Shah, succumbed to illusions before they defected under Khomeini or were persecuted, arrested, and killed or fled. From now on, Islamism can present itself as an independent path of development between capitalism and socialism, which has adopted a tactical relationship with the two superpowers within the framework of the bipolar world order. The fact that it is Shiite and non-Arab Muslims of all people who are establishing Allah's rule on earth is an incentive for Sunni Arab Islamists because it is a thorn in their side. The Shiite revolution has also led to a massive militarization of Islamist practice. It triggered both the jihad against the Soviet Union in Afghanistan and the fight of the Palestinian Muslim Brotherhood against Israel. It was a synergetic arrangement from which the Islamist terrorist groups Hamas and Islamic Jihad emerged at the end of the 1980s. A founding member of Hamas, Abdullah Azzam, will introduce Osama bin Laden to jihadism. In the early 1990s, Hamas learned the techniques of suicide bombing under the influence of the Shiite Hezbollah and the Iranian Revolutionary Guards. Fourthly, Algeria's left-wing liberation nationalism, whose most prominent theorist is Frantz Fanon, may have started out in the spirit of the emancipatory diagnosis, but following the reactionary one it ended in a military dictatorship that declared Islam to be the state religion. After the victory of the Algerian liberation movement against French colonialism and after Fanon's death, the then commander-in-chief of the FLN, Houari Boumediene, held a memorial speech at the grave of the anti-colonialist mastermind. Just 4 years later, however, all traces of Fanon, for example a street named after him, were erased from public life under his leadership, on the grounds that he was not a Muslim and therefore could not be a role model for Algeria. Islamism inherited left-wing liberation nationalism in terms of its anti-imperialist pathos and glorification of supposedly revolutionary violence. While Fanon's apology of terror was completely devoid of content, Islamism focused terror on the death and destruction of others and one's own life. The founding manifesto of the Muslim Brotherhood states, "God is our aspiration, the Prophet is our leader, the Quran is our constitution, Jihad is our path and dying for God is our highest goal." As early as 1938, Hassan al-Banna propagated martyrdom in an article entitled The Industry of Death. To the nation that perfects the industry of death and knows how to die nobly, God gives a proud life in this world and eternal favor in the life to come. It is not only within Palestinian society, and not only with the election victory of Hamas, that the Islamists have succeeded in establishing an anti-Semitic hegemony. The suicide bombings, which Hamas began in 1994 and which have been carried out since the second so-called Intifada not only by Islamists but also by the Al-Aqsa Brigades, which belong to Fatah, are exemplary of this. Matthias Kunzel has summarized their essence. The way in which Jews are killed provides information as to why they are killed. Palestinian suicide attacks are about killing as many Jewish people as possible because they are Jews. No distinction is made between military, settlers, Zionists, anti-Zionists, right, left, poor or rich. Neither the social position of the victims nor their political location play a role. If the long-term planned terror is not immediately justified by left-wing and right-wing anti-imperialists and traditional Marxists as a struggle for liberation, for example by Labaka, the left-wing daily newspaper Junge White or the Austrian group Anti-Imperialistische Coordination, it is regularly trivialized at least as a weapon of the weak or a spontaneous act of desperation. However, the presumed desperation of the damned of this earth alone explains little. A desperate person can also burn himself to death on a highway, run amok in schools, become a prostitute, an alcoholic, a thief, or perhaps even a communist. In any case, in the territories occupied by Israel, contrary to what is repeatedly claimed, there is no situation, just as in other Islamic states, in which suicide bombing, as in the Warsaw Ghetto, for example, could be a politically rational practice. If a Jew in the Warsaw Ghetto takes as many Germans as possible with him to their deaths, then he is already, before he makes the decision to act. In the literal sense of death, his interest is only ever focused on still meeting the murderers himself. Nevertheless, there is a series of more or less rational appeals that motivate the suicide attack. It usually improves the material situation of the family as they receive gifts of money for each suicide bomber. The inhibition to kill others is also overcome by an ideology that makes the individual Jew or unbeliever responsible for the suffering of their own collective as a representative of that collective. If the inhibition to kill oneself has not yet been overcome by this, the references to jihad, martyrdom, and a paradise with 72 virgins testify to the willingness of the anti-Semitic community to give itself up. The slogan of Hamas is exemplary of this. God is their goal, the messenger their role model, the Quran their constitution, jihad their way, and death in the way of God their most sublime desire. Charter of the Harnas, 2003, Art. 8. These invocations are not only generated in an ensemble of social rituals, be it prayer, the singing of children's songs, television programs, or family heroic tales. These ideas only become plausible when one witnesses how relevant parts of the population actually stylize the assassins as martyrs. This means that the practices that turned despair into murderous ability to act are not only to be found in the center of Palestinian society. This can be seen not least in an ideological medium that agitates the youngest, namely textbooks. The various studies that deal with them differ in their assessment, but in substance they all present the same thing: the Jordanian and Egyptian textbooks that the Palestinian Authority has been using as teaching material since the early 1990s and continues to use and reprint alongside the new ones financed by the EU are brimming with anti-Semitic stereotypes. But even in the new ones, anti-Semitism has by no means disappeared, but has at best taken on a cryptic form. If the aim of the assessment is to trivialize it, the arguments are usually bizarre. For example, the George Eckert Institute for International Textbook Research writes that Israel is still portrayed as the aggressor in the new Palestinian textbooks and that martyrdom is glorified in an alarming way in books on Arabic and Islam, for example. However, directly disparaging characterizations and anti-Semitic stereotypes can hardly be found, at least much less frequently and to a lesser extent than in the older books. Institute, 2002, Traugott Schafthaler, 2003, Secretary-General of UNESCO, also refers to these findings in the following context. Even the EU, the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian Refugees, UNWRA, and the World Bank have had to defend themselves against accusations that they are promoting discord by financing Palestinian textbooks, some of which do not meet UNESCO standards. The Friedenspolitischer Ratschlag, on the other hand, praises the religious tolerance that is preached, only to add 2 sentences later. In this context, however, only Christians are mentioned by name, but not Jews. He also emphasizes the progressive pedagogical methodology, i.e., encouraging people to think for themselves, as is probably expressed in the following passage. Asma, the daughter of the first caliph, Abu Bakr, who succeeded the Prophet Muhammad, was my age when she took part in the struggle by providing the Prophet Muhammad and his companions with provisions, water, food, and information about his opponents from the Quraysh tribe after their journey from Medina to Mecca. What role can I play in supporting the national liberation movement against the occupier and the imperialists? The History of Arabs and Muslims, textbook for the 6th grade. In view of the fact that nowhere is the moral and ethical assessment of a problem propagated outside the religious context, Advice 2003, and that this context not only contains sentences such as these, the noble soul has 2 goals, death and the desire for it. Our Beautiful Language, textbook for the 6th grade, Part 1, or, He fell as a martyr and watered the land with his holy blood, but Israel, for example, is neither documented on any map nor verbally, and the much-invoked religious tolerance between Christianity and Islam excludes Judaism. In view of this background, the supposedly progressive didactics of the new textbooks must be interpreted in terms of ideological theory as a forced ideologization of anti-Semitic subjectivation. The children learn anti-Semitism no longer just repetitively, but through their own creative efforts. Islamic fundamentalism is a cultural form of processing the capitalist decomposition of pre-modern traditionalist power relations, a defense of anachronistic personal/feudal forms of rule. It is not the domination in the capitalist structure of the West that is the declared object of hatred of the Islamists, but on the contrary its secular, political, social, and everyday moral culture. In this perception, the West stands for a rational demystification of the world through criticism, doubt and ambivalence, which is countered with a regressive activist crisis management. However, the misery in many Arab and Islamic states is not exclusively caused by external bursts of capitalist modernization, but is also fundamentally caused by internal local mechanisms of domination, exploitation, and oppression, including despotic patterns of tradition and enrichment, surveillance apparatuses, remnants of Sharia legislation, suppression of freedom of expression and democracy, arbitrary and corrupt bureaucracy, etc. This is why the rise of Islamic fundamentalism, both politically and in everyday practice, is not a response, albeit a false one, to the failure of all Western models, from liberalism to Marxism, but conversely the inadequate decoupling from the Islamic despotic tradition is the real cause of the failed or stalled attempts at modernization. Because the Islamists have an inkling that in order to remedy their spiritual and material misery they are relying on a reinforcement of that which is responsible for the misery, they act irrationally apocalyptically, i.e. anti-Semitically, and with a longing for death. You love life. We love death, chanted the Madrid attackers. Whereas with the Nazis, the annihilation of others and the projected self-destruction were still separated in time and space, the Islamist suicide bombing unites both poles in one act. While the Nazis had to wait 60 years for Bernd Eichinger's film Downfall to create a cinematic monument to the staging of their self-destruction as the twilight of the gods in the Führerbunker, the award-winning Paradise Now did not keep the Islamists waiting quite as long. Whenever humiliated master race people, i.e. former world rulers and slave traders, think they can take revenge on colonialism by means of anti-Semitic and anti-Western suicide attacks, whenever Muslims treat their hurt feelings in the face of harmless caricatures or statements by the Pope by rioting with numerous deaths, destroyed buildings, and burnt flags, whenever an Islamically socialized woman who is preparing to lead a self-determined life is murdered or an adulteress is stoned to death, whenever Muslim brothers in faith slaughter each other or the forced marriage of underage girls is registered as institutionalized child fucking, at best, after a few days of publicly prescribed mourning, half-hearted remembrance and full-bodied declarations of war, politicians and the media adopt an attitude that claims to keep a calm, cool head and have a de-escalating effect. Islam is then either attested to be an actually peaceful entity that has nothing to do with the terror that is spread in its name, or it is simply denied to be an entity about which one could come to an understanding, because Islam is divided into the most diverse, disparate exegesis practices and sects, and therefore Islam does not exist. Clever experts on the Orient will then tell you about a number of currents and divisions within Islam, about Sunnis, Shiites, Alvis, different schools of law, and Sufi Islam, about more than 24 different states in which Islam is the majority religion, and about the multi-ethnic composition of the community of believers in Islam. However, their mission is not to explain the cultural and regional differentiations of Islam in detail. Rather, the production of confusion is aimed at blurring central commonalities. The world's 1.3 billion Muslims may be divided into 85 to 90% Sunnis and the corresponding minority of Shiites. There are schools of law that emerged in the first centuries after Muhammad's death, whether the Sunni Hanbalites or Wahhabites, Malikites, Hanafites, and Shafi'ites, or, on the other side, those of the 12th and 7th Shia, agree on the absolutization of the Quran as a verbal inspirational text and on the most far-reaching denial of human creative ability. Traditionalist legal Islam, ulama, the court and the scholars, and its conceptual carrier, fiqh orthodoxy, have historically prevailed against their internal Islamic competitors and declared them heretics. The representatives of an Islamic philosophy of reason, for example Al-Farabi, Ibn Sina, Ibn Rushd, Ibn Khaldun, who emphasize the creation of the Quran, human free will and responsibility, as well as popular Islam, which emerged from Sufi Islam, which, as a form of faith of illiterate Muslims, is more open to the spirit of diversity and sees in the believer not the slave of God but a worthy person who himself bears traits of perfection, no longer have any real influence. Accordingly, the more liberal Alvis are not recognized by most Muslims as a legitimate branch of Islam. With regard to states with an Islamic majority religion, the differences conjured up by Islam experts are merely a matter of degrees of despotism of religiously legitimized traditional monarchies: Morocco, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, the Emirates in the Gulf; secular one-party systems installed by military coups, Syria, old Iraq, Tunisia; military regimes, Egypt, Algeria, Libya, and God states, Taliban Afghanistan, Iran, with the sole exception of secular democratic Turkey, whereby corresponding everyday practice tends to be limited to large cities such as Istanbul and Ankara, and here, too, tendencies towards an Islamic rollback can be observed. Islam is therefore not a monolithic system of meaning, but it is certainly a system dominated by conservative traditionalism. Whether it merely represents the dominant concept of a religiously standardized way of life in most Islamic states, or in some it also forms the legitimizing ideology of the corresponding ruling cliques, the sacralization of interpersonal relationships of rule, the desubjectification of people as slaves of God and obedient subjects, as well as the dogmatic establishment of absolutist Sharia, are the essential constitutional factors that ultimately sanctioned the organic integration of Islam into the Oriental despotism. The less the multiculturalists, peaceniks, and dhimmis know or want to know about Islam, the more energetically they demand a distinction between Islam and Islamism, between the religion and its political abuse. Even staunch critics of Islamism, who actually know better, such as Bassam Tibi, repeatedly subscribe to this language. Dialogue with Islam, but defense against Islamism. Or even tolerance for Islam, defensive democracy for Islamism. From the truism that not every Muslim is a terrorist, anti-Semite, child molester, misogynist, and homophobe, the legitimacy of a division of the Muslim population is inferred, which in consequence amounts to a general amnesty. On the one hand, Islamism is identified with terrorism, which is why, on the other hand, simply distancing oneself from targeted plane crashes, suicide bombings, explosive attacks, or the bestial beheadings of abductees is enough for a Muslim to pass as a moderate, peaceful follower of a religion like any other. With regard to the Islamic diaspora community in Germany, Tibi believes that of the approximately 3.5 million Muslims, only 100,000 can be classified as fundamentalists of various orientations who need to be looked at more closely. This maximum of 3% should not be confused with the 97% of normal Muslims. From the point of view of a secular society, however, Tibi's political commitment makes no sense. For if one assumes, in order to concretize the abstract talk of religiosity and normal Muslims, a modern concept of normal religiosity, i.e. superstition as a harmless private quirk of the individual, or Islam as a specifically spiritual pastoral institution that coexists in peaceful competition with alternatives such as Christianity, esotericism, psychotherapy, Trotskyism, etc., why, in the name of Allah, should one enter into a special dialogue with 97% of Muslims at all? After all, such normal Muslims could be described as integrated. Tibbi's call for dialogue, on the other hand, quite rightly implies difficulties with integration. It is precisely here, however, that the distinction between Islam and Islamism obscures the fact that a large number of Muslims move between a liberal secular reform Islam equated with Islam and an Islam-based apology of anti-Semitic terror, namely in the milieu of a conservative orthodox everyday Islam, for which the Quran and Sunnah are literally a guide to action in all areas of life. This Islam stands both for an intra-Muslim order of rule and for an imperial claim to rule over non-Muslims. All rights and freedoms mentioned in this declaration are subject to Islamic Sharia. Islamic Sharia is the only competent source for the interpretation or explanation of each and every article of this declaration. Articles 24 and 25 of the Declaration of Human Rights in Islam of the Foreign Ministers of the Organization of the Islamic Conference, Cairo, 1990. Everyone may think, believe, and express what he thinks and believes without interference or hindrance from another, as long as he remains within the general limits prescribed by the Sharia. What is not permissible is the spreading of falsehood and the publication of that which serves to spread shamelessness or weaken the Ummah. If the hypocrites and those who stir up trouble in the city do not stop, we will certainly cause you to take action against them, and they will then only be your neighbors in it for a short time. A curse will be on them. Wherever you get hold of them, you will seize them and kill them ruthlessly. Surah 33, 60-61. Article 12 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in Islam of the Islamic Council for Europe, London, 1981. The harlot and the fornicator, scourge each of them with 100 blows, and let not pity seize you against the judgment of Allah, if you believe in Allah and the last day. And a number of the believers shall be witnesses of their punishment. Surah 24, 2. And the thief, cut off their hands as a reward for their deeds. This is an example from Allah, and Allah is mighty and wise. Surah 538. Not the individual is at the center of the Islamic Sharia understanding of law. All laws and social rules of coexistence serve to protect the collective from unrest, fitna, and from the individuals who spread it. Within the Ummah, these are apostates and heretics, trained or untrained critics of certain interpretations of the Quran who are persecuted and murdered with death fatwas, homosexuals who are flogged or executed because they do not submit to the rules appropriate to the patriarchal family, criminals whose petty offenses are met with the most drastic corporal punishments, and, above all, women, who, by virtue of their bodies, already cause trouble and are therefore not only flogged, stoned or hanged for offenses such as adultery or lewdness, but rather, in order to preempt any offenses, are enslaved in a way for which there is no example beyond Islam in the entire history of patriarchy. The relevant natural group loyalties rise from the nuclear family via clan and tribe or ethnicity to the largest community of all believers, the Ummah, which is often presented as a bleeding organ that feels pain as soon as brothers and sisters in faith anywhere in the world suffer and are supposedly oppressed, Palestine, Iraq, Kashmir. This self-image of solidarity proves to be completely resistant to experience, even in the face of a reality in which around 90% of today's civil wars and acts of violence take place within Muslim countries or at least with Muslim participation, i.e. more Muslims have been and are being killed by Muslims than non-Muslims, as is currently most noticeable in Iraq. The highest priority, to which the individual has to subordinate himself, is the inner social peace of the respective collective, which is primarily oriented towards the concepts of honor and shame. It is not a question of any action being shameful or immoral in itself, but merely of the public failure of socially conformist behavior. The Arabic proverbs "where you are not known, do what you want," and "a hidden shame is 2/3 forgiven" are examples of this. They rationalize the lack of internalized instances of control, such as conscience, superego, etc., and at the same time testify to an externalized superego, community, Quran, and an ID projected onto others. Unlike the process of civilization in the Western Hemisphere, which according to Freud took place primarily as a sublimation and internalization of external constraints, commands and prohibitions in the Islamic world remain primarily external. The collective decides on the basis of a set of norms whether, for example, a violation of honor has occurred. Honesty is therefore not part of a canon of values adopted into the superego, but is conveyed collectively and along Quranic rules and regulations that are considered to be of immediate divine origin. This shame and guilt culture establishes, on the one hand, lying and denial as virtues of preserving honor and, on the other hand, a strongly mistrustful, controlling and punitive behavior towards members of one's own family and clan. The official expression of the set of rules is the Sharia, literally, way to the watering place, as the entirety of Islamic law. On the one hand, it consists of ibadat, the religious cult, which comprises the 5 pillars of Islam. Shahada, the profession of faith spoken before witnesses is sufficient to become a Muslim. Salah, the ritual prayer as the highest duty. Psalm, fasting in Ramadan. Zakah, the the social tax of 2.5% of wealth annually, and Hajj, the pilgrimage to Mecca. The larger part of the Sharia, however, the Muamalat, comprises all legal provisions, i.e. tax, commercial, family, inheritance and criminal law. Accordingly, there is no secular area of life in Islamic societies that is separate from religion. However, the Sharia is not a codified code of law that has been adopted and written down in a generally valid form. Islamic law is determined by passages from the Quran and tradition, Sunnah/Hadith, by analogy, and by consensus among legal scholars. In some questions, the two textual traditions contradict each other. For example, where the Quran only calls for the flogging of adulterers, Surah 24:2, the tradition calls for the stoning of married couples. In the case of apostasy from the faith, hell punishment in the afterlife, the Quran, Surah 2:217, 137 ff, tradition death penalty. Often, for the sake of simplicity, the tradition is regarded as correct because it is later and more mature. This procedure of abrogation is also applied to contradictory passages within the Quran. In all Islamic countries, Turkey, with its abolition of the Sharia and alignment with the Swiss Civil Code, 1926, is the only exception. The Sharia is the main, in some countries even the only, basis of the respective national and legal school-specific marriage and family legislation. Although the Tunisian Constitution of 1956 also abolished Sharia law and enshrined gender equality, it is hardly surprising that there is no question of equality in Tunisian society in practice, not least because this reform was justified by the restoration of true Islam. In other Islamic states, explicit returns to Islamic law have been taking place since the 1970s, for example in Pakistan and Libya in 1979, in Iran in 1980 at the latest, in Sudan in 1983, in Yemen in 1994 and from 2000-2001 in the Muslim-dominated states of Nigeria. Islamic criminal law is of a different nature than the hegemonically practiced discrimination of women in marriage, divorce, inheritance rights, etc. It provides for lashes or even stoning for specifically female misconduct, unchastity, adultery, slander, in addition to draconian corporal or capital punishment for theft, alcohol consumption, homosexuality, kissing in public and apostasy. In cases of rape, the Islamic eyewitness rule makes women victims a second time. After all, in such cases there are rarely 4 eyewitnesses present who are willing to testify and, if a complaint is made, the woman is therefore regularly charged with defamation and punished with lashes. For example, Bariya Ibrahim Magazu, an unmarried, pregnant 13-year-old girl from the state of Zamfara/Nigeria, was sentenced to 180 lashes in September 2000. 100 for the fornication itself and 80 for defamation because she had accused 3 men of rape. After the birth of her child, she withdrew the charge of rape, so the sentence was reduced to 100 lashes. For the rest of her life, she remains ostracized as an unmarried mother. Islamic criminal law has never been fully applied. In most Islamic countries, neither stoning, nor amputations, nor floggings are carried out. However, some Sharia trials, including the death penalty for adultery and fornication, are carried out in countries such as Iran, Saudi Arabia, Sudan, Nigeria, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. On August 15, 2004, for example, a 16-year-old girl, Ategi Rajabi, was hanged in Iran for unchaste behavior. In her article for the Süddeutsche Zeitung on August 26, Islam expert Katijana Merper celebrated the replacement of stoning by hanging and the raising of the minimum age of marriage for Iranian girls from 9 to 10, which was preceded by a tough struggle between reformers and conservatives, as steps in the right direction. Although Sharia law may be disputed in detail within conservative Orthodox Islam, it is generally accepted that Islamic law, as made by God, is above man-made laws, such as civil laws. They have no helper but Him, and He shares His authority with no one. Surah 18:26, do they want the legislation from the days of ignorance back? And who has better legislation than Allah for a people who are firm in faith? Surah 5:50. Accordingly, Nadim Ilyas, then chairman and now honorary member of the Central Council of Muslims in Germany, was asked by the Süddeutsche Zeitung on December 11, 2001 about the stoning of adulteresses. These harsh punishments are debatable. Islam has its reasons for them, but that doesn't mean they should be the standard for the West. The Quran and Sunnah/Hadith therefore form the basis not only in the sense of ibadat for a Muslim faith and specific ritual acts, but also in the sense of muamalat for the daily routines of the secular, socio-political life of Muslims, which are regulated down to the smallest detail. Irrespective of a moral or political evaluation of these regulations, which govern the everyday life of a Muslim through the Islamic dualisms of strength/weakness, purity/impurity, honor/shame, halal, what is permitted/haram, what is forbidden, and some of which were functional in the historical, mostly warlike, contexts of the 7th century and the following centuries. The difficulties that arise as soon as such regulations and laws are read as answers to questions posed by life in the 21st century should be clear. Kemal Ataturk and Salman Rushdie thus scoff. For more than 500 years, the rules and theories of an old Arab sheikh and the abstruse interpretations of generations of dirty and ignorant clerics have determined all civil and criminal laws in Turkey. They have determined the form of the constitution, even the smallest actions and gestures of a citizen, his food, the hours of waking and sleeping, the cut of clothes, the subject matter in school, customs, and habits, and even the most intimate thoughts. Islam, this absurd doctrine of an immoral Bedouin, is a rotting carcass that poisons our lives. End quote. Regulations, regulations, regulations. Regulations about anything and everything. If a man let a fart, he should turn his face to the wind. A regulation about which hand to clean his ass with, how much they were allowed to eat, how deeply they should sleep, and which positions during sexual intercourse had received divine approval. Ataturk would probably have thought it impossible that Rushdie would have to live under police protection in the West because of such statements, or that a third of his compatriots would still be calling for Turkey to be aligned with Sharia law. According to a Turkish survey institute, in May 1995, 40% of Turkish citizens without a school-leaving certificate and 13% with a university degree, 16.5% of working women and 28.5% of housewives were in favor of an Islamic theocracy. The annual surveys conducted by the Central Institute Islam Archive in Soest reveal great uncertainty among Muslims regarding the compatibility of the Quran and the Basic Law. More decisive, however, would be the question of which of the two texts their loyalty belongs to in the event of justified doubt. According to a recent study by the Adenauer Foundation, whose empirical basis is problematic in that it contains too many female academics to be representative of women of Turkish origin, 90% are against democracy as a form of government and 11% are decidedly in favor of a government by the grace of God. You are the best church, Ummah, that has been brought forth among men, you enjoin what is right, forbid what is wrong, and believe in God. Surah 3, 110. Only those who believe in Allah and His Messenger are believers. Surah 24, 62. O Prophet, inspire the believers to fight. Surah 8, 65. So do not slacken in battle and do not call for a truce when you have the upper hand. And Allah is with you, and He will not diminish your deeds. Surah 47, 35. And when you meet the unbelievers, strike them on the back of the neck, the head, and when you have finally defeated them victoriously, then tie him up. Surah 47, 4. Strike them above the neck and cut off every finger. Surah 8:12. And arm yourselves against them as much as you can muster in forces and war horses. Surah 8:60. And fight with your goods and with your blood in the cause of Allah. Surah 9:41. And you did not kill them, but it was Allah who killed them. And you threw not, O Muhammad, when you threw, but it was Allah who threw that. Surah 8:17. It may well be that the unbelievers wish they had become Muslims. Surah 15, 2. Fight those who do not believe in God and the last day, who do not forbid what God and His Messenger have forbidden, and who do not adhere to the right religion among those to whom the scripture has been given, until they pay tribute from their own hands, humbling themselves. Sunnah 9:29. Allah has promised you much booty, which you will make. Sunnah 48, 20. So eat of what you have taken, as far as it is lawful and good. Sunnah 8, 69. And know that whatever you take, a fifth of it belongs to Allah and the Messenger and the relatives and the orphans and the needy and the son of the way. Sunnah 8:41. And those who believed and migrated and fought in the cause of Allah, and those who gave them shelter and help, these are indeed true believers. They will be forgiven and given an honorable provision. Sunnah 8, 74, cf. A. Sunnah 2, 218. The self-evaluation, i.e. glorification of the Ummah as the best of all human communities, includes a domineering demarcation from the masses of those who are different and non-believers. The Kufr stands for every religion, worldview, grouping or faith community that cannot be classified under the definition Islam. Kufr is therefore a collective term for every way of life that does not conform to Islam. Kufr are the others, asocial, unclean, barbaric, uncircumcised, immoral, unscrupulous, and above all obscene. The external troublemakers have no respect for women. Their girls are whores, their men homosexual, men and women have sex without being married to each other. The unbelievers are cursed and God will punish them most cruelly in the hereafter. Unbelievers are only on earth to serve as an example to believers of how not to live. The justification derived from the religiously narcissistic self-image to fight everything un-Islamic is not a special characteristic of Islamism, for example, but belongs to the core of conservative majority Islam. Since classical times, 9th to 11th century, Islamic jurists have divided the world into two parts: the House of Islam, Dar al-Islam, and the House of War, Dar al-Harb. This is not about where Muslims live and make up the majority of the population, but about the political question of where Islam rules in the form of Sharia law. The state of war continues until the House of War is transformed into a House of Peace, Dar al-Salam, i.e. the world is Islamized. The Islamic tradition therefore recognizes peace treaties only as temporary ceasefires. From the very beginning, the duty of the faithful to wage holy war, as laid down in the Quran and tradition, has only been disputed among legal scholars as to whether it is a collective or individual duty to wage war of aggression or defense as soon as Muslims are oppressed. The terrorists therefore do not have to resort to audacious rabble-rousing to bring their actions into line with Islamic orthodoxy. Where Sharia law does not prevail, Muslims are restricted in the practice of their religion, i.e. oppressed, and so terror is therefore merely a defensive reaction of the individual pious believer in the scriptures. The early Muslim raids, whose logic of action is reflected in the Quran and tradition, are based on conversion, killing, enslavement and dhimmitud, i.e. the toleration of non-converts as subjugated and humiliated. The subjugated were not allowed to carry weapons, they were unable to defend themselves and therefore not fully fledged men. Their shoes and clothes had to be specially cut to make them recognizable and ridiculous. Christians and Jews had to wear special color markings. This discrimination gave rise to the Jewish star. Their houses had to be lower, their doorsteps lowered. They were not allowed to ride horses, only donkeys, so that they were constantly reminded of their humiliation. They paid a special tribute, which they had to pay in person, receiving a blow to the head. They had to bow their heads in front of Muslims and walk on their left side. They had to allow themselves to be beaten by Muslims without being allowed to defend themselves. If a dhimmi struck back, his hand was chopped off or he was executed. The testimony of a dhimmi did not count against Muslims. Muslims only had to bear half the punishment for offenses against a dhimmi, and they could never be executed because of a dhimmi. Conversely, the cruelest forms of execution were predominantly reserved for the dhimmi. While Orientalist myths rave about traditional Islamic tolerance and upgrade the dhimmis to second-class citizens, the disenfranchisement and humiliation of Jews in particular in Islamic societies is in no way inferior to that of the European late Middle Ages since the Fourth Lateran Council, 1215. The Christian anti-Jewish pogroms that began with the Crusades also have their historical model in Islam, so to speak. For centuries, the Islamic discrimination of the Jews in dhimmitud was legitimized by the anti-Jewish Quranic surahs 4, 5, 9, which reflect the early Muslim fight against, expulsion and extermination of Jewish tribes, whose protagonist was Muhammad himself. And because of the sin of the Jews, we have forbidden them good things which were lawful for them, as well as because they placed many obstacles in the way of Allah. And because they took interest even though it was forbidden to them, and because they used up people's property unlawfully. And we have prepared a grievous punishment for the disbelievers among them. Sunnah 4, 160f. O you who believe! Do not take the Jews and the Christians as your protectors, friends. They are each other's protectors, friends. And whoever of you takes them as protectors, friends, is indeed one of them. Indeed, Allah does not show the way to the people of the unjust. Sunnah 551. Surely you will find that among all people the Jews and the idolaters are the fiercest opponents of the believers. And you will undoubtedly find that those who say, "We are Christians," are most friendly to the believers. This is because there are priests and monks among them and because they are not arrogant. Sunnah 5, 82. The Prophet says, the Jews will hide behind the stone and the tree, and the stone and the tree will say, "O Muslim, servant of Allah, there is a Jew behind me. Come and kill him." A Charter of the Hamas, 2003, Art. 7. For centuries, the practice of dhimmitud confirmed the Muslim sense of superiority and anti-Jewish prejudice. Although dhimmitud, like Islamic slavery, was first mitigated and then abolished after more than 1,000 years and only under the pressure of European imperialism, the Islamization of the world is still an integral part of the Islamic worldview. Even the more liberal Islamic reform theology emphasizes al-takalub, dominance, as an essential characteristic of Islam. Thus, positions that express an Islam-centered claim to superiority meet with unqualified approval among a good half of Turkish young people in Germany. As many as 55.9% of all respondents in the same study agree with the statement. Every believer must know that the religions of other nations are void and false and that their members are infidels. Islam is the only orthodox religion. 87% of the women of Turkish origin surveyed by the Adenauer Foundation agree with this. Contrary to what the do-gooder friends of Islam think, the respect insistently demanded by both young and old Muslims is therefore not merely aimed at recognition, but at submission. When Muslims demand respect for Islam, they do not mean respect or recognition of their faith, but respect for the stronger, in their eyes the recognition that the Orient and with it Islam are on the advance. Respect is a question of power. The accusation directed at Jews by Muslim as well as Christian and atheist anti-Semites that they see themselves as the chosen people, whereby the Jewish claim to exclusivity has historically never been accompanied by aggressive, missionary efforts towards non-Jews and has never denied non-Jews the possibility of a life pleasing to God and redemption, is therefore a projection of their own presumption of power onto others. These others, primarily Jews, are then also to blame if the actual position of the individual modem or the collective does not at all satisfy the heroic self-image. In this respect, experiences of humiliation, i.e. the narcissistic feeling of being constantly humiliated, go hand in hand with the need for revenge. The magic of conservative Islamic everyday life with its ghosts, souls of the dead, jinns and, above all, the constant presence of the seductive Satan and his demons also inspires an attitude according to which the enemies possess supernatural powers with which they forge compliments that the conservative Muslim is no match for. The anger and fear of many Muslims is also fed by this irrational, conservative religious experience, in which Satan is a living being. This is where the Islamist propaganda of Jew hatred and martyrdom can also bear fruit among more moderate Muslims. It is no coincidence that Jew is a very common swear word in the various languages of many Islamic societies and communities, which is not publicly taboo. The only difference is that the fanatics do not stop at hatred, but are also prepared to commit acts of terrorism. A debate with Islamism and Islam can only be truthful and meaningful if it is understood that it is not the Islamists or conservative Orthodox theologians who misuse individual, marginal sentences of the Quran and thus a religion that is supposedly peaceful by nature for external, politically aggressive purposes. On the contrary, their reading rightly claims historical and textual authenticity, and thus hits upon the uniqueness and novelty of the Quran and Islam. In no other culture, let alone religion, can the codification of murder, robbery, enslavement, and tribute extortion be found as a religious duty. In no other religion can we find the sanctified legitimization of violence as the will of God towards those of other faiths, as codified by Islam as an integral part of its ideology in the Quran and confirmed in historical practice. Last but not least, there is no founder of a religion whose role model effect extended not only to warfare, as with Muhammad, but also to the liquidation of opponents through contract killing. It should therefore be taken seriously when Islamists, i.e. friends of, suicidal, acts of terrorism against Jews and other non-believers to establish Sharia caliphates, refer to Islam and commit their crimes in its name, because their ideology needs an environment in which it can take root and flourish and recruit new followers. This environment is provided by conservative, orthodox everyday Islam, as practiced in most mosques and by most and the largest Muslim organizations, without their representatives, at least in the Western diaspora, publicly linking any explicitly political concerns, let alone sympathy for terror, to their piety. On the contrary, removing isolated marginal passages of the Quran and the tradition from their hermeneutical context would be precisely the task of a reform Islam, which is often merely demanded in the abstract to make the transition to a private religion and to adopt the concept of individual fundamental and human rights. In concrete terms, however, this means, among other things, that the solitary verse from the Quran, according to which there is no compulsion in faith, Sunnah 256, is read consequent to the dozens of verses from the Quran and Sunnah that punish apostasy with hellfire, Sunnah 217, 137-140, or other severe punishments, Sunnah 85-90, 16, 106, or the death penalty. Euro-Islam would mean that Islamic law is suspended, i.e., historicization of the muamalat and those parts of the ibadat which sanction violations of the rules in the practice of worship with secular punishments. The same would have to apply to all contexts that negotiate holy war and subordinate the individual and his freedom to the repressive demands of coercive collectives. After all, a criminal highwayman, mass murderer, war criminal and child molester like the Prophet should no longer be presented as infallible and even ethically exemplary by today's standards. So there would not be much left of the book, the tradition, and the godlike Prophet. However, a historicizing reading of the Quranic text, in the same way that Christians read their Bible text critically, has so far been rejected by most Muslims, rejected as heretical. Muslims who advocate this are putting their lives at risk. And since even liberal Muslims do not allow secularization for Islam, the inertia of Islam cannot be explained solely by unfavorable power relations between competing theologies. Instead, an exegesis problem specific to Islam must be taken into account, which gives rise to pessimism. While historicizing and contextualizing texts of the New Testament merely requires a critical distance to Mark, Matthew, Luke, John, and Paul, questioning Quranic surahs means criticizing Muhammad or Allah himself. A consequent reform Islam would therefore be an attack on the fundamental self-understanding of Islam/Quran. According to this, God has revealed himself ultimately and categorically through Muhammad as the seal of all prophets in the Quran. God himself negates any change in the Quran. I am not at liberty to change the Quran of my own accord, Sunnah 10:15, and there is no change in the creation of Allah, Sunnah 30:30. A spokesman for Pakistan's Islamist Party is therefore not just representing extremists when he says, "Never have independence and change been regarded as values in Islamic society." Rather, the model is the permanent, unchanging, transcendental morality revealed by God as well as the theological and spiritual values of the Quran and Sunnah. After all, 32% of Muslims living in Germany support the following statement: Islam has always been and always will be valid. It cannot be questioned by people. When references are made to certain, shall we say, questionable deeds of the Honorable Prophet Muhammad, such as the massacre of the last Jewish tribe in Medina, the objection is all too quickly raised that Muhammad's crimes should simply be considered in the context of the times. Seyran Atesh, for example, remarked that you can't use today's law on the protection against violence to judge the behavior of Muslim men from the 7th century. The implication is clear: everything used to be worse. Of course, that is not entirely wrong. What is completely wrong, however, is the suggestion that today's law on the protection against violence is the only context that can be applied. Rudy Parrott, like others, above all Norman Arthur Stillman, also referred to the standards of the time when evaluating the Prophet's actions. Parrott proved his own standards when he justified the massacre. Because the Jews formed self-contained groups within the community of Medina, which could become dangerous for Muhammad and his partisans at any time, especially in the event of a threat from external opponents. Rudy Parrott, Muhammad and the Quran. Geschichte und Verkündung des arabischen Propheten, p. 123. This is not to say that this could not be regarded as a motive of Muhammad, but Parrott's approval can be confidently seen as an expression of his own convictions, which at least did not hinder his career in Nazi Germany. In 1940, Parrott took over the chair from Paul Kahle, who not only rejected the request for proof of Aryan origin with the words, "Please don't keep sending me this nonsense. You have no right to ask me, a scientist and philologist, to sign such nonsense. I am not an Aryan. It is possible that the Indians and Persians are Aryans. I am neither Indian nor Persian. I am a German, and the devil knows what the Germans are." Although at the same time he had signed the appeal German scientists behind Adolf Hitler. After his wife and son helped Jewish businessmen clean up their stores after the Reich pogrom night, Kahle fell completely out of favor, was suspended and finally emigrated to England. He was not reinstated in Germany after the war and was not awarded an honorary doctorate, as he had rendered outstanding services in England in the fight against Germany and had exposed his colleagues as the Nazis they were. Rudy Parrott, a member of the NSDAP since 1934, who not only interpreted for Rommel's troops in Africa, which he described as a kind of study trip, but had previously worked at the Institute for the Research and Elimination of Jewish Influence on German church life in accordance with the name of that institute, was able to continue his career without any obstacles. It would be interesting to finally read a justification of the massacre and the expulsions that does not itself use anti-Semitic motives. In all cases, the mere presence of Jews in Medina or on the Arabian Peninsula is interpreted as a threat and danger. The fact that none of these justifications can do without such traits should perhaps finally indicate that the legitimization itself is anti-Semitic. The Reform Muslim Abdul Hakim Argi emphasized that the actions of the Prophet and his community can be understood from the historical situation of that time, just like the content of the stew. However, the intention of this alleged critic of the Prophet is immediately revealed when he adds, "The phenomenon of violence runs through the entire early history of Islam. Asking which side is to blame for the sometimes extremely cruel clashes is a hindrance to an objective understanding of these events." Conversely, not judging is therefore the key to objective understanding, whatever the latter is supposed to consist of. In such cases, the basic problem of the time context of the actions of prophets naturally arises if their actions are to be timelessly exemplary. In principle, one should be able to demand more from a prophet than from a normal contemporary ruler. Which is why Muhammad is often and erroneously described as a mixture of Jesus and Charlemagne, according to Maxime Rodinson, for example. Rodinson's preliminary remark on this characterization was not wrong at all. Muhammad was both, the founder of an ideology and the founder of a state. What is completely wrong, however, is the fallacy derived by some from this that one can separate state and ideology, politics, and religion. Whereas Claude Cahn already insisted that Muhammad created a religion and a state in indissoluble connection. When Adorno and Horkheimer wrote about the militant religiosity of the modern age and immediately added the examples of Torquemada, Luther, Muhammad, we should never forget that Muhammad was the historical forerunner. Especially in the case of the Etonians and, in part, the Carolingians, it could be shown that the medieval rulers were not merely counterparts to Jesus, but that the relationship was somewhat more complicated. The relevant keywords would be, among others, divine grace, anointing, etc. With the Etonians, the depictions of rulers became more and more Jesus-like from Otto III onwards at the latest, which meant that the demands on the ruler to show clemency and the like, i.e. to be Jesus-like, also became increasingly drastic. At the same time, the words of Muhammad himself show how he separated the Jesus part from himself. About his comrade-in-arms Abu Dhar and the later critic of Umayyad enrichment, Muhammad remarked, Abu Dhar is the counterpart of Jesus, the son of Mary. In my ummah with regard to his renunciation of the world, or whoever is pleased to look at the humility of Jesus, the son of Mary, should look at Abu Dhar. We should not overdo it with our belief in these passages, because this companion of Muhammad was certainly no Jesus in his lust for war and murder. But the only thing of interest here is that Muhammad did not see himself as particularly Jesus-like. Rather, in Al-Jawazi's The Circumstances of the Chosen One, Muhammad described himself as follows and differentiated himself from his prophetic predecessors. I received 5 things that no one received before my time. I was sent to mankind as a whole. I was granted the whole earth as ritually pure and as a place of prayer. I was granted the appropriation of the spoils of war, but not to any prophet before me. I was granted victory by spreading terror in such a way that the enemy is struck with terror when he is still a month's journey away from me. I received the keys to this world. End of quote. This means nothing other than that Muhammad's special role in Islam itself is reduced to the concepts of gain, terror, reference to this world and claim to world domination. Furthermore, the problem of the context of time in general quickly arises, i.e. the question of what the context of time is. If one compares the Islamic killing of around 600 Jewish men with other ancient mass murders, such as in the Peloponnesian War or by the Romans under Caesar or in the early medieval Saxon wars of Charlemagne or in the blood court of Cannstatt, it does indeed seem laughable. The vacillating Rodinson comes closer. It is difficult to judge the massacre. One must consider the customs of the time, which were very crude. However, the text's efforts to excuse Muhammad testify to the fact that it caused quite a stir. There are details in the written traditions that hardly allow us to believe in the Prophet's innocence. Nevertheless, he suggests that the time context is in a sense also locally limited. Local here means Arabia Deserta in general and Mecca and Medina in particular. In contrast to Mecca, Medina was an oasis, rich in water and fertile due to its volcanic soil. Strictly speaking, it was not a city in the narrower sense, at least less of a city than Mecca. According to Julius Wellhausen, it was more of a complex of farmsteads, villages, and permanent houses, which were scattered between groups of palm trees, gardens, and seed fields, sometimes closer, sometimes further apart, more of a synoecism than a city. The very rough scheme says that there were 2 Gentile and 3 Jewish tribes. The origin of the Jewish tribes, Banu Qaynuqa, Banu Nadir, and Banu Qurayza, is not entirely clear, but it is assumed or believed that they may have been refugees from the Jewish war against Rome. What is certain is that they settled in the oasis of Yathrib before the Arab tribes from Yemen and that the Arab tribes were at least initially their clients. As in Chaibar, the Jews were pioneers in the field of agriculture. It is difficult to prove that the relationship between the Arabs and the Jews had completely changed, as is often claimed in the literature, and seems to be more of a projection from later times. The most that can be assumed is a certain degree of alignment, so that client relationships became relatively free and independent alliances. The Arabs protected the caravans of the Jews, but hardly practiced any trade or commerce. Montgomery what refers to information according to which there were 13 Arab and 59 Jewish castles and fortresses in the city. The fact that the Jews became weaker and weaker, as the literature claims, could simply be expressed differently and more correctly. Militarily the Gentiles ruled, economically the Jews, and politically simply no one. There were no offices, organs, constitutions, etc. In case of doubt, force decided. According to the myth, Muhammad was called upon to mediate in such a particularly drastic conflict. The conflict was particularly fatal for agricultural communities because, unlike Bedouins, they could not simply separate and get out of the way. Whether the Jews themselves fought is disputed. What is reasonably certain is that they supplied their Arab allies with weapons and shelter. In other words, it is likely that they fought a proxy conflict through their Arab allies. This also explains why the Jews themselves failed to realize that the conflict was against them as Jews and not as specific tribes in the context of the classic tribal feuds, which is why they did not collectively defend themselves as Jews against Muhammad and his gang until it was too late. The best we can do is try to reconstruct the consciousness of the historical characters. This is always speculative, but not completely without sources. But this objection only serves as a defense every time, because hardly anyone simply looks at this time context. If one were to do so, one would come to conclusions that are not entirely flattering, above all to the conclusion that historical positivism, which is questionable in itself, does not even stand up to scrutiny. With regard to the massacre in particular, but also to other examples, it can be shown that it completely contradicted the Arab conventions in force up to that time. The clearest indication of such violations of the context of the time can be found in the Quran. If the Quran has to explicitly allow something after the fact, it can be safely assumed that the Prophet was under considerable pressure to legitimize it because it violated the spirit of the times. The list of examples of such breaches is long. In addition to the two prominent ones discussed in the text, only a few others should be mentioned here. The first successful attack on a caravan by the young Muslims took place during the pagan pilgrimage period, when all fighting was forbidden, and the attackers even disguised themselves as pilgrims. In the context of the time, this was such a serious sacrilege that the Prophet could not touch his share of the spoils without completely discrediting himself in his own community. Conveniently, verse 2:217 came soon after. You are asked about the holy month, namely, whether it is lawful to fight in it. Say, fighting in it is a grave offense. But to keep one's fellow men from the way of God and not to believe in him, and to keep believers from the sacred place of worship and to drive its inhabitants out of it, all this is more serious with God. And the attempt to seduce believers to apostasy from Islam is more serious than killing. And they, i.e. the disbelievers, will not stop fighting you until they turn you away from your religion if they can. And those of you who turn away from your religion and die, without repenting, as disbelievers, their deeds are null and void in this world and in the hereafter. They will be inmates of the hellfire and dwell therein, eternally. The absolute taboo is transformed into a relative one so that the Prophet could still take his share of the spoils. In this step, the Muslims were introduced as a permanently threatened entity that can use this self-characterization to justify any of its own misdeeds. One crime associated with the violation of pagan peacetime just mentioned is the repeated Islamic murder of poets. In pagan Arabia, poets played a central role in the sublimation of violence, especially during the pilgrimage period. By praising their tribe and vilifying their opponents, conflicts during the mercantile religious gatherings in Mecca were temporarily channeled into a non-violent form. At the same time, conflicts only began with a particularly drastic poem, while others were resolved by turning a conflict into a poetry contest before neutral arbitrators. The significance of the mocking poems was enormous, and some tribes are said to have changed their name after their tribal name had been dishonored by mockery. It is probably an exaggeration to describe the pre-Islamic poets as sacrosanct. They fought themselves and were often the champions of their tribes or clans. However, they were regarded as journeymen gifted with supernatural powers, for whom people generally had a great deal of respect. It seems that the principle of equivalence prevailed, in which language had to be met with language. Some poets were sometimes blindfolded so that they did not spontaneously produce their mocking poems. However, there is not the slightest mention of poets being murdered or even systematically killed. In Surah 26, the Prophet followed up the Quranic reckoning with them, which had long since been carried out. Another multiple offense was the murder of the Jewish and Arab leaders of other oases by exploiting the right of hospitality. All attacks on the Jews were personally authorized or ordered by the Archangel Gabriel, which already provides a certain indication of the legitimacy of those attacks. In the Islamic way of thinking, the time context would be the Jahiliyyah, i.e. the pre-Islamic time of ignorance, or translated by Goldziher with cogent arguments as barbarism or savagery. In the Islamic imagination, this is the time of absolute immorality. It is the negative foil that is painted in great detail and provided with the greatest horrors in order to set Islam itself apart from it as an act of civilization. The Jahiliyyah became particularly important under the conservative Abbasids in order to distinguish themselves from the Umayyads. However, the concept is not simply alien to the Quran. The pre-Islamic period, which was in fact quite barbaric, should by no means be set up here as a positive corrective, in both an empirical and an evaluative sense. For one thing, that period is difficult to reconstruct in parts, as it is largely buried under Islamic projections. On the other hand, nothing would be more wrong than to ennoble tribal barbarism as tribal humanism, What? And yet it can be noted, for example, that the alleged role of women in pre-Islamic Arabia does not even stand up to Islamic tradition. The alleged bad habit in the sense of a complete lack of rights for women in pre-Islamic times is an extremely popular apologetic topos. Peter Heine writes, quite symptomatically, in his introduction to Islam, women were probably not entitled to inheritance rights in pre-Islamic times either. That reads well, at least if you want to see it as a progressive act that women, to this day, only inherit half of the male share. However, the biography of the Prophet himself should raise some doubts about such a thesis. This objection is personalized by the first wife of Muhammad named Khadija. She had inherited from her father, a Meccan merchant from the Banu Asad clan, not only his wealth but also, according to tradition, the de facto leadership of the clan and its business. She was also educated, a widow twice over and a successful trader herself, whose herd of camels is said to have consisted of 80,000 animals. In the usual exaggeration of the myth, it is also said that Khadija's caravans alone were equal in size to all the other caravans from Mecca put together. She is described as being extremely independent, and Ibn Ishaq also notes, she was a businesswoman of nobility and wealth and hired men to trade with her goods for a certain profit share. After she had turned down many proposals from wealthy to rich Meccans, she, who was 15 to 25 years older, proposed marriage to the young Muhammad around 595, so that he only had to make the formal proposal. The dowry, which she brought herself, is said to have consisted of slaves, female slaves, land, herds of camels and horses, goats, and sheep, as well as the finest clothes, jewelry, gold and silver coins. No relative had contributed anything, as would otherwise have been the case. According to certain traditions, she is said to have said to Muhammad after the wedding, "Now enter your house, my house is your house and I am your slave." However, this subjugation of the wife to her husband is a clear distortion of Islam, especially in this case. In fact, Muhammad received pocket money from her. You only have to consider one story. It is reported that in the presence of his child's wife Aisha, Muhammad repeatedly spoke of Khadija, who had already died, which is why the young Aisha jealously remarked that God had now given him a better and younger wife. But the Prophet is said to have replied, "By God, she cannot be replaced by a better woman. She believed in me when others called me a liar, and she helped me with her wealth when others denied me any help." Here it becomes clear that her wealth remained in her possession, as Muhammad only got into trouble 15 years after the wedding due to his revelations. This means that she remained in possession of her wealth even after the marriage and subsequently became the main source of finance for the young Ummah. Islam was created by the sword of Ali and the wealth of Khadija. This contradiction does not occur to Fabian Goldman either, who in an unspeakable article for the Gunda Werner Institute of the Heinrich Böll Foundation entitled "Muhammad was always more feminist than you" proclaims that Islam brought women's rights in the sense of feminism, but a few lines later wants to underpin this with the success of Khadija, without realizing that the construction of women's lack of rights and their inability to inherit in pre-Islamic times does not fit with this at all. Apologists also try to attribute the single marriage that Muhammad led with Khadija until her death to the progressive image of women of the feminist Muhammad, without taking into account that his entire later life stands in stark contrast to this. Theses that emphasize deep love or other romantic references come closer to psychoanalytical interpretations of this relationship, even if they usually remain unconscious. In addition, or even more importantly, a certain urban emancipation of women seems to have been more likely, which Muhammad did not, yet, oppose. It is quite conceivable that certain basic features of the civilizing moment of value, this great equalizer, appeared in the trading Mecca and at least de facto overruled traditional norms. Formally they may have continued to exist, as we saw in Muhammad's proposal. The inheritance rules etc. were also only revealed well after the death of Khadija, who died in Mecca around 619/620. The Surah 4 in question, An-Nisa the Women, on the other hand, is a Medinan surah and is usually dated between 625 and 627. It regulates all matters relating to marriage, family, inheritance, and the position of women in Islamic society. It can therefore at least be assumed that Khadija was regarded by Muhammad as a representative of an old principle that died with her, but continued to have an effect for a short time. Rodinson also suggests that her marriage contract obliged him not to take a second wife. The rich Khadija was in a position to make demands. Hartmut Bobson, among others, failed to recognize the connection between Quranic surahs and violations of the contemporary context when he wrote that Muhammad's slaughter of the Jews was certainly consequent and within the framework of the ethical norms customary in Arabia at the time. If his actions had been reprehensible, i.e. against the prevailing norm, his biographers, who were interested in a fundamentally positive portrayal, would have concealed much more. The Prophet's misdeeds could not be concealed during his lifetime, they were well known. The Quran as a daily political marching order had to react to this and provide legitimization. The misdeeds became asbab an-nuzul or occasions for revelation. The traces are sedimented in the Quran, which the biographers had to further justify, as they could not conceal them. With regard to the massacre, Argi referred to the great importance of blood revenge in late antique Arabia. Violence in Islam is not a modern phenomenon. We must not forget that the practice of blood revenge, which was common among the Arab tribes at the time, played a role that should not be underestimated. References to the well-established practice of robbery as a major source of income for the Bedouins are also by no means incorrect. However, he blithely omitted the respective difference to mass murder so that he could continue. Customs and traditions originating from pre-Islamic times were therefore still practiced by the Muslims. However, this statement simply does not stand up to a consideration of pre-Islamic blood revenge. The conflicts of the time were not continuous, but rather periodic. It was also the exception that they degenerated into real wars. The rule was rather murders or duels that took place according to rules, even collective ones. Sprenger emphasizes their proximity to student duels in terms of their theatrical character, ignoring the fact that the outcome was indeed fatal. The most important rule was the inviolability of houses, which were sacred, i.e., no one was allowed to be pursued into their own house. In the absolute majority of cases, it was ultimately about land disputes, which were resolved by the losing party ceding a certain area of their property to the victor. The raids were similarly settled, about which Rodinson aptly wrote, "The property was seized, if possible without killing anyone in the process, as the principle of blood feud could quickly unleash a vendetta that was disproportionate to the hoped-for spoils." In this sense, it could be said that it was precisely the pre-Islamic practice of blood revenge that ran counter to the principle of extermination. It should also be remembered that a battle with around 70 dead, as in Uhud, was already considered a bitter defeat or a huge loss. Nolde captured the spirit of the times and its tipping point quite well when he wrote about that battle that, at least among the infidels, the Arab reluctance to give the enemy too much cause for blood revenge or to demand high blood money by killing too many people. Mayer Kister has subjected the massacre and its reception to a fundamental examination. He shows that the breach of a diffuse to corrupt contract was by no means a sufficient motive for a massacre and interprets the massacre as a pure enrichment strategy. A short time later, Michael Lecker worked out that before Islam, the complete annihilation of the enemy was never the aim of a war among the Arabs, nor was it even acceptable. How precarious the justification of this massacre was in the context of the time is also shown by the fact that the Arab Banu Aus, who were allied with the Jewish tribe through patronage systems, were forced by Muhammad to participate in the massacre of their former allies. Only by making everyone guilty could the Prophet satisfy his paranoia and eliminate the danger of blood revenge. The transition from razzia, raid, to futu, conquest, and jihad, as well as from mutual blood revenge to expulsion and extermination, are components of the channeling of tribal barbarism to Ummah barbarism, in the course of which the crimes of the Prophet were not only justified in their theological anchoring, but also became justifications for further crimes. Which Claude Cohen captured quite well, or at least better, in The Transition. The warlike incidents, on the one hand, continued the old habit of tribal battles and raids, but at the same time initiated the jihad, the holy war of the coming age. Cohen is more precise in a later formulation when he writes about the late 8th century, that in the internal tribal struggles an old tendency of the Bedouin Arabs towards anarchy revived, a tendency that had been temporarily neutralized by the enthusiasm for the holy war. Cohen was also right to point out, in an apparent contradiction, Muslims have never ceased to regard the age of ignorance as the golden age of Arab history. However, the contradiction is not quite so great. Throughout Islamic history, there is an attempt to reconcile both moments, which probably found its most important formulation in the work of Ibn Khaldun. The most striking feature here is the complete absence of criticism. In the case of Muhammad, it can only ever be inferred/reconstructed negatively, while the atrocities of the Athenian massacre on Melos, for example, were already subjected to a detailed and fundamental examination by the contemporary Thucydides in his historical work The Peloponnesian War, and here above all in the famous Melian dialogue, in which it is pointed out that the applicable morals were considerably undercut in this war. Caesar was also accused of war crimes, albeit for instrumental reasons, and Charlemagne's Saxon wars were certainly not only well received by the clergy. On the contrary, his own advisor Abbot Alcuin sharply criticized him, and during the Bavarian Synod in 796, the emperor was once again told off in this regard and reminded that missionary work with the sword was contrary to Christian doctrine. In this sense, it should be clear that today's Islamic scholars should not write an open letter to IS caliphs, but to their own prophet. In the letter to IS, however, the scholars write, "Killing prisoners of war is forbidden under Islamic law. Yet you have killed many prisoners, including the 1,700 prisoners of Camp Speicher in Tikrit in June 2014, the 200 prisoners of the Sher gas field in July 2014, the 700 prisoners of the Shaitat tribe in Dir al-Zuru, 600 of them were unarmed civilians. The 250 prisoners in the Abqa military airfield in Al-Raqqa in August 2014, Kurdish and Lebanese soldiers and many unmentioned ones that only God knows. These are heinous war crimes. If you claim that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, killed some prisoners in some battles, then the answer to that is that he only ordered the execution of 2 prisoners after the Battle of Badr, Uqba bi Abi Muay and Narbi al-Ri. These 2 were 2 war leaders and war criminals, and the execution of war criminals is permitted if the ruler orders it. This is what Saladin did after his conquest of Jerusalem and what the Allies did during the Nuremberg trials after the Second World War. Of the more than 10,000 prisoners taken during the reign of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, in a span of 10 years and 29 battles, he did not execute a single regular soldier. Significantly, there is not the slightest mention here of the massacre of the Jews. In addition to this massacre of the Jews, there is a somewhat less drastic but very important example. What is meant here is the falling of the palms during the siege of another Jewish tribe. After the first Jewish tribe of Medina had been driven out, the Prophet quickly turned his attention to the next, the Banu Nadir. The reason for this attack was an alleged plot by these Jews to assassinate Muhammad. When the Jews retreated to their fortresses, the Prophet ordered their palms to be cut down and burned. Shocked by this action, the Jews surrendered. This incident is also described in the Prophet's biography. The Jews had entrenched themselves before him in their fortresses. When the Prophet, blessings and peace of Allah be upon him, ordered them to cut down their palms and set fire to them, they called out to him, "O Muhammad! You have forbidden wanton destruction and rebuked those who carry it out. How is it then that you cut down our palms and burn them?" That they hit a sore spot with this reference is proven by the verse that was soon revealed. If you cut down palm trees or left them standing, it was with God's permission. He also wanted, in this way, to put the wrongdoers to shame. Quran 59:5. This is a further reference to the context of the time. Not only the dwellings but also the palm groves were sacrosanct, and it is not without reason that the Jewish laws of war forbid taking action against plantations. If you have to lie in front of a city for a long time, against which you are fighting to conquer it, you shall not lay an axe to its trees and cut them down, for you can eat from them. Therefore you shall not cut them down. The trees of the field are not men, that thou shouldest besiege them. But the trees that you know cannot be eaten, you may destroy them and cut them down and build a stronghold out of them against the city that makes war with you until it falls. Deuteronomy 20:19f. This also directly expresses the reason against which Muhammad and his gang turned, self-preservation or even pure selfishness, which is often the only motive that can still be appealed to. In order to fathom the outrage, one must consider the importance of date palms for Arabia and especially Medina. In the oasis, a sparsely settled population cultivates the date palm, the tree of all trees, of which not only the fruit but all the components are used completely, since the aunt and mother of the Arabs, as they say, provides the only solid food, supplemented by camel's milk, for the mass of Bedouins oppressed by misery. A date palm can be used for around 80 to 100 years. They take a correspondingly long time to grow, but then produce an annual yield of around 100 kilograms per plant. Even the Arabic Wikipedia article on the date palm shows in detail the almost libidinous attachment to this plant. The date palm is the racing animal of the burning desert, field, garden, pantry, wine cellar, and general living condition of Arabia, Egypt, and most Asian and African desert peoples, wrote Ferdinand Stahli in 1857 in the Gartenlaube, issue 40, pages 551 to 553, and in the Quran itself, the outstanding importance of the date palm is documented in countless verses. Medina, called Yathrib in pre-Islamic times, bore the honorary name Anal, i.e. palm-rich. Just how valuable wood was in the desert, for example, can be seen in one of the actions of the Jews when they were expelled. They demolished their houses, according to the Quran. This means that they removed the beams and door frames and took them with them into exile, as they were among their most valuable possessions. The date palm was to a certain extent the plant equivalent of the camel. In the primarily Jewish oasis of Chaibar and the pagan Arab city of Taif, this sacrilege is repeated with palm trees and/or vines. Rodinson calls the cutting down and torching of palm trees the act of total war, while he justified the later massacre in spite of his above vacillation. It was obvious that it was necessary to get rid of this dangerous group. As long as and whenever the chant Chaibar, Yahad, Skaish Muhammad Sayadu Chaibar, O you Jews! Muhammad's army will be back soon. At demonstrations against Israel are a reminder of that very act of subjugation. Politically at least, the massacre was a very clever measure or indisputably the best. The palm tree reference also receives a similar assessment from Parrott. Both hit on a very important point, even if they are hardly aware of it. What is meant is the relationship between self-preservation and annihilation. While the Christian martyr renounces the preservation of his self by renouncing the destruction of his opponent or even just the defense against his persecutor, the relationship for Islam is already shown to be twofold in the two examples. The expulsion and murder of the Jews can still be understood as a prey endeavor. The massacre at least does not contradict the principle of self-preservation, while the destruction of the palm groves corresponds to the logic of the suicide bomber. Although this logic was of course also known in a purer form in the semi-canonical biography and in hadiths, by him in whose hand is Muhammad's soul, anyone who fights the enemy today steadfastly and hoping for God's reward, strives only forward and does not retreat and then finds death, God will let him enter paradise. Umar ibn Humam, who was holding some dates in his hand and eating them, heard these words and exclaimed, "Glorious! Glorious! Is death the only thing separating me from paradise from their hands?" And immediately he threw away the dates, took up his sword and fought until he fell. The destruction of those palms by the now Medinan Muslims was not only a direct attack on the livelihood of their imagined enemy neighbors, but also affected their future own livelihood within the framework of bag logic. The schematic separation made here is of course not so easy to implement, as both sides are blithely interdependent. The massacre of the Jews already exhibits the same logic of extermination in the renunciation of the ransom that could be obtained for the Jews in question. The war of extermination could become a very lucrative source of income as a threat backed up by examples, as the history of early Islam then immediately did. From Chaybar alone, Muhammad personally had annual revenues of 20,000 to 30,000 wask of dates and wheat. A wask or wask is a unit of volume or simply a camel load, and one such wask feeds a man for 3 months. A prophetic wask of wheat is 194.3 kilograms, whereas the post-prophetic wask is 485 kilograms. If we take the smaller measure, the Prophet's annual income from the raid on Chaybar alone amounts to between 3,900 tons and 5,850 tons of wheat and dates. It was income of this kind and amount that made the Arabs realize the practical value of this new religion. One can also cite numerous facts against apologists who try to deny the loot mania. Just take Abdulaziz Duri as a popular uncritically quoted example, who writes about Islam. He called for war for the sake of faith and rejected all mere plunder. Since he of course knows that all holy texts consist to a large extent of regulations on the division of spoils, he tries to deflect this. So he knows that the material side of the Islamic conquests also had an attraction and that some of the Muslims were motivated by it. But the leaders and the majority of those fighting saw the conquests as a basis for building the new Volksgemeinschaft and as a necessary duty to the general public. It was precisely the leaders and the masses who were motivated by loot. Ephraim Karsh has shown the enormous importance of booty for the majority of the army and especially for the leaders, particularly during the time of the first caliphs. When the third caliph Uthman was assassinated in 656, just 24 years after Muhammad's death, he had amassed a fortune of 150,000 dinars and 1,000,000 dirhams in cash, equivalent to 660 kilograms of gold and 4.3 tons of silver in today's terms, and his lands were worth 200,000 dinars, plus a huge herd of camels and horses. But Karsh continues, this fortune, however, pales in comparison to the fabulous wealth amassed by some of Muhammad's closest companions. Zubair ibn Awam had a capital of around 50 million dirhams, 215 tons of silver, and 400,000 dinars, 1,760 kilograms of gold, and owned countless properties in Medina, Iraq, and Egypt. Talha ibn Ubaidallah, one of the first converts to Islam to whom Muhammad had promised a place in paradise, owned a similar amount of land in Iraq and Transjordan. He allegedly left behind 200,000 dinars and 2.2 million dirhams in cash, and the value of his real estate was estimated at 30 million dirhams. His investments in Iraq alone earned him 1,000 dinars a day, that's 4.4 kilos of gold a day. Another companion of Muhammad named Amr ibn al-As, who conquered Egypt and administered it as governor, had 4,000 villas with 4,000 baths, 40,000 Jews paying poll tax, and 400 places to entertain the royal family. To make a small comparison, in 425 BC, the Attic League collected 38 tons of silver, the highest taxes it had ever collected. The average was closer to 15.6 tons. Athens itself collected up to 52 tons of silver through taxes. Marcus Licinius Crassus, by far the richest Roman in the late Republic, i.e. around 50 BC, had a fortune of 235 tons of silver at the end of his career. The ransom demanded for Richard II, the Lionheart, roughly 500 years after Muhammad's death was 23.3 tons of silver, equivalent to twice the annual income of the English crown. The state budget of the entire Byzantine Empire under Constantine V had 775, 15.8 tons of gold, under Theophilos and Theodora, 859, roughly twice as much. However, in criticizing the allegedly overly idealistic Arabs' focus on booty, one should not forget what the flip side would have been, and of course partly was, which Dury pointed out in his apologetic above. They were simply fanatics for whom the material incentive was not the top priority. They were the ones who intended to implement the logic of destruction of their prophet, which was limited to a certain extent by the desire for booty of his person and, above all, his environment. It should be remembered that Muhammad could only be prevented from massacring the first 2 Jewish tribes by the energetic intervention of his former Arab allies. It was this intervention, among others, that earned the Abd Allah ibn Ubay in question a place in Islamic tradition as the leader of the Munafiqun, hypocrites. He risked his life and was abused by Muhammad's bodyguards. It was also only the interventions of his companions, the later caliphs Abu Bakr and Umar, who pointed out that it was future booty, that persuaded Muhammad to restrict the felling of palm trees in Chaibar after all. Thus it can be said that the mania for booty both conditioned the conquests and limited the destruction. It is precisely this that points to the Janus-faced nature of Islam, a religion that oscillates between 2 disgusting things, whereby the Prophet in particular united both sides in himself and in quite a few cases clearly swung in the direction of the logic of annihilation, which was only curbed by his companions with an affinity for booty. Only in Dimmited are these sides of Islam, which rarely appear in pure form, halfway reconciled or mediated. The overly energetic and critical reference to the material motivation of Muslims is reminiscent of those characters who find it problematic above all that fascists are corrupt and seem less bothered by the fact that they are fascists. It is the typical German fascist resentment against the golden pheasants and party bigwigs in the NSDAP, which itself is naturally eyeing the claims to winter aid. The Muslim willingness to completely renounce their own self-preservation if it benefited the annihilation and expulsion of their opponents was the barbaric novelty that was largely responsible for the success of Islam. In the early post-Mohammedan period, even the caliphs tried to recapture the practice of war of extermination by issuing decrees forbidding the destruction of plantations, if only for the sake of profit. They simply saw their prey under threat. However, Marco Scholer has demonstrated in great detail and pedantically that this practice of protecting the prey of the caliphs did not translate into law in any school of law, and that there was general agreement that palms or trees of infidels could be destroyed, cut down or burned, in the event of war. It is hardly surprising that IS clearly referred to verse 56:5, Jihad and its rulings number 15. It is allowed on necessity, need, or interest to burn the fortresses of the enemies by fire, destroy their homes, bring them down upon them, and cut their trees, and ruin their agriculture, when in that there is breaking their power, weakening their determination, and dispersing their gathering. The open letter to al-Baghdadi is written against this fatwa and the war of annihilation waged by IS. Similarly, when Abu Bakr al-Aq, may Allah be pleased with him, sent an army to the Levant, he said to them, "Do not destroy buildings, cut down trees or destroy stores without good reason. Do not slash or burn palm trees and do not be treacherous or mutilate anyone." Scholer had already demonstrated in the 1990s that although this very decree by Abu Bakr was certainly discussed in Islamic international law, it was never able to override the decrees of the Quran. Only in one perfidious sense are the scholars right with their reference. The only reflection of the caliph's decree is that some Islamic legal scholars assumed a ban on palm felling exclusively for Syria because, as the authors of the open letter themselves write, Abu Bakr's decree only applied to Syria. It is more or less an argument against IS in Syria, but it is not the slightest bit valid for the rest of the world. If we simply take the reference to the time context seriously, it condemns the Prophet, at least, twice over. On the one hand, Muhammad was also and especially a criminal in this context, and the evidence can be found in the Quran, the defense document of that criminal. Secondly, there is a difference that left-wing critics of Christians and friends of Islam, i.e. general critics of religion, tend to forget. This consists in the fact that Christian rulers, such as Charlemagne, carried out barbaric acts and legitimized them with religious reference, but the criticism generally came from the clergy, whereas in Islam it was the clergy who stood and stand for the barbaric moments. This separation cannot be made absolute in either case, but it does reflect tendencies that reflect the essential content of both religions. Anyone who criticizes Islam in a fundamental way and justifies this publicly can sooner or later read the following sentence under their own article. This could also be in the Stürmer. Just as Michel Houellebecq described Islam as the stupidest religion. 15 years ago, he was not only accused of Islamophobia and anti-Muslim racism, but also of incitement to racial hatred and religious violence, which was fortunately dismissed. The plaintiffs included numerous Islamic associations as well as the French League for Human Rights, an organization founded during the Dreyfus Affair. Such comment column activists receive support from Daniel Bax, for whom the subject of his test section, Germany, cannot be Islamic enough, and Wolfgang Benz, who managed to give the Berlin Center for Research on Antisemitism, which was entrusted to him, the coup de grace. You really don't have to go to the archives and do lengthy research to denounce this phenomenon of left-wing German criticism of Islam as untrue. Even the lead article of one of the numerous online editions of the Stürmer, 1934-38, justifies global antisemitism and its murderous discharges under the title Self-Help for Tormented Peoples. The focus here is primarily on the actions of the Mohammedans, namely the pogroms against the Jews in Palestine, Algeria, Tunisia, and Egypt, which the Stürmer saw as laudable. But the Stürmer also eagerly emphasized that this had nothing to do with Islam. As with all pogroms, the Welt Jude is eager to portray the uprising in Algiers and Tunis as the work of religious Mohammedan fanatics. The Arab pogroms were certainly a role model. Today the Mohammedans in Algiers are rising up. Tomorrow it could be the whole world. Islam appears only marginally in the Stürmer, which is only logical, as the first principle of the Stürmer was, the Stürmer does not fight against the Jewish religion, but against the Jewish race. 1934/1, or The Jewish Question is a Racial Question, 1942-11, and the same motto was also used to define Friends. The Stürmer was by no means free of Talmud exegesis. In contrast, however, there was always a simultaneous focus on the public denunciation of individuals who were labeled as wine, perfume, Talmud, or abortion Jews. Central to this were portrait photos that were captioned with, "This is what he looks like." These photos were much more dangerous than the caricatures, because the former proved that the Jews were hardly recognizable as such, as every second signature emphasized. Everyone secretly knew that the caricatures were nonsense. Only when they were personalized did they unfold their disgusting potential, as in the case of the countless ritual murder legends. The Stürmer referred theologically almost exclusively to the Talmud, the criminal textbook, 1937-10, and in particular to the Gemara. The focus on the purely human components of the Talmud is programmatic, as it was on these that the falsification of quotations could best be carried out in perpetuity. Above all, however, the Talmud quotations were always quoted without their refutation, which is why the argumentation of the striker on the basis of the Talmud could be so easily refuted in factual form. Because here, too, there is no completely free bingo, as left-wing critics of religion repeatedly insinuate. A popular example among antisemites is the sentence "non-Jews are not human." Those who cite only this omit the page-long refutations of the sentence. Jewish doctrine, on the other hand, as Johann Sfar puts it in his Rabbi's Mouth, is thesis, antithesis, 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 antithesis. And it was precisely this dialectical competence, alongside the chosenness of the Jewish people, that got Muhammad worked up. However, the truth content of a religion can be judged far beyond its correct but abstract definition as the opium of the people. The situation is similar with criticism of religion. Just as anti-Semites have been quoting or falsifying from the Talmud for a long time, apologists of Islam today are doing the same with the Quran and the Hadith, as well as both with the Bible. The spirit of Stryker has reached the Orient, 1940-34, was the headline of the Stürmer in 1940, and the reverse was also true, because Stryker's gaze had finally reached the Orient. Now there were also photos from Palestine with captions such as, "This Arab was murdered by a Jewish shotgun woman in Jerusalem," or "A Jewish professor as a soldier in Palestine is supposed to defend a camp against the evil Arabs." 1940/1, in return, Stürmer stated that Arabs were also Semites and that hatred of Jews should therefore not be called antisemitism, 1941-13. The following issue stated that the Jews had been paid for the stab in the back they had given Germany in the First World War with the Balfour Declaration, only to denounce Zionism in the next article because it meant a bloody time of suffering for the Arab population in Palestine, who were not willing to give way to the Jewish immigration streams without a fight. The victory of German and Italian arms will also bring freedom to the oppressed Arabs. 1941-14, after all, a Jew was to blame for France annexing Algeria, 1942-17. The Stürmer had high hopes for the Iraqi pro-German putsch, 1941-22, which quickly erupted into pogroms against Jews and led to the murder and expulsion of Jewish communities. Finally, Stryker excluded the Jews from the Semitic alliance in favor of the Arabs, as this was not acceptable to the Arabs, 1941-25, only to lament the unprecedented tragedy of the Egyptian people due to the Suez Canal in the same issue, but rejoiced at the murders of Jews in Palestine. In contrast, in 1939 the Jewish terror against the Arabs in Palestine was still lamented. In an open and honest fight, the Arabs would have beaten and finished off the Jews in the shortest possible time. Then Judaism in Palestine would be wiped out in no time. The Stürmer was above all ethnically and racially pro-Arab. Stryker discovered as new friends the pure Semites, namely Arabs, who fought against Zionism and Judaism, especially in Iraq, which is why the Sturmer also spoke out in favor of the Pan-Arabic Empire, 1942-57, on the occasion of a bomb attack on a synagogue in Cairo, 1939-30, it said, "The people of the Arabs, who created such a great culture in the Middle Ages, have also already recognized that coexistence with the Jews is impossible. The Arabs, the best representatives of the pure Semitic race, have awakened." In its anti-imperialism, Der Stürmer was above all obsessed with the Arabs and especially the Bedouins, and to a certain extent displayed a sympathetic indifference towards Islam. However, Stürmer also emphasized the connection between Christianity and Islam as international religions against national or folkish Judaism, 1940-42. However, Christianity, like human rights later on, had stood in the way of anti-Semitism for a long time, 1942-12, whereas in Islam or the Arab Empire, and they did not have to invent this, there had already been an obligation to identify Jews in the 8th century, 1942-19. Stryker warned that Judaism was deceiving and exploiting Islam, 1937-10. Now, Stryker and his paper were by no means popular in Nazi circles. If one considers the numerous battles for direction, one would have to say, according to the enemies of abstraction, that there is no such thing as National Socialism or Islam, which would of course be outrageous nonsense. What Julius Stryker was basically right about, however, without it being credited to him in the slightest as a defense, were his statements at the Nuremberg trial, in which he explained the parallels between his writings and those of Martin Luther, who would also be on trial if he were still alive. This would have to be supplemented by the eternal role model of Muslims called Muhammad, who would have to be very careful of US drones today. But Stryker, who quoted extensively from Luther's writings in the Stürmer, already concealed his criticism of Islam there. But even in this, Stryker did justice to the spirit of Luther, who regarded the Turks as the third danger after the Hungarians and Mongols, but felt a certain sympathy for them in contrast to the Jews. The Turks atone more credibly, the Turks are much more convincing in their ascetic achievements, they are much more impressive with regard to the religious system, asceticism. So they are basically the better Catholics. In the sense of a religion characterized by works, by religious achievements. The discipline and order of Islam in public affairs served for long stretches as a foil for his reformation. He was only disturbed by the domestic immoralities, such as polygamy, and above all the lack of Christocentricity. However, Christianity was to be healed by the nature of Islam. Adolf Hitler would later take this up in a slightly different form. The actual preoccupation with Islam did not take place in the Stürmer, but in all other publications, such as the Völkischer Beobachter, Das Reich, and the magazine Signal or the SS newspaper Das Schwarze Korps. Countless Islamophile articles and pamphlets appeared everywhere, which were by no means only written by the Mufti, who is often cited as a single black sheep. Some of the German Islamophiles, such as Johann von Leers, later converted to Islam and continued their activities in Arab countries after the war without much interruption. However, the majority of the writers there were able to continue their careers in Germany after 45 foot, whether as journalists, diplomats, or academics. Von Leers wrote Judaism and Islam as opposites, in which he mocks the deadly hatred of the Jews even after 1400 years against the man who brought the youngest and in many respects most successful world religion into being, in order to then justify the destruction and expulsion of the Arab Jews in complete conformity with Islam, as this had prevented the Jewish conquest of the Orient. In other words, the Islamization of Arabia had prevented its Judaization. Such arguments can be found in the Islamic tradition since time immemorial. The problem is primarily that he hardly had to falsify anything in order to do justice to both the Islamic and the National Socialist tradition. Muhammad largely replaced Jesus for the Nazis because he was more successful. This selling point characterizes Islam, which has always been political, very well. A single article appeared in the Völkischer Beobachter that took a critical view of Islam, 1944, in other words, it compared it to Bolshevism, which was otherwise accused of oppressing and raping Islam. Countless high-ranking party officials immediately reacted to this, calling for tougher censorship because Helmut Sundermann's article had insulted Muslims. Goebbels had actually already ordered Islam-friendly reporting in 1938. As a rule, the German Reich acted as the liberator or patron of Islam, a role that no one other than Germany, in essence, the Imperial Germany, ever intended to take on. All of this can be seen as interchangeable signifiers, but this puts it on the same level as the Stürmer, whose subtitle advertised it as a German weekly to fight for the truth. But you fight for the truth with Foucault, Gramsci, or Stryker. Anyone who cares about the truth, on the other hand, would fight for it, and if this is a fight at all, it will certainly not be a German one. To this day, the Nazis' reference to Islam is often seen as completely deliberate instrumentalization and propaganda, which is usually backed up with one or two quotes from Goebbels. This German propaganda via countless brochures, leaflets, and above all radio broadcasts should not be underestimated, especially not in the formation of the Muslim Brotherhood. The Allies, on the other hand, refrained for long stretches from addressing Muslims as Muslims or even Islam, as they, rightly, feared that they would not win this propagandistic confrontation. Only the USA tried and was the only one to announce a jihad of freedom for a short while, which would have looked bad on the European colonial powers, who rather addressed their subjects as subjects, which historically was only just successful. The Allies benefited from the fact that Italian colonial aspirations stood in the way of Germany's anti-imperialist and pro-Islamic approaches. These were very successful among the clergy, but missed the more national political upper classes, while it was already recognized that there was potential in the deeply religious lower classes. Another problem for the Nazis was that they were too eager to use Hitler as an Islamic messiah, and to achieve this they embarked on contortions that no longer worked. However, too little attention is paid to the fact that National Socialism also received something from Islam. This is also the central weakness of David Modell's work, which is otherwise very readable, especially due to its wealth of material. The publisher writes about the work. David Modell is the first to comprehensively present the Islam policy of the Nazi regime. Internationally acclaimed, the historian illustrates that and how the Third Reich presented itself as the patron of Muslims. The Nazi elite instrumentalized their faith for geopolitical and military purposes. Certain private remarks made by Hitler are particularly revealing in this context. For example, he regretted the repulsion of the Islamic conquest at Tours and Poitiers because the Arabs had thereby imposed a religion on the Germanic peoples which, through its doctrine of spreading the faith by the sword and subjugating all peoples to this faith, was tailor-made for the Germanic peoples. With the help of a certain climate theory, he then imagined a situation in which not the Arabs, but the Mohammedanized Germanic tribes would ultimately have stood at the head of this Islamic world empire. The Islamization of the West was definitely an image from Hitler's wet dream, who felt hindered by Christianity. Mein Kampf had been published in Arabic in large excerpts since 1936 and circulated in the Orient. It was a book about which Churchill quite rightly said that it was a new Quran of faith and war, pompous, long-winded, shapeless, but pregnant with its message. His contemporary, the Germanic psychologist C.G. Jung, also recognized this. We do not know whether Hitler intends to found a new Islam. He is already on the way to doing so. He is like Muhammad. The sentiment in Germany is Islamic, belligerent and Islamic. This could be the historical future. But the two differed fundamentally in their assessment. Even the young Churchill noted about Islam, there is no more retrograde force in the world. Among other things, he identified the repugnant disposition of women as the basis of continuing slavery, and was well able to separate the faith from individual Muslims, but the influence of religion paralyzes the social development of those who follow it, and indeed until the Islamic faith has ceased to have any great power over men. Contemporaries from various camps recognized the connection between Islam and Nazism very well and very early on. The Nazis sometimes had doubts about the racial constitution of the Orientals, as in Mein Kampf, but never about Islam. Himmler also loved Islam and wanted to visit Islamic countries after the war to study the religion on site. This is not surprising, as he was able to discover his marriage of peace in the polygamy of Islam as something that actually existed and was practiced. Many high-ranking officials came to the conclusion that with Islam, there was no need for the Nazis, and no need for Italy, which had been given too much consideration in the Islamic question, as Hitler remarked in his last days. German Islamophilia was enforced against almost all European allies, above all Romanians, Croats and Italians, who were repeatedly reprimanded for their Islamophobia, and this repeatedly shows how ideology prevailed over rationality of purpose. Criticism of Islam cannot simply forget that the Nazis soon had a serious interest in Islam, which was no longer completely absorbed by an instrumental approach and which was somewhat countered by Islam. Hitler expressed this Janus-facedness very aptly in one of his last Führerbunker monologues. Just think of what we could have done to help them, even to incite them, as it would have been in our duty as well as in our interest. The self-imposed moral duty to defend Islam is ultimately a very German affair. Berlin has a new figurehead. This refers to the attempt by Seyran Atesh and Abdulhakim Argi to offer Islam in a Berlin Reform version and to have opened the Ibn Rushd Goethe Mosque for this purpose. The mosque's preamble states that it strives for a contemporary and gender-appropriate interpretation of the Quran and the Hadith. Something similar can be read in the founding declaration of the Muslim Forum Germany. We are committed to establishing an understanding of Islam that is in line with our basic values and the reality of German life. This understanding of Islam should be theologically sound and therefore do justice to the self-image of a confessional view of Islam and safeguard the rights and freedoms of the individual. For the time being, this articulates the wish that it is possible to justify all this theologically. It should be so, and efforts are being made to achieve this, i.e., it is not yet theologically sound. While Atesh repeatedly emphasizes in the media that the countless attacks definitely have something to do with Islam, the new mosque's confrontation with the repulsiveness of Islam suddenly looks somewhat different. In view of the terror attacks in Barcelona, one could read on their website, "Islam is the language of God and love, terror is the language of the devil and hatred." Hakim Argi, "Here I stand, I can't help it," describes his idea of Islamic reform sometimes as an enlightenment program or a differentiated and objective criticism of Islam, and then again as a counter-sermon. Depending on the discursive needs, the reform of Islam is reformation, enlightenment, secularization, renaissance of Islam, mind you, preaching, criticism, modernization, adaptation and flexibilization, without, of course, even noticing or possibly even reflecting on the slightest difference between all these sometimes fundamentally different phenomena. Nevertheless, Argi is serious and therefore does not shy away from criticizing the Quran as a religious text and the Prophet Muhammad, 750 to 632, as a historical figure. The criticism of the Prophet is not found anywhere in his book Reform of Islam, 40 Theses, from which the quotes above and below are taken, apart from the reproduction of the 3 passages of the Quran in which Allah reprimanded his Prophet even for trivialities. Abdul Hakim Argi, Reform of Islam, 40 Theses, Claudius Verlag 2017 p. 11 ff. It should not be too meticulous to point out that he, the Islamic scholar and religious educator, has made massive formal errors in his work. Some of the references are simply wrong. For example, in some cases he confuses the verses, Quran 63:11, instead of 63:1, page 108 of his book, or the surah with the verse, Quran 21:33 instead of 33:21, see page 120. This is only the first indication that the individual reasoning promoted by Argi, for which he invokes Kant, would have been quite rightly dismissed by the latter as mere reasoning. It remains with completely abstract references to the fact that the Prophet was also a ruler, or that the actions of the Prophet and his community, meaning the massacre of 600 Jews in Medina, can be understood from the historical situation at the time. While Argi initially insists that there is no one Islam and that only plural forms can be used, the penultimate of the 40 Theses suddenly states, "There was and is only one Islam." The basis for this unified Islam is the humanistic ethical Quran, which creates space to think freely and shape one's life in a self-determined way. Of course, this kind of self-reflection has an effect on the evaluation of the Prophet, which is why it doesn't seem to be a problem when Argi's colleague Seyran Atesh writes in her book on founding a mosque, Salam, Mrs. Imaman, that she believes in the loving, merciful Allah, and in Muhammad as a positive role model for all Muslims. So it is hardly surprising that she finds the criticism of the Prophet, which compares him to Jesus as a warmonger, unjust and says, "It is really not easy to convince critics that Muhammad was a good person in times of Islamist terror that invokes our religion and our Prophet. As a community, we have set ourselves the task of correcting this negative image." Reform Islam functions here primarily as an image polisher, because, Atesh continues, "In my opinion, the Islamist attacks are primarily damaging to Islam itself anyway. Heavy artillery is already being used in the name of the new mosque. Who could be more suitable for this than the German national poet Goethe, an admirer of Islamic mysticism, philosophy, and theology? He himself saw in Muhammad a soul full of heartfelt love and innocence." Naming a mosque after Goethe follows a long tradition of pro-Islamic propaganda. Up until the publication of this Bahamas edition, no Who Was Goethe text had been published by those responsible for the mosque, but in the preamble it is implied that he was a poet and thinker who discovered in Islam the love of nature and God in nature. That is not so wrong to begin with. Herder, the grandfather of the cultural turn, is particularly responsible for the fact that the young Goethe mistakenly thought he recognized a pantheism in Islam. Goethe had also massively altered or falsified Voltaire's play Fanaticism or Muhammad the Prophet in his translation, a commissioned work that he was ordered to do by the Duke, in favor of Islam, although Voltaire's play was more of a critique of the Pope anyway. Voltaire himself was quite positive about Muhammad, and Goethe decidedly defended Muhammad, not the Pope, through his revisions. According to the sketches in his autobiography, Goethe's own Muhammad tragedy, which he had planned since his youth, would have been a rather trivialized version, which would have portrayed the general and conqueror Muhammad as such, but in the end would have deliberately excused him and even paid homage to him. Johann Wolfgang Goethe, From My Life. Poetry and Truth. In Complete Works According to Epochs of His Work. Munich edition. Edited by Karl Richter in collaboration with Herbert G. Gopfert, Norbert Miller, and Gerhard Sauter. Volume 16, edited by Peter Sprengel. Munich, Vienna 1985, page 672 in Voltaire's play. Muhammad realizes at the end that he is a theological fraud and therefore demands the violent dissemination of the doctrine. Je dois reger en du l'univers prévenir. Mon empire est détruit et il home est reconnu. However, he did not realize this piece. Little is known about the reasons for this. In general, his sketches show that the earthly aspect and the Prophet's hostility towards poetry of Islam outweighed the poetic. In this same biography and his correspondence, however, we can also see that Goethe's private references to Islam are generally accompanied by references to war or courage to die in the face of illness or violence. What is particularly problematic, however, is that the irony of the West Eastern divan is often simply overlooked. Only then can Goethe's statement in the announcement he wrote for this work, according to which he as the author does not reject the suspicion that he himself is a Mussulman, be taken at face value. Heine picked up on this just as ironically in his travelogues. The lady was kind enough to draw me into this aesthetic conversation and asked, "Doctor, what do you think of Goethe?" But I put my arms crosswise on my chest, bowed my head in faith and said, La ilaha illallah wa Muhammad Rasul Allah. Goethe in particular played with such confessions of faith and repeatedly described himself as a polytheist. In general, Goethe had a highly ambivalent attitude towards Islam, which especially those who constantly confuse or short-circuit the narrator or the lyrical ego with the author, although they should have learned otherwise at school, are unable to recognize. Particularly fruitful for a look at Goethe's analysis of Islam are his notes and essays on a better understanding of the West Eastern divan, which primarily represent an analysis of Persian poetry and its context. In particular, it is about Hafiz, as the title already indicates, because the divan is Hafiz's main work. Goethe's active involvement with Islam should by no means be denied. As a rule, this always took place through Persian poetics. In the section Muhammad, he devotes himself to the person of Muhammad primarily from a poetic point of view, as these were predominant for Goethe. And in this one sense, Muhammad is certainly more interesting than Jesus. Goethe ultimately did not sufficiently register the tensions between the poets and their environment, and therefore took numerous descriptions too much at face value. Despite these limitations, however, he was a much better reader and sharper thinker than today's lumpen intellectuals. His analysis of the Quran and its redundancy is quite apt, and so the Quran repeats itself surah after surah. More detailed definitions of what is commanded and forbidden, fabulous stories of Jewish and Christian religion, amplifications of all kinds, boundless tautologies, and repetitions form the body of this holy book, which, no matter how often we approach it, always disgusts us anew, but then attracts us, astonishes us, and in the end compels us to worship it. It should be emphasized that the positive aspects of this ambivalence are primarily due to the effectiveness of the Quran. This book will remain highly effective for eternity, as it was written in a practical way and in accordance with the needs of a nation. It should be noted that there is at least a warning in this, as Goethe insisted that the original value of any religion can only be judged from its consequences after centuries have passed. And it is precisely this that must be countered by those liberal Muslims and left-wing friends of Islam who believe that true Islam, as the language of love, was only falsified in the modern age or in response to it. In contrast to the majority today, Goethe very well recognized the different contents in the religions and their writings. By no means, however, did Goethe value Islam as a whole more highly than Christianity, as Jürgen Link believed in the FAZ against Thilo Sarrazin, January 13, 2011. Instead, Goethe stated, "The Jewish religion will always spread a certain rigid stubbornness, but also free intelligence and lively activity. The Mohammedan religion does not let its confessor out of a dull narrowness by not demanding heavy duties, giving him everything desirable within it and at the same time, through the prospect of the future, instilling and maintaining bravery and religious patriotism. Christianity, on the other hand, deserves the highest praise, whose pure, noble origin is constantly demonstrated by the fact that, after the greatest aberrations into which dark man has drawn it, before one knows it, it always reasserts itself in its first lovely peculiarity, as a mission, as a companionship and brotherhood, to refresh the moral needs of man." Goethe also recognized the failures of Christianity as failures, but at the same time went so far as to praise the Crusaders as a bulwark against the earlier threat of the Islamization of Europe. However, we remain indebted to all the excited pilgrims and crusaders, since we actually owe their religious enthusiasm, their vigorous, tireless resistance to Eastern intrusion, the protection and preservation of educated European conditions. The Goethe reference of today's Islam apologists places him as a quasi-saint of the Enlightenment, in the hope that a substantive debate or even criticism, which is certainly necessary in some places of the great genius references to Islam, will not take place. The Islamish citing has its own section called Gurda. The life's work of Katerina Mommsen would also benefit from a concentrated examination. If you want to see how Goethe's alleged Islamophilia is used to equate Jews and Muslims, to defend Emery Schimmel and similar outlandishness, read Peter Anton von Arnim's afterword to Mommsen's work Goethe and Islam. But a German Islam can be nothing other than an Islam in Goethe's understanding, that is, an Islam in which the values of tolerance, as Goethe once recognized them in the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad, are once again paramount. Moreover, one should not forget that Goethe came from a strictly Protestant home. Goethe had repeatedly noticed the spiritual connection between Protestantism and Islam, but reflected little on it. The transfiguring and untrue reference to Goethe, the ignorance, and even denial of the irrevocable difference between the poet and the prophet, as Nekla Kalek aptly put it, reveals on the one hand the authoritarian grip of the Reform Muslims on great names, and on the other hand it also exposes those responsible in their own way as the guardians of Islam against whom Kalek directed her quoted words. With reference to Ibn Rushd, the representatives of the mosque named after him proclaim, the Quran should challenge us. It should be interpreted. Ibn Rushd, who was a physician and philosopher but not a theologian, was rarely as arbitrary in his theological references as today's liberal Muslims. His interpretations mostly referred to quite abstract questions, the creation of the world, resurrection, etc., which do not seem to have any particular significance for liberals. It is absurd to even speak of Islamic philosophy. Ibn Rushd was an early or pre-Enlightenment thinker. He was branded an infidel and it can be assumed that he would be an ex-Muslim today. If you read his writings, it quickly becomes clear that for him Islam was an external bracket with which he had to come to terms. This could perhaps be compared to Kant's Christianity, which nobody would call a Christian philosopher. The first question to ask is who read Ibn Rushd in the first place. As a rule, his name is simply used as alleged proof of early Islamic enlightenment. This argument is surprisingly unaffected by his writings and their reception history. Al-Ghazali and Ibn Taymiyyah, the grandfather of Salafism, won the battle against philosophy in the name of religion, especially against Ibn Rushd, and this is no mere coincidence, because Islam came onto the scene of world history as a bad radicalization or as a radicalization of the bad parts of Christianity and Judaism. The Enlightenment emerged from a Jewish and Christian context, one could also specifically say from Judaism and Christianity, and thus also broke free. Ironically, Islam has achieved something similar, but in the opposite way. Muhammad is at most the afterbirth, but by no means the seal of the prophets that he liked to describe himself as. Islam is, so to speak, counter-enlightenment before the Enlightenment, figuratively speaking, a darkening of the Judeo-Christian line of tradition through a blatant regression behind it, which betrayed precisely those moments that later led to the Enlightenment. Ibn Rushd ultimately had much more influence on Jews, and later on Christians, than on Muslims. There was, as good as, no Islamic Averroism. It should be noted that he also fell into the kind of surah or verse bingo that is often claimed as a universal principle today. However, this is more evidence that the radical materialist Ibn Rushd attempted to use the Quran to argue for reason in an instrumental way. The fact that he failed should be a warning, but the liberals are repeating his mistakes, due to the circumstances, instead of even beginning to learn from them. Because those responsible for the mosque see themselves in the tradition of historical pioneers of a liberal, enlightened Islam, they refer to the Persian Sufi mystic and poet Rumi as well as Ibn Rushd in the mosque's preamble. Rumi in particular never distanced himself from the Quran or even Muhammad, but on the contrary presented himself as a faithful servant. I am a servant of the Quran as long as I am alive. I am the dust on the path of Muhammad, the chosen one. If anyone quotes anything but this from my teachings, I distance myself from him and am outraged/disgusted by these words. The logic or enlightenment of the mystic Rumi, who, unlike Ibn Rushd, always placed religion above reason in cases of doubt, which he did not appreciate anyway, is as follows: the saint exists in God, and therefore his deeds are God's deeds. We would not call God a wrongdoer. The prophet raided, murdered, and shed blood, but the unbelievers were the wrongdoers and the prophet was wronged. Discourse 12, or, the prophet said, I laugh when I kill, rather, when I slaughter people. That is, he kills in a way so that the disbelievers do not kill each other in 100 ways. So of course he laughs when he kills. Discourse 30, Rumi justified and embellished countless other verses and abominations of the prophet and his followers in a similar way. He was also instrumental in establishing the great jihad against lust and desires. Jihad does not actually mean holy war, but that man should strive to achieve the best possible results, to develop his inner strength. In the Quran, it always means armed struggle. It took a long time before there were hesitant efforts to broaden the term, which meant, above all, that Islamization now referred even more to the interior. Atesh, on the other hand, now calls relatively explicitly for a reformist counter-jihad, whereby it can of course refer to a certain tradition. Just think of the self-proclaimed gender jihadists. Sufism was and is by no means a tolerant or enlightened branch of Islam per se. For long stretches, the Sufis were much more rigid and, in an ultra-orthodox manner, rejected not only what was forbidden, but also what was frowned upon and dubious. They were not only involved, but were also repeatedly responsible for the countless puritanical movements that run through the entire history of Islam and are by no means a simple product of modernity. Early on, Sufis were involved in the moral indoctrination of the fighters on the front lines of the House of War, as well as in the serious proselytizing of the subjugated population, whose submission the Sufis only paid lip service to. Rumi himself initially belonged to the Kubrawiya order, which was largely responsible for the real subsumption of India, Pakistan, and Indonesia under Islam. The Bektashi dervishes also tended to live close to the Janissaries in order to arouse and maintain their religious fanaticism, which was one of the reasons why Ataturk also had the dervish orders banned. This continued well into the modern era. It seems as if the operators of the Ibn Rushd Gurda Mosque GmbH have never read Rumi beyond a collection of best quotations, which would certainly not do any harm. You can read a lot about love, about religious drunkenness, even about wine, a metaphor that only ever means the love of God and never the real drink. In the end, however, it is better to agree with what the second namesake of the House of God, Gurda, said about Rumi. His works look somewhat colorful. He treats stories, fairy tales, parables, legends, anecdotes, examples, problems in order to make a mysterious teaching comprehensible, of which he himself does not know how to give a clear account. In Rumi, numerous influences of Sufism come to the fore in the most extreme form, be it Hellenism, Neoplatonism, Gnosticism, Christianity, ancient Iranian light cults and even Buddhism, but without really making sense outside of mysticism. One could possibly read the focus on love as a Christian element, especially as Jesus or Isa is considered a prophet of love in many Sufi movements, and Rumi also wrote around 80 poems about Jesus. Rumi was primarily an ascetic who wanted to transform all desires into practices of faith, fasting, meditation, etc. He strove for a spiritual deworldization of this world. Do not lament that you are shackled. Do not complain that you have to bear the yoke of the earth. Do not complain that the wide world is a prison, only your complaints make it a prison. At the same time, however, he also took away the promise of the afterlife, because it is about spiritual experience. I am God. That's what we want to hear. And drink. Get drunk on this wine. That you will not find even in paradise. Just look at what Omar Khayyam, who is usually denied recognition to this day for good reason and who was hardly able to publish any of his poems, wrote roughly 150 years earlier. It is no coincidence that some of the few nightclubs in Persian-speaking countries are named after him today. He usually had to retract the poems that had become famous after it became known that he really meant the drink and was by no means using wine metaphorically in the Sufi sense. Subsequently, he also wrote a few Islam-friendly hymns. Omar Khayyam was an important role model for the Persian poet Hafiz, who never attained the acuity of his predecessor, but in contrast to him, was given his place among the 7 stars of Persian poets. So it is really no wonder that the superficially de-Islamized Rumi is primarily read by US and Euro-esoterics. The reference to Gurda, Ibn Rushd, and Rumi alone points to the character of liberal Islam. A verse from the Quran that Ibn Rushd referred to in order to prove that the Quran calls for reflection, and which is also explicitly cited by those responsible for the Ibn Rushd Gurda Mosque as legitimization, is verse 2 of Surah 59. Reflect on this, all you who have insight. However, this is more evidence that the radical materialist Ibn Rushd tried to use the Quran to argue for reason in an instrumental way. The fact that he failed should be a warning, but the liberals are repeating his mistakes, due to the circumstances, instead of even beginning to learn from them. If you simply read this verse in its entirety to see what you are actually referring to, you can once again understand why the Islamic reaction has such an easy time of it. And finally, Seyran Atesh herself emphasizes that in order to criticize or reform, we need to know the Quran and the Hadiths. She even emphasizes, in general, the statement cannot be understood if one does not know the background and does not take into account the preceding and following verses. Verse 2 of Surah 59 now reads in its entirety, "It is he who has expelled those of the people of the book who disbelieve," meaning the Jewish Banu Nadir in Medina, from their homes to the place of their exile. A second gathering will one day bring them to hell. You did not believe that they would leave. And they thought that their fortifications would protect them from God. Then God came upon them without their expecting it and frightened them, and they destroyed their homes with their own hands and with the help of the believers. Think about this, all you who have insight. A positive reference is made here to one of the expulsions of the Jews from Medina by force of arms, which is supposed to be proof of Muhammad's divine providence. In most other translations, it therefore also reads, "Learn the lesson from this, you who have insight." Or take an example, you who have insight. The sentence is a warning to all doubters, as well as Jews, backed up with a tangible example, not an instruction on free philosophy. The surah continues with the distribution of the spoils that had been taken from the Jews and which the Prophet claimed for himself alone in this case. The first sentence of this verse was the beginning of IS's letter of confession for the attacks in Paris on November 13, 2015, in which 130 people were massacred. Scare them refers to a murder of one of the most important Jewish medinans commissioned by Muhammad. In such a reference to the Quran, the liberals manage both to argue in a completely questionable theological manner and at the same time to use the anti-Jewish parts of the Quran without even pointing this out. In this sense, they refuse to enlighten people about Islam in two ways. They are involved in the abstractly criticized concealment of the dark sides of the sources of Islam, in the fact that these radical Quranic contents are, further, played down and ignored, and in the dynamics of repression, in other words, in things that they supposedly no longer want to accept. See also Argy's programmatic statement in this regard. The phenomenon of violence runs through the entire early history of Islam. Asking which side is to blame for the sometimes extremely cruel clashes is a hindrance to an objective understanding of these events. Only a lover of Muhammad who knows that his object of desire would not fare too well under such scrutiny speaks like this. The thesis that the Quran calls for free thinking can certainly be described as the main argument of the Reform Islamists. This free associative approach continues in the Friday sermon at the Ibn Rushd Gurda Mosque on August 18, 2017, which was held under the title Human Rights in Islam. Here, reference is made to Surah 8, verse 22-23, to emphasize the human freedom of thought allegedly conveyed in the Quran. This surah, entitled Al-Anfal, which means the prey, is one of the most bellicose surahs in the entire Quran. It begins with the sentence, "You are asked about the spoils of war. Say, the spoils of war belong to God and the Messenger." It continues as follows, "But God wanted to give victory to the truth through his words and to eradicate the unbelievers," verse 7, "to give victory to the truth and to destroy lies and deceit, even if it was disgusting to the sinners." Verse 8, or, "Strike them with the sword, on the back of the neck and strike every finger of them." Verse 12, or, "If someone opposes God and his messenger, he must atone for it." God imposes severe punishments, verse 13, and fight against them until no one tries to seduce believers into apostasy and until only God is worshipped. Verse 39. Verse 39, it continues with the regulations on the distribution of the spoils of raided caravans. Instead of even mentioning any of this framing, verses 22 and 23 are quoted from this slaughter pathos. "Verily, the worst animals in the sight of Allah are the deaf and the dumb who have no understanding. And if Allah had recognized any good in them, he would certainly have made them hear. And when he makes them hear, they will turn away in disgust." In the Friday sermon of August 18, the reference to the alleged call to thought is linked to this. Again and again, Allah invites people to reflect. They are manifested in around 300 verses of the Quran. Unfortunately, some Muslims overlook these invitations. However, there is nothing to overlook here, because this alleged invitation does not exist. Reflection in the Quran is always linked to a single legitimate outcome, submission to Allah and Muhammad. As we can read in the same surah, verse 55, "The worst of animals in God's sight are those who disbelieve and will not believe, and, for all the world, will not believe." Even the linguistic figure "the worst animals in God's sight are those" makes the connection to the above quote. So who is missing something here? Think, you who have understanding. And similar formulations are always a threat in the Quran, and actually around 300 times in the Quran. It takes a lot to overlook or conceal this redundancy. Perhaps one should also include verse 65 from Surah 8 above, "Prophet, incite the believers to battle. If there are 20 of you who show patience and perseverance, they will prevail over 200, and if there are 100 of you, they will prevail over 1,000 of the disbelievers. This is because they are people who have no understanding." This is precisely the language of God, and in this language we are called to do exactly what is currently happening with disgusting regularity, to take as many unbelievers, who have no brains to keep them submitting, to their deaths as possible so that Islam may eventually triumph completely. Argy also writes, "Even the Quran itself obliges people to reflect on its verses. In Surah 47, verse 24, it says that Muslims should reflect on the Quran, otherwise they would be barred from any insight. However, this is again only about a single insight. The surah is directed at those who stay away from the fight against the unbelievers out of fear, verse 20, and from whom the Quran demands obedience, verse 21. The insight is therefore, believers, obey God and His Messenger and do not destroy your works by acts of disobedience. Do not slacken your will to fight and do not call your opponents to peace prematurely when you will have the upper hand. Verses 33 to 35, but Argi believes that the Quran is wisdom, Quran 62:2. The Medinan surah cited here as evidence, called Friday, is thoroughly anti-Jewish. In his forced justification of the Prophet's exemplary function, 33:21, twisted by him to 21:33, he praises Muhammad's courage and bravery in the defense of his Muslim community during the Battle of the Trench. However, anyone who reads a few lines further would see that the role model function refers to yet another incident that took place directly after that battle. And he caused those of the people of the book who had supported them, i.e. the unbelievers, to come down from their castles and struck terror into them, so that you were able to take them into your power and kill some of them and capture some of them. And he gave you their land, their homes, and their wealth as an inheritance, as well as land that you had not yet entered. God has power over everything. 33:26f. This refers to the murder of all male and enslavement of all female and non-adult members of the last Jewish tribe in Medina. The Ummah was financially secure after the appropriation of the now de-Jewified properties. It was an important part of the original accumulation of Islam. Now this is not only suppressed, but also justified in a completely different place without any mention of what happened. The massacre could simply be understood from the historical situation at the time. After all, the presence of another religious community in Medina endangered the religious and political claims of the new religion. Atesh's casual reference to the fact that one cannot take the law on the protection against violence of today in order to judge the behavior of Muslim men from the 7th century according to it also fails to recognize that there was not a single reference to a similar and earlier massacre among the pagan Arabs. On the contrary, there are several indications that suggest that this massacre on the Arabian Peninsula clearly contradicted the prevailing zeitgeist at the time. Of course, it is somewhat absurd to suggest that one can expect nothing more from a prophet than the spirit of the times or from an ordinary historical ruler. Above all, however, it rationalizes the prophet's paranoia, which is repeatedly revealed in the sources. According to Atesh, the violent passages of the Quran should be ignored because in the 21st century, for example, the Islamic community no longer has to fight for its very existence, as was the case in the time of Islam's emergence. These passages refer exclusively to the fact that the young community had to defend itself against many enemies. In this specific situation, it was revealed to them that they were allowed to defend themselves and, if necessary, had to wage war in order to defend themselves, their families and their religion. This is simply the case in all religions, says Atesh, who apparently doesn't like the fact that not one such statement is known from Jesus. She would also have to explain to what extent the raids on caravans and oases, which, initially, came exclusively from the young Muslims, constitute a defense, to what extent if necessary fits in with the 75 or so campaigns that the amiable Muhammad led or ordered in just 10 years, which is why this area of his biography forms a separate genre of literature with the Maghazi literature. The legal fabrications of the young Muslim community's struggle for enrichment are in no way different from those of ordinary Muslims. When Atesh writes that the Muslims were only defending themselves, and at the same time justifies the necessity of ensuring their own survival through raids in times when there was no other source of income, she fails to mention that the basic motivation was not so much survival as the desire for wealth, and that it was beneath Muhammad and his gang to work for Jews in Medina. Islam's economy of booty and tribute is transformed into a struggle for survival. But from Chaibar alone, Muhammad personally had annual revenues of 20,000 to 30,000 wask of dates and wheat, a value of between 3,900 tons and 5,850 tons. It was income of this kind and amount that made the Arabs realize the practical value of this new religion. Above all, however, they preserved the passages in a kind of call on reservation. Every sense of threat, which has always been cited as a main motive by the radical Islamic misanthropes anyway, puts the Quran's calls for murder and war back into law. The arbitrariness of the reformist Muslims cannot simply be called bungling, but tends to be dangerous because it is deliberate. Thus passages of the Quran are advertised which, when read, must necessarily lead to other conclusions. One example is Argi's completely abstract account of who God loves. According to Argi, God loves the repentant who turn away from sin, Quran 2:222. But he forgets to mention that this primarily addresses those women who are so ashamed of their menstruation and men who are just as disgusted by it as the proclaimer of this passage, who describes women as the seed field of their husbands in the very next verse. On the other hand, he fails to mention that in one of his examples, God especially loves those who donate to war for God's sake. 2:195. It becomes even more fatal, however, when the head of the Department of Islamic Theology and Religious Education at the Freiburg University of Education, after his list of references to those passages, judges people whom God does not love. If one summarizes all these statements, then it is always about people who behave badly towards God or their fellow human beings. Aurgi, page 148. If we look up his examples of those who did evil, we learn that he is referring to those Muslims who slacken in their will to fight, 3:140, apostates, 332, and, in several cases, the Jews, 357, 5 hours 64 minutes, 7:167. But the reformers of Islam now steal the Jewish killing taboo from precisely those Jews, whom their prophet truly did not love, and simply pass it off as an Islamic one. Both refer to Surah 5, in which it says with reference to Cain and Abel in verse 32, "For this reason, i.e. because of this fratricide, we have prescribed for the children of Israel that if one kills someone, it shall be as if he had killed all the people." But children of Israel very clearly indicates that it is a prohibition only for the Jews, which is why the Quran can also continue. The reward of those who wage war against God and his messenger and are eager for mischief everywhere in the land shall be that they be killed or crucified, or that their hands and feet be cut off alternately, right and left, or that they be expelled from the land. If Atesh now seriously thinks that, however, here too the continuation is often omitted, which finally presents the mercy of Islam, she is greatly mistaken, because it says, "Except those who repent before you have power over them. You must know that God is merciful and ready to forgive." Thus, only those who have sense enough to submit before being subjugated by the Muslim armies deserve mercy. "Indeed, O people, we created you from a man and a woman, and we made you into peoples and tribes so that you may know one another." Surah 49, verse 13. But anyone who deduces from this that it is therefore appropriate to change one's views in the course of life, or to adapt them to new situations, simply read on. The true believers are those who believe in God and his messenger and have no doubts about this, and who wage war for the sake of God with their wealth and in their own person. They are the ones who are sincere. Verse 15. It is an intellectual, and not simply theological, embarrassment when you usually only have to read a few lines further to realize that almost all the quotes are taken completely out of context. It may seem questionable to reproach liberal Islam for its lack of commitment. And yet it must be, as its business simply amounts to a rejection of objectivity and truth and thus also of what it has set itself as its goal. And because we here, who are gathered together, want to reflect, critically examine the values, critically examine the Islamic scriptures, even critically examine the Quran, that is why we are hostile and work to make our mosque discreet. Despite the existence of real inter-Islamic enmity and boundless discrediting, no such criticism has been evident to date. Instead, only a tepid attempt at a kind of counter-propaganda can be observed. Against this background, the false assertion by both Aurgi and Atesh that Islam is not hostile to reason points to another repulsive aspect. Aurgi expresses it when he, like the Quran itself and all other Islamic scholars, proclaims with some pride that Muhammad is a man without miraculous gifts. But this is precisely an indication that in Islam there is virtually no difference between reason and faith and therefore no theological surplus. Horkheimer noted precisely this in his essay on The Actuality of Schopenhauer. Christianity professes humility and love as its innermost essence. In contrast, he notes that Islam, which Schopenhauer hated because it was the most accommodating of all religions to collective fanaticism, to brutal positivity, corresponds better to the awakening of wild tribes than the religion of the cross, whose awakenings have always been contrary to its word and spirit. For Horkheimer, there is a separation of theory and practice in Christianity, with practice often contradicting Christian doctrine or morality. This is hardly ever the case in Islam. In a twisted way, it is quite reasonable for men to submit to Islam. This is precisely one reason why materialistic criticism must turn to this religion. Charles C. Torrey pointed out the rational character of the Quran ages ago. Allah is the ideal merchant. Islam promises reward in a merchant's language. Faith appears as a business. This should be expanded to include the character of a commander. A central character of Islam is the fusion of faith and instrumental reason. The history of early Islam is not only a history of conquest and plunder. Numerous newcomers were also bribed, and the alms tax, zakat, is partly intended for precisely this purpose. Those entitled to receive it include people who are to be won over to Islam. Even at the time of the Prophet's founder, Islam was an ideology based on domination and exploitation. The proofs or signs of divine omnipotence are either the mere laws of nature and their manifestations, such as rain or procreation, or, much more impressively and convincingly, the military successes and spoils of the Ummah. The realism of power was always more important than the barely existing theological content. Interpretation generally has its limits if it still wants to be interpretation. Quranic exegesis can hardly be countered with an eisegesis in which things are read into this book that are simply not contained in it or quotations are torn completely out of their context. The isolation of text passages represents an enormous hurdle for the consideration of religions, but seems to be a necessary method for liberal Muslims, critics of Islam as well as supposed critics of Christianity. Anyone who believes that Islamism is striving to return to the earliest, true Islam and thinks that Reform Islam would be an effective means of doing so fails to realize that Reform Islam also follows precisely this claim, which is so central to the history of Islam's assertion. The latter, however, simply endeavors to go back even further in the history of Islam than Salafism does, as this is where the true, eternal Islam is to be found. Abdul Hakim Argi in particular has been trying for some time to attribute the problematic character of Islam to a distortion that only began in Medina. He is trying to save Islam by simply declaring the Medinan revelations to be non-binding or even invalid. His plan could therefore be called reverse abrogation. On the one hand, this is theologically completely arbitrary and problematic. On the other hand, the separation of the Meccan and Medinan surahs fails to recognize that the former were based on the articulated assumption that Christians and especially Jews would allow themselves to be converted, while the latter were the necessary consequence of disappointment when this turned out to be a fallacy. Luther repeats this with the Jews once again. Just as certain anti-capitalists fantasize about a double Marx, liberal Muslims do the same with a double Muhammad. In both cases, the attempt is made to reveal the true in the bisection. The Meccan Muhammad failed and liberal Islam is trying to save him. However, it is forgotten that even the Meccan Muhammad did not represent anything new or more progressive than Christianity, and that the Jews of Yathrib/Medina met Muhammad with ridicule and malice, as they easily saw through the weak to moronic premises and content of his political theology. In fact, they were not even among the most cunning theologians of Judaism, but were often rather customary Jews. Allah, however, who usually returned with a revelation through Muhammad within a day after inquiries from the believers in the Ummah in order to bring clarity, took several weeks with regard to the theological questions of the Jews. Islam drags with it a real sediment, which was the fault of Muhammad and which is all too tangible in the Quran and Hadiths. The reform of Islam as a reform of its sources could, if at all, only be a practical materialistic one, in the sense that the reformers would really have to bring out a new Quran in which the passages are erased. But this would be a thin booklet that could hardly serve as the basis of a religion. Instead, in their Friday sermons, the vulgar theologians of the new mosque blithely refer to the most disgusting surahs from Medina, which Argi claims at the same time are absolutely no longer suitable for the situation of Muslims today. Both he and Atesh, as should have become clear from the above examples, cannot do justice to this claim at all, because their own references originate to a considerable extent from the Medinan era. Argi is aware of this and tries to remedy this considerable weakness. On the one hand, he emphasizes the distinction between the ethical and the political legal Quran as one of the most important foundations for a reform of the Quran and the revival of humanistic Islam, but on the other hand he has to admit that some ethical surahs can also be found in the Medinan Quran. As it is therefore no longer possible to differentiate between the place and time of revelation, the door is open to arbitrariness. To speak of reason in Islamic terms means that the Muslim constantly redefines and rediscovers himself within his faith according to his situational life world. In this postmodern Islamic Habermasianism, today's claim to a flexible identity is doubled and at the same time the self-interest that corresponds to it. The question will be whether what they are planning in the new mosque can be Islamic at all. They will of course say yes. But like all liberal Muslims before them and parallel to them, including the numerous Islamic feminists, they refer to philosophy, as they are mostly social scientists and not theologians. The conservative opponent of both the fundamental and liberal currents, Muhammad Samir Murtaza, noted that the liberal current does not engage in theological debate with Islam. The personalized majority Muslim added the question, or are we dealing with a conscious Christianization of Islam? Despite all the reservations one must have about Murtaza as a person, this is also a legitimate question in relation to Atesh's undertaking. In all probability, the answer would even be largely in the affirmative, with the proviso that the Christianization is rather unconscious or even actively denied. However, it is this unconsciousness, among other things, that puts people on the defensive and prevents them from formally or denominationally drawing the consequences of their own persecution and suffering inflicted by Islam. Muhammad was an Islamist. The liberals turn him into a Christian in disguise and or a philosopher of life, but for identity reasons they are not prepared to do the same for themselves. If they are serious about their substantive efforts and follow-through, they are engaging in unauthorized bid'ah, innovation, and then they have long been apostates for the majority of Islam, to whom solidarity must be assured. Nevertheless, they are ultimately not prepared to take the consequent step of heresy. The only serious objection is, of course, the enormous danger that comes with open apostasy. But the reactions have proven that they have long been regarded as heretics by the high authorities. Should left-wingers and/or critics of ideology now justify theologically that the people concerned are Muslims after all? Even if they were prepared to do so, this would not impress anyone who writes or follows a call for murder. If you take a superficial look at their publications, the Reform Muslims could simply become everyday Christians, esoterics, or even agnostics or devout atheists. It would hardly make any difference in terms of content. One of the biggest problems for Muslims is that they don't really know their own religion, says Atesh, and would lose any theological discussion even with semi-educated Muslims. She herself is only just learning Arabic and is studying Islamic studies after or while she founded the mosque. In other words, she wants to know that Islam can be reformed even before she concentrates on the content. It is absurd to claim or at least suggest that the silent millions of Muslims were waiting for the Ibn Rushd mosque. This hallucination automatically ignores the fact that it may not only be fear, but also a lack of content that prevents many from becoming members of the community. Since Atesh announced that she would dedicate her life to this project, the question of whether it is even possible has long since been answered psychologically. It has to be. And then, of course, it's good to receive letters like the one from Bernhard V to Mrs. Atesh. Our great reformer was also threatened with death by powerful princes at the time. He therefore had to flee to Wartburg Castle. And a Mrs. P wrote, I am firmly convinced that people like you are needed in this country to strengthen the coexistence of cultures and religions in this country and thus counteract prejudices and a growing Islamophobia that is noticeable to everyone. It is by no means clear whether Reform Islam is competing with anything. It is most likely to compete not with conservative Islam, but with some esoteric variants of Buddhism, Lamism, or anti-racism on the one hand, and on the other, and this in particular, with the Central Council of Ex-Muslims, as, unlike the latter, it provides a way of remaining attached to this religion at all costs. The false Rumi quote, which was apparently chosen as the motto, is a good illustration of this claim. Come, come, whoever you are. Even if you are an idolater or a fire worshipper. Come again. This is the door of hope, not of hopelessness / even if you have broken your promise 1,000 times. / come again. There could hardly be a better way of expressing the missionary work, on which the liberals never make a clear statement, and above all the claim of bringing heretics back into the Ummah. On the other hand, they have already begun to accept conversions. In this way, it would tend to establish itself as a tool in the fight against Islamophobia. And it is precisely then that Reform Islam would potentially have taken on a great deal of suffering, ultimately doing a disservice to the Enlightenment and the criticism of conservative or fundamentalist Islam. Although marriage is not a sacrament in Islam, unlike in Christianity, marriage is still considered an act of religious virtue. Fadila and marry those of you who are single, says the Quran, 2400 hours 32. Marriage is part of my sunnah, the Prophet is reported to have said, and whoever is against my sunnah is against me. Unless otherwise stated, see Al-Ghazali for all theological statements, sayings of the Prophet, etc. Quoted below. As in Judaism and Christianity, Islamic marriage legalizes earthly coitus and directs it negatively against extramarital coitus, zina, and adultery and positively towards procreation. In contrast to Judaism and Christianity, however, Islam focuses on maximizing sexuality within marriage. Procreation as the primary purpose of coitus initially turns the Muslim marriage bed into an agricultural production site. Thus, the Muslim must plow his field and his wife, in accordance with the Quranic imperative. Your wives are a field of seed to you, therefore till your field when you wish. 2:223, which Al-Ghazali spells out as follows. We are required to till the field and not let the seed rot. Otherwise we would leave unused what Allah has given us as a tool. This would be a sin against the obvious purposes of creation and blindness to the divine purpose of our genitals. Quoted in Raditz, 311, all italics in quotations in the original, but now God has created human beings in pairs. He created the member and the manhood, he created semen in the loins. This whole apparatus with its various functions expresses the will of the Creator in eloquent language and calls out clearly enough to every rational person what it is made for. Moreover, the Creator makes his will known explicitly through the mouth of his most noble messenger, who says, marry and multiply. However, the production of offspring is not just about preserving the species, reproducing the collective, or starting a family in a way that pleases God. What makes the optimization of the birth rate as the telos of mating a religious and civic duty is the intended demographic increase in power of the Ummah over the societies of non-Islamic believers. Marry and multiply is the Prophet's instruction, for on the last day I will make a state of you before the rest of the nations, even with premature birth. For Al-Ghazali, starting a family is therefore not just as much as fighting in the holy war, minor jihad, but is itself a form of participation in the earthly and eschatological battles. In this sense, the propagated birth jihad of Hamas, for example, the Israelis beat us at the border, but we beat them in their beds, quoted from Abdo, goes back to a prophet's words, according to which a man for sexual union with his wife is credited with the reward of a son who fights and dies for the holy cause. The lesser jihad is thus fundamentally dependent on male virility and female fertility. Al-Ghazali, for whom fertility ranks fifth among the qualities that a woman should bring to marriage, therefore demands that Muslims who wish to marry should be selective in their choice of partner. If you know that she is barren, you should not marry her, in accordance with the saying of the Most High, take a fruitful one, a loving one. Although aimed at the good purpose of procreation, for Islam the male sexual drive also harbors the danger of becoming overpowering, and thus leading to debauchery, i.e. to zina and adultery, as well as to the drain of energy for the religious ritual. The sensual nature continues to tug at the strongest-willed Muslim. Even the devil does not cease to tempt him incessantly. Even during worship he presents him with such things, so that sexual things pass through his soul, for which he would be ashamed before the meanest man. Thus the Quranic proclamation, "Man is created weak," 4:28, had to be forcibly perpetuated by tradition. When a man's member becomes stiff, it says in the Sunnah, both parts of his mind disappear and thus a third of his religion. This is why erection is also the devil's strongest weapon against the sons of Adam. Accordingly, one of the Prophet's prayers was, "I pray you, cleanse my heart and protect my member." That alone is hardly enough to ward off the devil. In the mysterious sexuality of women, Satan has found a threatening companion to seduce Muslims. "I have not left the believers a more ominous source of trouble than woman," says the Prophet. This demonization of the female sex is no longer aimed only at specific women, as was the case in Christianity, but encompasses them all. After all, women share the characteristic attributed to them in Islam of creating fitna, unrest, confusion, disorder, with the corporeal. Accordingly, the believer cannot be sufficiently wary of the impending disaster that emanates from women. "A woman is nakedness," warns the Prophet, "and when she goes out, the devil stretches out his head towards her." Therefore, on the one hand, Muslims must strictly avoid the presence of strange women. "Do not go to women whose husbands are absent, for the devil flows through you like blood," is the Prophet's clear instruction. On the other hand, it is a duty of faith to banish the devilish passion aroused by foreign women in coitus with one's own wife and thus, almost incidentally, to achieve a productive transformation of Satan's power into procreation. "Therefore, if one of you sees a woman and it pleases him," says the Prophet, "let him go to his wife, for he will find in her what he found in her." According to this, the evil degeneration of the sexual instinct, which makes it a plague for most people, is prevented by marriage, precisely because it grants it legal activity and thus calms its urge. Since the attenuation of sensuality identified with its satisfaction is therefore intended to protect body and eye from fornication, coitus within marriage becomes the actual protective defense against debauchery and forms an important moment for religion for everyone who is not destitute or impotent, in other words, as Al-Ghazali summarizes, for the vast majority of people. After procreation, this is the second elementary function of female erectile dysfunction as a service to the sons of Adam. Because what destroys a person's state of grace, din, says Al-Ghazali, is mostly the sexual and food instincts, but through marriage he is at least relieved of one of them. However, exorcism in the Muslim marriage bed cannot be reduced to the wife handing over her body to the satisfaction of the male sex drive at all times and in all places, because Satan himself still lures in her. The Prophet's warning handed down by At-Tirmidhi therefore also applies to his own wife. A man and a woman cannot withdraw without the devil joining them as partners and turning the couple into a trio. Cited in Murnisai, 27, thus, "When you go to your wives, the Prophet's banishing formula, narrated by Ibn Abbas, is issued, then say, in the name of God, O God, protect me from the devil, and protect from the devil that which you have ordained for us." Al-Bukhari, 348, coitus within marriage can therefore only fulfill its exorcistic function if it is ritually regulated in the same way as the food instinct is regulated by the dietary laws. The possible emergence of a free and spontaneous play of lust, love, and passion is to be explicitly prevented as debauchery by embedding coitus in ritual preparation and in a verbal accompaniment of sayings and formulas. Before intercourse, for example, the Muslim must wash his member or urinate, otherwise the devil could harm the child. Then, during intercourse, care must be taken not to face towards Mecca. For the beginning of intercourse, the praiseworthy custom requires the pious Muslim to invoke the name of the god, i.e. a Bismillah, in the name of Allah, and a short recitation of the Quran, for example, say, God is one, Sunnah 112:1. This must be followed by the battle cry Allahu Akbar, God is supreme, and the confession La ilaha illa Allah, there is no God but God. During the act, the Prophet already laid the following incantations on the hearts of the believers. My God, let it be a good offspring if you have decided to let such an offspring come forth from my loins, and my God, keep Satan away from us and keep him away from what you give us, of children. Muslim, no. 259. When ejaculation is near, one should say inwardly, without moving the lips, Praise be to God, who created man from the water, semen. Sunnah 25:54. Provided that these ritual requirements are adhered to, Allah can lead marital ejaculation into the eschatological battle with the unbelievers as both a powerful defense against the enemy of God and the production of Islamic offspring. This is probably why the Sharia must threaten an adulteress with the maximum punishment that pilgrims symbolically execute on the devil every year in Mecca by throwing pebbles, stoning. Immanuel Kant defined marriage as the union of two persons of different sexes for the lifelong mutual possession of their sexual properties, whereby the natural use that one sex makes of the sexual organs of the other is a pleasure to which one part gives itself to the other. Not only does pleasure take the place of procreation and child-rearing as the determining factor in marriage, in that the reciprocity of pleasure exchanges complementary use values without a mediating third party, the bourgeois marriage contract transcends both the labor contract that makes it possible in the first place, which executes the capitalist logic of use value, and surplus value, and prostitution, which requires the suitor to pay rent for the use of the other's sexual organs. The contractually guaranteed power over another's body within marriage ultimately amounts to the right to divorce in the event of refusal, which, as a result of social struggles to realize the equality of the sexes already laid down in principle by Kant, not only results in the woman's right to sexual self-determination, but also tends to go beyond the heterosexual framework of marriage. In Islam, on the other hand, a woman's sexual refusal is an attack on the order of the Ummah, a kind of adultery that must not remain without consequences. Khomeini therefore states, the woman who has entered into a permanent marriage may not leave the house without her husband's permission. She must be available for his every wish and may not refuse him without a reason based on religion. If she is completely subject to him, the husband must provide for her food, clothing, and housing, whether he has the means to do so or not. The woman who refuses her husband is guilty and may not demand food, clothing, housing, or subsequent sexual relations from him. End quote. This interpretation of marriage is neither a Shiite peculiarity nor an Islamist radicalization. On the contrary, the exchange of male maintenance, nafaga, for unconditional female obedience, taa, which constitutes an almost limitless sexual availability, limited only by religion, and the determination of the amount of the bride price, mar, with reference to the Quran, 4:4, form the two central contents of every Sharia-compliant marriage contract and are also reflected in the legislation of more moderate Islamic states. Article 67 of the Egyptian Code du Statut Personnel states, a woman loses her right to maintenance if she refuses her husband without a legitimate reason. The Sunnah also leaves nothing to be desired in terms of clarity in this matter. Thus, Al-Bukhari and Muslim report the following saying of the Prophet witnessed by Abu Huraira. If a man asks his wife to his bed and she refuses to go to him, the angels will curse her until she refrains from her plan. Muslim, no. 2594, Al-Bukhari, no. 5193. Caliph Omar understood this to mean, you, the women, are a plaything, when we need you, we will call you. And the Prophet's cousin Ibn Abbas reports that Muhammad replied to a woman from the Qatham tribe in southern Arabia when she asked about her husband's rights. If he desires her, she must not refuse him, even if she were on the back of a camel. A woman who refuses to have sex is not only violating her husband's supreme human right. By throwing the relationship between male sustenance and female sexual service, which is related to prostitution, out of balance, she is above all sabotaging the state-supporting functions of coitus, procreation and the dampening of sensuality, and thus the biorhythm of the Ummah. The Shiite theologian Waqi' al-Hilli, for example, defines marriage as a contract whose object is the man's power over the woman's vagina, without him possessing it himself. And the prominent Maliki jurist Sheikh Khalil formulates this analogously on behalf of the Sunnis. When a woman marries, she sells a part of her person. On the market one acquires goods, on marriage the man acquires the sexual sphere of the woman's seed field. In the sense of maximized coitus as a biopolitical, ritual, and eschatological jihad, a marriage is therefore not only considered legally invalid as soon as one of the two partners dies, the man falls away from Islam or as a result of a divorce, but already when the woman is non-penetrable, for example, as Khomeini says, in the case of genitals that converge with the rectum, a deformation of the vagina that prevents sexual intercourse. On the other hand, the modalities of divorce are also subject to a phallocentric interpretation of the duty of penetration. The Muslim can repudiate his wife at any time, unbureaucratically, and without giving reasons, in order to actually replace her with another, more submissive one, or merely threaten her with repudiation, by pronouncing and withdrawing it. Finally, the dismissed woman loses her home, maintenance, and children. Since even working women in Islam are not autonomous owners of the commodity of labor, but, with his permission, work exclusively for the head of the family, i.e. cannot appropriate their earned money individually, and marriage is not a community of accrued gains, women never have personal property, apart from inheritance claims, which always amount to half of the males, and gifts. The bride wealth, the amount of which can be increased depending on the woman's youth, virginity, beauty, and social status, has the function of securing the Muslim woman's material independence for a while in the event of a divorce obtained by the man, i.e. her return to the family, provided the mahr has not already been used up by her relatives, as is so often the case in practice. Upon receipt of the bride price or part of it at the beginning of the marriage, mourning gift, the woman may no longer refuse sexual intercourse. If the bride price is divided, she is only entitled to the evening gift once the man has obtained a legally binding divorce. Traditionally, the woman herself cannot initiate a divorce. After all, her vagina is purchased property, but she can buy her freedom using this very bride wealth. Sunnah 2:229. In the understanding of all four Sunni schools of law, such a ransom, khul, is the man's promise to pronounce the divorce or repudiation as soon as he receives the agreed compensation. It is true that most Islamic countries now allow women to apply for a judicial divorce, fash, thereby relativizing the man's traditional right to divorce. However, in order to do so, the woman must publicly prove at least one of the following misconducts to her husband: her mistreatment, her inadequate economic provision, his imprisonment or prolonged absence for no reason, sexual neglect, and finally his impotence. Apart from the fact that the enforceability of male potency is in any case more a right to procreation than to female pleasure, and that the 4-monthly sexual satisfaction of the Muslim woman serves less her happiness than her immobilization, because as an unsatisfied woman she would pose a threat to society if she desires a divorce without good reason, as the Prophet is said to have said. The gates of paradise remain closed to her. The Muslim woman will also try to avoid being cast out by her husband for economic and existential reasons. In addition to the means of pressure provided by marriage and divorce law, a woman's unconditional obedience can also be enforced by force if necessary, in accordance with the Quran. Men are superior to women in responsibility because Allah has distinguished one over the other and because they give of their wealth. That is why virtuous women are the obedient ones. And those whose rebelliousness you fear, admonish them, avoid them in the marriage bed and beat them. Then if they obey you, make no excuse against them. 434. So, unlike Christian marriage, which was overcome by Kant's definition and the practice of bourgeois society, which at least halfway recognized women as persons and secured their existence within the framework of paternalistic patriarchy with its ideal of love, the reduction of sexuality to procreation, with viralocality, monogamy, and the divorce taboo, Islamic phallocentrism subjects them to a triad of money, violence, and coitus. Of course, the rape of the wife is not an exclusively Islamic phenomenon. Nowhere else, however, is it understood as a birth jihad against the seduction of zina. The great marital jihad of the man thus consists first of all in the more or less forced coital rejection with the aim of producing offspring, subduing his sensuality and drawing strength for the religious ritual and economic acquisition. The soul easily grows weary of dutiful labor and abandons it because it is contrary to its nature, but if it is forced to do something it resists in the long run. It becomes stubborn and fails altogether. If, on the other hand, it is granted pleasure from time to time, it becomes vigorous and lively again. Such recreation, however, is offered by female company, which drives away resentment and allows the spirit to rest. For Al-Ghazali, however, the husband's actual self-detachment is perfected non-coitally, namely in the self-conquest associated with caring for others. For it is only toil with the family that requires the man to provide for them in a lawful manner. It is true that the main advantages of marriage, the attainment of offspring and the calming of sensuality, also entail the danger of having to procure sustenance in an illicit manner and of being distracted from God Almighty. However, since earning one's bread by illicit means is a lesser evil than committing fornication, marriage is recommended, sunnah, across all schools of law for all Muslims who are healthy, able to pay the bride wealth and maintain a wife, and is declared a religious duty, fard, for those who are also afraid of being guilty of fornication. Secondly, it is the husband's crucial marital duty to encourage his wife to do good and lead her on the path of religion, and to bring up their children properly. As her instructor, the husband must teach his wife the beliefs of the people of the Sunnah and remove from her heart any innovation if she has heard of one. The primary educational goal is therefore to save his wife from hell, as the Quran states, "O you who believe, save yourselves and yours from a fire whose fuel is people and stones." 66:6. As far as the means of education to be applied are concerned, the Muslim is initially faced with a dilemma. If he acts with holy anger and passion against the woman's negligence, he has an eternal hardship and plague, but if he is lenient towards her, he abandons his religion and his honor. This not only makes him a weakling in the eyes of the Ummah, but also complicit in the sin in question. Since women, in the words of the Prophet, are of bad character and weak intellect, they can be dealt with as dialecticians, through leniency coupled with discipline. Wickedness must be treated with discipline and severity, while stinginess must be treated with kindness and forbearance. A competent doctor is the one who knows how to adapt the treatment to the respective illness. In the same way, a man should first recognize a woman's character and then treat her according to her condition. Thus, good behavior towards the wife consists not only in keeping evil away from her, but also in bearing evil from her and in ennobling one's own character through this willingness to suffer. In addition, the husband should also joke, caress, and dally with her, because women like that. Even the highly devoted messenger of God sometimes used to joke with his wives and descend to their spiritual level in his actions and behavior. In such generous condescension, tenderness is exhausted, as one side of the education of women by men. For a man's gentleness in educating his wife should not go so far as to spoil her character and lose all respect for her. He should not disregard seriousness and severity when he sees something improper, and not allow himself to be guilty of the slightest cooperation in something of this kind. On the contrary, if he notices something that violates the law and good manners, he must be angry and indignant. Above all, the inconspicuous beginnings that could lead to mischief should not be overlooked. In this sense, Allah loves jealousy which is based on suspicion. As accuser and judge, the Muslim therefore not only has a right of chastisement for her as well as for his eschatological salvation, but also the duty to punish the woman and bring her back to obedience by force in the event of recalcitrance. Sayyid Qutb also states a neurosis in those Muslim women who do not desire their punishment as a welcome means of correction. According to Islamic apology, violence against women and children within the family should have nothing to do with religion. Instead, the problem is firstly universal, as non-Muslim men also turn out to be batterers, and secondly downright un-Islamic, as even Orthodox scholars repeatedly distance themselves from abuse, sometimes with reference to the Quran, Sunnah, and divorce law. This ignores the fact that monitoring and punishment, alongside the pursuit of offspring, the mortification of sensuality, the permissible acquisition, the care of relatives and the bearing of the character of women, is an expression of male self-conquest in marital jihad, merit of shepherding his flock as a refinement of character. This is why mistreatment is considered forbidden, haram, or frowned upon, makruh, even among Orthodox scholars, and is a judicially recognized reason for divorce in most Muslim countries. After all, a woman who bears visible traces of abuse damages the man's reputation in that these bear witness to the fact that he does not really have her under control. Moreover, beatings that endanger the penetrability and fertility of women or the integrity of the hymen strike at the lifeblood of the Ummah's biosystem. Effect-controlled beating must therefore be learned. Muslim husbands are instructed in this by the Al Jazeera preacher and legal scholar Yusuf al-Qaradawi, for example, who calls for the moderate use of violence in his book Permitted and Forbidden in Islam, written for European and American Muslims, which is extremely popular in Quran schools. In the case of notorious disobedience, the husband should beat the wife lightly with his hands, avoiding the face and other sensitive areas. There are therefore two reasons why women or children who complain about violence within the family are not listened to much within the Ummah. Firstly, the sins of Muslims are not dealt with publicly because this damages the reputation of the community. Secondly, violence against women and children is only considered a sin at all when a certain level is exceeded. Since in Islamic law the woman is the object of economic care throughout her life and the subject of surveillance of her morality, the earliest possible marriage represents a double relief for the family of origin. Daughters will not be able to resist their parents' marriage plans for long, as they owe them respect and obedience until then. Marriage as the surrender of a woman to the arbitrary will of her husband is openly described by Al-Ghazali as a kind of slavery, which is why parents should be careful to whom they give their daughters, an unenforceable moral appeal that establishes women as objects of despotic mercy, as objects of care in need of protection. This caution is especially important for the woman, because by marrying she places herself in a bondage from which there is no redemption for her, whereas the man can release her at any moment. On the other hand, it is the parents' duty to teach their daughter how to behave and especially how to behave towards her husband. On behalf of many, Halima Alain writes about her marriage. A week after graduating from high school, Miriam and I were married. We celebrated a double wedding, I was not yet 17 years old. My parents were overjoyed that they could hand over responsibility for both of us to our husbands. Your husband will decide what rights you have in your marriage, my father told me on the day of the wedding. In Islam, serving one's husband means giving sacred meaning to mundane housework. If a righteous wife, according to the old prophet's words, is a help to the Muslim for the hereafter and makes his heart free for the service of God, then, according to Al-Ghazali, she achieves this on the one hand by taking care of the household, whereby, according to the schools of law, she can also delegate the housework if she has the appropriate wealth, cf. Schermacher, 106. On the other hand, a righteous wife is a help for the hereafter for the Muslim by satisfying sensuality. In this context, loving and serving one's husband not only merge in the Quranic duty of obedience, but the wife must also transform this duty into gratitude in order to grow in character. She should therefore contradict her husband as little as possible and not despise him if he is ugly, but rather be satisfied with what Allah has bestowed on her husband. Out of consideration for his narcissism, as it were, the woman must not boast to her husband about her beauty. Aisha reports that the Prophet replied to a young lady who asked him about the wife's duties towards her husband. If the husband were covered from top to bottom with boils and the wife licked him, she would not have fulfilled her duty of gratitude in any way. In this way, the Muslim woman perfects her self-abnegation in a preemptive submission that betrays herself. She must always have her husband in mind, whether he is present or absent, and seek to please him in all things, which in the absence of her husband means living neatly and tidily and, as soon as he is back, return, to cheerfulness. For the Muslim woman, the intermarital jihad against the ego thus boils down to being permanently available to the male drive to bear children or to dampen his sensuality, to relieve the man of as much work as possible so that he can devote himself to religion, and to tolerate being beaten or even to desire the punishment as an expression of piety. Unconditional submission is a prerequisite for their eschatological salvation, as the following traditional anecdote illustrates. A man who was going on a journey had made his wife promise that she would not descend from the upper floor of the house. So when her father, who lived below her, fell ill, she sent to the highly praised messenger of God and asked for permission to go down to him. But he said to her, "Obey your husband." So her father died, and she asked him again, but he replied, "Obey your husband." After her father was buried, God's highly favored messenger told her that God had forgiven her father's sins because she had obeyed her husband. Only with the martyr-like observance of obedience to her husband does the woman gain access to paradise for herself and her relatives. The self-immolation of Tunisian Mohamed Bouazizi in December 2010 is regarded as the initial spark for the so-called Arab Spring. According to the Federal Agency for Civic Education, for example, he no longer saw any prospects for his life and his beacon triggered the mass protests in the region. To this day, hardly anyone asks themselves what the 26-year-old Bouazizi might have understood by a life perspective acceptable to him beyond the commonplace phrases of work, money, and bread. Since the early death of his father, he has had to take on the role of head of the family and sole breadwinner for his mother and 5 younger siblings, working as an unlicensed greengrocer. If one traces Bouazizi's particular motives for his suicide, 2 often neglected details come to mind, which were published on Spiegel Online shortly after the event and are of central importance for the assessment and classification of the Arab Spring. Bouazizi could not bear the shame of being slapped by a woman, and he suffered greatly from not being able to start his own family because he did not have the money to pay for a wedding and the necessary dowry. January 23, 2011. According to consistent reports, Bouazizi was allegedly slapped by an employee of the local public order office during an arbitrary inspection of his non-existent license as a greengrocer. The question arises as to how a man with such views of male shame and dignity could become the shining light of an uprising in which Naveed Kermani, as recently as February 2012, recognized only the tenderness of the masses and a strangely ideology-free revolution that would have finally given the forgotten idea of the West a place again. The Egyptians have taken to the streets in the name of values that are obviously ours: freedom, dignity, the rule of law, equal opportunities. Ideals that have been lost to us. Fr. February 17, 2012. On a banner carried by one of these strangely ideology-free revolutionaries on Cairo's Tahrir Square at the time, the following demand was written against the later overthrown ruler Mubarak: "Go! I want to get married." But neither Egypt's Mubarak nor Tunisia's Ben Ali had banned marriage or imposed horrendous taxes on it. Rather, by setting up state buildings to cater for large parties for a symbolic rent and by constantly admonishing families not to take on horrendous debts either for the organization of the celebration or for the bridal gifts, their governments have at least tried to lower the financial hurdle for a wedding, which in many cases simply makes it impossible, without calling into question the pre-social relationship on which the marriage business is based. To do so would have meant revolution, taking an axe to the foundations of the Arab world in the very Western sense of the word. But that is precisely not what the Tunisian suicide and the Egyptian demonstrator wanted. Contrary to Western ideas, they consider marriage to be the foundation of the Arab world. Accordingly, weddings are contracts between families, as Nekla Kalek aptly put it in Die Welt on April 2, 201.3, a business that imposes ever greater financial burdens on Arab men and their families in particular, driving the average age of marriage ever higher. So if the hearts of these revolutionaries were set on such marriages, which are not concluded as contracts between two loving and independent individuals, but between clans and often within clans, it must be said, the vast majority of the revolutionary masses from Tunisia to Egypt took to the streets for values that do not end their social misery, but perpetuate it. The mass desire for marriage as a revolutionary demand logically gave rise to a critique of conditions that does not aim to break with the status quo but, conversely, laments the fact that the status quo can no longer be continued without interruption as the very own tradition that is opposed to the West. Unimpressed by the conformist conservative, even reactionary character of the Arab Spring, which was thus recognizable from the outset, its apologists, such as those responsible at the Heinrich Böll Foundation, were still enthusiastically peddling the obvious untruth at the beginning of 2014 that the series of demonstrations, uprisings, and revolutions had fundamentally changed the countries of North Africa and the Near and Middle East. If we examine the results of the Arab Spring to see what fundamental changes they actually brought about, the only thing we find is an entity called the Islamic State as the original legacy of the Arab Spring. Despite this shocking result, it is now being propagated that the ideals that have been lost to us lie in the Arab tradition of all things. If Navid Kermani's assertion were true, then any criticism of the Arabellion would be at least a cultural relativist attack on the ideals of the West in general, and the critic would suddenly find himself in the ranks of an international counter-revolution. Navid Kermani made use of precisely this absurd argument, which turns the world upside down, when he allowed criticism of the rule-stabilizing character of the Arab uprisings to disappear behind a pseudo-criticism of left-wing cultural relativism for his enthusiastic German readers. Differences are constantly emphasized in order to then discuss what we do about them and how we assert ourselves within them. Or, conversely, we fall into relativism and claim that people elsewhere don't want democracy because they are different and have different traditions. End quote. Intoxicated by the throngs of people who took to the streets for a democracy that is completely detached from individual freedom, which in the West is regarded as a compelling corrective to popular rule, Kermani stereotypically claimed a few years ago, even in the columns of Jungle World, that our Western freedom should be fought for on Tahrir Square. If you stick to empiricism, you come to assessments of the ideology-free revolutionary masses of Cairo that Navid Kermani and his numerous followers are unlikely to like. One grumbler, who constantly emphasizes differences instead of simply joining in believingly, came to this sobering conclusion. Regardless of all the talk about the youth-led revolution in Egypt, children often took to the streets with their parents' blessing or were even accompanied by them. Telling the father of the nation to go away was largely a matter for the whole family. In the end, young Egyptians are likely to learn that it is more difficult to leave home than to chase Mubarak out of office. And as long as religion continues to play a central role in people's lives and God remains the supreme father figure, the patriarchy is unlikely to falter. These lines come from Shireen El-Fekhi's book Sex and the Citadel, Love Life in the Changing Arab World, one of the most important books on the Arab Spring. There is one point where the author, who refuses to use the word revolution as a synonym for Arabellion, must be contradicted. The God-given patriarchy has long since been violently shaken, not to say dethroned, in the Arab world too, and this only seemingly paradoxically awakens the sheer boundless need for more Islam and its tradition. The fact that capitalist socialization and the accompanying development of productive power have torn off the family's touching and sentimental veil in Arab countries too, and that everything sacred has since been desecrated, as Mann and Engels once put it in the Communist Manifesto, makes Islam appear to the vast majority of Arabs to be the way out of the serious crisis into which the family, as the mainstay of the Islamic world, has fallen. If this spring had been Western and revolutionary, the individual's way out of the constraints of the divinely ordained family, which can no longer finance his marriage, would have had to turn with force against the religion to which the family, clan, and tribe owe their sanctity in the first place. The collective refusal to admit that in reality Allah has long been as dead as the God of the Christians and the Jews has grown into a pathological mass phenomenon that threatens the entire world, a sick relationship to the world, Die Zeit, March 3, 16, as Kamel Daoud calls it, which manifests itself particularly in the sick relationship to women, to the body and to desire, FAZ, February 18, 16. This illness was not mentioned by name in the Arab Spring. On the contrary, the protests were characterized by an inability to engage in self-criticism, which would have been the prerequisite for finally being able to develop an idea of a truly better life beyond faith and tradition. This is indicated by the fixation on the overthrow of the authoritarian leader, whose place was taken from the outset by a tyranny of the majority that was unabashedly called democracy. Because of this uncanny absence or marginalization of the need for a fundamental upheaval of conditions, there can be no question of the unfortunate failure of the Arabellion. For there was nothing that could have failed. No revolutionary ideas that could have gripped the masses, no new social concept that could have been passionately debated, simply nothing. Instead, everything revolved around the question of how much more Islam was needed to solve all the problems in order to finally find the right path back to virtue from vice and sin. In the Arab world, individuals were not united to become citizens of mass society, nor was there a merging of the private sphere into the masses, as Herbert Marcuse once stated for the Western world. For this presupposed that both the individual and the private sphere had ever existed there as necessary elements of socialization, and with them the necessary enforcement of the bourgeois family and the separation of public and private spheres. The different character of Western and Arab mass societies to this day must therefore be insisted on against postmodern egalitarians such as Navid Kermani. This is the only way to make it clear that the Islamic religious and not bourgeois secular socialized mass individual is increasingly encountering social production conditions that do not require the pious mass individual, but a subject that assesses its world with sober eyes and a profane view. The psychoanalyst Jihad Mazarwa, one of the few who dedicates his work to specifically Arab pathologies, summarizes this fundamental Islamic conflict in the following words: the traditional structures are collapsing. The group identity in the form of clan or clans, where everyone was there for everyone else, is crumbling without there being an adequate replacement. Added to this are rapid technological developments and secular thinking. All of this creates great irritation and confusion." End quote. The feminist Mona Eltahawy understands her book Why Do You Hate Us So? For the sexual revolution of women in the Islamic world as a contribution to tearing down the wall that separates the public and the private. However, because not even the simple distinction between private and public has been made in the Arab world, the basic prerequisite for a social space in the true sense of the word, Hannah Arendt, does not even exist here. Arendt writes, "The simple distinction between private and public corresponds to the realm of the household on the one hand and the realm of the political on the other. What is new, however, is the emergence of a social space in the true sense of the word, whose appearance coincides with the birth of the modern era and which found its political form in the nation-state. The space of the social emerged when the interior of the household, with its associated activities, concerns, and forms of organization, emerged from the darkness of the home into the full light of the public political sphere." End quote. Because of this absence of social publicity, the demand for the liberation of Arab women from the private sphere so that they can finally become part of public life like men is necessarily misguided. Kamel Daoud has pointed out that the dividing wall claimed by Eltahawy does not even exist in Islamic societies. In contrast, he argues for the erection of a social wall that ensures that the Arab woman no longer belongs to everything and everyone. The woman's body is not seen as the place of the essential value of freedom for the West, but as a symbol of decadence. One therefore wants to reduce it to property or to the sin to be covered up. It would be truly revolutionary to finally put an end to viewing women as the public property of all and the public projection screen of compulsory sexual morality. The indignant rejection of the public appropriation of women includes, as the other side, the demand for the right to concealment. By this Hannah Arendt meant that our own four walls are the only place where we can withdraw from the world, not only from what is constantly going on in it, but from its publicity, from being seen and heard. We all know the peculiar flattening that a life spent only in public inevitably entails. Precisely because it remains constantly visible, it loses the ability to rise from a darker underground into the light of the world. It loses the darkness and concealment that give life its different depths in a very real, non-subjective sense. The only effective way to ensure the darkness of what must remain hidden from the light of publicity is private property, a place to which no one has access and where one is both secure and hidden." End quote. We should take these lines as an opportunity to remind ourselves once again, with communist intent, that Marx did not see the problem in private property in general, but in the private ownership of the means of production, i.e., he was by no means fighting for the evaporation of the private sphere. Arendt formulated this at the end of the 1950s with the intention of warning of the radical threat to the private sphere posed by the advance of Western mass society. In Islamic mass societies, however, there can be no talk of an impending loss of privacy. And yet the demand for very personal retreat options, as protection of the private sphere of women but also of men from the grip of the socially constitutive trinity of clan, faith, and tradition, would be the key to the real changes that the Arab world so urgently needs. This would be a call that goes to the roots of society to break with a way of thinking that men and women alike have internalized, as the 32-year-old single Syrian refugee and civil engineer Maman H. told Die Zeit on January 14, 2016. My daughter should understand that if she has sex outside of marriage, it will affect the whole family. The 59-year-old Syrian carpenter and father of 12 Mohammed F., who has fled the country, adds, if I'm a really good father, she'll respect our religion. It's not much I'm asking for. Not much? What the two expect from their daughters in the name of respect for their religion is the renunciation of everything that constitutes a private, independent life without constant control. The seemingly innocuous statements made by the two Syrians reinforce their desire to brutally subjugate the girls and treat them as family property, initially their own, in order to add them to the property of their in-laws once they have been forced into marriage, with the girls' clan being held liable for any insubordination. For the daughter, this means never being sexually educated and not being allowed to have any such experiences before marriage, because the stained virginity honor would automatically fall back on the clan, which consists not only of parents, grandparents, and siblings, but also countless aunts, uncles, cousins, etc. The result is meticulous surveillance of the daughter, who is placed under general suspicion 24 hours a day as a perpetually horny, potentially lewd thing that makes men hot. According to this logic, lewd behavior would not lead to a love affair, but would merely invite taharish gamia, punishment through gang rape. The two Syrians Maman H. and Mohammed F., who have been living in refugee accommodation in Hamburg since the end of last year, responded to the time under the impression of the taharish gamia on New Year's Eve in Cologne, which they naturally condemned. Mohammed F. says, of course there are aggressive people here too. But they're not really interested in religion, they just have a bad character. In my town, people like that harass women who don't wear a niqab. But 3/4 of the inhabitants are not like them. End of quote. What Mohammed F., like so many of his brothers and sisters in faith, probably does not even suspect, which is why he is not plagued by a guilty conscience, is that the 3/4 of the inhabitants of good character in his town, who would really be interested in the religion, create the conditions for the assaults by the aggressive people with the supposedly worse character through their collective virginity mania. Gunnar Balsai, which is also always a niqab mania. With their religion and its inherent brutal notions of morality and decency, they ensure that neither a woman nor a man can approach the opposite sex in a casual and uncontrolled manner without this immediately being regarded as a disgrace which, as 32-year-old Maman H. put it, would immediately backfire on the whole family. Thanks to the seamless presence of moral guardians, relatives in the house and strange relatives in the street, there are no places in the Arab world where flirting and falling in love would be possible even halfway undisturbed and unpunished. This is why young people have no chance to learn what is so normal for the average adolescent in the West: teasing on the park bench, the demonstrative strutting of girls in front of the older boys from school, which is soon followed by the first date as a visit to the cinema or MC Donald's, which does not end without a kiss and often a little more in the hallway corner. Soon after, it's time for the first time, sometimes with more, sometimes with less infatuation. The first big disappointment is usually not long in coming either, with which you can go to understanding parents who comfort you because they are interested in the well-being of their child and not that of religion. One cannot and does not want to imagine a life without all these important experiences for the development of an individual. And yet you have to if you want to understand that the sick Arab world is only held together by religious coercion. Where do young people in love go? Asks Mona Elthahoy. Cairo is now famous for the shy couples who sit on the bridges and sidewalks overlooking the Nile, holding hands or taking bold steps, but all the while looking at the Nile and turning their backs to the traffic. It breaks my heart to see these young men and women trying to find a way to go where their hearts and bodies demand, despite the suffocating social, religious, and political pressures. End quote. That's where you can find them after all, the young Arab revolutionaries who, unlike the protagonists of Tahrir Square, are trying to do what they have every right to do without the blessing of their parents, against Islam and its family honor as well as against the impositions of decidedly Arab revolutions and their supporters. On the one hand, it is inherent in the concept of revolution that, by setting society and the state in motion, it creates a moment of uncertainty in which the old is eliminated but the new is not yet established. On the other hand, the degree of imponderability depends on how far the new has already taken shape in the old, because the more concrete this shape has become, the better the outcome of the revolution can be read from it. A rule derived from historical experience then states that an Arab or Persian revolution does not bode well. In the case of Egypt, on the other hand, predictions could be made based on this, the accuracy of which was similar to that of a weather forecast for the previous day. The outlines of what a revolution would mean could already be seen in the so-called Cairo Spring of 2005, when the tiny constitutional reform introduced by Hosni Mubarak gave the Muslim Brotherhood candidates a huge vote in the subsequent parliamentary elections. One reason for this was that there was no other opposition. The remaining opposition parties represented in parliament were all creations of the regime from the time of Anwar al-Sadat, opportunists with a leftist Nasserist or national liberal veneer, whose policy was to disguise the military dictatorship with the facade of pluralism. Outside parliament, where Muslim brothers and Salafists organized the masses in mosques, via satellite television and through social work in poor neighborhoods, a protest movement was still active at the time under the slogan Kafaya, enough, a network of left-wing activists founded by Nasserists, communists, Trotskyists, and others, who were able to mobilize their rather small following to take part in demonstrations against Israel and the USA, which were more or less tolerated by the regime, but had nothing to oppose the Islamic opposition policy. The other reason, however, was that the Egyptian masses did not want to be governed by anyone other than the Islamic ideologues. So it was not difficult to guess that Egyptian democracy would become an Islamic democracy, and that an Egyptian revolution would become an Islamic revolution in Egypt. The Mubarak regime initially reacted by canceling the spring and tried to hide behind the repressive apparatus through which it was used to rule. During the Young Officers' Revolution of 1952, the regime was able to serve the masses ideologically by promising them Arab socialism and the destruction of Israel, allowing Gamal Abdel Nasser, the beloved leader, to push the Muslim Brotherhood into the background without losing the affection of his people. Gamal Abdel Nasser's death triggered a flood of tears that reached far beyond Egypt's borders. Muammar Gaddafi also fainted at Nasser's grave at the time, and left behind an ideological disorientation once it subsided. When Anwar al-Sadat finally formally ended the war with Israel and gave up the partnership with the Soviet Union, and Egypt allied itself with the USA instead, the regime tried to compensate for the broken Arab pride with a measured Islamization of the country. But instead of satisfying the ideological hunger of the masses in the long term, it only fed it. They soon wanted a higher dose of Islam. This became apparent in the Cairo Spring. In response, political mathematicians devised the paradoxical formula for maintaining the regime: that more democracy in Egypt would only work with, even, more Islam on the one hand and, even, more military on the other, as an Islamic democracy with military reservations. The journalist, activist, and Nasserist Abdelhalim Kandil described the burgeoning revolutionary expectations in 2005 in such a way that, in retrospect, he would have earned himself the reputation of a clairvoyant if the scenario he described had not been all too foreseeable. In the event of a social explosion, an intervention by the army was very likely. Although the army was no longer in a position today, it also had no intention of ruling itself as it did in Nasser's time. It would, however, pave the way for a new constitution that would integrate all the essential political forces, including the Muslim Brotherhood, on the basis of more, not less, political freedom. The regime, i.e. the army, would therefore rid itself of Hosni Mubarak and the political apparatus of conformists and opportunists surrounding him, which had incurred the displeasure of the masses and thus become ideologically and politically useless, and leave the field to the Islamic organizations in its place. However, this strategy, which initially appeared to be a path to dual power, through which the military regime would have renewed its power, could also be seen as a new edition of the power struggle that had been going on for half a century, in which the army would still enter as the more powerful rival, but in which the Islamic opponent would be granted a power that it had never possessed before in its almost 100-year history. Islam would have the possibly decisive advantage of an ideology that could still inspire the masses. The fact that, one way or another, this increase in political freedom, for the Islamic parties, would ultimately result in less freedom overall was not allowed to be part of the revolutionary expectation. These are actually truisms. Abdul Masih Basit, the priest of St. Mary's Church in Cairo, may have thought to himself in the stormy January of 2011, when he looked at the political situation with understandable unease one day before the start of the uprising. But wisdom is not omnipresent, and it is perhaps better to explicitly warn his flock again against participating in foolishness. Because the mood in his congregation seemed to be just like that. Since the beginning of the month, Christians have been demonstrating incessantly against Hosni Mubarak's cursed regime, which did not protect them from the violence perpetrated against them by an increasingly aggressive Islamic mob, even though this state was their only protection against it. It was right to make themselves heard as a religious minority in this way. It was a just protest, but for God's sake it should not be misconstrued as a prelude to revolution. But after the revolution in Tunisia, everything suddenly appeared in a different light. The rally planned by left-wing activists in Cairo on January 25, which was originally intended to be just one of the usual, ultimately inconsequential protest events that have been so common in recent years, suddenly took on a completely different, revolutionary character. Even the Muslim Brotherhood, which otherwise officially stayed out of such activities, had mobilized for the rally. All of this seemed suspicious to Abdelmasih Basit, and so he preached on behalf of his church on the day before the revolution. We urge the Coptic youth not to take part in the demonstrations on January 25th because our problems will not be solved by demonstrations and loud slogans. At this point, the Coptic youth no longer had an ear for fatherly advice of the dialectical kind. How was it to be understood that protesting was first the right thing to do, but then wrong again? The forthcoming mass demonstrations only seemed to continue on a large scale what they themselves had begun on a small scale. How could the Christians, of all people, be absent from this revolution when they had just been the first and bravest in the fight against the hated regime? One could have answered them with the prophetic wisdom of Jesus: the first will be the last. The Christian demonstrations had begun on January 1st. The night before, shortly after midnight, when the New Year's Mass was over and the devout were just streaming outside, a car bomb exploded in front of the entrance to the Two Saints Church in Alexandria. The explosion killed 23 Christians and injured many more. This was not the first, just the bloodiest in a continuous series of attacks against them. Over the past 3 years, the attacks had increased in frequency and intensity. It only got worse with the coup. In the days that followed, numerous demonstrations, road blockades and similar actions took place in Alexandria and Cairo, which regularly ended in street battles between Christian activists and the police, who tried to intimidate the demonstrators with truncheons, tear gas, and rubber bullets, lasting well into the night. This led to some remarkable scenes. On the second day of the protest, for example, a 9-man police cordon surrounded the Cathedral of St. Mark in Cairo, the seat of the Coptic Pope, Shenouda III, to prevent the Christians gathered there for the demonstration from leaving the church grounds. The encircled demonstrators raised the wooden crosses they had brought with them and stormed the police cordon, chanting, "Revolution! Revolution in Egypt! Revolution in all the churches of Egypt!" Ministers who arrived to express their consternation to the congregation were called hypocrites and their vehicles were demolished with stones. Similar demonstrations and riots continued throughout the day and night in Alexandria, Cairo, and other cities. The third day of protest began with a demonstration by state forces. A group of people had gathered in Cairo for a vigil and lit candles in memory of the murdered Christians. The police lined up opposite. A high-ranking police officer, qualified by his rank in all reports on the scene but not identified by name anywhere, approached the vigil and blew out one candle after another in a gesture that was supposed to embody his power. The following night, a demonstration formed in Shubra, a district of Cairo where many Christians live, only to clash with the police. The demonstrators did not hesitate and attacked the police with stones, bottles, and the tried and tested wooden crosses, putting the officers on the defensive, who then dropped their shields and batons and tried to defend themselves by throwing the stones and bottles back at the demonstrators. An unusual constellation occurred during this battle, which in itself was insignificant. It was the second time in 2 nights that Cairo police special forces called in for riot control, overwhelmed by the number of demonstrators, had to break up the rehearsed marching lines and attack the crowd in street fighting style. Even before Monday's events, at least 39 police officers, including 4 high-ranking officers, had been injured trying to stop the demonstrators. Later that Monday, when a smaller group of protesters marched towards Talat Harb Square, located in central Cairo in the middle of a neighborhood dominated by 19th-century European architecture and tourist-friendly, cosmopolitan stores, cafes, and bars, as if in remembrance of pre-revolutionary times, the regime's batches once again stood in their way. This time, however, it was once again the usual impenetrable overabundance of black uniforms that had apparently been placed here for the purpose of permanently darkening the atmosphere of this place and the mood of the demonstrators. For their part, the demonstrators once again had the right slogans at the ready: "Down with Mubarak! Down with the military regime!" Then it happened again. An armed man in police uniform, a retired officer, as it was later reported, boarded the train from Samalot to Cairo on January 11th, took a quick look around and then shot at a family he identified as Christians. 1 man died, 5 were injured, then the murderer was overpowered by other passengers. As usual, the state claimed that the act was not religiously motivated, but instead offered a different explanation for the crime. The murderer was said to have been irritated and frustrated because he was short of money. Witnesses, on the other hand, reported that he had deliberately chosen a group of women for execution who were not wearing headscarves and that he had shouted Allahu Akbar as he shot them. Once again, the Christians rose up in protest. This once again led to that unusual constellation that has now almost become a habit. In Cairo, for the first time in years, the number of demonstrators exceeded the number of police deployed to fight the uprising. The demonstrators briefly gained the upper hand and thus destroyed the facade of invulnerability with which the Ministry of the Interior surrounded itself. The fact that such a situation repeatedly arose during these days may also have been the reason for some young Copts to overestimate their own strength, especially when one considers that when a comparable situation arose again after January 25, the event was immediately celebrated as the first writing on the wall of the revolution, but only because the whole world was already attuned to it. At first, however, the Egyptian repressive apparatus had no real problem putting the Christians in their place, who had largely remained among themselves during the demonstrations and, with 8 million believers, represented a notable community but, with a share of 10% of the total population, also only a despised minority. In addition, the official press soon began to remind the demonstrators that their actions were not without danger and that, if they took things too far, they would only incite religiously motivated violence and even provoke a civil war. However, these teachings were not very original, because the fact that Christians in Egypt were living dangerously was just as obvious as the fact that they were caught in a political trap. While the mob attacked them, power abandoned them, and this mechanism was in fact what fueled the religiously motivated violence. And for this very reason, not a single one of the murderers of Christians in recent years has been arrested, tried, or even convicted. However, a few days after the protests described here, there was a surprising but ambiguous exception to this rule. It concerned a massacre that had taken place a year earlier, on January 6, 2010. On that day, 8 Christians had been murdered in Nag Hammadi, again as they were leaving church, by gunfire from a passing car, with the perpetrators apparently also unintentionally hitting and killing a Muslim policeman. On the same day, 2 women died when the mob set fire to the homes of Christians in neighboring villages. The Minister of the Interior explained the massacres as follows. No religious motive could be identified, but there were initial indications that the event was connected to the accusation that a young Christian had raped a Muslim girl. The parliamentary spokesperson explained, "The crime in Nag Hammadi is just a single crime without religious motives, just like the crime of raping the girl." Whether a girl was actually raped by a Christian in the village, whether a girl was raped in the village at all, has not yet been clarified. However, the man who was imprisoned because of this double ambiguity is still waiting in vain for a trial. As with earlier and later massacres, the right rumor and the accompanying whispers were enough to explain and justify this case. The terrorist attack in Alexandria, which triggered the protests in January 2011, was preceded by rumors that 2 Christian women who had converted to Islam were being held captive in an Egyptian church and that weapons were being hidden in Egyptian churches. The latter claim was made by Mohammed Salim al-Awa, one of today's much sought-after reformist Islamists, who wants to run in the next presidential election and declare war on Israel. A few days after the massacre in Nag Hammadi, the police carried out a large-scale house search in the town and arrested 22 Christians, who were sent to prison without being charged with a specific crime. During the subsequent demonstrations, 50 people were arrested for demonstrating. Heavy clashes then broke out in Nag Hammadi between the Christian and Muslim residents of the town, with bloody street battles and burning houses, until heavily armed Egyptian army units finally marched in to pacify the town. Eyewitnesses had recognized the 3 murderers of January 6, 2010. They were finally arrested, and on January 16, 2011 one of them was sentenced to death, perhaps because the regime was worried about Egypt's international reputation at the time, perhaps because this time a Muslim, and a policeman, had also been killed in the alleged revenge attack. The previous demonstrations by Christians alone will probably not have had the desired effect. The Egyptian armed forces are now completely dependent on American arms supplies, the volume of which has grown in parallel with the Iranian threat over the past 10 years, amounting to around $1.3 billion a year. The regime is therefore susceptible to criticism from Washington and other Western capitals. On the other hand, they need each other, and the president in office in Washington at the time does not like to make himself unpopular, so the criticism voiced after the terrorist attack in Alexandria was not so harshly worded as to make Cairo nervous. Perhaps not so explosive, but still too harsh for the regime's taste, was apparently the criticism of the Pope of the Catholics. In a statement distributed to the relevant embassies represented in the Vatican on January 10, Benedict XVI deplored the increasing persecution of Christians in the Middle East, highlighting the terrorist attack in Alexandria as an example. The Pope wrote that the attacks were just further proof of how urgent and necessary it is that the governments of the region, despite all the difficulties and dangers, take sufficient measures to protect religious minorities. Need we repeat it? In the Middle East, Christians are genuine and reliable citizens who stand by their homeland and fulfill their duties to the state. Do we have to repeat it? This rebuke in the form of a question was not misunderstood by the Egyptian government and prompted it to withdraw its ambassador from the Vatican. Perhaps the reaction to the papal criticism only became so heated because Egyptian diplomacy preferred to sit out the anger over the criticism in Western capitals. As usual, the Pope left it to his press spokesman to deal with the tedious diplomatic aftermath, so that he himself did not have to retract any of the truth of what was said. There is no need to speculate on whether intensifying international criticism would have helped to increase the security of Christians in Egypt, because the revolution came, although it was clear that it would lead to a worsening of the situation. Initially, however, the Coptic youth, who had believed that the revolution was merely a continuation of their protest on a larger scale, saw themselves vindicated. This impression could also be gained from the account of the beginning of the revolution given by the authors of the International Crisis Group quoted earlier, although they miscounted again when they described a station that had already occurred here for the fourth time in a month as an event without precedent that was taking place for the first time. The numbers on January 25 surprised everyone. The protesters gathered in many places all over Cairo to undermine attempts to control them. They confused the police by constantly announcing different locations, while participants communicated via Twitter, text messages, and cell phones about the new meeting points. The result was unprecedented. For the first time in most protesters' memories, their numbers outnumbered the police. The Christians, who were admittedly not among the majority of demonstrators, could have contributed their divergent memories, but minority issues no longer interested anyone anyway. Just as Abdel-Masih Basit had feared, the Coptic youth plunged headlong into the turmoil on Tahrir Square, where their own concerns, for which they had demonstrated alone against the state power just a few days ago, were quickly drowned out in the general fever of the revolution. Here they now stood together with the activists of Kafaya, the coalition of the Youth Revolution, to which the Youth of April 6 belongs, which in turn includes activists from Kafaya, the youth movement of the Muslim Brotherhood, which in turn belongs to the aforementioned coalition of the Youth Revolution, which also includes the youth in support of Muhammad el-Baradei, who in turn is a member of the National Association for Change. One should not be deceived by the variety of names. The various activist groups are a mixture of the same ingredients: Nasserism, communism, Trotskyism, anti-imperialism and, of course, anti-Zionism. Only the mixing ratio distinguishes the individual organizations, if at all, because they are obscurely intertwined with each other in terms of personnel. The Muslim Brotherhood or its youth organization are involved everywhere. Only el-Baradei is a peculiar phenomenon, who can perhaps be described as a moderate anti-Zionist with a Nobel Prize. But what were the Christians' own concerns that the Coptic youth themselves had already forgotten? As a religious minority, they wanted to be protected from the mob that threatened them. They wanted religious freedom and equality before the law. Nothing more than what every citizen would be entitled to, the right to be part of a community that respects the lives and property of its members. But now they were standing here with people who had a completely different idea of community. One got an idea of this when these revolutionaries later, long after the generals had taken over, recalled the good old days in the square, where they were united by a feeling they described as a mood or atmosphere, a kind of commonality and equality across all boundaries of religion, gender, class, party, and rank that could only be felt in the square. That is why they were drawn back there again and again after the revolution. In this community, during the drunkenness of the state of emergency, it was of course quite absurd to ask about specific issues. Religious freedom, for example, or, derived from this, compulsory veiling were problems that, despite the perceived unity of religions and genders, had no place on the square, as discussing them would only have disturbed the beautiful communal experience. In any case, there is no state-imposed compulsory veiling in Egypt as there is in Saudi Arabia or Iran. It only exists here as a form of violence exercised by the Islamic community, i.e. as social violence, so that a debate about it seemed out of place in a movement that had come together to overthrow the regime, but not to solve social problems. One could, however, have raised the question of what kind of regime the revolt wanted to install in place of the old one and whether the new constitution should handle the Islamic dress code as liberally as the old one. Religious freedom had a similar fate in prospect. In Egypt, religious minorities have so far enjoyed religious freedom and Christians are equal citizens, albeit with certain restrictions, but here the problem lay elsewhere. The same state that legally guaranteed religious freedom was, as we have seen, not fully prepared to defend this formal right against the real injustice suffered by Christians as a result of the violence perpetrated against them by the Islamic mob. In the square, the Christians now stood united partly with the mob and partly with those who would make the laws in the future and also want to formally eliminate religious freedom. The injustice of genital mutilation, on the other hand, was not part of the Christians' own concerns from the outset and was therefore not forgotten by the Coptic youth, but could not be an issue for the revolution if only because an intergender and interreligious consensus prevailed in the square. In Egypt, it has been banned by the state since 2007, but it continues to exist as a social violence that is not limited to a specific religious community, but rather subjugates the entire female gender and is exercised immediately by parents, primarily mothers, against their daughters. The ban was a law that was not enforced, so it was not a law but merely a good intention, the implementation of which depended on Suzanne Mubarak's personal commitment and the success of her educational campaigns. The commitment was greater than the success because the Egyptians consider themselves to be the heirs of the oldest civilization, which no longer needed enlightenment. Today, the ban is rejected because it was a law of the hated regime. And because there is no religious justification for genital mutilation, the new lawmakers take the position, nothing in Islam prohibits circumcision. Statistics show that over 90% of adult women in Egypt are circumcised, that before the ban 77% of girls were circumcised, now 74% are, with doctors increasingly performing the circumcision instead of mothers, just as hand chopping in Saudi Arabia is now mostly carried out using modern medical methods. In view of the mental state of a population that results from such conditions, the Egyptians should have been advised to wait a little longer with the revolution because they are not ready for it. If it were true that this was the home of the oldest civilization, then the question would have arisen as to how many millennia it would take and whether waiting would change anything at all. But of course this was not an issue on the square, because these were problems whose discussion would have exceeded the limited horizons of the revolutionaries and overstretched the sensitive tolerance of the boundless diversity on the square. The reality on the square stood in stark contrast to the image that the world public was forming, which was consequently composed of completely superficial ideas: spring, youth, Facebook, SMS, etc. The point was threefold. Firstly, we don't know what or who it is. Secondly, it is the youth, the new generation, the enlightened middle class. Thirdly, the Arabs are quite different from what we always thought. Above all, it is not the Muslim Brotherhood that everyone is afraid of. Well, many of Egypt's citizens are young, 32.7% under 14, average age 24, so you couldn't do much with this reference unless you wanted to find out what this seal of quality is supposed to mean. The rest of the argument implied that the use of modern means of communication requires education and that terrorists are too stupid to set up a Facebook account or use a BlackBerry. This crazy loss of reality was characteristic of the perception of the so-called revolution in general. And there is a simple explanation for this. Sick from a history of wars and crises, crime and betrayal, bourgeois and revolutionary self-confidence needs self-deception like an alcoholic needs alcohol to numb his fear of the bad end, which comes a little closer with every sip of this medicine. The Islamic tenor is the object of fear that creates the need for Islamic reformers. The Arab Spring came like an unexpected healing by the laying on of hands. In this country, the loudest spokespeople for the revolution were to be found among the moderate faction known as Israel Solidarity and its weekly newspaper. When they noticed with grandiloquent understanding, Joschka Fischer style, that Israel did not share their revolutionary exuberance, they had finally found a reason to criticize Israel for once. Israel's skepticism was unfounded, they said. Don't be afraid, they shouted at the Jews. The argument used by people, who certainly know how dangerous Islamic gangs are, to prove the harmlessness of this particular revolution was the claim that it had begun without the involvement of the Muslim Brotherhood, who had only joined later. This was meant to imply that the driving force behind the revolution was precisely those Facebook activists who were unseen and presented as the previously overlooked enlightened Arab youth who deserved our support. Now it is irrelevant in and of itself whether the Muslim Brotherhood was there from day one or day two, or whether they joined later in order to seize the revolution, which supposedly did not belong to them, as was said later. They were no less there from the first day, except that they weren't wearing t-shirts saying hello, I'm one of them. In fact, in the run-up to January 25, the Muslim Brotherhood had deliberately decided not to be visible as an organization on the square because, in light of the events in Tunisia, it seemed possible that this time it might actually succeed in forcing Hosni Mubarak to step down, especially as the presidential election was due to take place in a few months. His candidacy was unlikely and it was known that a successor was also being sought within the regime. The visibility of the Brotherhood could only harm cooperation with other activists and international sympathy. However, this consideration was only relevant to the scene in and around the square where the eyes of the world were focused. In other cities, especially in their strongholds in the Nile Delta, the Brotherhood dominated the revolution for all to see, as in Sinai, where the smuggling and other criminal gangs or Al-Qaeda groups active there took part. After the involvement of the Muslim Brotherhood became obvious, attempts were made to deny the Islamic character of the revolution by pointing to its economic drivers, because if it had any, its content would not be Islam, but bread and peace. In fact, many families in Egypt are poor, there is unemployment, injustice, and a lack of prospects. Compared to other parts of Africa, Egyptians may still look rich, but that was not an argument, because they were always poor enough for a revolution. The argument also did not quite fit with the earlier one that the middle class was rebelling here, a class not usually associated with the poorest strata of society. But perhaps it was the class most affected by the lack of prospects. That could be, but it cannot be that the existence of poverty in Egypt contradicts the fact that Islam was the content of the revolution, because as the Muslim Brotherhood slogan says, Islam is the solution. This means that it is the solution to all problems, including and especially economic ones, because it is the religion of the tormented, who are promised eternal justice. Social work is the basis of Islamic mass mobilization, the bond, or transmission belt, Lenin, between the people and the party. The party, which was founded by the Brotherhood after the revolution, therefore bears the name Freedom and Justice and underlines this through campaigns in poor neighborhoods, such as in October 2011 in the Cairo district of Mbaba, where it distributed food at half price to the gullible, a district in which further attacks on the Christian minority occurred over the course of the year. The Salafist party is called the Light and wants to eliminate the bondage of interest through Islamic banking. In its commitment to the poor and downtrodden, Islam is no match for socialism or Mother Teresa. But wasn't there a strike on April 6 and 7, 2008, with which the textile workers of Mahala al-Kubra, a major industrial city in the middle of the Nile Delta, reacted to the increase in food prices? Didn't the police brutally suppress this strike, and didn't activists use Facebook and text messages to call for a general strike and the overthrow of Hosni Mubarak? So it's the internet and mobile phone revolutionaries again, but this time in association with rail workers in the class struggle in the style of the 19th century? This is where the April 6 youth movement emerged, which wanted to support the strikes with demonstrations, whose spokespeople in turn became the old acquaintances, the anti-Zionists of the Kafaya movement, so that the diversity of like-minded people appeared with ever new names and activities, only to soon find themselves in Tahrir Square. The strikes were also only superficially about food prices, which were heavily subsidized by the regime. The strikes themselves, as well as the events accompanying them, ran under the slogan Egyptian Intifada. They were political strikes or a show of strength by the Muslim Brotherhood in a city where it played a leading role in the trade union movement and where many workers would later support the Muslim Brotherhood Party. Finally, since the revolution did not produce any content that added to or even contradicted the Muslim Brotherhood's program, it took on the role that suited it, rising from the initially invisible to the highly visible leader of the movement. This happened not only in the later parliamentary elections, but already in the square, because the Brotherhood had something ahead of all the others, a program and an organization. The advantage became apparent the moment the clashes with the police got tougher. One activist later explained with an example, they were very helpful. When people got fed up with just standing around and watching, they organized reinforcements. They were very good at organizing stone factories to produce supplies of ammunition and build barricades. The authors of the International Crisis Group described the Brotherhood's rapid change of role from their own perspective. The Brotherhood initially observed the situation cautiously or even fearfully, envisioning the repression that would inevitably follow their participation in a failed revolt. But their attitude soon changed, partly in response to pressure from their many younger members in Tahrir Square and the surprising strength of the protest. Once the decision to fight had been made, there was no turning back for them. Mubarak had to be brought down or his retribution would be terrible. The role of Islamist activists grew the more violent the confrontation became and the more they moved away from Cairo, especially in the Delta. Their own deep roots and the relative weakness of the secular opposition gave them a leading role. But then an even more powerful organization entered the stage of the revolution. The generals also initially played their role in such a way that their intentions remained invisible. Their intervention was initially only noticed by the sudden disappearance of the police from the scene, the very part of the power apparatus on which Hosni Mubarak relied. Soldiers took over the position. They handed out sweets and chocolate to the revolutionaries and vowed not to shoot at them. The promise held for 3/4 of a year. Then, on the night of October 9, soldiers shot at a demonstration of Christians after the Islamic mob had set fire to a church. 24 Christians were murdered that night, partly by gunfire and partly by military vehicles running into the crowd and running people over. As in early January, the Christians fought numerous street battles with the new power in the days that followed, their slogans now being, Muslims, Christians, overthrow the field marshal, and Tantavi is a murderer. A total of 26 Christians had already been killed in March and May when the mob mobilized by the Salafists set fire to their churches, stores, and houses. This time, the killers were motivated by alleged love affairs and similar unbelievable things. In these cases, as before the revolution, the new regime had always distinguished itself by its inactivity, for which it gave itself the seal of approval of impartiality. Did the Christians now have to fear the new rulers not only because of their indifference, but as a deadly enemy themselves? The day after the massacre in October, the murderer sentenced to death in January 2010 following the terrorist attack in Alexandria and the demonstrations by Christians at the beginning of the year was hanged. 2 ministers resigned in protest at the violence perpetrated by soldiers against Christians until the military council promised to punish the perpetrators. This was granted to the Christians for their 50 deaths. At this point, however, the new rulers found themselves embroiled in a power struggle that was undecided, but in which their rivals, the Islamic parties, were gaining political ground from day to day. From a Christian perspective, there was therefore only the prospect that their situation could continue to deteriorate catastrophically, but no prospect of improvement. The next shots were fired in November, immediately before the parliamentary elections, when the revolution returned to the square. The Muslim Brotherhood and Salafists had called for a joint demonstration of power after Friday prayers. When soldiers tried to clear the square on Saturday morning, the activists joined them so as not to lose touch with the Islamic Revolution and deny their character once again. There are no parties here, no Muslims and no Christians. We are the people. The Coptic youth were also there again. Christians stood guard while the Muslims prayed so that soldiers would not disturb them. There must be something to the saying that hope dies last. The difference between concept and reality establishes the possibility of revolutionary practice, not the mere concept. Max Horkheimer. In December 2009, someone said about his Egyptian homeland, "I come from a country where there is an unwritten agreement between the individual and society. You accept the rules, but also the constraints of the collective society and don't question them, and in return you can count on the solidarity and recognition of everyone. In every decision, you have the support of your father, your teacher, the imam, or a verse from the Quran. You are never alone, in a positive or negative sense. Individuality is given up for security and support." A good year later, the same person explains to the German public via ARD and ZDF, "The Egyptians are ready for democracy, hoot.de. And, the Egyptian people want freedom, you can literally feel it in every corner of Egypt." Die Welt, February 7, 2011. What radical upheavals in Egyptian society must have taken place in just a few months, and nobody noticed, except Hamed Abdel Samad, who made the statements. However, Abdel Samad does not seem to have been quite so sure either, otherwise he would not have had to decree the nature of the weeks-long protests on Cairo's Tahrir Square in such a defiant, even authoritarian tone. "I insist that it is a revolution." If one follows the Communist Manifesto by Marx and Engels to assess whether a cause can be defined as revolutionary, in which the proletariat was not identified as the only revolutionary subject, but rather what destroys feudal, patriarchal, idyllic conditions was defined as revolutionary, then the masses on Tahrir Square should not only have demonstrated for the end of the Mubarak era, but also for the fact that, in the words of Abdel Samad, they are no longer forced to sacrifice their individuality to Egyptian collective society, and this should have been directed specifically against the regime of father, teacher, imam, and the Quranic faith in general. In the first chapter, Bourgeois and Proletarians, it says, "The bourgeoisie has played a highly revolutionary role in history. The bourgeoisie, where it has come to power, has destroyed all feudal, patriarchal, idyllic relations. It has ruthlessly torn asunder the motley feudal ties which bound man to his natural superior, and has left no other bond between man and man than naked interest, than unfeeling payment in cash. It has drowned the holy shivers of pious enthusiasm, of chivalrous enthusiasm, of Philistine melancholy in the ice-cold water of selfish calculation. It has dissolved personal dignity into exchange value and replaced the countless vested and well-acquired freedoms with an unscrupulous freedom of trade. It has, in a word, substituted open, impudent, direct, arid exploitation for exploitation cloaked in religious and political illusions. The bourgeoisie has stripped all the hitherto venerable and piously revered activities of their halo. It has transformed the doctor, the lawyer, the clergyman, the poet, the man of science into its paid laborers. The bourgeoisie has torn away the touching and sentimental veil from the family relationship and reduced it to a purely monetary relationship. The bourgeoisie has revealed how the brutal expression of power, which reaction admires so much in the Middle Ages, found its fitting complement in the laziest bearskinning. Only it has proved what human activity can achieve. It has accomplished quite other marvels than Egyptian pyramids, Roman aqueducts and Gothic cathedrals. It has performed quite other feats than migrations and crusades. Quote, end. In reality, Abdel Samad also knows that there can be no question of this, as he lamented to the Taz in November 2010 about the Egyptian reality. When he, Abdel Samad, asks anyone on the street why these Islamic societies used to be leading and what has happened since then, he always gets the answer: because we have distanced ourselves from the religion. May 11, 2010. Hamed Abdel Samad is not only Henrik M. Broder's buddy, with whom he went on a Germany safari for ARD in 2010. As a German and Egyptian citizen, he drummed up support for the alleged revolution on Tahrir Square from the FAZ to Jungle World. His reputation as credible and authentic was enhanced by the fact that he combined the brazen claim that even the Islamists were demanding freedom and democracy on Tahrir Square with a popular threat The hatred of the West by the alleged revolutionaries would continue as long as it did not unconditionally support the masses longing for democracy in the Middle East. In Jungle World on March 3, 2011, Stefan Grigget wrote under the headline "Spoilsport Israel." Israel is being called upon to seize the opportunity and finally put an end to checkpoints and siege without even mentioning why these checkpoints exist in the West Bank. There is thunderous applause on German television for such a formulation, especially when, as Hamid Abdulsamad did in the ZDF program, was none, nay host, Shimon Stein, the former Israeli ambassador to Germany, is slammed in the face. Abdulsamad clearly doesn't distrust the enthusiasm he receives from the German audience, who celebrate him as the authentic voice of the masses rising up against a puppet of the West. In an interview for the online portal Der Westen, Abdulsamad confirmed that this threat is primarily directed against Israel, as Stefan Grigget noted. If Israel really is a democratic state, it should side with the Democrats. If Israel really wants peace, it should show solidarity with the Democrats in Egypt, January 2, 2011. In the ZDF program Hoot on February 1, 2011, Abdulsamad declared, "I hope that all Western governments now understand that this is their last chance to side with democracy in the Middle East. If they miss this chance, they will have no more credibility and no more allies in the Middle East." In the ZDF program Hoot on February 1, 2011, Abdulsamad declared, "I hope that all Western governments now understand that this is their last chance to side with democracy in the Middle East. If they miss this chance, they will have no more credibility and no more allies in the Middle East." Abdulsamad is not a cheap demagogue whose sole aim is to paint a rosy picture of the events in Egypt at the beginning of 2011 against his better judgment. Rather, he acted as someone driven by his own theses on Islam and Arab society. Abdulsamad's popular criticism of Islam in Germany, which certainly contains truth, has long since made him a not at all innocent participant in a discourse that is not opposed to Islam but to the Enlightenment and wants to finish off civilization with culture. Deutschlandfunk, a stronghold of the discourse of cultures, believes it has found in Abdulsamad the counterpart to the authors Nekla Kalek or Ayaan Hirsi Ali, who are reviled as Enlightenment fundamentalists. The 38-year-old academic strives for equidistance from all the protagonists of the debate being conducted in this country. His focus is entirely on the civilizing aspects of culture. diradio.de, September 13, 2010. It is not only since Oswald Spengler that this German distinction between civilization and culture has enchanted entire generations of critics of civilization who believe they can use it to conceal their anti-Western resentment. In Germany, this kind of criticism is still a popular business model today, especially among public broadcasters and German film funding, which used to be called an educational mission that is suitable for reconciling the politically correct Deutschlandfunk with the non-governmental portal Politically Incorrect, which holds the protection of culture equally sacred. With Oswald Spengler, Abdulsamad himself has brought the name into play that ensures him undivided attention. It is no coincidence that the title of his successful book, The Decline of the Islamic World, A Forecast, was published in 2010. In it, he describes his personal awakening experience as the apparent transformation from radical Islam apologist to avowed critic of Islam. "I came across an old book from an acquaintance that initially seemed to me to be a goldmine, Oswald Spengler's The Decline of the West. I thought I could find in it all the arguments against the decadent Western civilization that was so overwhelming to me as a devout Muslim, and I felt no small amount of schadenfreude at the imminent end of this culture. But the content of the book shocked me. Because the state of the declining civilization, as Spengler describes it, seemed very familiar to me. I was very familiar with the aging culture, which had become cold and soulless and had been infiltrated by materialism and formless violence. I slogged through the difficult text until I came across this passage. At last, in the old age of dawning civilization, the fire of the soul goes out. The waning power ventures once more, with half success, in classicism, which is no stranger to a dying culture, on a greater creation. The soul thinks back once more, in romanticism, wistfully to its childhood. At last, tired, disenchanted and cold, it loses its desire for existence and longs, as in Roman imperial times, to return from 1,000 years of light to the darkness of primal mysticism, to the womb, to the grave. It was still too early for a Copernican turnaround. It was not until more than 10 years later that I ventured once more into the decline of the West. Now I read the book with different eyes and tried to follow Spengler's advice to look the decline of one's own culture in the eye. By analogy with the sprouting, blossoming, and withering of a plant. Spengler had tried to explain the life cycle of a culture as the morphology of history, page 12 ff. In his Philosophy of Destiny, which he regarded as a German philosophy, Spengler presented a total of 8 high cultures, to which he counted the ancient and Occidental cultures, which stood in irreconcilable opposition to one another. He saw his work as the first historico-philosophical critique of a modern humanity that was supposedly incessantly progressing towards something higher and nobler. The great success of his work can be explained above all by the fact that in the year of publication of the first volume in 1918, the second followed in 1922, he hit the nerve of the times. The First World War was drawing to a close and the German cultural people, quite unlike the victorious powers, felt they were in decline. Spengler's objection to the prevailing teleology of history reads like an anticipated passage from a Horkheimer essay against the logical course of world history. I am protesting here against two assumptions, writes Spengler, which have so far corrupted all historical thinking, against the assumption of a final goal for all of humanity and against the denial of final goals in general. Munich 1972, 613. In diametric contrast to Horkheimer, however, whose 1942 essay Authoritarian State ended with the statement that teleology makes human determination a priori impossible, Spengler resolved his critical thought by renouncing human subjectivity altogether, which is confusingly similar to the oblivion of being later lamented by Heidegger. Life has a goal. It is the fulfillment of what was set with its conception. But the individual human being belongs by birth either to one of the high cultures or only to the human type in general. There is no third great unit of life for him. But thus his destiny lies either within the framework of zoological or world history, ibid. Human reason, which goes beyond the first nature, the zoological, as well as beyond the assumption that it is merely an appendage of a high culture, which Spengler characteristically refers to as an organism, must not exist and thus neither a human history nor its prehistory. And from this follows a very decisive fact, established here for the first time, that man is not only without history before the emergence of a culture, but becomes without history again as soon as civilization develops into its full and final form and thus ends the living development of culture, has exhausted the last possibilities of a meaningful existence, ibid. Horkheimer's criticism, directed above all against the determinism of Marxism-Leninism, also applies in its entirety to German ideology and thus to Spengler. The historical scheme of such raisonnements only knows the dimension in which progress and regression take place, it refrains from human intervention. It merely assesses them as what they are in capitalism, as social quantities, as things, ibid. The fact that Spengler's morphology, alongside the generally valid category of high culture, does not recognize any external distinction between progress or regression, but only the hermetically self-contained progressive realization of its possible until completion, synonymous with its end, is cultural relativism par excellence, not least in its mortal decay. Although Spengler does not recognize a dialogue between cultures, but only victory, defeat and ultimately the downfall of the victor in decadence, it is precisely in this way that he has had a decisive influence on the current cultural discourse. Spengler's sprouting, blossoming, and withering, the plant-like growth and death of cultures, Adorno, this vegetative process in which no human being can actively intervene, which Abdul-Samad is so fascinated by, asserts the complete autonomy of organisms and thus not least their worthiness of protection against all criticism. No wonder, then, that Abdul-Samad was called to the witness stand by Deutschlandradio as a thoroughly spiritual representative of his own culture. Abdul-Samad, against the criticism of Islam declared to be hostile to dialogue. As a critic of Islam, he is an exceptional phenomenon. Not a zealot, more of a philosopher. Not someone with ready-made answers, someone who wants to enter into dialogue with others. The naturalization of culture, its transformation into a law of nature, forms the basis for Abdul-Samad's thesis of the lawful demise of Islam. The sympathy for his theses, not only in quasi-state radio, is based on the fact that the death sentence on the Western world, which has actually long since perished, always precedes the alleged demise of Islamic culture. The philosopher Abdul-Samad always speaks of Spengler, and Spengler speaks of the German people indulging in wild fantasies of doom, who also believe they recognize the cultural bankruptcy of their conquerors in their own downfall in 1918. Abdul-Samad puts it like this: the disappearance of the culturally interested population, the death of art and the fixation on panem et circenses, bread, and games, degenerations that Spengler attributed to the West, are all phenomena that one can clearly recognize when taking a closer look at an Islamic society, provided one looks beyond the pious facade. Page 14. What superficially sounds not at all dissimilar to the criticism of the culture industry in the dialectic of enlightenment soon proves to be the opposite with Abdul-Samad and his lovers. Anyone who follows Spengler will hardly be able to get rid of the fact that in the stone colossus world city he recognized the demise of culture in civilization as finally complete and that this essentially Western Moloch has gained entry into other organisms as an undead parasite. The hostility towards modern urbanity is based on the longing for an idol, Marx/Engels, in which blood ties regulate human relationships. These last cities, Spengler laments, are mere dwellings created not by blood, but by purpose, not by feeling, but by the economic spirit of enterprise, page 674. This romantic anti-capitalism, which laments the artificiality of the city as cultural decay and blames this on the social relationship called capital instead of understanding it as revolutionary and progressive, as in the Communist Manifesto, turns the necessary criticism of the narrowness and ugliness of big cities into a rejection of any condition of the possibility of individual happiness, inflated into an existential judgment. It probably also has to do with the fact that Spengler was never an original racist, because race meant nothing biological to him, but always something cosmic and soulful, page 689, that Abdul-Samad can refer to him so faithfully without being shunned for it. Abdul-Samad's elevation to the status of philosopher is primarily due to the fact that he is well received not despite, but because of his doom-mongering about the inevitable downfall of Islam. It is the degradation of the subject, who can only become an appendage of inevitable historical destiny, that inspires enthusiasm for his book and awakens an old German longing in Deutschlandradio. The book conveys a third way in the polarizing debate. It does not offer patent remedies for conflict resolution, but a comprehensive explanation of the processes that must be set in motion to enable Muslims to connect intellectually with modernity. This neutralized, mechanistic language of processes, courses, and connections, purged of any subjectivity, is the way of thinking of those who cannot ignore any doom and gloom without immediately elevating it to a cultural critique. Adorno argued against this culture of the third way. In order to escape the magic circle of Spengler's morphology, it is not enough to defame barbarism and rely on the health of culture. Rather, the element of barbarism must be penetrated by culture itself, page 71. This penetration becomes impossible if, like Abdul-Samad, one harbors the intention of wanting to look beyond an allegedly pious facade of Islamic society in order to search for the real thing behind it. In this way, what constitutes Islamic propaganda is declared to be essentially healthy, and a German enlightener becomes a constructive apologist for internalized coercion. While in the West there is an antithesis to materialism and consumerism in the cultural repertoire of Enlightenment and humanism, lived Islam lacks a healthy defense mechanism against consumption without categorically excluding and condemning it. One could say that consumption without Kant leads to confusion, page 15. Decades ago, Horkheimer/Adorno denounced the fact that Enlightenment, humanism, and religion are only supposed to fulfill the social function of a counterpole or defense mechanism as part of that administered world that drives the self-destruction of Enlightenment. No wonder, then, that Abdul-Samad cannot be capable of differentiating between the essence and appearance, the general and the particular, of Islamic societies. His concept of the current meaning of Islam is downright anti-critical. Starting from the inevitable decay of Islam, Abdul-Samad states that it can no longer offer any constructive, answers to the questions of modern life and to the decay of a culture that places its own particularity above change, although this particularity no longer corresponds to any substance, ibid. As if this were not precisely the social place of ideology formation, as if it were not the essence of ideology to cover up and disguise the difference between concept, Islam, and reality of life, and as if this were not precisely why we speak of a necessarily false consciousness, which is a mass and crisis consciousness could neither be neatly separated with a dissecting knife from any state propaganda, a tribal tradition, nor from Islam itself. Only those who tear reality apart into its particles instead of grasping it in its unity of diversity and bringing it to its concept can, like Abdul-Samad, give a general all-clear in view of the obvious crisis in Arab societies, which has turned Islam more than ever before into something that can no longer be distinguished from ideology. As far as Islam is concerned, writes Abdul-Samad, it may be all sorts of things in its current state, but in my opinion it is certainly not one thing. It is not powerful. On the contrary, it is seriously ill and is in retreat, both culturally and socially. The religiously motivated violence, the increasing Islamization of the public sphere, and the convulsive insistence on the visibility of symbols are nervous reactions to this retreat. The advance of Islamism is merely an excited mobilization and, as Spengler writes, woe to those who confuse mobilization with victory, page 18. But all the more woe to those who, like Abdul-Samad, understand and ignore this as a sign of the certain decline of Islam, as Adorno himself insisted in 1955 when answering the question, will Spengler be right? After, or rather despite, Auschwitz, first of all, one will have to say the simplest thing, that the West has not yet perished. The reprehensible composure with which Abdul-Samad basically only illustrates the downfall of the Islamic world in his book of over 200 pages and consequently spreads more than just expedient optimism in view of the events in Egypt at the beginning of 2011 devalues every correct observation he makes. Facts about contemporary Egyptian society that anyone who hasn't been fooled by the events in Tahrir Square could know, can be found in abundance in Abdul-Samad's book from last year. If an Egyptian woman dared to lift her veil demonstratively today, she would probably be crushed by the masses, because it is not just a religious symbol, which it used to be, but has become a symbol of struggle. If someone were to write a book about their loss of faith, it would shorten their life expectancy, page 87f. Or, many people think that democracy is a regulation that can be implemented from above. They cannot understand that the Constitution, free elections, and parliamentarianism are only symbols of democracy and that the soul of democracy lies in the mindset of the people and their common sense, page 169. In the face of the mass protests at the beginning of 2011, Abdel Samad has obviously not only decided not to say another word about Egyptian life expectancy and common sense, but to declare the average Egyptian mindset to be akin to the soul of democracy. It is easy to understand why someone like Abdel Samad, who has been driven out of the country by the intolerability of an authoritarian society, will do everything in his power to support any movement of protest that could promise even a glimmer of hope for improvement. His penetrating whitewashing of the Egyptian protests can perhaps also be partly explained in this way. And yet he has not only played the voluntary helper for all those in this country who have always known that criticism of Islam is a highly dangerous attack on the dialogue between cultures, that true freedom means being part of a coercive organization, and that democracy is only realized when a mass of people chant the demands appropriate to their nature. When asked by ZDF whether he would have to rewrite his book after the events in Tunisia and Egypt, Abdel Samad replied boldly, "No, not at all. The Islamic world as we knew it has perished." Hoot.de. Sem Ozdemir and his party colleagues are not the only ones who have happily heard the message. In the FAZ, in which Ozdemir outed himself as a Patrick Bonners fan, the Green Party leader also showed that he had learned from Abdel Samad. The debate can no longer be conducted without also thinking about the revolutions in Egypt and Tunisia. The loud call for democracy, freedom, and participation in prosperity in these Muslim countries is causing the radical critics of Islam a lot of trouble with their construction of a supposedly unchangeable being. May 27, 2011. At the beginning of 2011, almost nobody wanted to listen closely and only heard calls for democracy and freedom. It seems strange that someone who has been known since 1979 to want to be anything but this became the voice of reason, Bahman Niramand. Presumably because he still remembers the failure of the Iranian left in its alliance with the mullahs, he seems to have had a premonition that the misery in Egypt could be repeated. Niramand is one of the very few commentators who has succeeded in putting down on paper what is actually a simple thought. Western media talk about a democratization process without examining more closely whether the conditions for this form of government exist in the Arab countries and whether the masses of insurgents are even striving for such a system. Taz, March 29, 2011. Thinking about the preconditions for democratization presupposes the need to penetrate the element of barbarism in the culture itself, as Adorno demanded. In relation not only to Egyptian culture, but to Islamic culture in general, we need to talk about a phenomenon for which the term youth bulge is gradually being coined. Some Wikipedia authors have provided information about the causes of the youth bulge. The approximately 2 billion people living in Islamic and African countries today account for 300 million young men between the ages of 15 and 30. However, due to the demographics there and the often desolate and underdeveloped economic structures, they are not given the opportunity to achieve an acceptable social status. This is partly due to the more traditional forms of society in many third world countries. Due to primogeniture, only the firstborn have opportunities for social advancement, while the remaining surplus offspring do not find an adequate place in society, resulting in a large discrepancy between individual aspirations and social reality. If we take this as the basis for a critique of the conditions there and do not draw the stupid conclusion, as the left does, that everything is just a social issue that has nothing to do with Islam, then we should ask, what is the situation in Egypt regarding criticism of the principle of primogeniture, and thus of the Muslim family tradition? One can assume that such criticism exists. However, one must also assume that it is not only marginal, but that its public expression poses serious risks to life and limb, because the social need for a real revolution in Egyptian society simply does not exist, not even among the majority of those who protested on Tahrir Square. The respected Islamic scholar Reinhard Schulz, on the other hand, has transfigured the character of the Arabellion as an emancipatory youth movement on behalf of the entire public opinion in Germany. You can compare it with the youth movements that were directed against the Adenauer Republic. There too, as now in the Arab world, it was about individual freedom. Taz, January 6, 2011. In Egypt and elsewhere, however, there is no talk of a generational conflict that deserves its name because it is aimed at the individual's emancipation from tribe and clan. Unfortunately, almost everything suggests that the great discrepancy between individual aspirations and social reality, as the Wikipedia authors call it, consists of something else, in contrast to the protests in West Germany in the late 1950s and 1960s against the mustiness of 1,000 years. What the sister reports, for example, about the soul of the Tunisian martyr of self-immolation, Mohamed Bouazizi, could therefore easily have been a description of the reality of life for an average male representative of the youth bulge in Egypt. Mohammed brought home between 3 and 5 euros from selling fruit in the evening, which his mother and 5 siblings lived on. His father died a long time ago. Mohammed couldn't think about starting his own family. He didn't have the money to pay for a wedding and the necessary dowry. Spiegel Online, January 23, 2011. In other words, not wanting to live differently from one's parents, but not being able to live like them, this is the great discrepancy, which is not a discrepancy because it turns out to be the need to continue what already exists, as a lack of desire to break with the socially constitutive tradition embodied by Islam, in which the bride and groom saying "I do" to each other at the wedding is of the least importance in the formation of marriages. The only thing that could be called revolutionary would therefore be what has not been done so far, or rather, what had to be done because of the social constitution and has not ended even after Mubarak's rule. The protest against the mustiness of 1,000 years, which in Egypt on Tahrir Square must have been at most behind closed doors. The FAZ is the only newspaper in Germany to have given revolutionary thought to a revolution of Egyptian conditions in the spirit of the Communist Manifesto, i.e. how to destroy the feudal, patriarchal, and idyllic. The newspaper for Germany also asked itself the question, why are the Egyptians so poor? The answers did not consist of the usual ideological text modules from A for exploitation to C for colonialism and capitalism to Z for Zionism, but were derived from a comparison with a society located far to the east. Quote, 50 years ago, there was a country that resembled the Arab superpower in most important respects, South Korea. The Asian Republic had roughly the same number of inhabitants, whose numbers grew at the same rate. The people were just as poor as the Egyptians, they also suffered from a dictatorship and high military spending. Today, South Korea is a technology-driven industrial power. The South Koreans are 5 times as rich as the Egyptians, they live 10 years longer, and in a true democracy. South Korea's leadership has successfully propagated small families since the 1960s. This policy brought South Korea the so-called demographic dividend. Families and the state had to invest less in children. The Asian country benefited from a sharp rise in national income due to increased capital formation and lower costs for economically dependent age groups. The consequences are striking. South Korea has managed to bring its young citizens into employment, while in Egypt the generation of sons and daughters is threatened by unemployment and a lack of prospects and has been thrown back into the shadow economy. June 2, 2011. In view of such a victory over the youth bulge and the societal stagnation that has led to it, it would be an exaggeration to speak of a South Korean revolution. But what has been achieved, there would be an objection to all revolutionary romantics as the inescapable claim to any protest in the Middle East. Suicide bombing is usually seen as a mere means to various ends. Sensitive people add that it is an expression of despair. So one also asks what could be demonstrably anti-Semitic about the attacks on the World Trade Center, how they could be reconciled with those in Israel simply because they used the same means. After all, the 2 towers were not in Tel Aviv. Relations between Al-Qaeda and Hamas or Hezbollah are described as speculation, and the references to the views of one of the suicide pilots in New York about the Jews are simply ignored, just to avoid considering the possibility that the people who worked in the World Trade Center or live on the East Coast are considered enemies because, in the eyes of the perpetrators, they either belong to Judaism or support Judaism. For Muhammad Atta, as reported by someone who knew him, the Jews were the rich string pullers of the media, the financial world, politics, and of course the Jews were also behind the American operation in the Gulf, behind the wars in the Balkans, in Chechnya, everywhere. Who were the perpetrators in Egypt who wanted to wipe out the architecture, the culture, ultimately the whole of Islam? Of course, the Jews. And the center of world Jewry, as Atta saw it, was New York. Atta wanted a theocracy from the Nile to the Euphrates, free of Jews, and his war of liberation had to begin in New York. As much as people are reluctant to describe the September 11th attacks as anti-Semitic, the Third Reich's attack on the Soviet Union has never been described as anti-Semitic, despite all the research into contemporary history. And yet it was in a double sense, ideologically, because Bolshevism was always imagined as part of a Jewish world conspiracy, practically, because in the course of this war of aggression the extermination of the European Jews could then be fully implemented. It depends on the overall context from which the individual act results. What can be worked out first, however, is a certain relationship between perpetrator, means and victim. The suicide bombings follow a logic, which is not adequately addressed by those who merely speak of assassinations or even terrorism. The term terrorism is an abstraction in the worst sense of the word, as if created in order to distance oneself from what is constitutive of the suicide massacres. It is therefore easy for Israel's enemies to turn the tables and speak of state terrorism. The various groups that use this new form of violence may well have different goals. However, the goal that results from the means is always the same: to destroy as many people as possible with their own death, not just any people, although the individual is not important, but people who are related to a certain point in the minds of the assassins. This reference can be direct or indirect. The Chechen suicide squad that turned a sold-out theater in Moscow into a camp for death row in a flash is not as close to this point as the suicide bomber in Tel Aviv. But the connection remains. The Russians are the brothers of the Jews, say the Chechen freedom fighters, and the liberation of Chechnya, like that of Afghanistan, has its vanishing point in the expulsion of the Jews from Palestine. Quota. We promise that, inshallah, you will soon hear about what we will do to the brothers of the Jews, the Russians, as revenge for Al-Aqsa. Statement of the Military Command of the Chechen Mujahideen from October 7, 2000. Even the suicide attacks organized by Sunnis against Shiites refer in the last instance to the destruction of Israel. The enemy only becomes an absolute enemy when he is identified as a collaborator of the Jews and their immediate allies. Ultimately, each individual suicide bomber must see his own body as the traitor collaborating with the Jews. The logic can be seen in detail as a continuation of the pogrom by other means, and as a whole as a privatization of state extermination actions. The intention is pursued without direct control over the state's monopoly on the use of force, thus the action itself has the appearance of impotence and lends itself to interpretation as an act of desperation. Incidentally, the classical pogroms were also always interpreted as acts of desperate, indebted, and starving craftsmen and peasants, whereby the emphasis on the desperate character of the acts was intended to conceal their deep agreement with the most repressive interests of the state. The popular equation of recent suicide bombings in Israel with acts of resistance by Jews under National Socialist rule makes ideological capital out of this. Not only are Israeli or U.S. policies identified with Hitler's war of extermination in this way, but the logic of the assassination attempt itself ignores the decisive factor, the relationship to death. If a Jew in the Warsaw Ghetto takes as many Germans as possible with him to their deaths, then he is already in the literal sense of death before he makes the decision to act. His interest is only ever directed towards meeting the murderers himself. There can be no question of freedom of the victim. On the contrary, it is the responsibility of the murderous community that is targeting him. It also underlies the entire strategy and the systematic cult of today's suicide bombers. However, an army of journalists, historians, Middle East experts, Islam scholars, and peace activists are being deployed to blur this difference, and the German left is listening with particular devotion. It's about a situation, says Moshe Zuckerman, 2003, in which the victim is no longer able to do anything against his butcher, whether his goal, as in the Warsaw Ghetto, is genocide or not. In both cases, the victim wants firstly to die with honor and secondly to inflict as much damage as possible on the butcher. Suicide is nothing essential, but the result of a certain constellation. Everything is a question of context and also of positioning. If resistance was hopeless in the Jewish ghetto, it was, and still is in retrospect, considered a great heroic deed to take as many Germans as possible with you to their deaths. It all depends on who the speaker is. In the Palestinian narrative, the matter is presented like this: we are no longer capable of anything. The Israelis are destroying our infrastructure, destroying our way of life, they murder us, they humiliate us, they killed 56 Palestinians before one of us blew up the bus. We had to at least set an example. And this narrative is then ideologized, fetishized, appropriated, instrumentalized, until the talk of the suicide bomber in Palestinian politics has become the big turd that it is. Quote, end. It does not occur to Zuckerman that it could be the other way around, that ideology turns people into assassins. For he is not concerned with criticizing ideology, but with exonerating it. But consequently he would then also have to derive the National Socialist commitment to self-sacrifice from the Versailles Dictate peace. The isolated attack by an obviously mentally disturbed Israeli on praying Arabs should, in Zuckerman's terms, be offset against the systematic and organized suicide bombings. A popular calculation in Middle East reporting. Navid Kermani also sees the same dangerous mixture of messianic ideas of redemption and spiritual approval of mass murder everywhere, on both the Palestinian and Israeli sides. Zuckerman's specialty, however, is to emphasize Israel's right to exist and at the same time to retract it. Quote, I have already said that Israel must exist. But in the long run, Israel cannot be legitimized with anti-Semitism, and above all it cannot be maintained as a vibrant reality of life. Of course, I know the argument that there must be a Jewish state after Auschwitz, as a place of refuge. I hear it so and so many times every day. The principle of a Jewish state, which I don't want to oppose in essence here, is simply no longer practicable. Except at the cost of endangering Jewish life in Israel and turning Israel into a genocidal state. Quote, end. Anyone who still wants to make sense of this drivel must realize that Zuckerman does not essentially want to oppose the transformation of Israel into a genocidal state. For the German left, however, the implication is that Israel is already on its way to becoming such a state, as it continues to insist on being a refuge for all those persecuted by anti-Semitism. Moreover, the modern suicide racket does not need a propaganda ministry because its actions have themselves become identical with propaganda and, apart from its own relatively small channels and video productions, use the international media as an advertising apparatus. Over 90% of the cameramen working in Gaza and the West Bank are Palestinians. They work on behalf of Western stations and agencies, which in this way save themselves dangerous and expensive research and filming on location. The Al Jazeera station, which fulfills this task with particular skill in the Arab region, thus realizes a political unity that the pan-Arab and Islamist movements have always failed to achieve in the immediate political sphere. But to understand the suicide bombing as a pure propaganda campaign is to fall for their ideology. It is both in one, propaganda and destruction, a means of mobilization and murderous action. From the explosives that the martyrs carry on their bodies, their followers make plastic or cardboard dummies that they hang around their children's necks as if they were lucky charms. In the same way, the prospect of weapons of mass destruction and the proven willingness to use them was virtually identity-forming for a state racket like the Ba'ath regime in Iraq, producing them secretly and successfully hiding them from the international public, ultimately making them disappear completely, gave the regime a kind of aura of illegality in the midst of its own state. The permanent state of emergency thus appeared in Iraq in a carnival-like atmosphere, Canon Micaiah, the Ba'athist state as a perpetual creator of events. Under National Socialism, the entire population could be integrated, unemployment absorbed, and the crisis overcome in the production of the weapons of destruction with which the world was attacked. In Saddam Hussein's Iraq, which had taken National Socialism as its model, integration took place on a different basis, as it was one of the many rentier states in the region, i.e. one of those countries in which crude oil production and refining is monopolized. Everywhere there is that fatal mixture of state economy and licensing to international corporations, which cuts off the majority of the population from the surplus value generated. Market economy conditions and capitalist modernization apply practically only to a narrow elite in the Gulf monarchies. Due to the valuable raw material, such a state has large incomes from abroad, but these are hardly ever invested in its own industrial production, so that they are freely available as state revenues for politico-religious purposes. This is why, as Thomas Ewer writes about Saddam Hussein's Iraq, the state monopolization of key industries and the orientation of the national economy towards a rentier state system with the simultaneous suppression of all non-monopolizable economic sectors not only made all parts of the population completely dependent on the favor of the state elite, but also made the country dependent on foreign imports in almost all existential areas. When pensions shrank as a result of the sanctions after the Second Gulf War, of course nothing changed in this structure of the authoritarian rentier state based on the National Socialist model. Within the same structure, only the requirements of a lean state of misery administration were taken into account. While an atomized population pumped dry by sanctions spends most of its time hunting for bread, an ineffective administrative apparatus functions at low cost thanks to sanctions, a sign of the Iraqi state's flexibility and adaptability to changing times and circumstances. This flexibility is not the product of any deliberate state policy. It is a survival strategy. For one thing, the drastic reduction in the income of civil servants has led to widespread absenteeism and flight from the country. The result is a less costly administration. Moreover, under the pretext of adapting to sanctions, the Revolutionary Command Council has introduced the practice of self-financing, even for such institutions as state hospitals and clinics, secondary schools, and institutions that provide basic services. A different state of emergency from that of the Third Reich, it does not create jobs, but is intended to replace them. It does not allow mobilization for the one total war of annihilation, but for an infinite number of regional campaigns of destruction. It does not allow the leader to appear at the head of a power that can credibly lay claim to world domination, but only as a heroic partisan leader in the fight against globalization, who nevertheless has his claim to world domination vouched for by Islam. Saddam Hussein liked to show himself with a gun in his hand and shoot in the air. On his head the hat of the civilian, a model like the bourgeois in Central Europe likes to wear. Just as characteristic is the fact that he constantly changed costumes, and in addition to the armed private citizen he played the devout Muslim with appropriate clothing or the military leader in uniform. A state of this kind fails to carry out extermination as a monopoly on the use of force and not only to announce total war, but also to carry it through to the end. Where it fails, the suicide bombers go into action. Each for himself, integrated into groups, but relatively independent of the really existing states, they realize what the German Volksgemeinschaft once knew how to implement, completely fused with its own state. Annihilation at any cost as a response to the crisis, perpetuation of a primitive accumulation, which is no longer pursued in the perspective of installing a reproductive economy, but is its own self-purposeful perspective. The preconditions, however, could not be more different. On the one hand, a nation with a uniquely homogeneous economic structure on the verge of becoming a world power, with unparalleled industrial potential and productivity. Germany before the two world wars, on the other hand. A heterogeneity that can hardly be overestimated within and between states, all of which are situated outside the metropolitan centers of capital, but some of which are quite high up on the wealth ladder due to those rents from oil production, while the others are far down. As much as the social situation in the home countries of political Islamism and German ideology differs, the constellation of world market and nation-state has changed in general. Commonality and difference could be broken down using the concept of the racket, the missing link for the critical theory of the state, National Socialism, which on the one hand emerges as a monolithically structured state subject of capital, Heinz Langerhans, a completely integrated and all-inclusive image of total statehood, which enforces political coercion everywhere with the law as a merely administrative means, turns out, on the other hand, to be completely disintegrated, a non-state and chaos, Franz Neumann, in which the rackets, using the law for their part as a means that can be manipulated at will, drive destruction forward in ceaseless competition. Suicide bombing, on the other hand, culminates in a political violence that is almost completely devoid of the integrated state subject. Disintegration, disstate, and chaos emerge openly, but political identity is nevertheless preserved, and nowhere is this more evident than in suicide bombing, which no mere criminal gang ever resorts to. However, it is brought to bear in a privatized form. Totalitarian unity, which would be embodied in a single leader, only arises in imagined secrecy, in the fantasized realm of Al-Qaeda, as disseminated by the media. And bin Laden is given the aura of the great leader precisely because he is so removed from the context of real states. In reality, this organization conducts its politics secretly and very successfully, but quite apart from and largely independent of numerous other sectarian groups. This makes it as difficult for Western ideologues to continue to apply the concept of totalitarianism as they once did during the Cold War. This is why George W. Bush has to talk in a dull, moralizing way about the war against evil when he considers bin Laden's racket, and about an axis of evil or rogue states in the face of disparate rather than homogeneous authoritarian societies. Ronald Reagan was still able to apostrophize the Soviet Union as an evil empire. This allows Islam experts and political scientists to assume the decline of Islamism if it even begins to materialize. In his widely read Black Book of Jihad, Gillis Keppel poses the suggestive question: can the Islamist suicide bombers mobilize the masses and permanently shake the world order, overthrow the regimes of the Islamic world and build the Islamic State on their ruins that the activists dream of after the apocalypse of the attacks? The question is wrongly posed, as only a European ideologue who is interested in dialogue with Islam can ask it. The ruins themselves are already the Islamic State, and the mobilization of the masses for its destruction is the only world power that can be achieved. It is a kind of inversion. What could once be claimed as a total state is preserved in the rackets, as the common telos of every single action, which is now carried out in a privatized, isolated form, be it by Hezbollah, Hamas, Al-Qaeda, or whatever the NGOs for suicide and mass murder are called. Leader states without a state apparatus, the so-called fundamentalists do not form a unified movement, but rather numerous sectarian groups, each of which has its own local leader who shows them the way. These pseudo-charismatic figures are just as numerous as the fundamentalist groups themselves. Insofar as the rackets are able to unite at all to form a monopoly on the use of force and generalize in recognition of this monopoly, they lack the economic potential to unite the population, which is usually divided into tribes, into a homogeneous mass, and to continue the extermination effort through them as a state to the outside world. In the long term, such a state is reduced to supporting only individual rackets with money and weapons, which operate outside the actual monopoly on the use of force, but in some cases in very close connection with parts of the population. Racket also means charity. It seems paradox only to the Islam experts and their journalistic followers that of all groups, those that offer the most comprehensive social program are also those that promote suicide bombings. Reuters 2002, 108. Each gang organizes a smaller or larger welfare network, which is fed economically from various sources, from the oil revenues of the richer Arab states, from donations from NGOs from all over the world and contributions from UN and EU organizations. On this basis, the rackets, not bound by state institutions, realize the requirements that are placed on a poor region today from the perspective of the financial markets and the World Bank. They manage poverty and remain private. The leanest state is the criminal gang. But not all gangs are the same, just as not all religions are the same. The NGOs of destruction that have come into action in the Arab and Islamic regions combine the organization of welfare, which they can provide on a small scale, with self-sacrifice on a large scale. While an organization like the Mafia, for example, demands protection money from people, combined with death threats, which are also carried out, the suicide rackets conversely collect the right to the lives of sons and daughters from families and pay considerable sums afterwards, but also organize a veritable cult, mediated by the mass media and traditionally, in order to repay the loss of the family member like a loan. Propaganda is always just an apologia for death. The martyrs are praised in newspapers, on the radio and on television, particularly intensively on the official broadcaster of the Palestinian Authority, as the regular dispatches from MEMRI, Middle East Media Research Institute, show. Their deeds are reported in detail and sung about insistently. Children are encouraged to pathetically announce their imminent self-sacrifice. Old people are shown eloquently thanking the massacres. The preachers in the mosques hold up the suicide bombers as an example to the living. Special forms of celebration are institutionalized. Special clothing is projected and special terms coined. For example, the widows of the martyrs are given specially created official titles, etc. In the case of Shiite rackets, there was an immediate link to old traditions of the martyr cult, but here too a qualitative leap can be observed. Since the mid-1980s, Martyrs' Day was celebrated annually on the anniversary of the first suicide bombing carried out by Hezbollah, November 1982, commemorating the martyrs of the movement, especially the suicide bombers. In addition, the Martyrs' Week and the Week of Islamic Resistance were also celebrated, which also commemorated the heroes of the organization who had died a martyr's death with memorial ceremonies, military marches, and the inauguration of martyr monuments. Hezbollah supporters also paid tribute to them on the general Shiite days of celebration and mourning, for example by carrying posters with the portraits of the self-sacrificers on religious processions. In 1990, Jerusalem Day was added, on which the pro-Iranian Shiite militia demonstrated their solidarity with the martyrs of the Palestinian Intifada with military parades. Children and young people also marched in all these mass events, wearing military uniforms and the headband of the Islamic self-sacrificers. The custom of a death wedding in the Palestinian refugee camps is known from the mid-70s. The funeral ceremony of Fidei, who died in battle, is celebrated as a symbolic wedding ceremony, at which his marriage in heaven is celebrated and the relatives are congratulated on their martyrdom. At the same time, the bereaved and all those who identify with the act of annihilation know they are in good hands in a network of social organizations, including kindergartens and schools as well as hospitals and consumer cooperatives, youth clubs and sports facilities. Without the unity of party and state, these widely ramified groups achieve what the KDF and Labor Front, Wehrmacht, and HJ did in the Third Reich: the subordination of all aspects of individual reproduction to the common goal of annihilation. The more of individual reproduction they get their hands on, the more difficult it is for the individual to escape this context, quite apart from the direct violence that rages ruthlessly against those who are considered traitors and collaborators, who want to impose other ways of life on themselves than those imposed by the political gangs. The rackets promise an individual crisis solution for the respective family if its members are prepared to give what the state has always been entitled to. Political unity must demand the sacrifice of life if necessary, but this sacrifice must also be wanted by the individual, even if the political unity outside the respective racket is only a chimera. With a technical standard that holds out the prospect of producing smaller, individually manageable weapons of mass destruction, however, this streamlining of the extermination state is hardly reassuring. Just as the Shoah must not be reduced to the industrial extermination of human beings, Goldhagen's study has emphatically drawn attention to this. It would be just as wrong to assume in principle that a possible repetition of Auschwitz would take place in the same forms. It is precisely the insidious character of the suicide bombing that obscures everything. Quote, "Sacrifice is the devotion of the human being to the truth of being for beings that is removed from all compulsion because it arises from the abyss of freedom." For this reason, sacrifice does not tolerate any calculation by which it is always calculated only in terms of benefit or uselessness, whether the purposes are low or high. Such calculation deforms the nature of the victim. The addiction to ends confuses the clarity of the fearful timidity of the courage to sacrifice, which has assumed the neighborhood of the indestructible. Martin Heidegger, Afterword to What is Metaphysics, 1943. When a nation fights not only with its military forces, but with all members of society, then the largest army in the world is brought to its knees. And that is the situation in our country. Fighting a war against this nation is not worthwhile for America and others. And they have already tested us on the battlefield. They have knowledge of us, of our spirit of martyrdom, self-sacrifice, and fearlessness in the face of death. And this is not limited to a particular social group. Young and old officials of the state, the youth, and the elderly are the same because of their Islamic faith. The factor of fearlessness in the face of death is one of the factors that they cannot work out in their calculations. It is like a stone in a machine. It cripples the machine. It is like a rock in front of a fist. They cannot harm a nation whose members do not fear death and who bravely face death. The people shout, "Our slogan is Hussein Hussein, our dignity is martyrdom." Ayatollah Khamenei, Injalab 25. 3, 2003. The question of religion appears to be secondary. Primary is the apparent means, annihilation, the common program of all rackets and their state bases in the fight against Israel, be they originally religiously motivated or secularly oriented. In other words, what characterizes Islam after Auschwitz are martyrdom attacks. For Ayatollah Khomeini, the tree of Islam can only grow if it is constantly watered with the blood of martyrs, and the holiest form of Islamic jihad, according to Muhammad Said Tantawi, Grand Sheikh of the renowned Al-Azhar University in Cairo, is martyrdom operations against the Zionist enemy. In this, the new martyrs leave historical Islam behind, no matter how much it accommodates them, devaluing the world in jihad and demanding war against their own bodies. Everything is subordinated to annihilation. It knows no boundaries set by the standards of social reproduction. It is a peculiar secularization that is reflected in faith itself. The fact that salvation could involve nothing but annihilation seems to be factored into the expectation of salvation in the suicide assassination from the very beginning, as suggested by the very meaning given to the preparatory measures involved in sacrificing oneself. The videotape on which the martyr appears is his actual paradise. Even in the suicide bombings of the 1970s and 1980s, organized by so-called secular groups such as the Palestinian PFLP and the Pan-Syrian SSNP, the assassins were portrayed on film before the act, only to be resurrected soon afterwards on the screens in Palestine, Syria, and Lebanon. But self-sacrifice must also be lived. The generalized illusion requires an attitude adequate to the unique sacrifice of life in the ongoing everyday life of the masses. Whereas for National Socialism it was labor power that was used to demonstrate this attitude, for the Islamists it is sexuality. While the latter had to and could integrate huge masses of workers in order to set their work of destruction in motion, the latter only need offspring for permanent suicide bombing. Labor service is no longer necessary, from the family directly into jihad, self-sacrifice as a new exemplary way out of the Oedipal constellation of the family. The focus on the holy war makes any internal reformation of Islam impossible. On the contrary, it requires that all forms of emancipation from the bonds of the family, be it lived homosexuality or extramarital love in general, be pursued and punished with particular severity. This development is an immediate reminder of what the history of the Christian West has already demonstrated in an infinite number of variations, that anti-Semitism always means a certain relationship to sexuality. Islam has become the everyday religion of suicide bombing. Related to Christianity in its genesis in terms of its renunciation of Judaism, it initially offers all the prerequisites for the export of anti-Semitism from the West to the periphery, and thus for the freedom of the victim in the name of Allah. As moderate as its anti-Jewish potential originally appears in comparison to Christianity, the Muslim faith, in its fundamental devaluation of this world, which even surpasses Christianity, from a certain historical point in time, puts up little resistance to the annihilation mania that is offered to it by National Socialism. Islam also constituted itself on the basis of Judaism, commonality of the myths of the Old Testament and many commandments, from monotheism to the prohibition of images, prohibition of pork, circumcision, etc. And thus at the same time in opposition to it, whereby, as in Christianity, an adaptation to polytheistic traditions of the respective environment took place, explicitly in the martyr cult among Shiites. Although there is no accusation of the murder of God against Judaism as a central component of myth formation, there is at least the accusation of the attempted murder of the prophet Jesus as well as the accusation of twisting the word, of lying, e.g. Surah 448-49, Surah 270-73. There is no inner rejection of Judaism in the origin. which goes back to a psychological split, but an external one in the conflict with the Jewish tribes, who obviously did not want to convert. In the Quran, the accusation already appears that some would only convert in pretense, and not coincidentally in this context the physical association that some Jews had been turned into apes and pigs by God, Surah 5:64-69. This early rejection of Judaism, as recorded in the revelations of Muhammad, did not prevent periods of Jewish-Islamic symbiosis. Nevertheless, it definitely facilitated the later adoption of European anti-Semitism. Islam, which took back Jesus' death on the cross, was nevertheless unable to dispense with self-sacrifice, and this is essentially linked to its urge to conquer and convert, which aims to conquer and convert the entire world and has always competed with Christianity in this respect. Even if Islamic rule often proved to be more tolerant towards those who adhered to their old faith, the Prophet's concept of God, according to Horkheimer, was never contradicted by war campaigns, violent conversion, and the extermination of enemies. The Islamic term for this competition is jihad. Of course, the different social conditions of such competition would have to be explained, concerning the early formation of states and capital. Thus Islam proved to be a politico-religious form of a social structure dominated by commercial capital. The breakthrough to industrial capital and the nation-state failed to materialize. The rapidly growing importance of oil as a commodity, however, then provided undreamt of opportunities to finance the jihadist reaction to Western modernity. The missionary mandate revealed in the Quran is completed in the deliberately induced self-sacrifice. The fact that the actual cult of martyrdom is originally foreign to Sunni Islam, in contrast to Shiite Islam, is a reminder that there are also major differences in Christianity with regard to the cultivation of this cult, for example in the relationship between Protestantism and Catholicism. However, the question of self-sacrifice cannot be reduced to the cult of individual martyrs, as it involves a certain relationship between the believer and God and a certain attitude towards those of other faiths. In the Quran, Abraham does not hesitate for a moment to sacrifice his son. Beliefs such as the promise of immediate access to paradise only through martyrdom, or religious goals such as the spread of Ummah throughout the world, can be found in both Sunni and Shiite Islam. Above all, however, self-sacrifice is the culmination of a certain attitude towards the physical, towards naturalness, towards the torturable life as well as the lust-driven drive. Jihad and nafs, translatable as striving against oneself or war against physical lust. In its hatred of those who indulge and enjoy as cattle enjoy, Surah 47:13, El-Quran 1995, 576, Islam exacerbates the attitude of Christianity. "My enemy is my body," said Francis of Assisi. Wanting to conquer the whole world means starting with one's own body. As the object of jihad, nafs is rendered in literature with low self, low drives or fleshly desire. Jihad and nafs is therefore the Islamic term for the conquest of one's own instincts. It is considered necessary in order to achieve the unity of God, Tawhid. Since Islam literally means self-surrender and submission, every Muslim must first surrender and submit to himself. What is surrendered and submitted to, however, is nothing other than a relationship to the instinct that is able to develop relative autonomy vis-a-vis the repressive authority. Jihad and nafs would thus be the epitome of jihad, because only through it does submission to God's will, which constitutes Islam, become social practice. Thus, the ideal of Islam already seems to lie beyond psychoanalysis. The libidinal desire is not sublimated or repressed, but warred against. While sublimation and repression signify the formation of the individual ego, the war against the ID stands for mediationless subjugation in the collective. It is from this repressive collective, to which they have unconditionally submitted, that the individual derives their enormous sense of self-worth. It clusters under the turban and headscarf, and yet is the opposite of liberation and emancipation. But of course the religious ideal does not correspond to the psychological reality. The war against the self only proves to be a particularly compulsive form of repression, which is all the more impossible without splitting off, without the enemy image of Judaism, to which everything is attributed, from which one must abstract oneself. Just as self-sacrifice is ultimately to be understood as the completion of narcissism, which also includes the eradication of enemies, the video clips of the Palestinian martyrs or the testament of Muhammad Atta show the extent of narcissistic regression, which turns into annihilation. The male body, doomed to death or already dead, must not be touched by women. What appears to be immediate has long since been mediated. Original forms of belief and life are no longer original when they are reproduced by the ubiquitous capital relationship, when they are set as conditions for its reproduction. But it is precisely the crisis of this reproduction that raises the question as to which of the over-deliveries are of decisive importance in violently enforcing the unity of the whole against all resistance. In this specific case, which traditions in the Arab world made it possible to directly inherit National Socialism like nowhere else, and why these traditions have a similar relationship to the actions of Hamas and the other rackets of annihilation as the Christian traditions have to National Socialism. With the form of violence of jihad and with the legal form of Sharia, Islam has formed certain preconditions for the ideology and rule of the suicide rackets, similar to how certain Christian traditions, in European Catholic and German Lutheran forms, could prepare German legal doctrine, National Socialist ideology and rule. The Holy War of Islam does not mean war in the usual Occidental understanding, although it by no means excludes its means. Since there is no separation between state and religion, here the state is immediately present in every everyday religious act, in every statement that seems to refer only to God. It does not have to be mediated by independent instances of society as in the Western tradition, and in this respect there is no differentiation between the private and public spheres in this form. Jihad takes place everywhere. At the same time, the traditional goal of jihad corresponds to a society that is mediated beyond all borders by the world market and can only be understood as a whole, in the categories of totality. In the traditional understanding, the struggle, which has always included self-sacrifice, is intended to serve the constant expansion of the Muslim community and the complete extension of its power. According to Islamic doctrine, jihad is one of the basic commandments of faith. It is an obligation imposed on all Muslims by divine revelation. In a war of aggression it is a duty for the Muslim community as a whole, and in a war of defense it becomes the personal duty of every adult male Muslim. The word and message of God are addressed to all mankind. Those who have accepted it must strive tirelessly to convert or at least subjugate others. This commitment knows no temporal or spatial limits. It will remain until the whole world has either accepted the Islamic faith or submitted to the power of the Islamic State. Thus, the pre-modern, all-encompassing religious character of Islamic traditions formally accommodates, in a somewhat surprising way, a tendency that is becoming increasingly apparent in the midst of the modern, supposedly completely secularized world: the abolition of the separation between state and society. The radical-sounding demand of Islamist ideologues such as Sayyid Qutb, almost reminiscent of Marx, to abolish all rule of man over man, is only ever the demand to abolish all mediation. In other words, to realize the barbarism of the permanent state of exclusion. What is to be thought of its radicalism can already be seen in the supposedly simplest form of the rule of man over man, the relationship between the sexes. The right of Sharia has no nature of its own or power of resistance in the sense of law. It appears as a means and expression of immediate rule and is set against abstract law. It is no coincidence that its set of rules is pronounced in all areas of everyday life, especially concerning family and marriage, but hardly in the domains of the state in the narrower sense, which have become decisive in the modern age, administration and the exchequer. However, if one relates it directly to the modern state apparatus and the forms of government possible today, then the law of Sharia necessarily remains completely undefined. And this is precisely its modern purpose for the state of emergency, which is to become everyday life here. Even a thorough reading of the fundamentalist writings, writes Bassam Tibi, does not provide an answer to the question of what the constitutive elements of the Islamic system of government are. A coherent and uniform legal system called Sharia does not exist and has never existed. What is understood by it today merely refers to specific historical situations in the history of Islamic countries. The reference of politics to Islam does indeed include the immediate identity of religion and state, i.e. political theology, but in what has been handed down as Sharia there is no definition of which state, which form of state, the religion should now be merged with in concrete terms. Democracy or dictatorship are not concepts. But this is not even necessary, because what cannot be derived anyway is derived from Allah alone, sovereignty. So if, with regard to government and state apparatus, a homogeneous, precisely defined and delimited body of legal sources, which we can call Islamic Sharia, does not exist, it can also come as no surprise that in those Islamist countries in which the so-called fundamentalists, i.e. Islamist rackets, have come to power, Iran, Sudan, Afghanistan, the application of Sharia consisted of a pure arbitrariness of state power, ibid, and when Islamist state theorists proclaim that in Islam the Sharia possesses supreme sovereignty, with the justification, it is the Islamic system, and that is sufficient. Muhammad Yusuf Musa, they have fully grasped Carl Schmitt's political theology, which is presumably unknown to them, precisely in tautologies handled like prayer wheels. The laws of Sharia do not form a fixed, uniform system, but they do have a clear tendency. This is what makes this result of very specific historical situations so useful for very specific modern ones. Therein lies their particular attractiveness, that they suggest immediacy where in truth everything is mediated, and the world can only appear as thoroughly concrete in the form of the victim, that they force immediacy, i.e. unleash violence, precisely where domination has become effective through capitalist exchange and legal mediation, i.e. through the renunciation of violence and the monopolization of violence. Punishments are dominated by physical punishments, the rules for living together are dominated by the defense of equality, especially between the sexes. The conditioning of individuals to be self-victims, i.e. the war against their own bodies, implies the special humiliation of women and the absolute ostracism of homosexuality. Movements that are not allowed through by the subject as his own and yet are his own are attributed to the object, the prospective victim. The concrete punishments that are intended and practiced for women and homosexuals are just as much jihad and nafs, war against oneself, as they are the creation of the community. They have certainly changed their original barbaric character, they have become barbaric to a greater degree. The people who act contrary to Sharia are no longer mutilated coram publico or put to death with torture methods because they would have violated a concrete right, contradictio in ejecto and preform of the real right, that is in a sense the occasion. They are dealt with demonstratively, as if there were no commodity labor power. That is what is on display here. They are martyred, injured, and stoned to death because their suffering can still be experienced as an immediate community, but a community that is no longer archaic itself, but a reaction to bourgeois society, which has already permeated all its elements. Sharia means loss of all awareness of the law. The inner distance to oneself, a prerequisite for reflecting on projections, which is made possible by the legal relationship between the owner of goods and the goods, is abolished. The diversity of individual goals has become irrelevant before the identity of the community. What Walter Benjamin described about the Germans is repeated here, a violence that is completely incomprehensible to outsiders and completely unconscious to those affected makes people so subject to the forces of community as if it were a matter of the pure determination of their lives by clan laws. The more or less clear irony with which the life of the individual since modernity claims to be disparate from the existence of every community into which he has been thrust has been completely eliminated, BGS 4/2, 918f. And the Ummah, the community of Muslims, which manifests itself in this way, is essentially nothing other than the exclusion, persecution, and murder of the Jews. Although this nothingness is not so much embellished with racial theory as with Allah and the Quran, in the freedom of the suicide bombing it is openly revealed, the exact opposite of freedom as granted by law. However, if National Socialism intervened directly in working society, by gradually withdrawing the right of commodity guardians to sell their goods freely on the market through the installation of trustees of labor and wage and price freezes, and by abolishing it completely in labor and military service on the one hand and in the introduction of forced labor on the other, Islamism begins, so to speak, below bourgeois society and the circulation of goods, at the level of the elementary form of the state, the family, albeit under the preconditions of the modern sexualization of the sexes, Ulrich Enderwitz, that has passed through bourgeois society. The Muslim man, for whom there can be nothing worse than a fatherless society, believes he can protect his family from the onslaught of modernity and seal it off from the commodity form, and yet, under the pressure of the repressive collective, realizes nothing more than an extreme, barbaric form of the modern nuclear family, which was always there to prepare the individual for his existence as a commodity vehicle. But the goods that are now supposed to go to market are worth less and less or nothing at all. They can just as easily be destroyed. This requires a certain psychological regression, which owes itself to pure narcissism. Feeling chosen for martyrdom puts the son or, with restrictions, the daughter, whose labor power tends to become superfluous and whose purchasing power weakens, in the unique position of finally escaping the Oedipal constellation. Such regression in turn allows these rackets to find followers outside the poorer classes. The attraction exerted by the cult of the martyr begins to take effect at an age when the climax of the Oedipus complex is usually experienced, but at the latest in puberty, when this complex emerges once again, it casts its spell over individuals. As martyrs, the sons stand beyond the family and can look down on the father without ever entering into conflict with him. Instead, the mother takes on special significance in the anti-Oedipal martyrdom operation. In the video clips of suicide bombers, women are increasingly seen praising their son's sacrifice with pride. And even in the First Intifada, the following was written: "The martyr gives us stones of his blood / his blood makes the rose red / his mother calls for him with joy / he gave his blood for the nation." This nation is imagined, as Germany once was, as a mother, and the immediate unity with her once again justifies the narcissistic regression in the political. Perhaps I will die as a martyr in your lap. Natasha Wilting has drawn attention to the particularly pronounced narcissistic constellation in the upbringing of the male offspring. In contrast to the Islamic girl, who learns to give up her claim to her own satisfaction at an early age, the boy knows nothing else. He is breastfed until he is between 3 and 8 years old. This is where the individual sects of Islam differ. In addition, he is the apple of the mother's eye, for whom only the birth of sons finally brings social recognition. He is constantly rocked, cradled, pampered, and spoiled by her. Since he only learns very late, through weaning from his mother's breast, to give up the object of his lust, he experiences the world as one that seems to serve only the satisfaction of his urges. End quote. While Wilton believes that the threat of castration is absent here, it would probably be better to assume that it is experienced relatively late, thereby promoting the narcissistic silencing of the Oedipus complex. The dominance of infantile complexes is perpetuated, and the threat of castration hypostatized with it is answered with all the more violent contempt for women and ultimately for the Jews. This is why people like to parade with the dummies of the explosive sticks. Phallic attributes, which they are, can be used to exhibit their own secret weapon against castration: fear and penis envy. Heroic death lust, Karl Kraus. These martyrs are already in their paradise before they have died, and the virgins who admire them all wear headscarves. Has the mediation created by capital, the all-round expansion of the circulation of commodities, made it possible for aspects of the sexual to become attributes of commodities and commodities themselves, to detach themselves in this form from sexuality as a service, prostitution, and to multiply, whereby the progressive integration of women's labor power into industrial production simultaneously strengthened the social position of women. Bourgeois society has thereby created the conditions for sexuality itself to emancipate itself as a need from the compulsory association of the family and the unconditional telos of procreation. Generalized prostitution appears as a necessary phase in the development of the social character of personal dispositions, fortunes, abilities, activities. Then Sharia and Jihad now promise the end of unfortunate mediation in those countries that can hardly involve anyone in industrial production but are haunted by the supply of goods via satellite television, dissolution of the objectified relations or the factual connections that money endows, and return to a merely local context based on Blücherenge nature and relations of domination and servitude. In this way, the Kantian definition of marriage according to the model of commodity exchange, as the reciprocal use of sexual organs, is withdrawn, the abolition of the commodity character in killing, of sexuality in reproduction, the production of living bombs. Israelis beat us at the border but we beat them in bedroom is a popular Palestinian slogan. And those ideas of paradise, where the virgins pamper the martyr after his work is done, may well be inspired by the Quran, probably even by a single misinterpreted word that originally had nothing to do with virgins, but in truth, the commodity character of sexual relations returns almost irresistibly. The young man may help himself, he has truly earned it. However, anyone who points out that the capitalist commodity character and Oedipal sexuality can no more be abolished in the family than in the Volksgemeinschaft is identified as a Jew and held responsible for what he recognizes. In a text by Sayyid Qutb from 1950, which has since become canonical for Islamist circles, the objectified conditions of commodity production are fantasized as the deed of the Jews, Marx and Freud. Quote, "The Jews liberate sensual desires from their restrictions and destroy the moral foundation on which pure faith is based." Behind the doctrine of atheistic materialism was a Jew, behind the doctrine of animalistic sexuality was a Jew, and behind the destruction of the family and the shattering of sacred relationships in society was also a Jew. End quote. The rejection of the emancipation of women and the outlawing of homosexual love can only be understood in this anti-Semitic constellation. The Hamas Charter states that women are in principle particularly susceptible to being corrupted by the Zionist powers of the West. With their special tasks as mothers, they represent the outstanding targets of those who want to destroy society, destroy values, shake up virtues, and wipe out Islam. 18. Article of the Hamas Charter. The Muslim women have a no less than that of men in the war of liberation. They manufacture men and a great role in guiding and educating the new generation. The INENS has understood that role, therefore they realize that if they can guide and warn the Muslims, in a way that would distance them from Islam, they would have won that war. Therefore, you can see them making consistent efforts in that direction, by way of publicity and movies, curricula of education and culture, using as their intermediaries their craftsmen who are part of the various Zionist organizations which take on all sorts of names and shapes such as the Freemasons, Rotary clubs, gangs of spies and the like. All of them are nests of saboteurs and sabotage. Those Zionist organizations control vast material resources, which enable them to fulfill their mission amidst societies, with a view of implementing Zionist goals and sowing the concepts that can be of use to the enemy. Those organizations operate in a situation where Islam is absent from the arena and alienated from its people. Thus, the Muslims must fulfill their duty in confronting the schemes of those saboteurs. When Islam will retake possession of the means to guide the life of the Muslims, it will wipe out those organizations which are the enemy of humanity and Islam. End of quote. This explains the necessity of the headscarf and the burqa. In such garb, women are supposed to perceive themselves as susceptible to influence at any time and eminently vulnerable, in order to affirm their separation from the world of the Jews as their own sole self-awareness as women, while homosexuals obviously already embody complete depravity and are therefore persecuted wherever they visibly appear. But perhaps the humanization of the state is most directly expressed in the 19th article of Hamas Charter, which immediately follows the one on women. All this is a serious matter, no jesting. For the Ummah fighting its jihad knows no jesting. The German anti-Semites have always laughed at Jews and they still laugh, as the success of the humorist Martin Walser strikingly shows. Indeed, laughter is here, as is revealed in the dialectic of enlightenment, essential in the constitution of the Volksgemeinschaft. The Führer, however, who was the immediate representative of the national state, was almost never seen laughing. His ascetic, deeply or animalistically serious habitus returns in the declared Islamist ideal, which everyone is now supposed to adopt. While in National Socialism, belonging to the Volksgemeinschaft was initially still mediated through the individual's own labor power, as long as this individual did not become active in the war of extermination, which is what everything was geared towards from the outset, belonging to the Islamist community is as good as independent of the use of labor power. Those who no longer have any prospect of a job and do not expect one from the Ummah feel needed and not superfluous. What threatens the individual outside the rackets and renders them superfluous is projected onto the enemy, the Gegenvolk. And this is where the Islamist community meets the National Socialist Volksgemeinschaft again. The opposition of the commodity, the opposition of exchange value and use value is dissolved in one's own body. The individual must be prepared at all times to extinguish the use value offered by him, the labor power, as a sacrifice to be made for the Volksgemeinschaft in the struggle with that Gegenvolk. The identification with the community that makes the sacrifice possible is the identification with value in times in which value must be destroyed because it cannot be utilized. And just as in National Socialism the backward-looking ideology of blood and soil could go hand in hand with the glorification and application of the most modern technology, if only the abstract, intangible side of the capital relationship was personified in the figure of the Jew, so the blood and oil ideology of jihad conforms not only to the most modern technology, but also to the involvement of the rackets in the financial markets, insofar as the Jews continue to be fantasized as the personification of every negative effect of the markets and technologies on the countries of Islam. But the liberals' old hope cannot be disappointed by anything. They steadfastly believe that democracy will automatically assert itself, since, thanks to modern means of communication and the newly discovered globalization, no one can now separate themselves from the rest of the world and its diverse range of goods, as was the case under National Socialism. Integration through the common market is irresistibly democratizing the world, as demonstrated not least by Germany's development after 1945. And when the reunified Germany recently rebels against the central power of globalization, the USA, it is only ever shooting itself in the foot. Even a determined liberal like Paul Berman, who has recognized something of the political significance of the suicide bombing and calls for a new radicalism to combat it, ends up making a proposal that is touching in its way, combining the old post-war idea of being able to continue to direct the Germans with a pragmatism that can never grasp that ideology is also something other than a commodity, i.e. that one ideology cannot necessarily be exchanged for another. The entire Muslim world has been swamped by German philosophies from long ago, the philosophies of revolutionary nationalism and totalitarianism, cleverly translated into Muslim dialects. Let's have Germans go door to door throughout the region and conduct a recall campaign. They can make themselves useful. End quote. The bad thing is that the Germans have long been going door to door without being asked to do so, but in doing so they do not retract any of their philosophies, but rather supply updates from Habermas and Sloterdijk, Maschke and Kitzsteiner. Yet the annihilation mania and death drive of the latest mass murderers and the masses of their followers result precisely from this seemingly complete integration, which not least also utilizes the legacy of National Socialism. The impossibility of escaping the capital relationship leads them to escape it in annihilation. The rise of Germany since the end of the 19th century has reshaped and realigned political relations worldwide. The First World War and the mass murder of the Armenians would not have been possible without this rise, and both foreshadowed the coming World War and mass murder. However, the realization was always fended off that this was not a nation like any other, not a national development limited to a certain area, but something like the epitome of the national, which in a ghostly way had itself become the acting nation, identity as annihilation. As such, Germany not only brought the world crisis of capital into the form of the World War of States, thus stimulating or forcing the economic crisis to be fought by military force, it also ultimately conveyed the sense of the national as annihilation to the anti-colonial struggle. But this sense could only be accepted under certain conditions. They were bundled together in the space of Islam, which delimited the Großraum of the Germans, in a religion that is related to certain currents of Christianity in its devaluation of this world, in its missionary zeal, in its martyrdom, and at the same time can be mobilized against the Christian colonial powers of the West. There is a direct connection, across the abyss between prosperity and poverty, only through a common enemy that no experience can transform into a friend, through a common pathic projection. Under the indirect and direct influence of German racial politics, the characteristic shift was repeated in the Arab world, allowing us to refrain from usurping power and to personify all that it brings in a particular religious minority. Thomas Ewer reconstructs the new emphasis of Pan-Arab ideas using the example of Iraq in the 1930s. Whereas the Pan-Arabs had long regarded Jewish immigration to Palestine as an expression of colonial policy directed against the Arabs, since the British tolerated it after all, the perception now focused entirely on Zionism, until the role of the British had shrunk to that of helpers of the actual Jewish threat. Anti-Semitism thus became an ideological convention via Palestine, by means of which the Pan-Arab conviction could express itself without coming into direct conflict with the British imperial power. What had once developed as an anti-capitalist and anti-Semitic movement within the states in reaction to feudal absolutist power could now become a political force in the anti-colonial struggle against the Western powers, acting both within and outside the states, based on and independent of their specific constitution. The special disposition of the secular-oriented movements for the German model could also be explained by their ambivalent relationship to the state. The Pan-Arab forces felt national and wanted the nation, but could not rely on a legal state. Thus, as Riva S. Simon notes, the Western bourgeois democratic model of the nation was hardly an option for them as a model, but the German national consciousness with its division into imaginary and real state, inner being and legal institutions was all the more so. Theorists of Arab nationalism such as Saati Husri did not look to Washington and Jefferson, Rousseau and Diderot, but to Fichte, Ernst Moritz Arndt and Ritter von Schonauer. However, the failure of liberation nationalism reveals its innermost law. It does not liberate society from the exploitation of man by man, but from the remnants of a tolerance that had allowed the Jews to live. When the Pan-Arab putschists in Iraq, allied with National Socialism, lost against the superiority of the British, 179 Jews were murdered and thousands injured in Iraq's first pogrom. In addition to these beginnings of the Ba'ath Party in Iraq and Syria, which were geared towards a secular state and immediately oriented towards German ideology, a different kind of group had formed in Egypt, which was now rehearsing the emergency quite independently of the real existing state formations, the Muslim Brotherhood. In its case, the political drew its strength from religious antagonisms, and in the long term achieved a higher degree of intensity in a larger sphere of influence. It was Islam's first modern, urban-based and mass-organizing movement. Founded in 1929, it was able to expand its influence very quickly in parallel with the rise of National Socialism in Germany, but was organizationally completely autonomous. As early as 1940, it established a World Committee for Palestine and Islam with special departments for the Middle East, the Far East and Europe. It built up a paramilitary wing, which in 1948 comprised around 40,000 members. The Brotherhood saw itself as representing the interests of the workers against the tyranny of foreign and monopolistic companies. It founded a committee for the unemployed, fought against the employment of British workers and strove for a community of interests between capital and labor within Egyptian society. Wherever hospitals, pharmacies, ambulances, or schools were lacking in Egypt, the Muslim Brotherhood stepped in. They granted loans to the needy and set up their own industrial companies for the unemployed. The Muslim Brotherhood not only had breaking the bondage of interest as a central demand in common with the National Socialist German Workers' Party, which had been founded a few years earlier, it also shared with German fascism above all the indissoluble connection between self-sacrifice and annihilation. On the one hand, it propagated the trade or industry of death, Sinna at al-Maut. This was the title of an editorial by the founder of the Muslim Brotherhood from 1937 in the newspaper Al-Nadhir. It was republished in 1946, according to which the Quran had given the believers the task of loving death more than life, in the English translation by Abd al-Fattah Muhammad el-Awaisi. The illusion which had humiliated us is no more than the love of worldly life and the hatred of death. The love of a life turned towards the world and the hatred of death were the real problem, the reason why the colonized allowed themselves to be humiliated. In this sense, a programmatic song of the Brotherhood read, "We see no redemption without offering blood." On the other hand, the Islamist Brotherhood had been committed to the enemy image of Judaism since its foundation. Zionism was the focal point of its hatred, and from this central point of view it was only natural that its paramilitary wing offered its support to the Nazis and that the German secret services also made use of it. But it remained a precarious alliance, and this had to do with the structural and ideological differences between the movements. The Nazis could not leap over their own shadow and abandon their racial theory in the case of the Arabs, who were now firmly established as a relatively inferior race, while Islam was often regarded as a religion of mixture and racial degradation that was dangerous for Europe. Wherever racial mixing takes place in the colonies, Islam finds enthusiastic supporters among the mongrels, while at the same time it promises the Negroes their freedom through a common struggle against Europe. Before this once perhaps united hatred of the colored races and bastards, led by the fanatical spirit of Muhammad, the white races have more reason than ever to be on their guard. Rosenberg 1942, 665. For the Germans, the Arabs represented little more than a maneuvering mass in the fight against the Jews, which, however, became increasingly important as National Socialist rule progressed, leading to a certain revaluation of the Arabs and Islam. This ideological dichotomy can even be found in Rosenberg's work Der Staatsfeindliche Zionismus, 1922, which was reprinted in 1943, in which he valorized the Arab protests against the violent Judaization of Palestine and emphasized how the Arabs are vigorously defending themselves against the forced Judaization of the country, 1943, 43f. The Arabs appear here as a freedom-loving people. Their situation is presented in a similar way to that of the Germans. In the statements from the Führerbunker known as Hitler's Testament or monologues, there are even indications, grotesquely belated, of a fundamental reorientation, although the authenticity of these documents is not certain. The Italian ally has hindered us almost everywhere. It prevented us, for example, from pursuing a revolutionary policy in North Africa, because our Islamic friends suddenly saw us as voluntary or involuntary accomplices of their oppressors. The memory of the barbaric reprisals against the Senussis is still alive in them. Moreover, the Duce's ridiculous claim to be regarded as the sword of Islam provokes the same laughter today as it did before the war. Mussolini had this title, which belongs to Muhammad and to a great conqueror like Omar, bestowed on him by some sad fellows whom he had paid or terrorized. There was an opportunity for a great policy towards Islam. It was missed, like many other things we missed because of our loyalty to the Italian alliance. Le Testament politique de Hitler. The Islamists, on the other hand, always had a religious concept of Volksgemeinschaft, the Ummah as a community of all devout Muslims, to which the Germans did not, yet, belong. What united both was the same delusional concept of a counter-race, according to which a certain people must be destroyed so that their own community could be redeemed from all evil. In the Quran, the Jews, together with the polytheists, are identified as the group most hostile to Islam, but they are only a hostile religious group, just as they were initially only a certain group of immigrants in modern Palestine. The fight against them may have been a priority, but their destruction is not yet imagined as a prerequisite for the redemption of Muslims from bondage. This required the same constellation that brought about the rise of the Pan-Arab movements. On activities. This relationship between Brotherhood and State Party, NGO, and GO, is constantly recurring, between Fatah and PLO, Hamas, and PLFP, etc. The groups also gain their ability to adapt to the conditions of the struggle from the constant competition, the survival of the fittest. The best, however, will be the one who most successfully eliminates all mediations, which ultimately means making destruction an end in itself. Germany has demonstrated this once and for all. In the form of suicide bombing, Hamas has rapidly gained in importance since 1994 compared to the PLO and other more secular groups, whose fighting organizations in turn only kept pace because they soon adopted this form. The simple formula is, whoever kills the most people is the leader. It is no coincidence that the rackets are fighting over copyright. When the Lebanese Pansyrian SSNP party carried out an attack on Israeli military vehicles in April 1985, Syrian President Assad immediately proclaimed, "Since my youth I have believed in the importance of martyrdom and self-sacrifice. My feeling as well as my conviction was that the heavy burden on our people and our nation can only be lifted from them through self-sacrifice and martyrdom." End quote. Meanwhile, Hezbollah insists that its November 1982 attack in Tyre was the first ever martyrdom operation against the Israeli occupation and that it invented this method of fighting. However, secular nationalist groups had already begun to operate with this form of struggle in the mid-1970s, long before Hezbollah even existed. The first Palestinian suicide bombers came from the ranks of the PFLP. One of them said in 1974 that the immediate sacrificial death was the greatest happiness of his life. "How sweet is the taste of death when it marries with the air of my country." He and 2 other Palestinians then indiscriminately killed people with rapid-fire weapons in Kiryat Shmona, a small Israeli town on the Lebanese border. The leader of this group, Ahmad Jibril, claims that this massacre was the first Palestinian suicide attack. The 3 murderers had, according to the PLFP, finally blown themselves up in a house. These suicide bombers, according to the leader, embodied the Ummah. Such actions, which were still isolated at the time, were evidently deeply imprinted on the political consciousness of the Palestinians, so that the suicide bombing was taken up again in the 1990s by the Palestinian Islamists in a re-Islamized version. Ahmad Jibril's PFLP-GC, which had originally introduced the suicide bombing into the Palestinian terror scene, continued to operate in the background. However, this experience lived on in the PLO and experienced a new renaissance as a reaction to the suicide attacks by Palestinian holy warriors. However, the traces of suicide bombing can only be traced back further. Fatah had already proclaimed its intention to erase the Israeli victory of 1967 with the blood of its martyrs in the immediate aftermath of the Six-Day War. In the context of such disputes, secularization has nothing to do with enlightenment, but rather signals a closer or merely more realistic relationship to the requirements of a state apparatus. It was therefore never seen as a contradiction when the fighters of the PLO and the Ba'ath regime called themselves Fida-Ijan, those who sacrificed themselves. Secular and Islamist tendencies were always related to and interacting with each other in the rivalry between the rackets. The same applies to the relationship between the 2 rentier states of Iran and Iraq, while the latter had been aligned with the National Socialist Führer state since the Ba'ath Party came to power and became more and more perfect in this respect with the decline of the Soviet Union. A movement that emerged from the spiritual seminary of Ayatollah Khomeini gained predominance in the latter, which, although of Shiite origin, is more reminiscent of the Muslim Brotherhood in its political, theological orientation. As a result, however, neither Saddam Hussein's secular state nor Khomeini's theocracy succeeded in triumphing in a conventional war and defeating their opponents. Instead, however, both gained more and more support in ideologically exploiting the forms of self-sacrifice and the use of weapons of destruction on the one hand, and in building up or supporting NGOs of annihilation in the fight against Israel on the other, over and above the increasingly strident anti-Zionist propaganda. The opponents became competitors in the fight against Zionism, with the originally secular-oriented Iraq increasingly taking on Islamist traits and, conversely, the Iranian Shiite Hezbollah gradually opening up to Lebanese Arab nationalism. The flexibility of this system of competing rackets seems simply limitless. If, however, as in Iran today, larger sections of the population fall away from it, if they seem, to use Foucault's term, less and less willing to search for political spirituality, then this certainly has to do with the fact that it will never be possible completely and forever to turn the expansion of capitalist commodity production and thus liberal forms of life into an increased activity of jihad. Especially when, as in Iran, there are some formal elements in the structure of the state, created to mediate the once very heterogeneous groups of opposition to the Shah's regime, that could perhaps be strengthened against the immediate rule of the rackets. Their power will only wane to the extent that, tolerated or unintentionally promoted by them, mediation is re-established, i.e., contrary to Sharia, the rule of individuals takes on the form of law, the law gains its own nature and power of resistance. But this process of civilization can only be trusted as soon as it involves sympathy and alliance with Israel. The upheavals and the disintegration of the power structure in the Arab world have transformed the often invoked but never realized pan-Arab unity into a strict Sunni war community. One could also say, made it recognizable. Because what appeared to be secular about pan-Arabism, and claimed to be so, at least initially, was always and unchallengedly aimed at the dominance of the Sunni denomination through the ethnic-linguistic unity it sought. With the fall of Saddam Hussein, who had presented his invasion of Kuwait and the resulting war in 1990-91 as a step towards Arab unification, the last pan-Arab practitioner disappeared. Just how serious he was about this is shown by the fact that Hussein had already created a tailor-made genealogy for the expected caliphate, with which he sought to prove his descent back to the Prophet's family. Hussein was not able to keep Kuwait after all, but at least he was able to keep his rule in Iraq. Because Iran was not to be seen as a beneficiary of Sunni weakness in accordance with the American containment strategy in force at the time, Hussein was allowed to continue his plan to force Kurds and Shiites who did not want to follow the pan-Arab program into the Arab Sunni nation through massacres, at least within the Iraqi state borders. Bassam Tibi also saw the dictator's brutality as being due to a pan-Arab ideology that may be secular in its origins, but in practice it is always the case that a person is only fully valid in an Arab-dominated state if he is a Sunni Muslim and an ethnic Arab. Accordingly, during the Kuwait War, Saddam Hussein had already stopped using pan-Arabism, which had been unsuccessful and therefore worn out in the earlier Arab wars against Israel, and instead effectively proclaimed a Muslim jihad against the West. This call also added fuel to the fire of the inter-Islamic confessional conflict, when, 12 years later, the Sunni rule in Iraq, which was based on the Ottoman tradition, was ended from outside. Saddam's fall led to an inter-Islamic civil war, fueled by the Sunnis' attempt to gain new power options, Shiite rivalries, and the anti-Shiite terror of al-Qaeda. Since the first Shiite-led Iraqi government, the Arab-Sunni governments have increasingly moved closer together in an anti-Shiite unity of action, led initially by the Jordanian king supported by Mubarak and the Saudi royal family, which has emerged as Iran's main adversary. Iraq was to take the front line against Shiite influence in Sunni Arabia. An estimated 90% of Arabs are Sunnis. They, but not only they, have a special relationship to Islam, the book of which was written in Arabic and is considered to be properly understood only in it. Arabs claim the leading role in the Islamic world because Islam is considered an Arab religion and as such is predestined to create a sense of unity across tribal and national borders. The desire for a democratic movement to inherit and develop the secular parts of Arab societies is therefore confronted everywhere with the reality of Islamic democracy, whose representatives see the cause of its decline precisely in timid secularization. On the one hand, the fear of decay and weakness leads to freedom being equated with atheism and moral decay. On the other hand, Arabs see the confrontation with Persian Iran as a choice between joining Sunni rule or being seen and treated as henchmen of the Iranian enemy. As a result, every conflict in the region is always interpreted by the Sunni side as an expression of the Shiite-Sunni struggle. The protesters from the Shiite majority in Bahrain immediately saw themselves branded as Iran's henchmen. In 2011, the protests against the government were crushed by the Saudi-led Gulf Cooperation Council in order to dispel fears or hopes of a shake-up of the political order in the Gulf. In February 2009, the head of President Ahmadinejad's office, Ali Akbar Natek Nouri, actually described Bahrain as the historic 14th province of Iran. In Syria, the Sunni side now wants to make up for lost ground and detach the country from the Shiite Iranian sphere of influence. Now that the Americans have failed to end Assad's rule, Syria is to become the scene of Arab-Sunni self-assertion, even if there is no common strategy and each Arab potentate is promoting its own groups in Syria. The anti-Assad fighters are not only divided, they are also fighting each other for strategically important areas and attractive resources in the country. Although they have no common goals, for the first time all Sunnis are united in the anti-Assad camp. For the first time in this war, the front between Sunnis and Shiites has also been straightened out, as even Turkey has chosen the side of the Sunni opposition after a phase of rapprochement with Assad. After many years of good contacts with Iran, Qatar has also sided with the Sunni royal houses and called for the overthrow of Assad, and the offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood, the terrorist organization Hamas, which used to have its headquarters in Damascus as an important ally of Iran and its fight against Israel, has turned against its former supporters and moved to Doha, Qatar. On the other hand, the Shiite Hezbollah in Syria, which enjoyed great respect among Sunnis due to its ongoing war of terror against Israel, as did its supplier and trainer Iran, is now fighting against them openly and without reservation. As at times fatally divided as the Sunni front is on all questions of a post-war order, some want to save a tradition for which the royal house of Saud stands. Others, such as the Muslim Brotherhood or al-Qaeda, are committed to its elimination. The Sunni alliance, which is at enmity within itself, is held together by the prospect of weakening Iran and its Shiite policy of self-confidence, insurgency, and expansion. Sunni cooperation also proved to be a union of enemies in the First Gulf War. At that time, Egypt and Saudi Arabia were committed to the Iraqi side against Iran, but as early as 1981, in the first year of the war, the 6 states of the Arabian Peninsula founded the Gulf Cooperation Council not only to counter the effects of the Iranian Revolution, but also Iraq's claims to supremacy. The Iraqi invasion of Kuwait, in turn, continues to have a divisive effect to this day. The Muslim Brotherhood, which is regarded by German political advisors as the most important post-war force in Syria, SWP Comments 52, August 2013, has been driven out of the government in Egypt with significant involvement from Saudi Arabia. Until the Brotherhood took sides with Hussein, the Saudis had been its main sponsors. Shiite state doctrine, which centers on the imamate, grants political and religious leadership to the imams alone as an authority with secret knowledge and an exclusive understanding of the Quran. Sunni state doctrine, on the other hand, relies on the caliphate, which grants rule to those who are capable of it and to the successful. In the theocratic understanding of the state, there is an abysmal rift between the two doctrines, which cannot be brought to a compromise simply because their main representatives are traditionally rivals for power. As such, they accuse each other of heresy. According to the Sunni Arab conception, Shiites are regarded as representatives of a non-Arab consciousness and/or as notoriously unruly and unreliable. Both doctrines dispute each other's claim to establish a God-pleasing rule, and so battles between the faith groups automatically become battles for power and its legitimacy. The inner Islamic struggle for the right form of godly rule cannot simply be dealt with in political terms. It is an expression of manifold despotic claims to power that cannot be satisfied as a whole against the background of Oriental history of rule, which are defiantly held up to Western compromises. The fighters are concerned with both the whole and their own, with religion and the spoils. The post-colonial states and their elites have lost so much prestige in the Arabellion that in future, rule will be exercised more than ever by means of religion, which, on the other hand, means that religious deviation and political enemy recognition are one and the same. Nevertheless, European commentators usually portray the struggle between Sunnis and Shiites either as a purely religious one, whose unbridled fanaticism causes exotic horror, or as a purely political one, in which religion is merely used as a vehicle for asserting claims to power. What is concealed here is precisely what is special about Islam, the inseparable combination of the two. One suspects that war as a religious war cannot be pacified or ended, yet one refuses to acknowledge the impossibility of a peaceful solution or the victory of the better over the worse. Interests must therefore be discovered where religious delusion, which can no longer be grasped with categories of instrumental reason, dominates the scene. In Islam, it is not state borders that count, but religious borders. Those who refer to it always mean the community of believers, a Großraum, a tradition, and this always includes the pursuit of expansion. This is another reason why the Arab nation-states face the accusation of being artificial, existing by the grace of neocolonialism or depending on collaboration with the West, which denies the autochthonous tradition and hinders Arab progress. It is at least true that the Arab national development models have failed. The political paranoia of the Arabs draws the conclusion from facts such as the fact that the USA allowed Mubarak to be overthrown that it had withdrawn its protection from the Sunnis. And this has greatly increased the uncertainty among the Sunni potentates, who also rule Shiite majorities in Arabia according to Ottoman tradition. So far, the monarchies have proved to be more stable than the other states amid the general uncertainty. Saudi Arabia seems to be encouraged by this to take the lead in the Sunni movement and thus continue to assert its existence. However, Saudi Arabia can only export Wahhabi Islam, which offers no prospects for other countries. The Saudi clergy, who as the guardians of their Wahhabi nomadic Islam are also enemies of the Shiite interpretation of Islam, tie their support for the royal claim to power to the condition that the king replaces his political monopoly entirely in the interests of the clergy. The de facto state religion is enforced against the subjects with the help of a religious, i.e. essentially moral, police force. State and religious power are as little separated as in Iran. The takeover of power by the Al Saud dynasty in Saudi Arabia began with one of the fiercest literary publicist conflicts between Shiites and Sunnis, as it brought the most important holy sites of Islam, Mecca and Medina, into anti-Shiite hands. The Wahhabis also destroyed the tombs of imams in Medina because they consider the domed tombs and other ornamental work to be un-Islamic innovations. Saudi sectarianism and delegitimized nation-states. Apart from hostility towards Iran, there is clearly nothing that could justify the unity of the Arabs. Since Sunni unity is only conceivable as the product of the usurpation of one faction, the all-sided and bloody competition between clans and other power cartels in Arabia will continue to intensify. Yaakov Amidror, who was Netanyahu's national security advisor until November 2013, therefore described the events in the Middle East as a permanent work of disintegration. We are currently seeing the collapse of a historical system, namely the idea of the national Arab state. This means that we will soon be surrounded by an area that is no man's land. Since Iran has been negotiating its nuclear armament directly with the USA and lucrative contracts have been beckoning, headlines in the media such as the Mullah's Theocracy, Spiegel, have been replaced by confident mockery, speculating on the current state of the alleged tug-of-war between hardliners and reformers. No one wants to think it possible that a nation with a tradition as great as that of Persia could turn into a political suicide cult, as if the Gurda nation had never known Hitler, especially since Ahmadinejad's predecessors and successors in the office of Prime Minister, Khatami and Rouhani, come across much more sympathetically as nice and enraptured smiling clerics than he does. In fact, Iran is traditionally characterized not only by its confessional difference from the majority of Arabs, but also by its offensive national ethnic demarcation from Arabia. Reza Khan Pahlavi, the penultimate Shah of Persia from 1925, fought against the influence of the clergy following the example of Ataturk and relied on the ideology of racial superiority, based on the German model, which is why Persia was officially renamed Iran, i.e. Land of the Aryans, in 1935. His son Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, Shah from 1941 to 1979, rehabilitated the clergy and acted as the supreme protector of the Shiites with a constitutional mandate in the hope that the faith would prevent them from turning to communism. However, Islam, once brought to Persia by the Arabs, was by no means the only focal point of the Shah's national ideology. In 1971, for example, he staged a 2,500-year celebration of the monarchy in the remains of the ancient Persian residential city of Persepolis, placing his rule in line with the first great Persian empire of the Achaemenids in antiquity. By recalling Iran's pre-Islamic past, he referred to Persia's cultural independence from the Arab world and associated his monarchy with an old great power and new ambitions. The nationalist Persian tradition was also adopted by the mullahs, and it was no peculiarity of Ahmadinejad that in 2007 he invited the powers of the world to see the power and capabilities of our people in Persepolis. In Iran, a self-assessment is cultivated according to which the country is culturally unique and significant, while Arabs are sometimes regarded as retards and lizard eaters. This is not about the actual appropriation of the rich pre-Islamic past, but about mystifying it in the interests of the Islamic claim to leadership from the Shiite minority position. As a leading power that seeks to combine Orthodox Islam and national greatness, Iran is questioning the traditional leadership role of the Sunni majority in the Islamic world. This is done ideologically by referring to the doctrine of lineage. Shortly after Muhammad's death, the required genealogical continuity in the succession of caliphs was arbitrarily interrupted by the Sunnis, which is why their claim to the caliphate was illegitimately acquired. Shiite principles were fundamental to the founding of the Iranian theocracy, which cannot serve as a model for a Sunni state. These include, for example, the relationship of the faithful to their Grand Ayatollah, whom they may choose from around 20 candidates to be their leader, if their affiliation is not already determined by birth. The believer must follow the fatwas of the Ayatollah, and the cleric receives a considerable tax from the believer. Faith and power are so closely linked, and the ability to exercise this power, i.e. the dignity of Ayatollah, must remain exclusive and be granted by the consent of the already recognized authorities. In Shiite democracy, this principle is reflected in the fact that the clerics in the Guardian Council preselect suitable candidates, and only then are the eligible voters allowed to go to the polls. The overthrow of the Shah and the establishment of the theocracy was linked to the plan to assume a leading role in the Islamic world by exporting the revolution. To this end, revolutionary leader Khomeini placed the revolutionary reason of state above questions of religion. Through its radicalism against the traditional rulers and as an enemy of the Arab status quo, Iran attempted to expand its legitimacy throughout the Ummah and offer itself as an ally to Sunni subversives. Shortly after the revolution, a central office for the export of revolution was opened in the center of Tehran. The Islamic Front for the Liberation of Bahrain was represented there, as were similar organizations from the other Gulf states, North Africa, and Lebanon. From the summer of 1979, Shiites also rehearsed the uprising in Iraq. However, the plan to overthrow Saddam Hussein failed due to the massive repression against Iraqi Shiites and was one of the reasons for the Iraqi attack on Iran in 1980. In December 1981, an attempted coup by Shiite Muslims against the Sunni ruling dynasty in Bahrain was thwarted, for which Iran was held directly responsible. Other members of the Gulf Cooperation Council, such as Kuwait, felt the Islamic revolutionary zeal in 1982. Cinemas, girls' schools, restaurants, and libraries were attacked there. Attacks followed in Oman and Saudi Arabia, but nowhere did a Shiite coup succeed. Although the planned export of revolution could rely on Shiites in the respective countries, some of whom became radicalized in the new Shiite self-confidence, the pan-Islamic revolutionary ideology was a foreign policy dead end. Hardly any Muslims in the Arab world, outside the Shiite enclaves, wanted to recognize Tehran's claim to leadership, and so the Iranian leadership soon devoted itself exclusively to the Shiite cause in Arabia. Iran was most successful with Hezbollah, which it developed into Lebanon's Shiite emancipation movement and turned into the strongest domestic political and military force. The expansion of Shiite power in Lebanon has shifted the focus of the conflict there from the Christian-Muslim rivalry to the intra-Muslim rivalry between Hezbollah and the Sunni Hayri camp. Hezbollah's cooperation with Syrian-backed Amal, which is also Shiite, led to close cooperation between Tehran and Damascus. Both regimes were concerned with intensifying the fight against Israel, not least because the perseverance shown by Iran's leadership in its long-standing, consequent and successful fight against Israel is the basis of its entire internal Islamic foreign policy. The situation was similar for the Assad regime, which is not supported by Sunnis. The successes achieved in terrorism against Israel and the obvious progress in high-tech and nuclear weapons also consolidated Iranian cooperation with Sunni organizations such as Hamas, which continued until the war in Syria. Cooperation with the best-known Sunni terrorist organization, Al-Qaeda, is the exception. Open hostility is the rule. The reputation of the Iranian Revolution in the Arab world was severely damaged by the Iran-Iraq War, 1980 to 1988. Saudi Arabia also worked against the Iranian export of revolution wherever possible and promoted Sunni Islamists, for example in Afghanistan and Pakistan, where support for the Afghan Taliban and Pakistani Islamists always had an anti-Iranian edge. This policy contributed to a significant intensification of sectarian conflicts in the 1980s, especially in Pakistan. In Pakistan, which proclaimed itself the first Islamic republic in 1956 and where the Shiites form a minority but are the second largest Shiite community after the Iranian community, the Shiite-Sunni conflict was already intensified in the 1980s by pro-Sunni legislation. Since the Taliban and Al-Qaeda from Afghanistan took root there, Shiites have been terrorized. Pan-Islamism, the idea of one state for all Muslims, is certainly at an end, and the history of attempts at rapprochement between the denominations can also be regarded as a failure. There was no lack of attempts to achieve an ecumenism that recognized nations and denominations. In 1947, the Society for Rapprochement between Islamic Denominations was founded. After the dispute between the United Arab Republic, the merger of Egypt and Syria to form the VAR from 1958 to 1961, and the Pahlavi Iran over the de facto recognition of Israel, the VAR broke off diplomatic relations with Iran, and Egypt, whose policy was closely linked to the founding of the society, also limited its support for ecumenism. Until Khomeini's death, 1989, ecumenism no longer played a role as Iran pursued its pan-Islamic revolutionary ideology. It was only when Khomeini's successor placed greater emphasis on Iran's national agenda that Islamic ecumenism came to the fore again. The desire for interconfessional, Islamic dialogue was strengthened once again when, after the Taliban, 2001, and Saddam Hussein, 2003, were overthrown, no Arab state was able to gain leadership of the Arab region and Shiite Iran rose to regional power. Even in the case of Iran's biggest adversary, Saudi Arabia, there was something like a national dialogue after Sunni terrorists carried out attacks in Riyadh in 2003 and the ruling house wanted to isolate the perpetrators by distancing itself from violence. A conference was held in Doha in 2007, organized by the University of Qatar, Azza University in Cairo and the Tehran World Forum for Rapprochement between the Islamic schools of law. However, the conference did not produce any results, as the Shia-Sunni dialogue did not address state issues and therefore could not seriously address the problem. Overcoming the division of the Ummah caused by the West, or as it is often called, Zionists and Crusaders, and countering the spread of secular ideas with a utopia of a united Islamic tradition remains wishful thinking. The pious desire to avoid public conflict between the Islamic faiths because, according to common conviction, the imperialists exploit this conflict for their own purposes has always been more a method of disciplining the minority. Today this conflict has turned into open warfare. The Holy War, which in Iran has gone through a career from revolution to Shiite awakening and via national ideology to the imperial program, is in the process of capturing the weakened Sunni opposing side and thus becoming a multi-front war, the first chapter of which, in retrospect, must be seen as the first Gulf War between Iraq and Iran. The dynamics of the theocracy aim for totality, deviation has no place in it. The struggle for domination must destroy the opponent as far as possible or at least immobilize him for a long time. Accordingly, this struggle is not tactical and thus ultimately cannot be stopped within the framework of the Islamic ideology that has prevailed for 1,400 years. U.S. foreign policy has no coherent answer to this murderous dynamic. The hot confessional war in Syria has thwarted all of Obama's previously recognizable guidelines. Before the war began, there was a phase of détente between the USA and the Assad regime. Syria was to play a greater role in the security architecture and have a moderating effect on Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran in the nuclear conflict. The U.S. ambassador post in Damascus, which had been vacant since March 2005 due to the murder of Rafiq al-Hariri in Beirut, was reoccupied 2 months before the outbreak of the uprising. However, the already fickle Obama can no longer rely on Syria, which is probably why direct negotiations with Iran are now taking place and a corresponding realignment of U.S. policy is imminent. It is not only Israel that is concerned that the Obama administration is making itself more vulnerable to blackmail than ever before. The US's upgrading of Iran from a leading supporter of terrorism, Bush, to a long-term negotiating partner in Geneva means further fueling the Sunni-Shiite religious war. The Arab Sunni state leaders see themselves increasingly called into question internally and have lost their foreign policy protector, who used to be satisfied with containing the destabilization attempts by holy warriors in addition to containing Iran. Syria is currently just the hottest spot for the Shiite-Sunni war, which can be fought wherever the faithful meet and has long since reached holy sites such as the Iraqi pilgrimage sites of Karbala and Najaf or even Mecca. The repeatedly invoked Islamic unity in the fight against Israel has also receded even further into the distance. A discrete minimal cooperation between Israel and Saudi Arabia against the Iranian nuclear program is currently more conceivable. The fact that the Hitler fans from the royal house of Saud even want to come to terms with the Jewish state, at least temporarily, shows that this multi-front war of previously almost unthinkable alliances can hardly be ended. At best, it could be curbed somewhat. One way could be to encourage Islamic minorities who are not ethnically and/or religiously inclined towards either Tehran or Riyadh in their efforts to gain autonomy and to enable them to stay out of this war as far as possible. This would apply first and foremost to the Kurds. Because neither of the two main state opponents, Saudi Arabia and Iran, can hope to assume the leadership role for the other's clientele, the conflict could weaken into a permanent but cold war, a situation that makes it more difficult for the opposing camps to cooperate in the fight against Israel. This alone and the improvement of the situation for Islamic minorities are the only rays of hope that are conceivable in the Middle East in the coming decades. However, there should be no more talk of peace plans or any kind of revolution. October 17, 2023, from 7 p.m. Israel time. A wave of Islamic popular anger pours over the countries of the Middle East. The trigger is a rumor about the Jews. It is said that an Israeli missile has hit the Al-Ali hospital in Gaza City. The source? A Hamas health authority. This false report is spread by international news agencies including the New York Times, together with the unconfirmed information that hundreds of people have been killed. A few hours later, Israel provided photographic evidence to the contrary. It was a misfired Islamic Jihad rocket that had hit a parking lot near the hospital. It later transpired that hundreds of people could not have been killed, but rather several dozen. Of course, the Islamic mob on the streets is not interested in this correction. 10 days after Hamas brutally murdered, tortured, or raped more than 1,200 people in Israel and kidnapped around 240 people, the situation in Egypt, Jordan, and Morocco is threatening to spiral out of control. The mob is demanding that governments break off all relations with Israel, if not military aid for Hamas' campaign of destruction. The verbally radical statements from the respective governments are not long in coming. Around midday on October 18, all the countries mentioned declare in unison that they condemn the Israeli attack on the Al-Ali hospital. The ex-account of the Saudi Arabian Foreign Ministry also read, Saudi Arabia strongly condemns the heinous crime committed by the Israeli occupation forces in bombing Al-Ali hospital in the Gaza Strip, which resulted in the deaths of hundreds of civilians, including children, as well as the injured and wounded. The Islamic mob has only just calmed down after the explosion of the misfired rocket at Al-Ali hospital when a remarkable video is already circulating on social media. It shows Turkey Ibn Faisal, 78 years old and former Saudi intelligence chief. He spoke in English in a speech at the Baker Institute in Houston on October 17. 3/4 of his speech consisted of vicious, anti-Semitic accusations against Israel. He accused Israel of imprisoning Palestinians in concentration camps, driving them out of Gaza or bombing them indiscriminately. At the same time, he condemns Hamas terror as un-Islamic, attacking women, children, the elderly and places of worship is contrary to Islamic norms, according to Ibn Faisal. He then utters two remarkable sentences that deserve a closer look. Firstly, I condemn Hamas for sabotaging Saudi Arabia's efforts to find a peaceful solution to the plight of the Palestinians. A sentence to which we will return. And secondly, I condemn Israel for transferring Qatari funds to Hamas, which Israel itself classifies as a terrorist organization. In a speech on the 40th anniversary of the National Council for Saudi-American Relations in mid-November, Turkey Ibn Faisal went even further. He elaborated, before October 7, Israel allowed Qatari funds to pass through to Hamas in the belief that economic prosperity would tame Hamas, an assessment that Israeli security hardliners would likely agree with. In 2021, Haaretz reported that around $3 billion had flowed into the terrorists' coffers in this way in the 10 previous years. According to the report, Netanyahu tacitly approved the money transfer via Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv because he thought it would keep Hamas on a tight leash. Israel would have peace from rockets, he calculated, as long as only Hamas received its money from Doha. An attack on Israel would in turn lead to a freeze on money from Qatar, as Israel would no longer allow the money suitcase planes to land. However, the policy of the money suitcase appeal has always been controversial on the right of Benjamin Netanyahu's Likud and in the military. October 7 showed how right the critics were, and how fatal Netanyahu's misconception was that Hamas was acting as rationally behind its supposedly Islamist rhetoric as any other corrupt government in the Middle East. The background: the royal house of Al Saud had imposed a sea and land blockade on Qatar from 2017 to 2021 together with the United Arab Emirates. The accusation at the time was that Qatar was financing international Islamist terrorism, which also threatened the interests of both royal houses. There is indeed great concern in both Gulf monarchies that Islamists could overthrow the ruling houses and cause chaos similar to that in North Africa during the so-called Arab Spring. The Qatari state broadcaster Al Jazeera, which played a key role in fueling the Arab Spring with the help of the televised sermons of Muslim brother Yusuf al-Qaradawi and celebrated the Hamas massacres after October 7, is banned in Saudi Arabia. The royal family also considers it a threat that Qatar maintains good relations with the Iranian mullahs, whose proxy Hamas acts as. The fact that Qatar has also been hosting and financially supporting the Hamas leadership around Ismail Haniyeh in the capital Doha since 2012 makes Riyadh even more uneasy. According to Rebecca Skonenbach, Turkey Ibn Faisal's real message to Israel could be as follows. Israel allowed the payments to Gaza to go through, even though it was clear that Hamas was also benefiting from them. Anyone who believes they can fight terror with Qatar is mistaken. Alternative, Saudi Arabia. The Saudi monarchy, which for selfish reasons wants to secure its exclusive sphere of power and thus also its population, knows exactly what kind of opponent it is up against here, led by the Muslim Brotherhood and the Iranian mullahs. The goal of this Islamic movement is global jihad. Its fanals are called Intifada, September 11 or Al-Aqsa Flood, as Hamas propaganda term for the massacre on October 7 goes. The Islamic International considers the destruction of Israel and the expulsion or murder of all Jews from the Middle East to be the necessary, but by no means sufficient, prerequisite for the establishment of its caliphate. Israel is not their only goal. The overthrow of the Gulf monarchies is also a long-term goal, and not just since the Arab Spring. They are seen as westernized and corrupt, downright reactionary. Accordingly, they are striving to replace them with a post-national Islamic people's democracy. All the losses they suffer through defeats are seen by them, according to an apt expression by Joachim Brun, only as the crossroads to the final victory. When the Hamas Muslim Brothers call their massacre on October 7 merely a dress rehearsal, they are showing what they are about, a campaign of destruction into infinity, which is by no means over with the destruction of Israel. This campaign did not just begin in 1948 with the founding of Israel, but with the founding of the Muslim Brotherhood 20 years earlier by the Egyptian elementary school teacher and ardent anti-Semite Hassan al-Banna. To this day, its millions of followers believe that Islam is the solution, against supposed Western decadence, but also for the restoration of the Caliphate, whose end after the First World War is blamed not least on the sinister activities of world Jewry. In the early 1930s, the Muslim Brotherhood initially thought that they could help Islam gain power in Egypt through Islamic charity and Quran lessons. When this failed, they took up arms. The Muslim Brotherhood responded to the increased immigration of persecuted Jews to Palestine in the 1940s and 1940s not only with attacks on British Mandate territory, but also with pogroms against Jews in Cairo. They carried out terrorist attacks underground, while outwardly they acted as a charity racket. This explains the double face of the Muslim Brotherhood, which it maintains to this day also in the form of various front organizations around the world. At the same time, they pinned their hopes on a Nazi victory in the Second World War. Accordingly, Muslim Brotherhood founder Hassan al-Banna also saw Germany's defeat against the Allies as a bitter setback for the cause of Islam. In a 1946 eulogy to Jerusalem's Nazi Grand Mufti Amin al-Husseini, al-Banna summarized what he hoped for from the Palestinians' resistance to the founding of the Israeli state. Germany and Hitler are no more, but Amin al-Husseini will continue the fight. Just as Hamas and its partner organizations have never been interested in a Palestinian state alongside Israel, but have always been concerned with the destruction of the Jewish state, the Muslim Brotherhood is also committed to the modern principle of the nation as such. This explains why the Muslim Brotherhood was initially open to Jamal Abdel Nasser's Pan-Arab Socialist Revolution in the 1950s. Nasser is said to have personally attended the sermons of Muslim brother Sayyid Qutb shortly before he came to power. Both movements had found a common enemy in Israel and the influence of the West on the Middle East. And they shared the common goal of uniting the Arab states against this enemy. The break between the Muslim Brotherhood and Nasser was not caused by irreconcilable ideological differences, but by a power struggle following the revolution. An offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood had already formed in Gaza in the 1940s, which has been operating under the name Hamas since 1988. The Muslim Brotherhood grew massively after the Arab defeats against Israel in 1967 and 1973, when it became clear that Islamism was to become the new guiding ideology of the Middle East after Pan-Arabism. Since the persecution by Nasser and until the Arab Spring in 2011, the Muslim Brotherhood, which had been ousted in Egypt, was increasingly perceived in the West as a democratic, moderate, and modern alternative to the secular dictatorships and Gulf monarchies in the Middle East. Many Muslim brothers who had gone to the West went through a modern education and became eloquent speakers for the Islamic cause without ever admitting their affiliation to the Muslim Brotherhood. Hassan al-Banna's grandson Tariq Ramadan, who taught at prestigious Western universities until a sexual assault scandal broke out and describes himself tellingly as a reform Salafist, is a good example of this. And, as in Cairo and Gaza in the past, they founded charity associations that relieved the state authorities in the West with charitable offers for the Muslim population. Officially, they reject violence, unless it is against the Israeli occupiers or against authoritarian rulers and monarchs in the Middle East. After Nasser's persecution began in the 1950s, many Muslim brothers fled to Saudi Arabia. At this time, Saudi Arabia was waging a proxy war against Nasser in Yemen. The conservative Wahhabi monarchy saw the fact that Muslim brothers came to the country as political refugees in a positive light in terms of power politics. The Saudis were not to revise their policy of extending an outstretched hand, which went hand in hand with the mass admission of Muslim brothers, until much later. Until after the First Gulf War, and even after September 11, 2001, Saudi Arabia tolerated and supported the Muslim Brotherhood in its own country. Conversely, they had to undertake not to be politically active in the country and not to publicly attack the quietist doctrine of Wahhabism. This dictates a fundamentalist everyday Islam and at the same time punishes any violation of the authorities. Until then, the Muslim Brotherhood had been involved in the modernization of the Wahhabi education system, taking on key roles in ministries and society. They literate the population and in this way subliminally spread their ideology. They viewed Saudi Arabia's anti-Israeli stance, which was particularly evident in the fact that the monarchy enforced an OPEC oil supply freeze in 1973 during the Yom Kippur War, which in turn triggered the oil crisis, with benevolence. Saudi Arabia also supported Islamists internationally. The Saudis' calculation was based on the hope that supporting Islamists abroad and tolerating them at home would at least leave the Wahhabi monarchy untouched. The attack on the Great Mosque in Mecca in 1979, when Islamic end-time purists occupied the Kaaba and demanded a reversal of westernization, was threat enough for the royal family. The policy of extending a hand to the Muslim Brotherhood was only to change with the Arab Spring and the election of Muslim brother Mohammed Morsi as Egyptian president, whom the Saudis increasingly perceived as a threat to the royal family. In 2014, Saudi Arabia finally banned the Muslim Brotherhood. This change of course by the royal house towards the Muslim Brotherhood was also reflected in the murder of a prominent Muslim brother, Jamal Khashoggi, who had already joined the Muslim Brotherhood in the 1970s. He was not only, as it is often said in the Western media, a Saudi foreign journalist who was allowed to interview Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan in 1987, for example, but also an intimate connoisseur of the Islamist scene. Khashoggi's services were also gratefully used by the Saudi Secret Service under the then chief spy Inaki ibn Faisal. As Khashoggi later wrote in an opinion piece for the Washington Post, he considered the Muslim Brotherhood to be the decisive reform movement in the Arab world and in Saudi Arabia. The open break with the Saudi monarchy came when Khashoggi attacked Wahhabism from his progressive, i.e. Muslim Brotherhood, perspective in the early 2000s, and thus violated the ban on political activity that the Saudis had imposed on the Muslim Brotherhood. The Saudis then imposed a ban on his profession, which was temporarily lifted due to his good contacts with Turki ibn Faisal. But he did not stop in 2013, 2 years after the start of the Arab Spring. Khashoggi published the book Arab Spring, Time of the Muslim Brotherhood. The royal family, whose leadership was taken over by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman in 2017, saw this book as a declaration of war. In it, Khashoggi accuses, among other things, the persecution of the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt and Saudi Arabia. Khashoggi went into exile in America in 2017. He reinvented himself as a dissident who criticized the autocratic rule of one man in Saudi Arabia, meaning Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. As Roger Koppel's Swiss newspaper Weltwoche correctly pointed out at the time, Khashoggi's criticism had nothing to do with a liberal idea of democracy, but all the more to do with a platitudinous Islamist idea of the grassroots democratic world domination of the Ummah. Khashoggi was far more disturbed by the centralization of the monopoly of power by a modern absolutist ruler, who curtailed the power of the Islamic mob and its legal scholars through his progressive dictatorship, than by the restriction of political freedoms as such. Shortly before his murder, Khashoggi gave an interview to the BBC in London in which he denounced Israeli settlement construction in the West Bank. According to Wikipedia, he was a critic of Saudi Arabia's rapprochement with Israel at the expense of the Palestinians. It goes on to say that Khashoggi was an Erdogan supporter and that he was in Istanbul in the last days of his life for political reasons. On October 2, 2018, he had wanted to collect documents for his marriage from the Saudi consulate and was subsequently reported missing. The Turkish police initially suspected that he had been murdered, but the Turkish daily newspaper Sabah, which is close to the Muslim Brotherhood, and the New York Times then reported on the murder. Turkish officials stated that they had audio recordings to prove that Khashoggi had been dismembered alive in the consulate. It is still unclear where Khashoggi's body is. Of course, Turkey Ibn Faisal denied the involvement of the Saudi Secret Service. Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman set an example with the murder of Khashoggi. The message was, anyone who openly opposes the ousting of the Muslim Brotherhood from Saudi Arabia cannot expect any mercy. Since then, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has been pushing ahead with the reform of his country. His declared aim is not only to push Islam back from public life and relax the norms of everyday Wahhabi Islam, including partial reforms such as the abolition of gender segregation in schools or permission to open cinemas, but also to normalize relations with Israel. In 2018, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman said in an interview with CBS that the real Saudi Arabia had never known segregation of men and women. According to him, this refers to the Saudi Arabia of the 1960s and 1970s, which allegedly had cinemas throughout the country, where women were still largely integrated into the labor market and Islam was moderate and apolitical. He blames the tightening of Islamic moral laws after the attack on the Great Mosque in Mecca in 1979, which he now wants to reverse, exclusively on the Islamic legal scholars' entourage of the royal family at the time. Of course, he is glorifying a supposed modernity that has never existed in Saudi Arabia. What is decisive, however, is that the Crown Prince has made this idea of Saudi modernity the guiding principle of his social policy and, to all appearances, acts accordingly. In September 2023, he let the world know in an interview with Fox News that a breakthrough in the peace negotiations with Israel was imminent. The situation of the Palestinians was also part of the negotiations, as it was said at the time, which was implicitly confirmed by former intelligence chief Turki Ibn Faisal in his speech on October 17. Another formulation by Turki Ibn Faisal is also noteworthy. The so-called Middle East conflict, he said in his speech on October 17, knows no winners, but only losers. As out of place as this phrase may be in view of the bestial Hamas massacre of October 7, it at least presupposes the idea of a purposeful rational self-interest that does not fit into the categories of jihad and annihilation and at least abstractly implies the ability for mutual understanding. Instead of the boundless annihilation that Hamas and its henchmen have made their program, Ibn Faisal calls for the two-state solution, a concept no less bloodless than the call to both sides to please reflect on their well-understood interests and end this war. In the West, the insistence on the two-state solution stands for a disguised indifference to Israel's security. After all, a sovereign Palestinian state would have to be under arms. For anti-Semitic spokesmen such as Turki Ibn Faisal, on the other hand, it could at least mean a cautious departure from the Pan-Arab doctrine. For 75 years, Pan-Arabism in all its variants has prescribed nothing other than the destruction of Israel in the interests of the Arabs and the Islamic world, and has since inhibited the development of the Arab states towards a Western nation-state model. Pan-Arabism, modeled on the Islamic Ummah, whether under socialist secular or revolutionary Islamic auspices, has only one program: the establishment of a global Islamic, borderless non-state. The liberal idea of a prosperity of nations, in the sense of Adam Smith, is alien to Pan-Arabism. One thing is guaranteed these days: Saudi Arabia is by no means the reform-minded, rejuvenating and modernizing counter-hegemon to communist Iran under Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Like its rival in Syria, the Saudi despotism in Sudan and previously in Egypt is a master of counter-revolution. The Saudi protege in Sudan is a warlord whose militia is closely associated with the Sudanese Mukhabarat and is recruited from the racist and pan-Arabist death squad that has been feared as demons on horses since the darkest days of the crisis region of Darfur. Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo, alias Hemedti, is not only the commander of the Janjaweed militia, which was reorganized in 2013 under a less suspicious name, Rapid Support Forces. Although he is currently only the deputy chairman of the Provisional Military Council, Hemedti is the man Saudi Arabia believes is most likely to be responsible for preserving Sudanese despotism. While quite a few conscripts of the National Army fraternize with the protesters on the streets, the Janjaweed militia, there is still a faction of the Janjaweed under Musa Hillel that has been marginalized in recent years, is recruited in part from highly ideologized men who believe in the superiority of an Arab race over the African ethnic groups of Sudan. Death is their daily bread. General Hemedti's men have long been acting on behalf of the Saudis. In the mountainous northwest of Yemen, they are the counter-guerrillas of the Arab front against the rival Houthi militia, which is protected by communist Iran. The Yemeni catastrophe is the Janjaweed upgrade, alongside the bloody gold mining in the Darfur region, the financial guarantee for its own ambitions in Sudan. On May 23, Hemeti met with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. They discussed the stabilization of Sudan and Saudi investments. A few days later, at dawn on June 3, his militia attacked those opposition members who had held out in their thousands for weeks in front of the military command center in Khartoum, insisting that the Sudanese despotism cease to exist after Omar al-Bashir was ousted from power on April 11. The Janjaweed militiamen were still being forced into clinics to pursue their victims. The bloated corpses of the murdered floated in the Nile. For a long time, the militia acted as something like Omar al-Bashir's Praetorian Guard, and yet its leadership successfully speculated on the moment to sacrifice him in the face of the mass revolt. Incidentally, the murderous men around General Hemeti do not only have a function for Saudi Arabia. Since 2014, the European Union has been cooperating with Sudan in order to, in the unctuous words of the Europeans, manage migration in a safe and dignified way. Even if the concrete cooperation consists of little more than the training of police officers, border and judicial officials, information transfer and welfare services for refugees in Sudan, the tentative rapprochement was the prospect of rehabilitation for Sudan under Omar al-Bashir, which was isolated from the markets. In order to impress the Europeans, Khartoum pushed for the migration passages from Eritrea and Ethiopia via Sudan to Libya to be ruthlessly interrupted. The European-Sudanese collaboration with the facade of humanizing migration control thus primarily strengthened the mostly militaristic elements in the Sudanese state, and so the reorganized Janjaweed militia, itself involved in human smuggling, became the militant wing of the dignified border management, especially along the border with Eritrea, which the European Union is pushing all the way to East Africa. On Al Jazeera, General Hemeti recently boasted that the Europeans were dependent on him. The fact that the U.S. charged d'affaires Stephen Kutzies, Washington's highest-ranking representative in Sudan, honored General Hemeti with his presence during the breaking of the fast last Ramadan also provoked astonishment among the Sudanese opposition. There is no doubt that Vladimir Putin's Russian Federation and China are more familiar to the Sudanese despotism, and yet the critical dialogue that Europeans and Americans alike maintain with the butcher, the representatives of the European Union and Great Britain have also made representations to General Hemeti, is above all one thing: a betrayal of the social revolutionaries on the streets of Khartoum and elsewhere. The organizational backbone of the protests is the Sudanese Professionals Association. The high proportion of women in the street protests is particularly striking. Under Omar al-Bashir, the notorious Section 152 of the Sudanese Penal Code allowed thousands of women to be arbitrarily arrested year after year on the basis of their clothing, which would have provoked the prevailing morality. As a result, a separate economy grew up in which police officers arrested women in order to extract horrendous fines from them. During the mass protests against Bashir, women also demanded an end to the misogynistic Section 152. The young architecture student Ala Saleh, who became an icon of the protests, sang, "They burned us in the name of religion, killed us in the name of religion, imprisoned us in the name of religion." The protesters are vehemently calling for an end to the recruitment of Sudanese for the Yemeni front, just as in Iran with regard to the Syrian catastrophe. Graffiti also calls for Sudan to leave the Arab League. In addition to the denunciation of Saudi Arabia as an aggressor, there is also criticism of the Emirate of Qatar and its support for the Muslim Brotherhood. While Bashir's regime exploited Arab chauvinism, one of the popular slogans of the protesters is, "Forgive us Darfur for the blood spilled." Earlier this year, when the tottering regime arrested 32 young men from Darfur at Sinar University, southeast of Khartoum, and denounced them as Mossad agents, protesters chanted, "You arrogant racist, we are all Darfur." The background to the Israeli-Saudi rapprochement, which has already been criticized by Muslim brother Jamal Khashoggi, is the Abraham Accords, which the Trump administration initiated at the time. Since 2020, Israel has concluded peace treaties with the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and Morocco as a result of the Abraham Accords, which not only concern national security, as in the Cold Peace with Egypt and Jordan, but also include areas such as trade, tourism, and cultural exchange. It is no secret that Hamas wanted to torpedo precisely this normalization process with its massacre on October 7. With the Abraham Accords, Israel is aiming to divide the Islamic world, while at the same time mistrusting its probably precarious and possibly only very short-term allies. For some years now, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and Saudi Arabia have been sensing that the forces that have the destruction of Israel in mind for the establishment of their Ummah Caliphate could also be directed against the Gulf states. The New York Times now reports that most political leaders in the Arab states would like to see Hamas overthrown. Informed sources have also reported that Israel is negotiating with several Arab states about an international consortium that could take over the political administration of the Gaza Strip after the war. One of the states that is expected to play a key role in the administration of Gaza after the war is Saudi Arabia. However, the conditions for Mohammed bin Salman's socio-political reforms and the desired normalization of relations with Israel are precarious in Saudi Arabia. Not only is Saudi Arabia still regarded by the Islamic world as the guardian of the holy places of the Prophet, it can also be assumed that a large proportion of Saudis continue to support the Muslim Brotherhood and its Palestinian offshoot Hamas. As one Arab Hamas sympathizer aptly writes, if political freedoms were to be introduced in Saudi Arabia, there would not only be massive, anti-Israel, demonstrations on a scale comparable to what we have seen recently in Yemen and other countries. Many Saudis would probably be ready to leave the country immediately and try to join Hamas in Palestine. In this respect, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has every reason not to accelerate the pace of his reforms any further, be it for fear of popular uprisings or palace revolts. Few Saudis are saying what the strategically minded among them have learned at the latest since Yasser Arafat's support for Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait, that Palestinian political organizations destabilize the Gulf region if they become too powerful and that they cannot be relied upon. In other words, that the Arabian Peninsula could face the same civil war chaos as Jordan or Lebanon if the Gulf states ever take in Palestinians as refugees. One of those who openly expresses this realization is the Saudi businessman, influencer, and author Rawaf al-Sin. In a video that has gone viral on social media, he denies any territorial claim by the Palestinians to land in the Middle East, accuses the Palestinian leadership of involvement in Saddam Hussein's war of aggression against Kuwait and calls on Israel to take tougher action in Gaza. Curious, he says that the true location of the Al-Aqsa Mosque is not in Jerusalem, but in the village of Al-Jurana near Mecca, which he derives from an original historical critical reading of the Quran. It is unlikely that the peace agreement between Israel and Saudi Arabia has been completely on hold since October 7, but Hamas has been able to delay its conclusion with its attack. Hamas and its financiers in Tehran and Doha know that the window of opportunity for a normalization of Saudi-Israeli relations will close in the foreseeable future. The presidential election campaign in the USA begins in March. Then the Americans, without whom there can be no peace treaty, will mainly be preoccupied with domestic politics. Whether Saudi Arabia will take the opportunity to officially make peace with Israel as the home of the Jews in the Middle East by then remains to be seen, given the precarious position of the Crown Prince in his own country and in the region. And Israel knows all too well. In case of doubt, the Saudis and their changing interests can no more be relied upon than any other state in the Middle East that has made peace with Israel. Even if occasional pleasant surprises, such as Saudi Arabia's shooting down a missile fired towards Israel by the Iranian-backed Houthi Islamists from Yemen on its own territory for the first time on October 19, are seen by the Israelis as a glimmer of hope. If the massacre of October 7 has taught Israel one sad lesson, it is this: only as a defensive Zionist country does Israel have a chance of surviving in the Middle East. That Israeli strength and superiority are never so great that they can be relied on blindly, but must be maintained by force time and again and require constant vigilance, should have been clear to everyone in principle. One of the crucial problems, however, is the trust in the defensive measures against the murderers in Gaza, which prevented a timely disarmament. While at the time of the protests at the border fence there was a great deal of understanding for the supposedly miserable situation of the Palestinians in Gaza and their protest at the border fence, even in circles that support Israel, today there can no longer be any doubt not only about why it has to happen, but also about what the purpose of the demonstrations orchestrated by Hamas has always been: to weaken and delegitimize Israel's border security and to spy on its weak points. These marches must be understood as part of the prehistory of October 7 in that it was the supposedly normal civilians and demonstrators, so desperate by their situation, who, as soon as the border fence was breached, infiltrated Israel en masse to torture, torment and massacre Jews. Fantasies of a peaceful march of tens of thousands of people on the border fence, as they were conjured up at the time in decidedly pro-Israeli media as supposedly being part of these protests, were not only completely disgraced by the events. By questioning the violent border security against so-called civilians, they fell for the propagandistic preparation of the massacre by Hamas and its international allies. Less relevant, on the other hand, are the questions of the operational failure of the Israeli security forces. As with previous surprise attacks, Pearl Harbor, Operation Barbarossa, Yom Kippur, September 11, etc., there will have been no lack of clues, but rather a lack of understanding or wanting to understand them. How information about the enemy is interpreted depends on the basic assumptions about him, and even if it is important to find out who already knew what and when, and why the right conclusions were not drawn and no concrete countermeasures taken, it is those false assumptions that lead to the information not being interpreted correctly, but in the sense of confirming what one mistakenly thought one knew. The usual apportionment of blame between intelligence services, the military and politicians is also of little relevance. What is more important is that the attack shows how precarious Israel's situation and existence still is and that it can afford neither mistakes nor weaknesses. In this respect, the main question is about the deadly illusions that made the worst mass murder of Jews since the end of the Second World War possible and were the prerequisite for the operational mistakes to happen. In order to avoid any misunderstandings, it should be noted that the longing of many Israelis for a life in peace and coexistence with the Palestinians, which is the deeper reason for the strategic errors, is expressly not open to criticism. This longing is that of all civilized people. But to conclude from this either that the same must be possible with the Palestinians, or to assume, trusting in its own strength, that they could have no interest in an open confrontation, is wishful thinking that Israel cannot afford in view of its enemies' will to destroy. The luxury that most Europeans still take for granted today, not having to arm themselves, not militarizing society, not having to do long service and not having to face an unrestrainedly brutalized enemy eye to eye, is something the Israelis should expressly wish for. The fact that this wish has nothing to do with reality can least of all be held against them. This should be directed solely at the Palestinians and their numerous global supporters, including the EU. The overwhelming majority of Israeli society is in any case able and willing to draw the right conclusions, which unfortunately cannot be said of almost all other countries in the world. Those who have prevented Israel from taking the right countermeasures for years should not have limited themselves to condemning the Hamas massacre, which is not a realization but a matter of course. They should radically change their policy towards Iran, Lebanon, and the Palestinians and stand unequivocally on Israel's side. October 7 not only called various political paradigms into question, it destroyed them. First and foremost, one that not only Europeans such as Angela Merkel, Emmanuel Macron, and Barack Obama believed, but also parts of Israeli society, that the Islamic Republic of Iran and its proxies Hamas, Hezbollah, or Houthi could be contained, appeased or somehow otherwise appeased, even though they not only proclaim that all Jews should be killed, but also do so wherever they have the opportunity. Contrary to what some would have you believe, Hamas was by no means satisfied with consolidating its own power base in Gaza and enriching itself with money from Qatar, Europe, the USA, and the rest of the world. The fact that, after a prolonged phase of relative restraint, it managed to convince considerable sections of the security forces in Israel that it was not currently intent on confrontation was decisive for the murderous success of the attack. Although nothing has changed among the Palestinians since the pogrom in Hebron in 1929, the savage brutality of the Al-Aqsa Intifada should still be remembered, and Hamas has never made a secret of its intentions. Goods such as water pipes, concrete, vehicles, etc. have been delivered, the population in Gaza has been bombarded with weapons, and the Palestinians have been supplied with weapons. The population in Gaza was supplied with food, water, and electricity, and thousands even had a work permit in Israel, leaving the supposedly largest open-air prison in the world, German media, every day to spy on the enemy and prepare for the attack. The Yom Kippur War is so significant for Israel because the enemy succeeded in striking first and surprisingly. Military superiority, as demonstrated in the offensive Six-Day War, would deter them, was the mindset that almost led to the catastrophe. After October 7, it must be seen as a mistake that many Israelis adapted this fatal view again exactly 50 years later under international pressure. At least in retrospect, it should be clear that purely defensive measures such as a not particularly stable, alarm-protected fence, the Iron Dome missile defense system, the detection of tunnels into Israeli territory, and the occasional return of rocket fire cannot be relied upon when you are dealing with people who want to kill every Jew they can find. No technical defense system and no intelligence agency is infallible. There will always be days when the manning at the border is weaker than usual due to vacations, Sabbath, other threat situations, etc. The only way to prevent events like the one on October 7 would have been to have no illusions about Hamas and its goals even during a relative Hudna and, for example, to liquidate the fighters who were training to storm a kibbutz on the other side of the border under the eyes of the Israelis using a self-made model during such training sessions or the regular military parades before they could even carry out their murderous work. The very expensive Iron Dome defense system in particular has played an extremely ambivalent role in Israeli military strategy. On the one hand, many lives have been saved and major damage to Israel caused by the constant rocket fire from Gaza has been avoided. However, just a few years after its implementation, comparisons were drawn in the Israeli security debate with the Maginot Line on the Suez Canal, which was useless in the Second World War, and the Bar Mev Line on the Suez Canal, which was more of a burden in the Yom Kippur War. These fortifications not only meant that the means of offensive warfare were neglected, as they placed an extraordinary burden on the military budget. Above all, they created a sense of security that did not correspond to the real situation. The surprise attack through the Ardennes and the extensive bypassing of the fortifications meant that the French army had to capitulate within 46 days in 1940. For former Israeli General Meir Finkel, the question of whether Iron Dome could be the Israeli Maginot Line was already raised in 2015. All the shortcomings of the Maginot Line, astronomical costs at the expense of offensive means, the creation of false security and the atrophy of the army's offensive thinking, could also occur within the framework of Iron Dome. One of the most obvious points to which this applies is Israel's vulnerability to blackmail in terms of supplies and ammunition, which even in the current emergency situation does not allow the country to carry out the necessary military measures without support from the USA. After the Second Gulf War in 1991 at the latest, when Saddam Hussein fired Scud missiles at Israel, against which the Patriot defense missiles supplied only against massive resistance from the German peace movement proved to be useless, it was clear that Israel had to develop its own defense against missiles, especially those with a long range. The Iron Dome system is only one component of Israel's missile defense, which serves to protect against short-range missiles. And as useful, important and, given the wider threat posed by Iran and Hezbollah, which has by far the largest non-state missile arsenal in the world, a sophisticated missile defense has helped to undermine the core elements of Israel's military strategy. These were based on deterrence, early detection of enemy movements and a robust approach to victory on the battlefield. Iron Dome in the previous confrontations with Gaza meant that Israel was satisfied with destroying a few rocket positions of Hamas and other groups and reducing the rocket attacks to a tolerable level. In fact, there have been no decisive military actions against Hezbollah since the 2006 war. Both Hamas and Hezbollah have been able to use this time to fill their arsenals, expand their positions, recruit fighters, and consolidate their rule in Gaza and Lebanon. This has created a situation in which life is no longer possible in the parts of Israel that the Iron Dome was supposed to protect. This applies not only to the towns, villages, and kibbutzim in the immediate vicinity of Gaza, but also to the towns in northern Israel in the immediate vicinity of the heavily armed Hezbollah, whose threat to invade the Galilee can no longer be dismissed as mere talk. October 7 rendered these defensive strategies largely obsolete, and a war cabinet had to be convened with the participation of opposition leader and former IDF General Gantz, who, with the approval of the broad majority of Israelis, declared the destruction of Hamas to be the objective of the war, thus correcting the misjudgment of the previous Gaza wars. These had also come about under pressure from the world public, out of diplomatic consideration for European and, above all, informally allied states in the region living in peace with Israel, Egypt, and Jordan, and the countries from Morocco to Bahrain that had joined them as a result of the Abraham Accords. However, mainly due to a lack of backing from the USA under Obama and to pacify the anti-Semites in the UN and worldwide, Israel had concluded ceasefires despite massive rocket attacks, without having even begun to seriously disarm Hamas. Prime Minister Netanyahu bears domestic political responsibility for this, even if opposition members in his own country, but above all the world in its hatred of Israel, have pushed him to do so. However, it is also true that his job is one of the most difficult political posts in the world, and that the attempt to reconcile the often extreme domestic political disputes and the various demands of different coalition partners in a heterogeneous country would have catapulted any other politician out of office after a short time. In addition, Israel is under international scrutiny like no other country and is condemned at the UN for every wrong step taken by a soldier, with practically the entire EU agreeing or abstaining. Israel's prioritization of diplomacy and reconciliation, its restraint in the use of military means, which have been the two main pillars of its security policy towards Gaza since 2005, have objectively failed. Those who suddenly emphasized Israel's right to self-defense after October 7, before realizing a few days later that Israel should not exaggerate either, should have realized instead that in a small country that, contrary to what anti-Semites believe, is not omnipotent, this must include forward defense, preemptive strikes, targeted elimination of the enemy before it becomes too strong. This is precisely why the considerable potential for destruction that has been amassed in Gaza after almost 20 years of Palestinian self-administration, not least thanks to active support from Iran and Qatar, but also from Europe and the USA, must now be smashed. It can be assumed that, at least in Israeli government and security circles, it was known who the Palestinians were and what their goals were. Nevertheless, the primary diplomatic goal was rather to use gestures of goodwill to convince the world public or at least interlocutors at international conferences that Israel was not the aggressor, which also made it possible to achieve significant successes such as the Abraham Accords, the viability of which has yet to be proven in the course of the Gaza war. The peace agreements that Israel concluded with the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and later with Sudan and Morocco under the mediation of the Trump administration and with the approval of Saudi Arabia, which supplemented the existing peace agreements and cooperation with Egypt and Jordan, were underestimated in Europe in terms of their significance for the region. Even though Trump and his administration deserve credit for actively promoting the agreements, the rapprochement between Israel and the Saudis took place under the Obama presidency and under pressure from the Iran deal. As the Obama administration had no idea about the Middle East and believed that rapprochement with the enemies of the USA and its most important allies in the region would bring peace, the states threatened by Iran's hegemonic ambitions moved closer together. The nuclear agreement with Iran and the associated easing of sanctions, as well as the release of frozen foreign finances, resulted in billions and billions flowing to the Assad regime, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthi rebels in Yemen, who attacked Saudi Arabia and the regime it supported from there. The prospect of an Iran that de facto controlled Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, and the Palestinian territories was a horror not only for Israelis and Saudis, but also for Egypt, Jordan, Bahrain, and the United Arab Emirates. It was not least this disastrous U.S. policy that led to the bloody Syrian civil war with hundreds of thousands of deaths and over 6 million refugees, because the Arab states also supported the Islamist rebels in Syria in order to weaken the Assad regime, which was allied with Iran. The absence of the USA as a hegemonic power and the promotion of Iran had such catastrophic consequences that it led those Arab states that were primarily interested in maintaining power, stability, and good business to side with the only state that was still resolutely opposed to Iranian expansion. The fact that the Abraham Accords are based on common interests against Iran's quest for hegemony in the Middle East, and that they are primarily concerned with financial, technological, and economic interests, is by no means a disadvantage. Relations based on an external threat may well prove to be stable. Nevertheless, it must be noted that the Abraham Accords, such as the peace with Egypt and above all Jordan, are by no means based on the sympathy of the respective populations with Israel, which is why it was to be expected that Iran would attack precisely this weak point in the Arab-Israeli rapprochement. The regime was probably encouraged by the fact that the anti-Iran Trump administration was followed by one under Biden, which wanted to resume Obama's nuclear deal and showed no interest in extending the Abraham Accords initiated by the hated Trump administration. From the outset, only Hamas came into question for this job, as an attack by the Shia militia Hezbollah, for example, which is ideologically indistinguishable from the Iranian regime and its revolutionary guards, would have been extremely unlikely to arouse sympathy among the Sunni populations of the region, and Hezbollah is much more important to Iran due to its participation in the government in Lebanon and its role in Syria. Moreover, and the immediate deployment of a U.S. aircraft carrier off the Lebanese coast has sent this signal, an attack by Hezbollah could result in U.S. military action in Lebanon and Syria and ultimately against the Iranian regime. Only the military devastation of the Gaza Strip with many deaths was suitable for inciting the Islamic public, which promoted a new edition of the fairy tale of the child murderer Israel and solidarity with Hamas not only among Sunnis worldwide, but also among other enemies of Israel. The Abraham Accords, which at least called into question the long-standing premise of Israeli-Palestinian peace as a condition for Israeli-Arab peace, threatened to make the Palestinian question unimportant in global politics, and only a bloody war could put Hamas back on the agenda. Its leaders knew that the anti-Semitic international community, including the UN and the majority of the EU, would question the Israeli response to a massacre of Jews the second there were more dead Palestinians than Jews. The Iranian regime was obviously prepared to accept the destruction of Hamas for this, as there can be no doubt that Tehran and its ally Qatar, where Ismail Haniyeh, the leader of Hamas, resides in a luxury hotel, were instrumental in the preparations for October 7, even if the USA does not, yet, want to admit this publicly. Should Iran and Hezbollah open a second front, or should this have been the original plan, this would, in view of the U.S. aircraft carrier on the ground and the determined action of the IDF in Gaza, currently entail the considerable risk of the war reaching not only Beirut but also Tehran, and despite all the messianic rhetoric. The Iranian regime has always shied away from existential risks for almost 45 years now. The Biden administration, which often appears hesitant and weak and does not do everything it can to support Israel and Ukraine unconditionally, is at least doing enough with this signal of deterrence to Hezbollah and Iran to prevent the total victory of the enemies of the West. This is more than one could have feared in view of an administration that largely corresponds to the two Obama administrations in terms of personnel. That the same people who engineered the fatal Iran deal under Obama are in a position to completely revise this policy and, now that the means of dialogue have so obviously failed once and for all, are finally actively working towards overthrowing the Mullah regime, can be confidently doubted until proven otherwise. However, it is now more true than ever that for there to be a more peaceful and better future in the Middle East, Hamas must be destroyed, Lebanon must be liberated from Hezbollah, and Iran from the Mullah regime. Without Israel's supposed allies, i.e., the Europeans and the USA under Obama and Biden, who not only contributed nothing to this, but also diplomatically upgraded Iran and Qatar and provided them with billions to finance war and terror throughout the Middle East, the massacre of October 7 would not have been possible. Quote, "Nothing can irritate today's Iranians more than when we in the West fail to distinguish between Arabic, Turkish, and Persian, or when we claim that there are no major differences." Gerhard Schweitzer. Just how uncritical and ahistorical the Western perception of the MENA region is, the abbreviation stands for Middle East and North Africa, could be seen at the end of last year during the World Cup in Qatar, which went down in history as the most anti-Semitic World Cup of all time thanks to the mass expression of solidarity with Palestine by the organizers, fans, and players. The players of semi-finalists Morocco were at the forefront of the anti-Semitic manifestations, celebrating their victories with the Palestinian flag to great media effect. In the World Cup coverage, Morocco was referred to as African, Arab, or both at the same time, and not only in this country. This confusion of terms surrounding Morocco's affiliation expresses the fact that the Arab Islamic conquest of the Northwest African Maghreb and the Arabization or Islamization that accompanied it is just as little questioned as the conquest of the Levant, especially today's Syria and Lebanon, or that the term Palestinian has been used as a synonym for Arab since the founding of the State of Israel. The fact that African Egypt of all places became the pioneer of ethnic pan-Arabism under Nasser is ultimately grotesque in light of the historical background. In the case of all North African states, this has a great deal to do with the notorious resentment and racism towards Black Africa, which was also expressed in Muammar Gaddafi's self-crowning as the King of Kings of Africa, which took place in reaction to his failed ambitions as the leader of pan-Arabism. In spring 2023, the entry on Morocco still states that the country, which was once a leading barbarian state whose central business model consisted of enslaving, selling, and robbing white Europeans until the colonial power France finally put a stop to this in 1844, is the most westernized Arab state. The fact that the West speaks of the use of Arabic numbers, which allegedly replaced the Roman ones, and thus, contrary to the facts, conceals their Indian origin, is just another piece in the mosaic of a largely Arabiized Islamic historiography that the West simply adopted. The history of the triumphal march of the Arabic numbers is a good example of the fact that Islam owes its golden age not to the Arabs, but to a large extent to the Persians, who were also Islamized by the Arab conquest, but unlike the inhabitants of the Maghreb, the Levant, etc., did not allow themselves to be completely Arabiized. This is evidenced by the fact that the Persians and Iranians still speak Persian, not Arabic, using an Arabic alphabet extended by 4 letters. A circumstance without which there would have been neither the divan written in Persian by the Persian poet, mystic, and Sunni Hafiz, who is revered in Iran, nor Goethe's praise of Persian, not Arabic, poetry in his West Eastern divan. This also means that modern Persia under the avowed Westerner and Ataturk fan Reza Shah Pahlavi, who ruled as Shah from 1925 to 1941, did not experience a de-Arabiizing alphabet revolution like modern Turkey under Ataturk from 1929, who had the Arabic alphabet replaced by the Latin alphabet. The Western use of Indian numerals is due in particular to one of the founders of algebra, the Persian Al-Khwarizmi, who worked as a universal scholar in the Baghdad House of Wisdom, which was founded in 825 at the beginning of the 9th century and existed until the middle of the 13th century before it fell victim to the Mongol conquest and devastation of Baghdad. As is well known, it was not Muslims, but Christians and Jews who played a leading role in this center of knowledge of the declared Golden Age, working primarily on the translation of Greek, Aramaic, and Persian writings into Arabic. It was no coincidence that the House of Wisdom was modeled on a Persian institution, the Academy of Gundashaper, which was the intellectual center of the last pre-Islamic Persian dynasty, the Sassanids. Most historians are convinced that their idea of the round city was also the inspiration for the construction of Islamic Baghdad in the 1960s, which was considered the central intellectual and religious center of Islam for centuries. The successful Islamization of the Persians was due in no small part to the fact that the Sassanids declared Zoroastrianism to be the quasi-Persian state religion, which legitimized a huge amount of tribute to the ruling dynasty and resulted in other faiths in the Sassanid Empire being placed in a worse position. When the Arabs invaded Persia from 637 onwards and conquered the Sassanid Empire piece by piece, this was combined with a particular social compulsion to convert, because it was only much later that Zoroastrians were treated as subjects of protection, dhimmis, in Islam on an equal footing with scripture-owning Jews and Christians for pragmatic reasons, and from then on also had to pay the poll tax, jizya, as life insurance in order to at least be considered second-class citizens. Quite a few Persians perceived the victory of the Arabs as a kind of liberation from Sassanid domination and the burden of taxes, which they equated with the Zoroastrian faith. However, Persian converts to Islam soon had to learn that the Arabs saw themselves as the master race and did not recognize Persian Muslims as their equals. They too had to pay a poll tax to the Arabs. Equality between Persian and Arab Muslims only came about when, around 100 years after the beginning of the Arab conquest of Persia, the Arab Sunni Abbasids came to power by force, primarily with the military support of non-Arab Muslims under the leadership of the Persian and Shifti Abu Muslim, and then proclaimed the Abbasid Caliphate, which existed until the conquest of Baghdad by the Mongols in 1258 and increasingly lost secular power from the middle of the 10th century. The antagonism between Sunna and Shia, which was sparked by the dispute over the legitimate successor to the Prophet Muhammad, diminished to a level hardly ever reached again in Islamic history. Although non-Arab Muslims were barred from working as Quranic scholars for the time being, the first Abbasid Caliph Abu al-Abbas kept the promise he had made to the non-Arab Muslims fighting for him shortly after coming to power. He largely eliminated, at least on a formal level, the hitherto legitimized priority of Arab Muslims in Islam over their non-Arab brothers and sisters in faith, which, however, persists to this day in the self-image of many true Arabs, even in relation to Arabiized Arabs of the Maghrib or the Levant, and even more so in relation to Persian, Turkish and all others whose mother tongue is not the only true language of the Quran. The formal equality of all Muslims, which in turn consolidated the Islamic minority status of Christians, Jews, and Zoroastrians, made it possible for the first time for Islamic Persians, especially Shiite Persians, to rise to the center of caliphate power. It was primarily Persian Islamic converts who dared to claim, with reference to the Aristotelian category of reason, that the Quran had been created by Muhammad through Allah's inspiration and that the Prophet was not simply the will-less and unreasoning vessel of Allah from which it spoke, a claim that today is not only considered heresy by consensus in Islam, but is even tantamount to apostasy, which says almost everything about its pathetic theology-averse state. This current, which gave itself the Arabic Sunni epithet Mu'tazila, meaning those who renounce the faith, was doomed by the fact that, although it represented the cultural high point in the Abbasid Empire, under the Caliph Abu al-Abbas it was elevated to the status of the only accepted doctrine. When the Abbasid Caliph al-Mutawakkil declared the ideas of Mu'tazila heresy in 849 under pressure from her increasingly numerous opponents among the Quran scholars, especially the Arabs, and chased her followers from the Caliph's court, an Islamic chapter came to an end that is said to have marked the beginning of the decline of Islam. Beyond the widespread speculation as to whether Islam would have developed positively towards enlightenment without the banishment of the Mu'tazila, it can be stated that the participation of non-Arabs in power, especially Persians, was the trigger and condition for what is known as the Golden Age of Islam under Abbasid rule and the expulsion of the Umayyad clan from caliphal power. Under Umayyad rule, not only were the Persians conquered in the east, but also large areas up to and including the entire Iberian Peninsula. In the far northwest, the Umayyads succeeded in reconquering the Iberian Peninsula from the Abbasids, whereupon they proclaimed the Emirate of Córdoba in Al-Andalus in 756, which was elevated to the status of a caliphate from 932 and remained in jealous competition with the Abbasid Caliphate for the rest of its life. This rivalry, especially between the city of Córdoba and Baghdad, was the main driving force behind what is often called the Golden Age of Al-Andalus, in reference to what flourished under the Abbasids, especially in Baghdad. In the West, people like to believe the lie of an alleged multicultural idol about this Andalusian age, although Jews and Christians were only considered dhimmis there too, according to Islam. It is true that the persecution and oppression of Jews in particular was subject to different cycles under Islamic rule, and the educated among them were sometimes more, sometimes less able to gain access to the ruling court. The following lines by Moses Maimonides, the famous Jewish doctor and philosopher from Córdoba, which he wrote in the face of his conversion to Islam in 1172, which was demanded by the Islamic rulers of Córdoba, are not at all popular in the Islamophile West. In his letter from Yemen, which he wrote after fleeing the multicultural idol of Al-Andalus and addressed to his Jewish brothers and sisters, Maimonides wrote, "Dear brothers, because of our many sins, the Most High has thrown us among this people, the Arabs, who treat us badly. They enact laws for the purpose of oppressing us and making us contemptible. Never was there a people who hated, humiliated, and despised us as much as this one." Quote, end. If a comparison is made against the background of the envy of the rulers of Córdoba towards Baghdad, it becomes clear that the relationship with the Jews in Al-Andalus was not primarily characterized by tolerance, but by a permanent competitive situation with Baghdad. If you like, the Umayyads regarded their Jews, despite all their peculiarities, as what the Persians in Baghdad mostly embodied in the eyes of the Abbasids, as well-read men whose traditional knowledge, superior to that of the Arabs, was to be exploited and utilized. While both Shiite and Sunni Persians were relatively well-liked when the Abbasids conquered power, this relationship changed in favor of the Shiites with the conquest of Baghdad by the Buyids in 945, which was accompanied by the Abbasids' restriction primarily to spiritual supremacy in their caliphate. Through their loyalty to the Abbasid Caliphate, whose overarching rule they not only did not question, but even saw themselves as its protective power, the Buyids were not only able to consolidate their secular power and further promote the flourishing of Baghdad, they also made a decisive contribution to the fact that today's Iran, large parts of Iraq, Oman, and Yemen are Shiite. However, the Shiite faith only finally became the state religion in the approximate area of modern-day Iran under the rule of the Safavids at the beginning of the 16th century. The Buyids achieved their special significance for Iran by referring both positively to pre-Islamic Persianism and to the Shia, thus creating a foundation for a specifically Iranian Persian variant of the Shia that has since become increasingly pronounced, which the Safavids finally enforced and institutionally anchored in their territory by force against their own population, the majority of whom were still Sunni. The 12 or Shia, as the belief in the return of a never really faded, but only hidden 12th Imam has been called since then, to which around 80% of all Shiites worldwide are attributed today, has developed its own school of law. In contrast to the Sunnah, the sayings of the 11 Imams are also regarded as the primary source of law alongside the Quran and Hadiths, whereby local Islam experts in particular usually overinterpret the differences to the Sunnah, as ultimately these have no fundamentally different quality to the internal Sunni differences between the four schools of law. With the difference that until the Islamic Revolution in 1979, the 12 Shia could be considered the least politicized Islamic current, which never knew the separation of state and religion, but imposed moderation on itself in matters of state policy, which only Ayatollah Khomeini put an end to, a break with the traditional Shiite rule of moderation, which will be discussed later. The linking of Persia's pre-Islamic prosperity with the victory of Islam was not the first time that Ayatollah Khomeini faced the almost insoluble problem of having to appeal to the special national Iranian Persian conscience on the one hand and not being able to question the general central Islamic doctrine and popular opinion on the other, without calling the legitimacy of Islam into question and holding on to the idea that only the only true religion had ended the age of darkness and ignorance, and only with it had the age of light and knowledge dawned. Since the Islamic Revolution of 1979, the mullahs have regarded the preservation and maintenance of the remains of the ancient Persian royal city of Persepolis as a necessary evil, as the streams of thousands upon thousands of Iranian tourists who visit the remains of the city every year to reassure themselves of their own great pre-Islamic past are not only a constant source of annoyance to the mullahs, they also know how much this commitment to Persianism undermines the legitimacy of their rule. Even the hated Muhammad Shah Pahlavi, who instrumentalized Persepolis for his propaganda purposes, was unable to change the collective commitment to a pre-Islamic Persian identity. The title of Shah, which he received in 1941 as the successor to his father Reza, dates back to the time of Persian rule and suggests historical continuity. For the 2500th anniversary of Persia in 1971, he had Persepolis extensively restored and developed for tourism. It was Ayatollah Khomeini himself who failed miserably in his plans to raze Persepolis to the ground as a site of un-Islamic idolatry due to the resistance of the population. Since this failure and the realization that the great pre-Islamic heritage could not be erased from the collective memory of the Iranians, the mullah regime tried to make a virtue out of necessity. This virtue did not have to be devised by the Shiite clergy with the Islamic Revolution, it was already part of their ideological fund and had a lead time of decades. At the latest, since Reza Shah Pahlavi seized power in 1925 and propagated a secular Persian nationalism based on Kemal Ataturk, the Shiite clergy felt compelled to fight for their place in the national myth of modern Persia without contradicting pre-Islamic history, which was elevated to national history under Reza Shah Pahlavi. In order to resolve the contradiction between propagated Islamic superiority and the great historical achievements of the Persian Empire, which could not be eliminated from the world, the Shiite clergy declared Persia's history, as had already happened before 1979, to be the necessary prehistory for Iranians to see themselves as the best members of the Ummah. The fact that this brazen attempt to appropriate Persian history caught on with quite a few Iranians was registered by Naipaul on his Islamic journey, which took him to Iran immediately after the Islamic Revolution. After meeting some enthusiastic 79 revolutionaries, Naipaul stated, "The Persians had gained the conviction that they were the purest Muslims of all. Their Shia passion against everything that was not Shia was rooted in this pride." Quote, end. It is remarkable that the Shah's most fierce secular opponents at the time largely agreed with him that Islam did not belong to Persia or Iran. For example, the widely read book Persia, Model of a Developing Country or the Dictatorship of the Free World by Baumann Nirimand, which was initiated by Hans Magnus Enzensberger and, according to Wikipedia, exerted great influence on the internationalism of the student movement and was published in 1967, states that Islam is a religion imposed on the Persians from outside. Admittedly, this sentence does not get by without simultaneously celebrating a genuine and true Persian culture that has allegedly not been corrupted by Islam over the centuries. Neriman sees the undamaged culture under the rule of Shah Pahlavi as being substantially threatened for the first time by the Western creation of a new man, the Western Oriental. At the same time, however, Neriman also sees no alternative to the end of the Persian idol because, unlike not only the left today, but also broad circles in the state and capital, he still had a concept of the social progress of the productive forces. Neriman therefore logically argues that Persia should not shy away from confrontation with technology, although he is aware that this clash cannot take place without an enormous amount of suffering. Consequently, he does not criticize the tearing away from the supposed idol of the Persian bloodshed, but instead accuses the West of having carried out a modernization via the Shah as a dictatorship of the free world without taking into account the special spiritual and cultural conditions of Iran. Neriman's conclusion, which follows this criticism of the West in his book, says a lot about the complete decline of left-wing internationalism that has taken place since then, which today only lives on in a definitively perverted form and expresses itself, among other things, in an anti-neocolonial anti-racism whose sole content is hatred of all whites and which no longer even meets the criteria to pass as a caring form of social criticism, as Detlev Clausen attested to the anti-racism of the time at the beginning of the 1990s. Neriman writes, in the developing countries, whose culture has nothing in it that could be compared to the humanism of the West, imported capitalism, regardless of its origin, acts as an alien element that cannot be integrated. Isolated from humanism, it appears in the poor world and shows its unmasked face as oppression. Quote, end. Today, it may be enough to be accused of racism if one merely shares the consensus view among leftists at the time that Islam is an Iranian foreign body, but nowadays anyone who publicly defends the truth that the humanism of the West is a unique Western characteristic is likely to incur the wrath of the politically correct. Other cultures have not been able to produce a comparably progressive generic concept of the human being as a unique individual. This progress in the history of mankind, which is the basic condition for all social criticism, cannot be eradicated by the dialectic of enlightenment. The social self-hatred expressed in political correctness, which makes us susceptible to blackmail for what is often called historical justice, is in reality nothing other than a program of self-denial, in which one admits in advance, self-accusingly, that one is to blame for all the evils of this world. For a more in-depth critique of the concept of historical justice, we recommend the publications of the ancient historian Egon Flagg. This kind of ideology, which unconsciously reflects on the economic and political decline of the West, stands for the gradual transformation of Western self-criticism into a state that can only be described as pathological. This self-destructive state of the West not only makes the enemies of the West rejoice, it also explains why the Iranians fighting against Islamic rule in their country receive all the less Western support the more they stand up in the name of a universal humanism of the West and admit that they no longer want to exist, as Neriman put it, isolated from humanism. It is true that this universal claim by protesting Iranians, like everywhere else where it is used as a standard, does not eliminate the objective dilemma that Bahman Neriman called imported capitalism as an alien element that cannot be integrated, the fact that capitalist socialization without a humanitarian history of the capital funding citizen, which irreversibly anchors the concept of the individual in society as a critical unit of measurement of social conditions, can hardly have an emancipating effect and, on the other hand, the development of an enlightened bourgeoisie is not possible without capitalist development taking place at the same time. However, this objective dilemma of all progress in developing and emerging countries cannot eliminate the scandal that the notorious equidistance towards the protesting Iranians in this country is already established simply by the fact that the protest is automatically discredited as pro-Western under the self-destructive social auspices of political correctness and historical justice, as if this were a flaw and not its greatest trump card. Yet Iran has had a secular tradition for just as long as Turkey, and a significant movement at the beginning of the 20th century even called itself the Young Persians in reference to the Young Turks, without their protagonists having committed crimes even remotely similar to those committed by the Young Turks against the Armenians and Greeks. The Constitutional Revolution, which brought about the introduction of a constitutional monarchy under constitutional law in 1906, is also referred to as the Young Persian Revolution. Unlike in Turkey, however, where the Sunni Sultanate embodied Ottoman power, this revolution saw secular forces join forces with the Shiite clergy against the absolutist ruling monarch Mozaffar ad-Din Shah from the outset. Although this alliance of convenience led to the proclamation of a constitutional monarchy, in Muhammad Ali Shah there was a monarch who had come to power who intended to cling to absolutism and did not want to be constrained by the constitution and parliament. Moreover, to the chagrin of the young Persians, the clergy had already achieved a significant victory over parliament in 1907. Not only did the clergy prevent the separation of state and religion from being established, they also succeeded in anchoring Shia as the state religion in the constitution and at the same time placing themselves above parliament by constituting a religious guardian council, whose decisions could be vetoed at any time if something was deemed not to conform to Islam. The driving force behind the Islamization of the young Persian Revolution was the cleric Fazl Nuri. Despite the increase in power for the clergy, the young Persian westernization efforts were a constant thorn in his side. And so, together with the absolute majority of the clergy, he supported Muhammad Ali Shah in June 1908, who was able to seize absolutist power for just under a year, but then had to flee the country. Fazl Nuri was executed after Ali Shah's expulsion for the murder of several constitutionalists. Nuri is significant because Ayatollah Khomeini described him as his great role model throughout his life, and Nuri is regarded in today's Iran as one of the masterminds of the 1979 revolution, whose Islamic conception of the state was the inspiration for today's Iranian mullah state. Nuri's words on the relationship between parliament and Islam at the beginning of the last century: "What I want is an Islamic parliament that does not pass any law whose content does not agree with the laws of the Quran," could have come straight from the mouth of Khomeini, who first published his Ideas of the State, Walayat ul-Faqih, in book form in 1971 and in the third German version of which, published in 2014 and entitled Der Islamische Staat, the Islamic State. The preface by the mullah-loyal German editor states that the book is considered the blueprint of the Islamic Revolution in Iran. Unsurprisingly, Khomeini rails against malicious colonialists in this book and draws a line from the Jews at the time of the Prophet Muhammad, who were then as still busy spreading hostilities and anti-Islamic propaganda. Khomeini explains his particular motivation for this book by saying that he had to counter the widespread opinion among Muslims, by which he was primarily aiming at the Shia and not the Sunnah, that Islam is not a universal, complete religion, not a religion by which one can orient one's life, that Islam offers society no practicable regulations and laws and no acceptable order or form of government. End. Based on this mission, he asserted his position, at the latest with the 1979 revolution, that a state can only be considered legitimate if the scholars hold its key positions. As early as 1971, Khomeini made no secret of the fact that he wanted to establish a theocratic form of government in which Islam could dictate and regulate every aspect of life. In the Islamic State, he addressed his internal Islamic and non-Islamic opponents. Quote, "Anyone who claims that an Islamic government is not necessary is at the same time denying the necessity of carrying out the Islamic commandments, their completeness, and ultimately the everlasting validity of Islam. This clear, logical, and enlightening religion." End. If one puts together all the individual parts of the history of the emergence of modern Persia and Iran in the 20th century that have been presented so far to form an overall picture, it is not surprising in retrospect how everything after 1979 came about as it did, and that everyone could have known, if only they had wanted to, that Ayatollah Khomeini's great dream was the establishment of a Sharia state and nothing else. What's more, one can hardly spare the convinced secular forces, in particular the retrospective reproach of how they allowed it to come to this, and must ask what part of the responsibility they bear for the fact that Iran has now existed as a terrible theocracy for almost 45 years. Not to be complacent, but to determine what must never happen again in order to prevent something similar from happening. In Bahman Neriman's 1967 Persia book, Hans Magnus Enzensberger writes in the epilogue, "Iranian Islam is not capable of releasing revolutionary energies. On the contrary, it is one of the pillars of the regime, provided this regime respects its privileges." End. He was able to write these lines because, unlike secular Iranians who should have known, he probably had little idea of the role of the Shiite clergy, especially during the constitutional revolution. And yet there is every indication that this cautionary view of Iranian Islam, which Enzensberger ascribes to the Shah's side as his pillar of power, was probably also the view of most left-wing and secular Iranians of the time. Pan-Arabism, which was popular among the Muslim masses at the time, was also not finally shipwrecked until 1967, after it suffered an extremely bitter defeat in the Six-Day War against Israel. It was only as a result of its decline that Islam, gained increasing popularity and influence throughout the Islamic world. This was also the case in non-Arab Iran. However, if we take a closer look at the role played by Islam and the Shiite clergy first under Reza Shah Pahlavi, who ruled from 1925, and then from 1941 under his son Muhammad Shah Pahlavi, it becomes clear what of Enzensberger's assertion that Iranian Islam was a privileged pillar of the Shah's regime corresponded to reality and what did not. Reza Shah Pahlavi, who as Reza Chand became prime minister under Ahmad Shah Qajar in 1923, came to power as an enthusiastic supporter of Ataturk with the aim of transforming the constitutional monarchy into a secular republic. However, despite a parliamentary majority, he failed to achieve this due to the constitutionally guaranteed power of the clergy, who were strictly opposed to secularization and were able to enforce the continuation of the monarchy along with their political supremacy. As a compromise, it was negotiated that Reza Chand would be proclaimed the new Shah, which meant that the monarchist succession would pass to his family. One of Khomeini's clever moves was to imply that the Islamic Revolution, with the proclamation of an Islamic Republic, was in the tradition of both secular Turkey and Reza Chand's actual intentions, which had been prevented by the clergy at the time. The nationalization program that Reza Chand now launched as Reza Shah Pahlavi was understood under him as a fundamental social modernization, similar to that in Turkey. Unlike in Turkey, however, it was characterized by an autocratic style of rule, which Kemal Ataturk did not cultivate despite his sometimes authoritarian tendencies. New dress codes were imposed, in particular the ban on the face veil and the requirement to dress in European style. Women were given equal access to a modernized education and healthcare system. A Sharia jurisdiction that was completely independent of the state was prohibited and, last but not least, the industrialization of the economy, including the creation of a transport infrastructure, was significantly accelerated. In establishing a new legal system, however, special importance was attached to Islamic law, and polygamous Islamic marriage law was completely excluded and left under the jurisdiction of the clergy. In view of a rapidly growing industrial proletariat, Reza Shah Pahlavi suppressed all ambitions to establish trade unions and decreed a general ban on strikes. He also shied away from fundamental land reform. In order to promote a national identity, the Shah drew on the pre-Islamic life's work of the Persian poet Abu Qasim Ferdowsi, known in German as Königsbuch or Buch der Könige. This collection of Persian rulers' histories was to form the basis of a new national consciousness, which was fed primarily by the time before the Arab conquest of Persia. Consequently, responsibility for the decline of Persia was also attributed to the conquest, and the entire Persian history up to that point was interpreted as a successful defensive struggle against Arabization. Reza Shah Pahlavi also had sympathies for National Socialist Germany and, against the backdrop of the German Aryan cult, not only saw the original Aryans in ancient Persia, he renamed the state Iran, which in ancient Persian means land of the Aryans. However, there was never any obsessive racial research in Iran, let alone one comparable to the German Nazi delusion with corresponding legislation. For Reza Shah Pahlavi, the disparagement of Arabic was always a substitute for avoiding criticism of Islam, which he considered to be insufficiently Iranian, i.e. national, throughout his life. This was expressed in newly erected magnificent buildings whose architecture deliberately borrowed from Zoroastrian or pre-Islamic Persian architecture and symbolism. Reza Shah Pahlavi's contempt for the Shiite clergy was particularly evident in an incident in 1927. Because the clerics, to the Shah's horror, were able to successfully call a general strike for months against what they saw as the still unresolved danger of a legal separation of state and religion, he was forced to negotiate with the clergy. But instead of doing this in person, he sent his wife Esmat as a representative. As if that were not enough, she appeared before the clergy without a headscarf. Outraged, one of the clergymen threw Esmat out. The Shah then drove up in person and entered the mosque in his boots, where he found the culprit and beat him with a walking stick for the episode with his wife. With this action, the tablecloth between the clerics and the monarch was finally cut. Until Reza Shah Pahlavi stepped down in 1941 and was replaced by his son Muhammad Shah Pahlavi in accordance with the constitution, monarchists and clergy were irreconcilably opposed to each other, with the clergy repeatedly succeeding in stirring up mass popular anger against him. However, Reza Shah Pahlavi's replacement was not triggered by protesting masses of people, but by the fact that the increasing rapprochement of officially neutral Iran with Nazi Germany resulted in the invasion of British and Soviet troops, who could not abandon Iran without weakening themselves for reasons of its immense oil wealth and existing production contracts. As Reza Shah Pahlavi did not comply with the Allies' demands for his resignation, Iranian parliamentarians only managed with difficulty to prevent his violent overthrow by appointing his son as his successor as quickly as possible. In the end, neither the British nor the Soviets stood in his way, but they insisted that Iran enter the war against Germany, which it did in 1943. The avowed Shiite Muhammad Shah Pahlavi, about whom Gerhard Schweitzer judges in his book Understanding Iran that he knew no more about the Quran than so-called baptismal certificate Christians in the West knew about the Bible, immediately launched a charm offensive towards the clergy upon his appointment as Shah, because he was aware that it was impossible to rule Iran over their heads. In his book Understanding Iran, Schweitzer, as if there were not literally fundamental differences in the theocratic state question, is unfortunately not too stupid to accuse Islamic fundamentalism of a fundamental spiritual kinship with Christian and Jewish fundamentalism. This indifference finds its differentiated counterpart in the neat separation of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. Schweitzer writes, "Most Muslims are guided in their hostility towards Israel not by an anti-Semitic, but by an anti-Zionist effect. There is a fundamental difference between the two attitudes, and unfortunately this is not discussed enough in the Western public sphere." Quote, end. Muhammad Shah Pahlavi was able to illustrate the secular consciousness of broad sections of the population by the fact that the abdication of the old Shah was accompanied by the return of chatters worn en masse in public. As a gesture of goodwill, the new Shah asked the most influential cleric Muhammad Kazim Shariat Madari, who had left Iran in protest against Reza Shah Pahlavi's anti-clerical policies, to return to Iran. When he complied with this request, not only did 100,000 Iranians cheer for Shariat Madari, but the new Shah also met his demands for the chatter to be allowed in public again and for the coeducational school curriculum to be withdrawn. As someone who stood for the quietist Shiite line throughout his life, i.e. for relative restraint and keeping out of state political affairs, Shariat Madari became Ayatollah Khomeini's most important internal religious opponent from the 1960s onwards. In the course of the 1979 revolution, he was therefore quickly sidelined by Khomeini. In the mid-1940s, Muhammad Shah Pahlavi paid a symbolic visit to the hospital of Hossein Boroujerdi, the last cleric to be recognized by all Shiites worldwide. Boroujerdi also stood for the quietist line in Shi'ism, which was only fundamentally broken with by Khomeini. The restraint imposed on Boroujerdi in matters of state policy did not prevent him from taking a stand against the Shah with fatwas on fundamental issues such as women's emancipation or overdue land reform, which in turn prompted the Shah, for fear of massive resistance, to delay his fundamental reform project, for which the term White Revolution has gone down in history, until Boroujerdi's death in 1961. In the early 1950s, the two leading clerics Shariat Madari and Boroujerdi came into conflict over what position to take on the nationalization plans of the Anglo-American Oil Company, which was economically overpowering in Iran at the time under Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh, who ruled under the Shah. Mossadegh, under whom the nationalization took place in 1951, received support for his policy not only from the National Front opposing the Shah, a coalition of national, liberal, socialist, social democratic and clerical groups, but also from the communists of the Tudeh party belonging to Moscow, which was banned until Mossadegh took office due to a failed assassination attempt on the new Shah attributed to it. While the cleric Shariat Madari supported Mossadegh until his removal from power in 1953, which is why the Shah refused to allow him to take up the highest cross-currents office of a Shiite cleric after Boroujerdi's death. Boroujerdi in turn gradually distanced himself from Mossadegh due to fears of secularization and communist influence. Mossadegh's nationalization policy and his virtual alliance with the communists had plunged Iran into a serious state crisis, which on the one hand caused Mossadegh to dissolve parliament and on the other forced the Shah to leave the country for security reasons. What followed was the coup against Mossadegh, Operation Ajax, initiated largely by the CIA and MI6, which was not only flanked by the majority of the clergy under the leadership of Boroujerdi, but also decisively promoted by demonstrations demanding Mossadegh's removal from power. With the ousting of Mossadegh and the withdrawal of the nationalization of the Anglo-American Oil Company, the question of Iran's orientation in the Cold War on the side of the West was finally decided. Iran was to be the bulwark against communism in the region and was therefore supplied extremely generously with Western weapons technology until 1979, from which the military in Iran still draws materially and technologically even today. Against this background, after the return of the Shah shortly after Mossadegh's removal from power, any internal Iranian opposition to the Shah's constitutional power was permanently under suspicion of communism, and the notorious domestic secret service, which was called SAVAK from 1957, also began its work. While it is pointless to speculate about where Iran would have developed if Mossadegh had remained in power, his fall instead marks the beginning of a development that helps to explain how an Islamic-style revolution could have come about in 1979. In her book History of Iran, Monica Gronk sums up the objective situation that arose after the fall of Mossadegh, which did not change significantly until 1979, but only intensified, since the possibility of political codetermination and the free expression of views critical of the regime was completely absent. Religious opposition remained the only way to articulate resistance to the Shah's autocratic rule. The Shiite clergy thus once again took on their traditional role of defending the people of Iran against un-Islamic influences and a despotic government. Quote, end. Probably no one among the clerics grasped this role as an opportunity and mandate from Allah as well as Khomeini, who, firmly convinced that Islam had a state mandate anyway, developed into a merciless anti-quietist, which reads like this in his 1971 book The Islamic State: "We are obliged to make serious efforts to establish an Islamic state, an Islamic government." Khomeini landed his first major coup in 1963 with his speech against the tyrant of our time, by which he meant the Shah, without mentioning him by name. This speech, in which he also declared Israel to be the archenemy for the first time, because the Shah, to the chagrin of every true Muslim, maintained friendly relations with the Jewish state until the end of his rule and Israel was considered Iran's ally in the region, was directed against the referendum planned by the Shah on the 6 so-called basic principles of his White Revolution. Khomeini did not reject the form of the plebiscite, he described what was being voted on as being directed against Allah. Consequently, he did not change his position on the instruments of a referendum when, in 1979, he first put the question of an Islamic Republic to the vote and, a few months later, the constitution of the Constituent Islamic Republic of Iran, and in each case, despite all the falsification of the results that could be assumed, he won hands down. The Shah hoped for broad support for his white basic principles in the referendum. After all, he believed he could get past the powerful clergy in this way. The population was called to the ballot box to vote on the following proposals: abolition of the feudal system and distribution of arable land from large landowners to farmers, nationalization of all forests and pastures, privatization of state-owned industrial companies to finance compensation payments to large landowners, participation in company profits for workers and employees, universal suffrage, and the right to stand for election for women and the fight against illiteracy. It was the issues of women's emancipation and expropriation in particular that enabled Khomeini to initiate more than just days of mass protests. In the knowledge that no cleric would stand in his way in the face of the mobilized masses, he managed to successfully raise the question of power within the clergy by driving even the hesitant clerics before him and using moral pressure to force them to take a position on his side and thus against the Shah. After the protests were bloodily suppressed, Khomeini was placed under house arrest, only to be released on condition of a ban on political activity. As he had no intention of abiding by this ban, he was expelled from the country in 1964. From then on, Morteza Motahari, his close companion and another important ideological pioneer of the '79 revolution, became a kind of informal governor of Khomeini in Iran. Shortly before his expulsion, the clergy awarded Khomeini the highest Shiite title of dignity in recognition of his activities. In today's Iran, the mullahs are unlikely to be wrong about the fact that the events of 1963 are officially seen as the actual beginning of the Islamic Revolution, although, despite the alleged falsification of the result, the referendum yielded very high approval rates for the Shah's White Revolution. These events revealed to Iranians for the first time the power of the clergy, whose leading opposition role was finally consolidated. If this resume brings us back to Hans Magnus Enzensberger's statement in 1967 that Iranian Islam was incapable of releasing revolutionary energies and was even a pillar of the regime, it can be argued that 4 years after the events of 1963 we could have known that the clergy did not support the Shah's regime. On the other hand, all those who claim that the mass potential of Khomeini's activities could have been clearly recognized at that time must be contradicted. The final development of this potential required what the leftist tradition has learned to call the intensification of objective social contradictions. This was joined by the contribution of an increasingly Islamizing left, whose protagonists will be discussed below and whose entire misery is personified in a communist named Behzad, whom Naipaul met on his Islamic journey in the middle of revolutionary Tehran in the year 79. He describes his worldview as follows: his communism seemed like a variant of the Shiite faith prevailing in Iran, a variant of the Shiite rage directed against injustice that originated in the 7th century from the victory of the Arabs over the Persian Empire. For Behzad, the idea of justice was inseparable from the idea of punishment. Ayatollah Khomeini spoke in the name of the avenging God, and the communists spoke like Khomeini. Quote, end. Under the heading of increasingly exacerbated social contradictions, it can be subsumed that although the Shah's White Revolution could be considered quite successful in the areas of education and health, and he also nationalized the oil industry in 1973, his half-hearted, ill-conceived land reform caused a mass rural exodus without the prospect of sufficient jobs and living space for the new urban population in the urban centers. A huge gulf widened between a very small Western-oriented elite close to the Shah and a population that was becoming increasingly impoverished despite a high level of education that was unparalleled in the region. Protest was brutally suppressed, and the open-mindedness of the Shah couple towards the Western rainbow and tabloid press, to whom they were happy to present their life of luxury, contributed to the ever-increasing alienation between the population and the ruling elite. It was the power expert Michel Foucault of all people who, to his shame, was persuaded by Khomeini's quietist opponent Grand Ayatollah Mohammad Kazem Shariatmadari in 1978 that no one in Iran understands an Islamic state to be a political regime in which the clergy would take over the leadership or set the framework. However, this fatal misjudgment revealed the truth about the long-since Islamized state of almost the entire secular anti-Shah camp. Foucault was fascinated by what he called political spirituality, something that had long since taken hold of everyone. Although he was not impressed by the talk of an Islamic state as an idea or ideal, he was impressed by it as a political will. The following words by Foucault could have come from the mouth of a left-wing Iranian at any time. What I find impressive about it is the attempt to politicize structures in response to current problems that are both social and religious in an insoluble way, and also the attempt to lend politics a spiritual note. The Shiite religion is today what it has been several times in the past, the form that the political struggle takes when it reaches broad sections of the population. It makes a force out of thousands of dissatisfaction, hatred, misery, and hopelessness. Quote, end. This is no longer just Marx's talk of the opium of the people and the sigh of the oppressed creature turned into an affirmative. Foucault, on behalf of the entire Iranian left, takes the step back behind Marx and declares the voluntary renunciation of that behind which one should never go back if one is serious about social emancipation and liberation. 4. In Marx's winged words, the critique of religion is the prerequisite for all critique. In light of this relapse into a lack of criticism, this peace agreement between the Iranian left and Islam certainly had an avant-garde character that radiated to the Western left. It is no coincidence that a feminist foreign minister came from its ranks in the opposite direction, who, in view of the death of Mahsa Amini in the late summer of 2022, formulated sentences that are just as absurd as the overall state of the left in the West, especially with regard to Islam, and who of course also received immediate applause from the green queer representative of the federal government. Baerbock said, "If the police, as it seems, beat a woman to death because she is not wearing her headscarf properly in the eyes of the moral guardians, then that has nothing, absolutely nothing, to do with religion or culture." Bild, September 30, 2022. It should not go unmentioned that Baerbock at least received opposition from her Green ministerial colleague, the Alavi Sem Özdemir. In his acceptance speech on the occasion of the Leo Beck Prize awarded to him, he declared, "What doesn't get us one step further is when, after attacks, assaults or currently in view of the barbarism of the so-called moral guardians and revolutionary guards in Iran, it is always said that this has nothing to do with Islam and that Islam doesn't even exist." FAZ, October 22, 2022. If one did not have to ask the Iranian left, which is now largely reformed and has long since been taught better, to explain the direct connection between moral guardians and Islam, because in reality everyone knows about it, then the lie that Baerbock utters without believing it herself is an expression of a changed perception of the Iranian Republic, which could only remain true to itself in its lack of criticism of the mullah regime thanks to this change. While it was impossible to emphasize loudly and often enough in the immediate aftermath of the 1979 revolution how much the newly formed Iran had to do with Islam, today it has long been customary to simply deny this connection publicly, against one's better judgment. The mullahs have had the accusation of Islamophobia whispered to them by Western anti-racists as an effective instrument of power, which neither a German foreign minister nor the first queer commissioner in the state dares to expose themselves to today, as the mere raising of the accusation normally makes almost the entire West regularly stand at attention in front of those anti-racists or Islam apologists who raise it. Because the all-important role of Islam in the Islamic Republic is best not discussed at all, we also lost sight of which Iranian protagonists had a particular interest in the fact that Foucault was able to say in one of his so-called reports on ideas from Iran in October 1978, "I know more than one left-wing student, according to our category, who had written the demand for an Islamic state, in large letters on the banner he was holding aloft." End of quote. That the revolution was stolen from the secular forces, merely hijacked by Islamists, or must be regarded as a kind of industrial accident due to a coincidence of unfavorable circumstances is still a popular lie among many secular revolutionaries at the time, as well as among later-born critics of the mullah regime. This lifelong lie cannot be justified by the fact that shortly before the outbreak of the revolution, Shah propaganda vilified Khomeini as a communist of all things, thus unintentionally feeding the illusion among secular opponents of the Shah that Khomeini was not so far removed from secularism. Here, too, it is once again Foucault who, thanks to his fascination with Islam, became aware of Islamization even in places where it was not visible or where people did not want to admit it. And so he identified the shadow of Ali Shariati in revolutionary Iran, a shadow that haunts the entire political life of today's Iran. Why Foucault was able to witness at a mass rally in Tehran in 1978 that Shariati's name was the only one being shouted next to Khomeini's was not primarily due to the fact that Shariati had died a year earlier in exile in England and that the rumor that he had been murdered by the Iranian Secret Service SAVAK had persisted ever since. The fact that Shariati became the mastermind of the Islamic Revolution, Bahman Nirmand, is due to the fact that he not only Islamized left-wing secularism, but also to the fact that he made a decisive contribution to declaring Islam to be a variant of a revolutionary idea. Although Shariati and Khomeini probably never met and were not in regular correspondence, they increasingly moved towards each other ideologically independently of each other. While the left-wing Shariati, who was filled with secular anti-colonial ideas and thus in particular with ideas similar to Fanon, wanted to return Islam to its alleged socialist origins at the time of the Prophet's original congregation in Medina and consequently branded any idea of a caliphate as an Islamic aberration. Khomeini increasingly asserted his idea of the state within the clergy and gained as much support from Shariati's followers as Shariati did from Khomeini's followers. Shariati became a leading revolutionary figure, particularly among the educated urban middle classes and intellectuals, who aggressively promoted Islam as the alternative to Marxism. For only Islam, according to Shariati in his essay The Image of Man in Marxism, in other Occidental schools of thought and in Islam, was not content to provide intellectual philosophical answers and to be a moral institution, but it tries to realize its monotheistic humanistic worldview in real life. Leaving aside the fact that Shariati was obviously deliberately using a confusion of terms when he linked Islam, of all things, as the declared archenemy of secularism, with the Western secular concept of humanism, his resounding success with left-wing Iranians must be particularly astonishing. After all, Shariati never made a secret of the fact that, for him, Islam and Marxism were completely opposed to each other and completely contradictory. The Communist Tudeh Party, which was so deluded as to support the Islamic Revolution until thousands of its supporters were murdered by the mullahs in 1983, also made bizarre-sounding statements, which its chairman Nureddin Kianori, who returned to Iran from exile in the GDR after the revolution, uttered and which document the shame of the Iranian communists for all time. There were no fundamental differences between scientific socialism and the social content of Islam. The program of the Ayatollah, Khomeini, coincides with that of the Tudeh. It is not between the believers and the followers of scientific socialism that the dividing line runs, but between the creatures of imperialism and the predatory classes. Quote, end. While the communists seem to simply deny Shariati's anti-Marxism, the People's Mujahideen, founded in 1965, whose military actions against the Shah regime contributed significantly to its overthrow and who, however, fell out with the mullahs in the course of the 1979 revolution, gradually embraced Shariati unconditionally. His writings were made compulsory internal reading and at the same time the original idea of Islamic socialism, which had been propagated for years and was understood to be a synthesis of Marxism and Islam, was revised. Jalal Ali Ahmad, who died in 1969, is regarded as Shariati's ideological teacher and coined a term that became the key concept of a worldview in which leftists and Islamists came together in the fight against the despotism of the Shah and his compliance with the West, as Monica Gronk puts it in her History of Iran. This term is Garbzadegi, which translated from Persian has a negative connotation of westernization or westification and whose implications can also be found in Bahman Nirmand's Persia book, which was important for the German left in 1968 when it laments the Western creation of the Occidental Oriental. Unlike Nirmand, however, Ali Ahmad did not recognize anything imposed on the Iranians in Islam. Rather, he considered it the only cultural value not yet infected by the Western poison, as Gronk goes on to write, even though, as an avowedly proud Persian, he was always historically aware of the former foreign rule of the Arabs. For Ahmad, the fighting concept of Garbzadegi was centrally linked to the rejection of the Marxist concept of class. Instead, he proclaimed a new social antagonism, that between the existing Western machine and the lack of one's own. By lamenting as a dilemma that Iranians would remain Occidental for as long as we do not build the machine, ourselves, Ahmad, like Iran today, differed from the rest of the Islamic world in two respects. In terms of hunger for education and thirst for knowledge, which cannot be found anywhere near comparable in the country of Iran's great adversary, Saudi Arabia, for example, and in the value-free perception of Western technology and Western know-how. What Naipaul identified on his Islamic journey as the great weakness of all Islamic arrogance against the infidels, Ahmad at least had an awareness of the problem that the Islamic world still lacks almost completely today. In Naipaul's words, the whole rejection of the West includes the assumption that there is always a living, creative civilization out there, which in its strange neutrality can be claimed by everyone. Against this background, Naipaul continues, a rejection of the West has developed in Islam that is paradoxically based on a firm reliance on its creative potential for one's own benefit. It is by no means just a footnote in history that Jalal Ali Ahmad, after whom Iran's most highly endowed literary prize is named and who visited the Jewish state in 1963 at Israel's invitation, believed that it was there, of all places, that he discovered how a state based on religion could also be created in Iran. Instead, during his 2-week trip, he discovered a Jewish state whose character he could no longer misjudge because it only existed in his ideologically preconceived mind. Since Israelis were just as non-Arab as the Persians and had to assert themselves in a similar way in an Arab-dominated region and, more importantly, did not belong to the West but to the Third World, one could learn from them how to deal with the West, how to milk its industry with the spiritual power of martyrdom, how to demand and take reparations from it and invest its capital in national development. Quote, end. Ahmad crowned this kind of anti-colonial philo-Semitism, which is only one variety of anti-Semitism and affirmatively anticipated much of what today is known as criticism of Israel by BDS and others, with the crazy comparison that the social function of Yad Vashem resembled the religious function of a Shiite martyr's shrine. When Ahmad's travel notes were first published in Iran in 1984, there were hate-filled lines against Israel in the back chapters of his book. It had betrayed the Third World through Garbzadegi and turning to imperialism. It is still unclear whether these lines were originally penned by Ahmad or were written posthumously and attributed to him. Ayatollah Khomeini is said to have been inspired for his idea of an Islamic republic not by the little Satan called Israel, of course, but strongly by Plato's idea of aristocracy, which he developed in his Politeia. An appointed elite of particularly ethically conscious people should steer the fate of the state, which for Khomeini is not philosophers but the community of legal scholars. Khomeini was only gradually able to assert himself within the clergy with this conception of the state, and even during the revolution, the still influential Grand Ayatollah Muhammad Kazim Shariatmadari opposed the draft constitution, in which the Guardian Council was established as the supreme decision-making authority. Consequently, Shariatmadari also called for a boycott of the referendum on the constitution in December 1979, which was hardly followed and resulted in overwhelming support for Khomeini's idea of the state. In order to properly grasp Khomeini's rule of the jurists, Walayat ul-Faqih, an idea that he first expounded in his 1971 book The Islamic State, it is necessary to understand that the term jurist refers not only to clerics but also to jurists, over whom only the head of state, the supreme leader, who is appointed for life and must always be a Shiite cleric, is superior. And so the Guardian Council is still made up of 6 clerics and 6 jurists in equal numbers. The reason for the rejection of Khomeini's aristocratic idea of the state by quite a few clerics at the time was that they not only disputed Khomeini's newly introduced office as the supreme religious and state leader beyond Shia tradition, but also rejected his idea of the state in general as an inadmissible departure from the traditionally more quietist line of the Shia vis-a-vis the Sunnah. Khomeini justified this departure in the Islamic State by arguing that the rule of the jurists was not a new Shia idea, but rather that the Shia had erroneously departed from it in its historical development, particularly because it had bowed to the West. The imperialist world wants to make us believe that Islam is not a state order or form of government. It all happened because many of us did not even think that Islamic society and its affairs could be administered and regulated by means of an Islamic government, a phrase that is not only familiar today from circles considered to be Islamist, but has long been part of the good tone of the Islamic mainstream. Seen in this light, it could also be said that Khomeini to a certain extent Sunnitized the Shia and further minimized the differences between the two faiths. The Iranian theocracy is the most radical expression of political Shi'ism, which many radical Sunnis envy the Shiites, who are not in power anywhere except in Afghanistan and are bitterly fighting the ruling Sunni royal houses, especially in the Arab region. Even if Khomeini failed with his vision of becoming the recognized state leader of the entire Islamic world, Iran's claim to power in the region persists to this day. In addition, the Islamic Revolution was also an initial spark for radical Sunnis, as evidenced by the occupation of the Great Mosque in Mecca, which many see as the primal scene of today's Islamic terror, as well as the invasion of Afghanistan by the Soviet army, which was intended to prevent the threat of another, in this case Sunni, revolution. It is no coincidence that both occurred in 1979, the year of the revolution. If the final politicization of the Shia, which can also be called Sunnization, is clearly the work of Khomeini, it should not be neglected that he is also responsible for the introduction of plebiscitary elements, which legitimize the talk of the Islamic Republic, which would hardly suit all Sunnis, whether loyal to the king or not. It is true that Khomeini went too far with the demands of the first post-revolutionary Prime Minister Mehdi Bazargan, who was quickly dismissed, and who did not want to separate state and religion, but advocated calling Iran a democratic republic in future. Nevertheless, in comparison to the Sunnah, it must be noted Neither in the theocracies of Saudi Arabia nor in the Gulf Emirates, and certainly not in the radical Islamic territories of the so-called Islamic State, IS, or the Taliban, has a vote ever been held on the constitution of the state. Incidentally, this is a fact that weighs heavily on the Iranians' responsibility for the dictatorship. The complete picture of Khomeini also includes the fact that he not only banned the face veil as un-Islamic, he was also no friend of the chador, which he considered a non-Islamic, ancient Iranian custom and whose wearing he approved contrary to his convictions, not least in order to symbolically incorporate the pre-Islamic Persian tradition he disliked into his Islamic Republic. For decades, the hope of many Iranians was fueled by the knowledge that Khomeini had not succeeded in completely winning over the clergy to his side despite brutal purges. The so-called reformers were seen by many in Iran as the bearers of hope for improvements and relief within the system. At the same time, it was these reformers who, particularly in Germany, had to serve as a projection screen for the idea that everything was not so bad in Iran, and that pluralism and opposition were even possible to a certain extent. One person who did not talk at the mouth of the West for years, but who formulated the kind of criticism of the mullah regime that was acceptable in the West, is the lawyer Shirin Ebadi. In 2003, she was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for her efforts to promote democracy and human rights, according to the Nobel Prize Committee, but in reality for the fact that she never called for the end of the mullah regime and certainly never called for its overthrow. The fact that she is only marginally mentioned in the media today is good news that speaks for the uncompromising nature of the protests. Ebadi is a notorious apologist for Islam, which, as we know, has always gone down well in the West. She, who has been living in exile in the UK since 2009, does not wear a headscarf and accepted the Nobel Prize without an Islamic head covering, much to the annoyance of the mullahs. However, she justified her decision by stating that she always abides by the law within the Islamic Republic. In 2004, she implicitly explained to Deutschlandfunk Radio why she had been awarded the Nobel Peace Prize a year earlier. She told the broadcaster that Islam was in no way the problem when it came to the oppression of women, but rather the patriarchal culture, December 13, 2003. In 2009, she even read the Dalai Lama the Riot Act when he made a plea for secularism, because in her opinion, clerical rule could certainly be democratic, according to Wikipedia. In 2010, she protested against the honoring of the Danish Mohammed cartoonist Kurt Westergaard at the Leipzig Documentary and Short Film Week. She accused him of stirring up hatred among ethnic and religious minorities and advised her fellow believers not to use violence but to take legal action against Westergaard. Zeit, October 8, 2010. It can only be repeated with joy. The times when the Ebadis were able to speak for the Iranian opposition and were courted by the West seem to be over for good. In October 2022, Ebadi was also forced to admit contritely to Deutschlandfunk Radio that she had failed as a well-intentioned reformer. People have reached a point where they think that the continuation of this regime no longer makes sense. In the end, it turned out that you can't make the regime better. August 10, 2022. In view of such words, coming from the mouth of a well-intentioned opposition figure, it seemed all the more disconcerting that Jörg Brase, the most important German Iran correspondent, who is allowed to report exclusively from Iran for ZDF with the permission of the mullahs, announced to German viewers in October 2022 that the protests were still about reforms within the system. Unlike usual, however, the journalist was met with an unusually harsh wind of indignation from many exiled Iranians. And Brase was not alone in this. Ryer Herman, FAZ August 11, 2022, the FAZ's most important expert on Islam, spoke of outright hate campaigns and referred to the cases of the U.S. journalists Farnaz Fasahai and Nigar Mortazavi. Azadeh Zamarirad, an expert on Iran at the government-affiliated German Institute for International and Security Affairs, blames these defamations, smear campaigns, and even death threats on radicalized forces, which are also shaped to a remarkable extent by neoconservative thought patterns from the USA and Germany. Many demands from the Iranian diaspora correspond to measures taken by the Trump administration, complained Zamarirad, SZ, November 15, 2022, and is probably only wrong because the extent of neoconservative thought patterns no longer ends at the Iranian border. What Jörg Brase's ARD colleague Natalie Amiri, who headed the ARD office in Tehran until she was kicked out by the mullahs in 2020 and is definitely not suspected of neoconservative thought patterns, reports in her book Between the Worlds about the relationship between many Iranians and Donald Trump and his predecessor Barack Obama, is unlikely to suit Iran expert Zamarirad or German politics as a whole, including its civil society. Not only would Amiri have experienced Iran as the country with the most pro-American society in the region and as an un-Islamic society like no other in the Islamic world precisely because of its prescribed anti-Americanism and religion. In addition, quite a few Iranians in Iran also rejected a return to Obama's policies as counterproductive and would register precisely that Joe Biden was his vice president at the time. This is another reason why they believe that Trump has made the country sweat like no other U.S. president before him with his tough political course, and that the hopeless situation this has created for the Mullah regime is good for a regime change. Amiri continued. However, if Biden returns to the nuclear agreement and the remaining partners, above all the EU, breathe a sigh of relief and resume their EU business, then the Islamic Republic will gradually consolidate. And it will probably remain in its current structure. End quote. Ultimately, it is not possible to determine exactly how large the proportion of those in Iran whose opinion Natalie Amiri reflects really is. The figures from Gammon, a Dutch research group that focuses on surveys in Iran and uses a survey method that takes into account the difficult conditions under which the answers are given, provide a picture of the mood that suggests that Amiri's assessments are by no means far removed from reality. With regard to the Dutch survey, it should be noted that those responsible at Gammon emphasize that the survey only reflects the views of educated Iranians, who are, however, representative of 85% of the adult population against the background of the educational level, which is far above average for the region and only comparable to Israel, according to Gammon. When asked about attitudes towards international relations in 2021, 52% said they had a positive opinion of the USA and 39% a negative one. When asked which U.S. president had benefited the Iranian people the most with his Iran policy, 7% said Joe Biden and 29% Donald Trump. The fact that, according to the same poll, 73% opposed the chanting of death to America and 65% opposed the slogan death to Israel and 64% agreed with the protest slogan neither Gaza nor Lebanon, I sacrifice my life for Iran, and 73% agreed with the slogan our enemy is here. They lie that it's the U.S. not only proves that decolonial critical whiteness ideologues, who, like the mullahs, claim that the evil neocolonial West is primarily responsible for all the misery in the so-called global South, do not get through to the majority of Iranians, a slight that is punished by this milieu, which likes to see itself as explicitly feminist, with notorious equidistance from the protests of Iranian women. What's more, the high level of approval for the slogans that accompanied the protests of 2017 and 2018 in particular expresses a turning point that these protests embodied. As early as 2020, a study of the evolution of street protests in Iran at New York's Columbia University concluded that the 2017/2018 protests were a structural break from reform to revolution, and that these protests could be taken as a signpost for what is to come or intensify in the coming years. It is clear that the future is no longer about reforms. But even if the Islamic Revolution has brought about a secularization of the population that the Shah could only dream of, it remains unclear whether this essential condition for the possibility of something truly better will actually lead there. The image behind the ubiquitous slogan "Woman, Life, Freedom" is too diffuse and, to make matters worse, is said to have originated not simply from Kurdish women fighting against IS, but from the writings of Abdullah Öcalan. The fact that the cleric Maulana Abdul Hamid Ismail Zahai of the particularly strict Sunni Deobandi school, to which the Taliban also belong, has become a prominent advocate of the protests following the death of Mahsa Amini, and that more and more exiled Iranians are rallying behind Reza Pahlavi, the eldest son of the last Shah and designated crown prince, are all more than just background noises that should curb optimism. The diffuse picture also includes the fact that demonstrative haircutting as a form of protest is obviously a senseless, media-effective affair. No convincing justification for such actions can be heard anywhere, but the irritating comment by the founder of the anti-hijab campaign My Stealthy Freedom, Masih Alinejad, that women in Iran get into serious trouble when they have too much hair. If you want to get a reasonably realistic picture of the Iranian situation, you also need to know who is not contributing to it. First and foremost, of course, the German government, its Iran experts and the business community it is courting, which is standing at the ready to do even more to ensure that Germany not only remains Iran's largest trading partner in Europe, as is currently the case, but that this partnership can be expanded extensively as quickly as possible should the sanctions still be lifted as a result of a nuclear deal. We should also be wary of the wisdom of Slavoj Zizek, who in October last year could think of nothing better than to follow up his correct remark that the protests by Iranian women were certainly not an offshoot of #MeToo with the nonsense that we must learn from Iranian women if we want to have a chance of opposing right-wing violence and oppression in the United States, Hungary, Poland, Russia, and many other countries. Our anti-fascist Interior Minister Nancy Faeser would probably not have formulated it much differently in her fearless fight against the right, which leaves her little time for other things such as combating the threat of Islamic terrorism. When pro-Israel demonstrators were thrown out of a rally for the Iranian protest movement with the help of the police on July 9, 2009, Stop the Bomb officials, by refusing to show solidarity with the former, opted against solidarity with Israel and for cooperation with exiled Iranian officials who are just as meaningless as they are, but all the more concerned with respectability and mass appeal. In the case of the German would-be real politicians of Stop the Bomb, the lack of a mass following meant that there were still remnants of anti-German criticism in order to justify their own insignificance with the circumstances and to avoid having to admit their own inability to carry out real lobbying work. The exiled Iranian functionaries, on the other hand, rely on masses that they have no access to and whose consent they do not need to ask for because they are a few thousand kilometers away. 2 times self-deception equals double self-affirmation, and the farce never ends. Marx extended Hegel's thesis, according to which world historical facts and persons occur twice, by claiming that this happens one time as tragedy, the other time as farce. However, it is not always easy to tell which event is a tragedy and which is a farce, especially when the protagonists are the same. 2 quotes, 1 author, the situation escalated from day to day. Millions were on the streets of Tehran and other cities every day. The rulers probably did not expect such a violent reaction. What to do? Helicopters and machine guns cannot win back the despot's already lost power. The measure is full, millions are demanding the fall of this corrupt executioner's regime. How similar the sentences are, and how the author has remained the same. 30 years lie between these statements by Baumann Niramand, the German left's favorite Iranian for more than 40 years. The first quote comes from his Iran report published by the Heinrich Böll Foundation in July 2009, the second from a speech Niramand gave in Hamburg in December 1978 and which was published in January 1979 in Arbeiterkampf, AK. At last they can dream of revolution again. As in 1979, the old and new ideologues are hoping for a power vacuum in Iran that will give them the chance to be leaders again or to run after one. In Europe, they are seizing on demonstrations at which exiled Iranians want to express their solidarity with the protest movement in Iran. They want to turn a crowd of outraged people into a mass that will follow them. The protesters are told in an authoritarian manner what they should and should not demand. It is no wonder that these demonstrations quickly dwindled in numbers. Measured against the number of Iranians living in exile, they were not very high anyway. Just like in Iran itself, most of them seem to be fed up with paternalism and paternalism, whether from the regime or from members of an exile opposition that has still not said goodbye to 1979. They still want nothing more than to finally reach the feeding troughs of power themselves. They are still incapable of reflecting on what cost tens of thousands of them their lives when their parties ordered them to support Khomeini's claim to leadership. That the Iranians who are taking to the streets in their tens of thousands want something other than a new leader, we can hope so, but we don't know. We can only judge what we experience here at home, and that is the attempt to form a movement that meets the wishes of cadres who want to explain to the masses what they should demand. After all, these masses already have some prerequisites. What has happened in Iran in recent months is unprecedented. Although the masses, who had to live under a fascist dictatorship for years, have hardly any experience of struggle, are not politically trained and the vast majority of them are unorganized, their actions are so imaginative and their demonstrations of struggle so disciplined that they would make any tightly organized party green with envy. Sorry, I was wrong about the revolution. Today, of course, it should read. The fact that so many people dared to heed the call to take part in protest demonstrations showed that the resistance was far from broken. The demonstrators' tactic was to gather not in one but in several places, with the result that the forces of law and order had to spread out over the entire city of 13 million people, which considerably reduced their effectiveness. Unrest was also reported from other cities in the country. Nevertheless, it seemed clear to the protesters that the struggle on the streets could not continue indefinitely, especially as every demonstration, like the one on July 9, was associated with further casualties and arrests of activists. Other ways therefore had to be found, firstly with the aim of showing that the resistance had not been broken and that the majority of the population still did not accept the election and therefore Ahmadinejad's government. The second was to extend the protests to the factories and the bazaar. In order to achieve these goals, numerous imaginative proposals were circulated. How does it feel to always say the same thing? Do you ever stop noticing? Niramand has learned, so today he speaks of civil society and no longer of the masses, but he has retained the specific point of view of the ideologue. What else is there for someone who has trivialized Islam for too long and too loudly? He should have drawn conclusions from his experiences. After all, he traveled to Persia in 1979 to help the revolution succeed. After a few years in illegality, he then left, but to this day there has been no word of self-reflection on his own misjudgments. In January 2005, he declared in an interview, "At the beginning of the popular uprising, nobody believed that the Islamists would come to power. There are historical reasons for this unexpected turn in Iranian history. You can analyze it all in retrospect, but many coincidences also played a role. Where does this resistance to experience come from? Analysis is not even useful in retrospect, everything is left to chance. That sounds like an Islamic decline in destiny, and Neriman's historical distortion fits in with this. Khomeini said at the time, "We don't want a democratic republic, nor a liberal state, we want an Islamic republic." Hardly anyone could say what was meant by this term. And the masses knew it least of all. Even the intellectuals asked themselves, what is an Islamic state? Is it simply that people respect morality again? Well, that's nothing bad, and a republic is also good, many thought. But it gradually became clear that the Islamists wanted to Islamize the whole of society, the entire culture, education, that they wanted to impose further restrictions on women, who were already far from equal rights, such as compulsory dress, veils and headscarves. It didn't come all at once, but little by little. Little by little? Nobody could have known? Let's follow the story in the pages of the AK, the newspaper of the Communist League, KB, in the first months of 1979. This newspaper was one of the largest radical left-wing periodicals at the time and was published fortnightly. It was therefore able to report relatively up-to-date. Unlike other party papers, the AK contained contradictory information, at least enough to make it clear that the Iranian Revolution was a reactionary project from the outset and that the Iranian left served as a stooge for the mullahs. The monthly, which now operates under the name Analyze and Critic, was fortunate that this year's protests took place during its annual summer break, so that the editorial team was spared the embarrassment of a change of line, unlike the Junge Welt, for example, which initially supported Ahmadinejad until it finally switched to an equidistant course until further notice. The August 2009 issue contains an interview with Piran Azad, an Iranian communist, who believes that the important task of the left today is to ensure that the problem is not reduced to the mullahs and Ahmadinejad. Our task is to point out that not much will change even under a capitalist system. The women's movement, which was still an issue 30 years ago, is not mentioned and thus denied, as is the question of freedom in general. For Azad, the Islamic Republic's terror of virtue is still just a footnote to the main contradiction, and this attitude allows him to simply ignore his own failures in history. This anti-historical attitude is also represented by the Friends of the Classless Society, who in their fragments on the days that shook Tehran utter null sentences such as, "All the contradictions that characterize the theocratic system are now open to view," which do credit to the ML speak of 1979. However, this hostility towards history is not based on the knowledge of the futility of forcing meaning out of the course of events, but rather forms the basis for the eclectic view of things as they suit one's needs. With their actions, the workers helped the later recuperated revolution to break through in 79. Today it would be up to them to bring it to a proper end. The fairy tale of the stolen revolution. How often have we heard that an actually or intrinsically progressive cause has been given a different spin? The bad legacy of Hegel's philosophy of history rotting away in the minds of these communists is nauseating. Too many piles of corpses have already been rationalized with the cunning of history. By his own account, Bahman Neriman returned to Iran, then still Persia, on January 2, 1979. On January 16, the Shah left the country, having installed a civilian government a month earlier. On the occasion of this event, the leaders of the opposition parties declared in mid-December 1978 in a 17-point paper that Ayatollah Khomeini was our leader. Even at that time, even the AK noticed that there was no mention of full equality for women. The 17-point paper stated, "The true freedom, dignity, and respect of women, which are fully recognized by Islam, as well as their social rights and the necessary conditions for their development, must be given to women." And what did Neriman say at the time? It was left to him, as authentic and autochthonous, to spell out the anti-imperialist consequence. At that demonstration against the Shah in Hamburg in December 1978, he declared, "It is claimed, among other things, that the movement is directed against the emancipation of women." The image presented to Iranians as a means of self-identification reflects imported European-American traits in obtrusive, superficial, and seductive colors, not those developed from their own tradition. At some point, women will have to take off the veil, not by force of the rulers, but because of their changed consciousness. But if the veil symbolizes the rejection of the imported illusory world and a reflection on our own history, in the continuity of which only real emancipation can take place, then it is not we, but only the imperialists and other enemies of our people who can cry wolf about it. Even then, he had already given women's emancipation over to the national cause. An indication of who was meant by the other enemies of our people was provided by the editorial team's illustration of the interview with Neriman in the same issue of AK. A picture of armed soldiers wearing gas masks is accompanied by the caption, "Wearing gas masks, Iranian soldiers patrol the streets of Tehran." On Bloody Friday, the massacre of September 8, 1978, Israeli elite soldiers hid behind these masks. In fact, it turned out afterwards that it was by no means Israeli elite soldiers who had murdered and wounded up to 15,000 people, but that the massacre was a staging by left-wing and Islamic groups to radicalize the movement against the Shah in an anti-Zionist and anti-imperialist way. A committee of inquiry set up after the revolution confirmed the figure of 88 dead. According to eyewitness reports, Palestinian snipers shot at demonstrators from rooftops and apartments. In other words, it was an armed conflict in which the demonstrators were living decoration. Ahmad Baghi, an employee of the Compensation Foundation for the Victims of the Shah's regime, stated that 64 people were killed in Jaleh Square and a further 24 in clashes in the city. The foreign soldiers are said to have been Iranian Kurds responding to sniper fire. This is just one example of what Niremand would call the left-wing and Islamic revolutionaries' imaginative handling of truth and reality. In that interview with the AK, Niremand described demands such as freedom of all parties and organizations, freedom of belief, separation of religion from the state, independence of nationalities, autonomy of trade unions, equal rights for women as without exception bourgeois demands, but which are indispensable for the survival of the left. This was probably forgotten when the majority of left-wing organizations decided to ally with Khomeini and overthrow him at the beginning of February 1979, against the bourgeois and liberal opposition for the power that seemed so close at hand. They gave up everything that even remotely resembled freedom and happiness in order to finally be able to rule themselves. Without the Iranian left, the overthrow of February 1979 and the proclamation of the Islamic Republic would have been impossible. And because even this reference to the bourgeois character of women's emancipation was not enough, the AK asked the comrades of the Middle East Commission to take a stand on the women's issue once again. The Iranian comrades' statements seemed too contradictory and Khomeini's reactionary rhetoric was too conspicuous. The text refers to the lack of rights of women under the Shah, which is strikingly reminiscent of the situation today. But then, women of all classes and strata are taking part in the current demonstrations and struggles. Some of them wear the chador, as a sign of mourning, to hide leaflets and weapons underneath, or as a sign of the cultural identity of Islamic Iran against U.S. cultural imperialism. In the end, the comrades emphasized that the chador would also fall once the main contradictions had been resolved, but this hope already sounded like whistling in the woods in January 1979. But let us continue with the examination of Niramand's claim that the development had been creeping along and that no one had been able to recognize it. Khomeini had already announced his goals from exile in France. When he finally landed in Tehran on February 1, 1979 and was greeted by millions of enthusiastic people, it took less than 2 weeks for the interim government that had been appointed by the Shah to be overthrown. The armed conflict reached its climax between February 10 and 13, after which the army declared itself neutral. The Fedayeen, the largest armed organization of the left, and the People's Mujahideen had supported this overthrow, but afterwards Khomeini did not even want to receive their representatives, although he had never hidden his anti-communism. This made the indignation of many leftists that they would not get a piece of the cake all the more incomprehensible. They were Khomeini's useful idiots from the start. The path to the Islamic Republic was already mapped out, right at the beginning, and the terror of Khomeini's supporters was not long in coming. Now that the Iranian Revolution has overthrown the Shah's regime, the main task is to prevent a new dictatorship from being established in the name of Islam. Women have taken the lead in this struggle. In ever new demonstrations they demand, no to the veil. No to all forms of oppression. Before the revolution on February 10, women had deliberately worn the veil to show their solidarity with the poor oppressed women and to demonstrate against imperialism, which has destroyed the Iranian people's own culture. But after the revolution, everything is different. After the revolution, it would be time for all women to throw away the veil and build a new society with equal rights. Now it is the reactionary forces around Khomeini who want to make the veil compulsory. Now women are to be forced to wear the veil as an expression of their renewed oppression and disenfranchisement. These outraged lines appeared on the front page of the AK on March 19, 1979. Less than 4 weeks after the revolution, the terror of virtue had gripped society. Women were to be forced to wear the veil and those who did not comply were beaten up in the streets. On the eve of International Women's Day, Khomeini announced the compulsory veil on Iranian television, and on March 8, 10 and 12, tens of thousands of women took to the streets against the terror of virtue. Members of the Imam committees, the foreigners of the Revolutionary Guards, were brought in trucks to violently break up the demonstrations. And what did the largest left-wing organization do? The People's Fedayeen advised the women against the demonstration because they feared a weakening of the government in favor of Khomeini and a downfall of the country in a civil war. Here, Miraman's statement, apparently made in a state of unconsciousness, that the realization of civil rights was indispensable for the survival of the left, was to be confirmed. The nascent Islamic Republic was seeking its first great test of power in the struggle for individual freedoms, and the left, as always, had no answer. But the AK interprets, Khomeini's attack on women cannot therefore be explained by the Islamic religion. Rather, it is part of the counter-revolution's attack on the Iranian left, which is being driven forward with the help of the religious incitement of certain sections of the population. If even this strange assessment had been taken seriously at the time, the women should have been supported. However, in a telephone interview for Workers' Struggle, Nasreen Basiri from Iran reported astonishing things about the women's demonstrations. There is no slogan against the veil itself, but only against the compulsory veil. They, the women, did not get involved with the counter-revolutionary forces that wanted to incite against men and against veiled women. Although women had been ostracized from the public sphere in the weeks before, were no longer allowed to work as television announcers or play sports, although the Imam committees kept watch over virtue and unveiled women had their hair shaved and in some cases were shot at, Nasreen Basiri, who had just returned from West Germany, presented herself in a statesmanlike manner and did not like to question Khomeini. She returned to West Germany in 1983, and in 2002 she saw the attempt to prevent women from wearing a headscarf as the other side of the coin, namely to impose the headscarf through bans and punishments. It will lead to Islamic women being forced out of the public sphere, and thus into the areas of children and the kitchen. What is actually being carried out in the name of equality is unfortunately just unequal treatment of other cultures and religions. So I don't find it surprising when two alien and almost hostile worlds emerge. Basiri hasn't changed either. Her last job was at the notorious Radio Multiculti, sometimes a bit against the compulsory headscarf, then a bit against the headscarf ban. That is the eternal truth of culturalist difference. If culture dictates it, there is no need for a law. And without law, there is no constitutional state and no institutions that protect law and order, only the arbitrariness of culture and leaders. These people, by no means only Iranians in exile, have remained true to this archaic form of unmediated rule, which is what makes their statements so boringly predictable and repeatable, despite all the adaptation to the current language. The news item in the same issue of AK was just another warning sign of barbarism. On March 4, 1979, 4 gay youths were executed in Tehran, on the grounds that they had committed sexual assault on a 23-year-old student. The sentences, imposed by an Islamic court, were carried out in Tehran's central prison Qasr. Also in Tehran, 6 other men were killed on March 7 for immoral homosexual offenses. Unfortunately, we have not yet received any statements on the executions from the People's Fedayeen or the Sisnu, the left-wing exile Persian student union. The AG Shul of the KB waited in vain for these statements, they never came. In March 1979, an international women's delegation from the Comite pour le droit de femmes, hastily founded by Simone de Beauvoir, visited Iran. One of the participants was Alice Schwarzer. The delegation was received by politicians and mullahs, but the conclusion was sobering. She was pessimistic, Schwarzer said, because both the new government and the leftists, the Fedayeen, were in agreement and told the women very quickly that it was not opportune to stir up trouble and make things difficult for the government, and that they should please get back in line. And that's what the women did. It was the women and the gays who were the first to fall victim to the new rule, and they were also the first to organize protests. The Italian gay activist Enzo Francone traveled to Tehran on March 21, 1979. After it became clear that Iranian gays would not be able to participate, he demonstrated alone in front of the central prison on March 26 with 2 placards. Homosexuality is not a crime and Islamic law does not respect sexual rights. He was arrested after a few minutes and deported a few days later. Here, the slogan homosexuality is not a crime had a function, unlike today, where the BAK Shalom uses it to demonstrate against Israel. Francone was courageous and publicly scandalized the state-sponsored terror against gays in revolutionary Iran. Today, friends of Israel who have never protested against the persecution of gays in Islam are demonstrating against Israel because of an attack that worries and moves the entire society there. In Tehran in 1979 it was different. Female teachers who did not wear a veil were denounced by their students. Gays had to flee out of the country or to other cities to escape persecution. Francone reported something else. His decision to travel to Tehran came after an experience in Italy. In Milan, Lotta Continua, the largest radical left-wing organization at the time, had organized an event together with Iranian students in support of the Iranian Revolution. Francone and his group also wanted to take part in the event in solidarity with women and gays. They were violently prevented from doing so. At the same time, it became known that the murder of some gays in the street had been legitimized by mullahs after the fact. The revolution took its course. Once again, it all happened within a few weeks, then it was over. In the referendum on March 31, 1979, 98% voted for the Islamic Republic. Anyone who stands up today and claims that there was no way of knowing what would come of the founding of the Islamic Republic is lying. Anyone who denies the mass basis for Islam and the terror of virtue is lying. Anyone who claims that there was a chance for a different development should be able to explain why the opportunity was not seized, but on the contrary why every attempt to seize it was thwarted. They all knew it, then as now, and they deliberately sought an alliance with barbarism. Perhaps there is a chance for freedom in Iran today, we cannot know. But there are certainly those stewards of the revolution who will betray the claim to freedom and happiness without need. However, the abolition of coercion and repression will not begin with a new government, but on the day when women burn the veil and no longer surrender their freedom. They were the first object of Islamization, they should be the first subject of their liberation, and with them all those on whom the reactionary revolution of 1979 had its way. They should celebrate, they should be able to decide for themselves who they love, and send the left-wing and Islamic functionaries of the past revolution packing. Actually, these statements are so banal that I feel embarrassed writing them and, as is always the case with self-evident things, I don't have the right words to express them. What is not at all banal, however, is the depressing observation that so many people who once took criticism seriously are now engaging more and more in increasingly crazy and unrealistic sausage-making and react to the reminder of what is at stake with annoyance, indignation, and feigned incomprehension. All of a sudden, the self-evident fact that it is about Israel becomes an imposition, an exaggerated maxim. In fact, however, in all these associations and alliances they are doing nothing other than numbing their fear of loneliness. In their longing to join the masses, they numb their longing to be on their own. In the hasty subordination to the currently fashionable constraint, the individual repeatedly betrays the possibility of his own subjectivity, a special form of suicide that makes these people extremely dangerous. Unity in the masses allows the individual ego to remain divided. And this circumstance points to a category that has repeatedly cropped up in criticism over the years: self-interest. This category has obviously been emphasized far too little to date. Whenever self-interest is denied for the sake of supposedly nobler and higher goals, one should be wary. This also applies in particular when it is claimed that Israel is at stake. Because only those who are first and foremost concerned about themselves can show solidarity with someone else. The fact that criticism is discredited by claiming that the person voicing it is not really about Israel is nothing new. But this is precisely the unmistakable sign that the person making this assumption has lost the connection between their own interests and the cause they claim to be concerned with. It is the task of all those who are primarily in solidarity with themselves and who can therefore enjoy the freedom of others to denounce these revolutionary and political actors wherever possible. The freedom we mean has everything to do with Jürgen Elsasser's disco mice, Tehran drug junkies and hustlers of finance capital, and nothing to do with the politicians of Stop the Bomb, BAK Shalom, and others, who unconsciously take up the legacy of the AK and thus the bad leftist tradition of somehow perceiving the contradictions and nevertheless participating in them. Those who, like Stop the Bomb, betray Israel in order to be recognized by Iranian anti-Zionists, those who, like BAK Shalom, demonstrate against Israel in order to belong to the queer community, subordinate the goals they propagate to a tactic that makes them a waste of time. Those who betray freedom once will do it again. This is proven, not least, by the tragedy of the Iranian Revolution. Even if some of the people referred to here today would deny that they are still leftists, their actions show that they may have broken with some of their views, but not with the symptom of the desire for unity en masse that is so important to the identity of the left, which makes the betrayal of the freedom of the Iranians seem so automatic like a perpetuum mobile. They remain what they were. If you don't want to instrumentalize the Iranian protests for your own left-wing purposes, you shouldn't go along with FAZ Middle East expert Rainer Hermann. In his newspaper, he seriously insisted that the conditions for a revolution during the Arab Spring were more favorable than they are today in Iran. FAZ, August 11, 2022. One can only come to such assessments as Hermann's if one does not want to see that the Arab Spring was above all an Islamic and not a secular one. Even if the Iranian population is young on average, the youth bulge plays at most a secondary role in Iran, unlike in the Arab Spring, because the secularized nuclear family has long since become the standard there. Vera Gronk ends her book History of Iran with an outlook: whatever future developments in Iran may be, one thing seems certain at present. Even if parts of Iranian society may have become alienated from the regime, for the majority of Iranians Islam is still inextricably linked to Iranian identity. A Western-style democracy, in which Islam would only play a subordinate role, is therefore unlikely to exist in Iran in the foreseeable future. End quote. These lines were written in 2006. My optimism is based on the observation that Gronk's outlook is very likely to become obsolete in 2024. Since the 1950s, the Iranian monarchy had been confronted with revolts by small-scale farmers, who were cringing under the burden of debt, especially in its northern provinces. It was therefore only logical that Mohammad Reza Pahlavi made agrarian reform, which he himself staged as the White Revolution, the kairos of his modernization regime in 1962. The agrarian reform promised to ennoble those impoverished creatures whose dispossession increasingly resembled a form of vervation into proud masters of their own parcels of land. This promise, however, outraged the mullahs, many of whom were feudal lords themselves, such as Ruhollah Khomeini and his family. They declared that any prayer or ritual ablution performed on confiscated land was invalid. The agrarian reform smashed the despotism of the rural tenancy system, but the smallholders' existence continued to languish. Their own plots shrank to a few hectares of land, while the compensation payments to the state, which generously compensated the feudal lords, crushed them. While the feudal lords, as despotic as they were, had offered the seed, the draft cattle and the like to their subjects, the parcel farmer's existence, freed from feudal compulsion, was now dominated by the compulsion to comply in order to survive in the capitalist competition that had broken in overnight. Mechanization of production was out of the question, their lack of creditworthiness was branded on them like a stigma. The plot of land alone therefore did not guarantee reproduction, it increasingly made peasant self-preservation impossible, and so those freed from feudal coercion became fugitives in search of a capital-productive function somewhere else. Internal migration escalated in the following years. In southern Tehran, cave-like labyrinths were created in clay pits, elsewhere the internal migrants found refuge among graves. The fugitives, who were still oscillating between rural idiocy and urban juggernaut, speculated on being absorbed by industrialized production, but the crisis-ridden modernization only increased their impoverishment in capitalist competition. The mass of variable capital, which was confronted day after day with its lack of function in the capitalist production process, was now handed over to the charitable agencies of the clergy, where the revolutionary communists increasingly supplanted the quietist mullahs loyal to the state. Their dirge neither Western nor Eastern, Islamic now became a regressive counter to the damaged modernization. In the masses, they appropriated functionality for the masses. Identification never functioned in any other way than by dividing the species into believers and non-believers, i.e. by projecting it onto something external to the masses. On June 3, 1963, during the ritual martyrdom of Imam Hossein, Khomeini associated the monarch Mohammad Reza Pahlavi with Yazid, the murderer of Imam Hossein, in order to then invoke the real conspirator against Islamic sovereignty. Israel was the true master of the Shah and was pursuing a perfidious plot to destroy the Islamic order. But the exorcism of the crisis was only simulated. Even after the Islamic Revolution of 1979, the communists were still unable to make the masses fungible, unlike the National Socialists, who racialized and nationalized the German proletarians in order to extort higher productivity through the labor front, Stu Sunday, and absolute surplus value production and to impose the crisis on other nations through campaigns of robbery and destruction. Communist Iran lacked the industrial power for this German way of overcoming the crisis. The communist sovereign did not do away with his worthlessness in the face of capital in the clear-cutting of others, as was the case with the Germans, but rather in the provoked death of those totally identified with him, in the martyr battle between Iran and Iraq from 1980 to 1988. In 1979, the year of the revolution, the fascist agitator Khomeini was still regarded by many German operaists, and they were not alone in this, as an Iranian Thomas Muntzer. In the periodical Autonomy, May 1979, the liberation potential of Chiliastic Islam was invoked. In doing so, the German anti-imperialists first and foremost recapitulated the serious collaboration of a large part of the socialist organizations in Iran with the communists. The most prominent among them, the Party of the Masses of Iran, Tuda for short, speculated that the communists would mercilessly scrape out all the monarchist and imperialist fragments from the state shell they had taken over, but that the mullahs could not possibly operate the new state apparatus beyond the terrorist tabula rasa. With strict organization, whose radius of action even included officers, the Tuda cadres trusted in their ideological mission to discipline the miserable masses into the class of the proletariat and to manage industrialization as the Kremlin's combined socialist brother state. Initially banned as an enemy of Islam 6 months after the Shah's flight, the cadres of the Tuda fearlessly took part in the communist street marches, at which the annihilation of all others was threatened. Their call of the hour was for a popular front with the communists. At the same time, in 1981, when their calculations had long since failed, they demanded the execution of cadres from the rival People's Mujahideen organization. It is said that their Secretary-General, Nureddin Kianori, held weekly meetings at Ali Khamenei's house. In 1983, the Khomeinists also smashed the ingratiating Tudeh and judged its cadres. Of the socialist organizations from the revolutionary year of 1979, only the structures of the People's Mujahideen are still of some relevance today. In the 1960s, its founding fathers began to spiritualize the conceptual apparatus of Marxism-Leninism with verses from the Quran and the Nahj al-Balagha, a collection of sayings by Imam Ali. While they accused the traditionally quietist clergy of class collaboration, the People's Mujahideen saw themselves as committed to taking sides with the miserable. Their ideological patriarch was the prominent Mullah Mahmud Talagani, who was rumored to have been murdered by the Khomeinists in September 1979. In the 1970s, the People's Mujahideen fell out over the role of Islam in the party ideology. And so various atheist factions split off, the strongest of which became Maoist. The periodical Autonomy, August 1981, after its projection of Khomeini as an Iranian Muntsar had disgraced itself, devoted itself in detail to the Islamic faction of the People's Mujahideen. While some Europeans in those days found their salvation in Bhagwan or other esotericism, in the Autonomy they were spellbound by the revolutionary psychotechnics of the People's Mujahideen and their ideologues, in which self-optimization ended in internal party rivalry over martyrdom and total liberation in witness death. In seances of criticism and self-criticism, in the constant self-purification of the revolutionary order, Nikolai Bukharin, the People's Mujahideen reproduced themselves as the cadre party that is still decried as Stalinist today. With the first president of the Islamic Republic, Abul Hassan Banisadr, who was dismissed by Khomeini, the People's Mujahideen, under the leadership of Masoud Rajavi, founded the National Council of Resistance in Paris in 1981, which still exists today. In the Iranian opposition in exile, the conflict between supporters of the People's Mujahideen and their critics continues. It is not only monarchists who see in it and in figures such as Banisadr, who died in exile in Paris in October 2021, the ideological grandees of the Islamic Revolution, without whom the Khomeinist takeover of Iran in 1979 would not have been possible. They were never silent about the fact that the People's Mujahideen initially recognized Khomeini as an integrating authority representing the unity of the anti-monarchist opposition. In an interview with the French newspaper Libération, August 26, 1981, Rajavi justified this calculation by pointing out that the revolutionary clergy around Khomeini was the only faction within the opposition that had survived the leaden repression of the Shah's regime almost unscathed. But even more devastating was the amalgamation of social revolutionary demands with the cult of martyrdom and anti-imperialist liberation esotericism under the banner of sickles, bayonets and Quranic verses. Today, their critics within the Iranian opposition are irritated when US and European politicians deliver 5-minute eulogies at the strictly choreographed conferences of the People's Mujahideen for high five-figure fees, or when German Christian Democrats such as Otto Bernhard and Martin Patzel deliriously talk about the depth of philosophy of this cadre organization. The 1960s, the years of the first generation of People's Mujahideen, were marked by a visible de-Islamization of Iran. There were only a few students left in the Islamic seminaries, the Hazat. Even many clerics now advise their sons to pursue a completely secular vocational education. In urban centers such as Tehran and elsewhere, the imams and a few believers remained among themselves in many mosques. Even in the face of this orphaning of mosques, clerics such as Ruhollah Khomeini, Mohammad Beheshti, and Morteza Motahari thought of a new type of mosque. The so-called Hassani Irshad was primarily intended to appeal to the younger generations of urban centers who had become alienated from Islam. The worshippers did not kneel in it, but rather sat on chairs. The agitators stood at eye level with the audience in front of a standing desk and did not sit on a pulpit-like high seat called a minbar as the imams did elsewhere. A certain Ali Shariati also appeared at the Hassani Irshad in Tehran. Shariati distinguished the pure and authentic Islam of Imam Ali from the corrupted, falsified Islam of the quietist clergy. Revolutionary Islam, according to Shariati, was the third way within the deceptive competition of crisis-ridden systems. It was not until the 1970s that these innovators of the faith threatened to mercilessly avenge the loss of prestige of Islam in Iran. The phenomenon of Islamic revival, which saw itself as a counter to the crisis of an increasingly secularizing society, could also be observed elsewhere in those years. In Istanbul, Turkey, a disproportionately large number of engineers and other university graduates gathered around the imam of the Iskender Paşa Mosque, Mehmed Zahid Kotku. Among them was the Muslim brother Necmettin Erbakan, who founded the first party of the revivalist movement Milli Görüş with the National Order Party, Milli Nizam Partisi, MNP, in 1970 and also agitated the young Recep Tayyip Erdoğan. This phenomenon of petty bourgeois fascisation reveals that it is above all the intellectual workers, disillusioned with the promise of modernization, who fall prey to regression as an intellectual exorcism of crisis. The Muslim brother Erbakan ultimately followed a thoroughly German tradition. According to Erbakan, who graduated from a German technical university in 1953 and flattered the Germans' love of technical detail and their seriousness and organization until his death, the crisis is only superimposed on the economy from the outside. It was interest and immorality that brought the crisis to the outside of production and thus perverted the economy and the state. Like the Turkish mastermind of the Greater Islamic East, Necip Fazıl Kısakürek, Ali Shariati also attended the prestigious Sorbonne University in Paris, where he enjoyed worldly literature and vice. The degradation of the nation to a godless imitation, a caricature of an imperial empire that blindly imitated the infidels but could not possibly compete with them, provoked a permanent sense of grievance. As an integralist ideology, the Islamic revival as a reflection of the disruption of the traditional community by modernization also encompassed the Marxist-Leninist forms of reaction to the crises of modernization, which expressed themselves no less chiastically. Iran's Marxist-Leninist organizations usually responded to the asynchronicity of capitalist accumulation with nothing other than the vilification of a cultural imperialism descending upon Iran. This anti-imperialist front expressed itself in the guise of a fascist integralism, which is much closer to the way of thinking of Carl Schmitt or Charles Maurras than to the popular statements of the imams. Many critics of the monarchist regime today also agree with Shahpour Bakhtir, who was offered the post of prime minister by Mohammad Reza Pahlavi at the end of 1978 as a gesture of concession to the opposition. Bakhtir, who had joined the French resistance in his younger years and had defended the Spanish Republic against the Francoist reaction, replied to the monarch, "Your father killed my father. You have imprisoned me. I should have no personal loyalty to your dynasty." But these days, Bakhtir continued, the priority was to prevent these barbarians from taking over Iran. The other personalities of the opposition National Front, to which Bakhtir had also belonged until then, had long since agreed that the leadership should be taken over by Khomeini. A short time later, Bakhtir was forced to flee Iran. On August 6, 1991, he was murdered by regime henchmen in exile in France. Khomeini clearly described his ideal of an Islamic state long before 1979. During his exile in Najaf, Iraq, Khomeini gave a series of lectures on the Islamic State in 1970. The collection of lectures was smuggled into Iran as a handbook of less than 150 pages. In contrast to the quietist clergy, who claimed to have only an advisory function vis-a-vis the state, Khomeini called for the total validity of the guardianship in all spheres of the state. Khomeini speaks of cleansing the Hazat of agents and clerics collaborating with the throne and turning the mosques into barracks, the weekly khutbah sermon into a battle cry and those praying into battalions. He affirms in the lecture notes that such an Islamic state would require mass casualties. Islam has wiped out many tribes, Khomeini said, as they had brought corruption upon Muslims and damaged the interests of the Islamic State. Khomeini identified the Jews, who had falsified the Quran and were pursuing a perfidious cosmopolitan intrigue, as the eternal conspirator against Islamic sovereignty, as he had previously done at Ashura in 1963. The weakness of Muslims in the face of a handful of miserable Jews was based on the fact that Allah's commands had not been carried out in full. After the Khomeini takeover of Iran in 1979, a modified form of this state doctrine was written into the constitution of the Islamic Republic. To this day, it bears witness to the Machiavellian personification of the office of guardian in the great leader, Ruhollah Khomeini, and after his death, Ali Khamenei. In the occult absence of the raptured 12th Imam, the latter appoints, among other things, the supreme judge and decides on the personnel of the Guardian Council, a supervisory body that reviews all decisions of the pseudo-republican institution of the Islamic Consultative Assembly for their conformity with the principles of the Islamic State. Khomeini also barely concealed his contempt for the bourgeois intellectuals of the anti-imperialist front. When Mehdi Bazargan, the first prime minister under Khomeini's dictatorship, made little effort to force the veiling of his secretaries, Khomeini publicly denounced him as a weakling. The Khomeinist takeover of Iran is not based on misleading others. The Khomeinists were the first and only force to succeed in freeing themselves from the social revolutionary promises and constituting themselves as the sovereign. "We did not take upon ourselves the sacrifices of the revolution for grapes and peaches," said Khomeini, who denounced the demand for the most basic necessities, the satisfaction of hunger, as a counter-revolutionary impulse. The most ruthless of the butchers fraternized in the Islamic Revolution. It is known from the early days of this Islamo-fascist despotism that Mohammad Beheshti, the highest judge in Khomeinist Iran, extorted large sums of money from the families of imprisoned counter-revolutionaries, which they raised in the deceptive expectation of averting the execution of their loved ones. Once payment had been made, the prisoners were executed after all. According to Der Spiegel, 28/1981, Beheshti's emissaries in Hamburg also sold carpets that had previously been looted. In those days, an advertisement appeared in a German daily newspaper offering imperial silk carpets with a knot density of 1.2 million per square meter. The advertiser was Beheshti himself. While Mohammad Beheshti and other communists established a flourishing predatory economy, all social revolutionary activities in the factories and also in the rural periphery were mercilessly crushed. The ruins of the catastrophes conjured up by the communists became the foundation of their despotism. The restlessness of the revolutionary courts and the dissolution of the Islamic Revolution produced the permanent crisis in which the communist regime was only able to consolidate itself. In April 1980, Khomeini declared the Iraqi despot Saddam Hussein to be an infidel who had exposed his anti-Islamic face and called on the Iraqis to rise up against this corrupt individual. Khomeini speculated on a revolutionary confrontation of the Iraqi Shia against the heretical regime. The communist slogan of the hour was, "The road to the liberation of Jerusalem leads through Karbala." At the same time, the revanchist regime in Iraq was hungry for the Iranian border province of Khuzestan, where there were uprisings among the Awazi Arabs in the post-revolutionary turmoil. In the escalation conjured up on both sides, communist Iran once again assumed a function in the universal system of capital. Both regimes flooded the markets with crude oil in order to obtain the necessary foreign currency, which was used to purchase vast quantities of armaments. The money thus remained in Ottobrunn in Bavaria, in Lizen in Styria, and also there, where production was also for the martyrs' battle, while the deadly goods realized their true utility value by going up in black smoke at the front. The communist accumulation of death corresponded with the imminent crisis of capital. Not only did the structural overaccumulation of capital also occur in its periphery, somewhere between Khorramshahr and Mandali, as the production of death, as the destruction of value that could not be utilized. Under the unity of barracks and Quran, the communist despotism praised the miserable and hungry as dust motes of the fatherland, as a notorious regime slogan put it, who could only realize the meaning of their existence as martyrs, in suicidal sacrifice for Khomeini and Islam. The communist martyrdom machinery devoured countless children who, as frontline cattle condemned to death, were promised a path through the gates of paradise. Do you only want to serve Islam and the nation so that you can fill your bellies? Khomeini harangued his followers in 1981. I praise that 12-year-old hero who tied grenades around his body and threw himself under an armored vehicle of the devil Saddam. Children's libraries, among others, were later named after the child martyr Hossein Famadeh, of whom Khomeini spoke. While the Iraqi Ba'athist regime at least indirectly recognized the military stalemate by declaring itself in favor of establishing a neutral zone between Iran and Iraq at the end of 1980, the communists invoked the perpetuation of the martyrs' battle as the fate of their regime. The communists spoke openly about the boundlessness of the Islamic Revolution. Hashemi Rafsanjani, for example, fantasized that with the incorporation of Iraq, their Islamic State could become the largest producer of crude oil, to which the other states in the region would fall like ripe grapes into its lap. In 1988, Khomeini was also forced to submit to Allah's will and admitted the hopelessness of invading Karbala. Almost synchronously with the end of the military confrontation, the mass executions of several thousand prisoners began in Iran, who, according to Khomeini, insisted on their dubious opinion. Compassion for the enemies of Islam is naivety, said the relentless propagandist of death. Hesitation would mean ignoring the pure, untainted blood of the martyrs. If Khomeini himself was not allowed to live to see the invasion of Karbala, parts of the ruins of the Iraqi state became the prey of the communist despotism after the end of the Ba'athist regime, which was enforced militarily by the Americans. The death squads, feared and hated from Baghdad to Basra, are not shrouded in foggy rumors. They have names that are familiar to almost every Iraqi, such as the Badr Corps or the Kataib Hezbollah. Today, these Shia militias associated with communist Iran have infiltrated the Iraqi state and, above all, its repressive organs. They are associated with Shia political parties and have Iranian officers from the notorious Army of the Guardians of the Islamic Revolution in their own ranks. For years, their party supporters in Baghdad and especially in southern Iraq have been taking over the urban facades with their virtue terrorist threats, pervasive anti-Zionist agitation, martyr worship, and demands for the chaste appearance of women under the black tent. Immense sums of money from ministerial budgets are being misappropriated to finance militia violence. In October 2019, there were protests in Iraq that lasted for months, with Iraqi youth in particular demanding an end to corruption, militia mismanagement, and communist infiltration. Young, often unveiled women, who became a prominent part of the protests, say that never before in Iraq have they felt so alive and free from virtue terrorist persecution as in those days at the revolutionary Midden at-Tahrir in Baghdad. It is hardly surprising that Europe took little interest in this revolutionary upheaval in Iraq. After all, Europe knew just enough in those days to murmur in good conscience that the stability of the region depended on nothing less than the survival of the shadow general of this militia monster, Qasem Soleimani. But even the Iranian opposition seemed to take little interest in this brief process of emancipation, especially among young people from the Shiite slums between Baghdad and Basra, who are targeted by the Khomeini militia recruitment system. The Khomeini regime openly states that those Iraqi, Pakistani, and Afghan militias will take over the defense of the regime in Iran as soon as the internal forces threaten to fail. When the Iraqi Shia militias marched into Kirkuk in northern Iraq in October 2017, one of Ali Khamenei's closest confidants, Gholam Hossein Mohammadi Golpayegani, said that it was the orders of the great leader, Khamenei, and the sacrifices of General Soleimani that had prevented the Zionist plot of a second Israel in Kurdistan. Hossein Amir Abdullahian, now Iran's highest-ranking diplomat, swore years earlier that they would know how to make the realization of the Israeli dream of Kurdistan's independence impossible. In Khomeini's propaganda, the rumor about the Kurds, who are considered traitors to Islam, is openly anti-Semitic. As late as 1979, the year of the revolution, Khomeini regretted that those loyal to him had not yet carried the Islamic revolution to its consequent conclusion and had transformed the whole of Iran into a single party, Hezbollah, the Party of Allah. In the same speech on the anti-Zionist Day for the Liberation of Al-Quds, Jerusalem, Khomeini denounced the Kurdish opposition as conspirators and infidels. He vilified the Kurdistan Democratic Party of Iran, PDKI, as the party of the devil, and its leaders were murdered by regime henchmen in Vienna in 1989 and Berlin in 1992. On September 17, 2022, protests against the misogynist regime escalated into a revolutionary uprising in Sagaz, Kurdistan, the home of Mahsa Amini, who was murdered by the Guardians of Virtue. Even during the funeral of the young woman, who was called by her family by her Kurdish name Gina, the women present shook off the forced veil and chanted the slogans "Woman, Life, Freedom, and I will kill the one who killed my sister." In the Kurdish town of Sanandaj, where the youth rose up against the regime on the same day, countless veils were burned and, incidentally, the nameplate of Palestine Street was torn out of the asphalt. The rest is known. While the Kurdish avant-garde within the revolutionary uprising is certainly recognized by the various factions of the Iranian opposition and clearly emphasized by some, such as the feminist Masih Alinejad, who lives in exile in the US, conflicts over the question of Iran's territorial integrity have increased again in the recent past. In the post-revolutionary turmoil of 1979, the Awazi Arabs in Khuzestan, the Baluchis in the southeast and the Azerbaijanis in the northwest of Iran also came into serious confrontation with the still young Khomeinist regime. The Kurdish parties vacillated between the demand for autonomy within Iran and the idea of national independence. Since the regime did not hesitate to reveal its totalitarian character, the demand for autonomy within an Islamic republic became superfluous. In Mahabad and Sagaz, in Sardasht and Pava, in Divandere and Sanandaj, militant Kurds and the Guardian Army faced each other between 1979 and 1983, where the main features of the revolution against the Khomeinist regime are still being demonstrated today. These were, 1. The participation of the rural periphery in order to weaken the mobility of the machinery of repression between the urban centers, 2. The militant organization of the youth, and 3. The general strike. In Syria and Turkey, Kurdish organizations have forcefully demonstrated that they reject the national chauvinist frenzy and that they are the strongest bastion against fascization. Abdullah Motadi, party leader of the Kurdish Kemallah, recently criticized, without naming names, the stoking of fears of separatist activities. Previously, Reza Pahlavi, the son of the last Shah, had identified precisely such groups, also without naming names, and invoked Iran's territorial integrity in the face of them. Motadi and Pahlavi are part of an exiled Iranian coalition that published a Charter of Solidarity and Alliance for Freedom in March 2023 with a minimal consensus in favor of a secular and democratic Iran. Pahlavi has long said that he personally has no interest in a monarchist restoration of Iran. At the same time, some constitutionalists are aggressively demanding that the opposition should be represented solely by the Crown Prince and are countering critics with accusations that they are pursuing separatist agendas. Meanwhile, Reza Pahlavi's recent trip to Israel has made it clear that the prospect of a new Iran cannot be separated from a radical departure from the anti-Zionist frenzy. While an overwhelming majority within the opposition in the late 1970s was prepared to march under the threatening roar of Allahu Akbar, today's revolutionaries in Iran hurl slogans such as "We hate your religion, curse your morals" at the mullahs. They do not want a regime of aggressive anti-Israeli and projective crisis exorcism. They do not want a militaristic occult regime of clergy and a militant Mafiat army of the guardians of the Islamic Revolution that has made a prey of the national economy. And they do not want a regime in which the subjugation of women is a sacred pillar of the polity. It is to be hoped that an opposition that has found its minimum consensus in this will not break down due to national bigotry. With its direct attack on Israel on April 13, the Islamic Republic of Iran ended the deter-communication of the anti-Semitic international it leads in one fell swoop. Until then, the regime had tried to conceal its role in the pogrom perpetrated by Hamas and Islamic Jihad in Israel on October 7, 2023. Now, with its immense drone and missile attack, it has placed itself at the center of the terror war against Israel. This brazen act must also be seen in the light of Iran's ongoing nuclear weapons program, which the regime is pushing ahead with without having to fear any substantial consequences from Western states. This constellation is echoed in the so-called Palestine solidarity in Western countries. Slogans in favor of the Islamic Republic are now openly circulating there. In Chicago, activists were recently trained to shout "Death to Israel" and "Death to America" in Persian. Shocked and disgusted by this partisanship for clerical fascist mass murderers are not only many Jews and Israelis, but also Iranian opposition activists. Even under the anti-Semitic dictatorship in Iran, expressions of displeasure against its war of aggression and even openly pro-Israeli statements are so widespread that the regime felt compelled to make a public appeal to the authorities to denounce expressions of sympathy for Israel. Iranians in the country and in political exile must be horrified to learn that post-colonial supposed friends of peace and freedom see the Islamic Republic not as the organizer but as the victim of war and terror. This is unique and cannot be compared to the trials and tribulations of Western leftists during the Cold War. In contrast to the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China, the misogynist mullahs and their Islamist satellites do not even represent seemingly progressive positions, as supporters of post-colonialism claim to do. The only link between the unequal partners is anti-Semitism. In the Western Palestine solidarity scene, Germany is regarded as the spearhead of pro-Zionism, but the reality is different. Not even the Freiburg-Isfahan town twinning is in question, although according to Israel, the regime has also fired bullets at the Jewish state from Isfahan. The closure of the Islamic Center Hamburg, which is considered an outpost of the Iranian regime, is still up in the air. Above all, however, the German government continues to refuse to initiate serious efforts to classify the Revolutionary Guards as a terrorist organization. This is despite a ruling by the Düsseldorf Higher Regional Court in December 2023, which named state agencies of the Islamic Republic as the masterminds behind anti-Semitic terror in North Rhine-Westphalia, thus relegating the excuse that there was a lack of evidence necessary for terror listing to the realm of legend. Instead, the German government is demanding that Israel remain silent in the face of a regime that has now documented its anti-Semitic threat of annihilation for the first time with a direct military attack. However, the Jewish state was founded so that Jewish people would no longer have to rely on the benevolence of others, which proved to be an illusion in the 20th century. Neither Israel nor the majority of the Iranian population can live with the regime in Tehran, which threatens them with physical annihilation. In addition, there are those Arab neighbors of the Islamic Republic who are not among its Islamist allies and who have partly supported Israel in repelling the air attacks from Iran. But if all warnings from Jews, Arabs, and Iranian opponents of the regime are thrown to the wind, the only explanation left for business as usual with Iran is ideological stubbornness. After all, business as usual in Iran policy even jeopardizes the defense against Russian aggression in Ukraine, which EU foreign policy has repeatedly declared to be its goal. The Islamic Republic is becoming increasingly important to Russia as an arms supplier. The wishful thinking of change through rapprochement with the Islamist dictatorship in Iran has been refuted by reality. Only a radical about-turn can save German and EU policy from the accusation of standing up for the survival of the regime alongside the anti-Western powers, and thus standing in the way of Iran's liberation, the success of which would be a blessing for the region and the rest of the world. Even if the attacks in various places around the world ultimately have their vanishing point in the destruction of Israel as a refuge for all Jews, they cannot be equated with the attacks on and in Israel itself. This is the center, and whoever is located here, or whoever is identified with Israel because they are Jewish, finds themselves more immediately at the mercy of the annihilation mania than anyone else. And in this respect, the attacks in New York and those in Tel Aviv are different, even though they belong together at their core. The attack in Israel stands completely on its own, while the one in the USA and elsewhere must always be related to Judaism first and can be related in various ways. In particular, the rumor is widespread that the Israeli Secret Service carried out the attack on the World Trade Center and warned all Jews who worked here in good time. But this is just one of many rumors surrounding September 11th. It has always been a characteristic of anti-Semitism that, on the one hand, it targets its victims very precisely, but on the other hand, it only gives very vague hints that everyone is supposed to take up as a stimulus to further develop the madness. With the founding of the State of Israel, the constellation of anti-Semitism was reversed to a certain extent and yet remained identical. Those who were always accused of not having a state and not being able to have one because they were incapable of sacrificing for the state were now building a unified state, which they successfully defended against all external attacks. However, those who now fomented hatred of the Jews the most were unable to produce the desired homogeneous state structure encompassing all anti-Semites in the region, but only individual states, which were either held together with the greatest internal violence or disintegrated in gang wars, and were unable to establish a firm alliance among themselves. In comparison to German nationalism, which often serves as a model, there is no real homogenization. That national being, which is thought and felt independently of the state constitution and legal institutions, remains clearly divided within itself. Sunnis and Shiites form an incomparably sharper contrast in the Islamic region than Protestants and Catholics in more recent Europe. The community of faith has also failed to merge Arab and non-Arab nationalisms. Arabs, Persians, and Turks are more alien to each other than Bavarians, Prussians and Austrians were in the 19th century, and Germans, French and Italians are today. Division, not unity, is the predominant feature of Islamic history, says Bassam Tibi. Yet creating unity was the most urgent goal of this religion, which wanted to abolish the heterogeneity of the tribes from the rich cities of trade. But particularism was stronger. The tribes remained regardless of the existing state order, the basic social units, and they have survived to this day. In contrast to the genesis of the Western nation-state, it was not possible to merge the various tribally separated parts of the population into a single unit, to transform external coercion into national consciousness, in other words, into internal coercion. There was a lack of industrial capital almost everywhere. The Ottoman Empire was and remained the empire of merchant capital. It was an empire without central state structures, without modern omnipresent sovereignty, without real recognition. Not only did the mass of the population not see themselves as citizens of the state, but the lack of recognition itself had hardly any real impact on the maintenance of the monopoly on the use of force. This is also related to the fact that racism did not have to be articulated more precisely towards the subjugated people. Mere violence was sufficient. If, for example, the Arabs in their capacity as slave owners and oppressors also appeared here as a kind of white race towards the black Africans, this master race did not take the form of a specific racial ideology, but was rather understood in religious terms, with Arab Muslims laying claim to leadership as guardians of the holy places. However, when the empire collapsed under the direct pressure of Western nation-states and industrial capital, particularisms became an immediate form of modernity. As is well known, the colonial powers practiced a particularly perfidious form of divide et impera in the colonies. They exploited existing divisions in society to establish their own rule. In Morocco, for example, the French colonial power relied on the Berber tribes and in Syria on the Alawite and Druze tribes in order to enforce the establishment of its colonial rule against the majority with the help of these minorities. On the other hand, however, colonial rule unintentionally triggered anti-colonial national movements. Thus, historically speaking, it was equally the source of two forces, the unifying national force and the divisive tribal force. As successful as the national liberation movements were in shaking off colonial rule, they did not succeed in overcoming the legacy of fragmentation left by that rule and forming a homogeneous people committed to a particular state. The nation-state remained nominal. On the one hand, this ideological weakness of the state gave rise to the strength of the racket, as the only state or semi-state form that could assert itself against the multiple divisions because it embraced their fragmentation. On the other hand, it generated the all-embracing significance of Islam, which alone could overcome this fragmentation in consciousness. Usually, one of the mass base of suicide bombers, including his family, hardly sees himself as a citizen of a particular state, Egypt or Syria or Malaysia, for example. Only Palestine is the great exception here, which confirms the rule, because this national name stands for the immediate destruction of Israel. Rather, he identifies himself as a member of a particular tribe and as a client of one or more rackets. However, this racketeer finds the identity of such identities positively only in his faith, negatively in his hatred of the Jews. Thus Islam is not bound to any real state and yet takes on the functions that otherwise fall solely to national consciousness. From the outset, it combines nationalist and racist projections into an immediate unity, as only German ideology did before it, which had already translated the missionary ideal of a world that had become completely Christianized into the categories of nation and race, and would not commit itself to any real state as long as it did not commit itself to the project of conquering the world. The Islamist ideology also aims, and like no other current politicization of the sacred, to conquer the world. Victory over the infidels on all continents, establishment of an Islamic world order. It aims at this all the more fanatically, the less the real existing states that already belong to this world order can still provide coherence. The Jews and the Jewish state, of all people, are accused of having conquered the world long ago. The very people who consciously limit themselves to their state in order to have at least a single refuge from persecution throughout the world. Precisely that which is disintegrated in itself, which cannot achieve nationhood and cannot establish homogeneity, but which aims all the more enthusiastically at homogeneity and nationhood. Islam has a special affinity for national power, is thus oriented towards anti-Semitism in a new, particularly intense way. Only this one projection is still capable of creating unity. Judaism, fantasized as a metaphysical enemy, enables the intimate relationships of the competing gangs to each other and to the existing states, of the rackets and governments to the respective state populations, of the rich citizens to the poor masses, of the stable state structures to the disintegrating semi-states. In a word, anti-Semitism creates the identity that unites all the opposites of the region, the unity in fragmentation. It creates it by pointing it like a weapon at Israel and its protecting power. Just as the state founded by Islamist or Arab nationalist rackets fails to carry out extermination as a monopoly on the use of force and not only to declare total war but also to bring it to an end, it seems just as unwilling or unable to systematically carry out the expulsion and extermination of the Jews internally using the bureaucratic apparatus. While anti-Semitic propaganda is constantly growing and becoming more aggressive, the Jews are not necessarily put on trial in their own country. The spectrum ranges from expulsion as in Gaddafi's Libya, entry bans for Israelis as in Saudi Arabia, and tolerance for the very last remaining members of the community as in Iraq under Saddam Hussein to the relatively large community in the theocracy of Iran, which even has its own representative in parliament. In all cases, the prerequisite for existence is renunciation of Israel, just as a commitment to Zionism is tantamount to a death sentence. This is also where the freedom of the Jewish community in Iran ends, as the arrests and trials since 1979 show. Whether systematic persecution by the state or a spontaneous tendency towards pogroms, everything is initially aimed at Israel and Zionism. The changed constellation therefore means that the absolute image of the enemy, which alone can create unity, no longer appears as homogeneous and precisely defined as it characterizes modern European anti-Semitism, but also modern European racism. There is no Aryan paragraph and no Nuremberg laws, because the anti-Zionist rackets do not operate on this organizationally codified and state legal level. The enemy is the same, the threat is hallucinated differently. The plight is not attributed to the assimilation of the Jews, as in European anti-Semitism, because the Jews now have their own state. But whatever this state does, it is the state that is causing the hardship in the region and throughout the world. And as such, it is persecuted and fought against in every single Jew. This is what the new tolerance looks like. Jews only have a right to live if they distance themselves from him. Israel as a racial characteristic. By assigning it to this artificial entity, any further definition of Jewishness becomes superfluous. Racial studies are saved. The Jews are often and quite unsystematically referred to as apes and pigs, inspired by a passage from the Quran, Surah 5:64-69, and that is enough. A racial theory is obviously necessary for the anti-Semite in a certain constellation, for example, when he finds himself confronted with a larger mass of Jews ready for assimilation, as in Germany and the Habsburg monarchy in the 19th and early 20th centuries. But it is not necessary in the face of a Jewish state. Because here, the anti-Semite can already gain the criteria and clues to identify the Jews from this state itself. And at the same time, the attacks on Jewish community institutions worldwide show that this identification also affects Jews who are not Israelis. Even without racial theory and immediate racist vocabulary, it is indeed a racist concept of Judaism. Jewish religion and Jewish state only ever serve as references to the name and address of every single Jew whose physical existence he is after. As Edward Said puts it so tellingly and yet so clearly, during the last 100 years, no Jew has remained untouched by Zionism, 1981, 125. To speak of a purely religious hatred of Jews, in which the Islamists would differ positively from the National Socialists, so to speak, thus misses the essential point, the orientation of Islamist ideology towards the physical annihilation of the Jews, which follows on immediately from National Socialism. It shows that the racist determination is also at work where infidels are spoken of instead of race, that here the early religious forms of Jew hatred simply coincide with the eliminatory forms that have become total. The weakness of the Jews, one hears from the ranks of Hamas, is that they love life more than any other people and prefer not to die. Hamas spokesman Ismail Haniyeh told Washington, "You want life, we want death," he said in a video after the attacks in Madrid in March 2004. Hezbollah spokespeople spread almost identical messages. The martyrs of the suicide rackets and the soldiers of the Israel Defense Forces, Islamist suicide attacks and Israeli defense policy thus mark the ultimate contrast, and this is where the history of political violence comes to a head. while some seek salvation from earthly hardship for themselves and their people in annihilation, others seek nothing but to prevent the worst. And preventing the worst is the absolute prerequisite for real reconciliation to be possible in the concrete and earthly realm. Germany is the place of the audience. The program that is received is mostly a German-French co-production. Here, the suicide bombings in the USA and Israel are primarily seen as acts of desperation or exaggerated but somehow admirable forms of heroism. As for the destruction of the World Trade Center, as something sublime, Roger Williamson et al. And many others, if not enjoyed as a total work of art or greatest work of art, Stockhausen, interpreted as a special form of jubilation and pure event, Baudrillard, one that awakens us to pure existence without meaning, Elizabeth Bromfen television to death. As usual, Klaus Thuleit moderates the all-German or all-European talk show in book form, meanwhile being pressed by the greater talk tempo of Slavoj Zizek, whom he contemptuously apostrophizes as a chatter machine or a think-burger machine. The magic word is derealization. Is it more real when I eat an apple than when I watch TV? Or dreaming at the movies, or loading the computer? What exactly is Susan Sontag talking about when she says that the media and the government have become detached from reality? I fear or suspect that all these words, all these attempts at terminology no longer describe anything. The reality of which these words once spoke no longer exists. There are only these conceptual systems that rotate empty in space. In this sense, the documentary image no longer exists either. There are types of images in various montage relations. Moreover, since the calculated image can no longer be distinguished from the photographed image with the eye, unless it exhibits its difference itself, they can no longer be distinguished qualitatively and in terms of their real character. Thuleit 2003, 78f. But there is the real problem for viewers. Which words or concepts and affects can be used to describe, name and process image phenomena such as the live TV broadcast of the second jumbo crash into the WTC tower, IBID. There is probably no longer any reality, the organic German intellectual babbles, when thousands are murdered in the USA or the Middle East. The qualification probably is all that remains of the commemoration, Benjamin, of the memory of the victims. But it does exist when the pictures document torture committed by GIs. The photos become all the more real when Thuleit, in the Junge Welt, May 15, 2004, equates them with those of Wehrmacht soldiers from the East. Derealization is the only argument one has against the conspiracy theorists, and it also removes their last inhibitions. If reality no longer exists, everyone is free to choose their own conspirator. If the concept of truth has become obsolete, there is a wealth of narratives to choose from. It is not surprising that the images of the conspirators are nevertheless similar and the narratives merely complement each other, whether they come from the leader of Al-Qaeda, the spokesman of the anti-imperialist coordination, or the confessor of male fantasies. In the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, on the other hand, the discussion continues as if there is only one narrative, and that is the shepherd of being, to whom everything ultimately boils down. On June 23, for example, there is the following dialogue between FAZ editor-in-chief Frank Schirmacher, FAZ editor Henning Ritter, and the head of the feature section of the Neue Zürcher Zeitung, Martin Meyer. Schirmacher, once again on Islam. Does this culture threaten us as intellectuals in our substance, in the possibility of free expression of opinion? Ritter, I see a photograph of a man sitting on an oriental carpet with his legs crossed. On the carpet is a map that looks like it's from colonial times, and a shepherd's crook is lying on this map. Schirmacher, that's bin Laden. Ritter, and then 2 or 3 others come and sit down with him and talk to him. And what they say there has consequences anywhere in the world and keeps the world power America on tenterhooks. There are people who think that as long as this is possible, all is not lost. Schirmacher, this is a picture of a shepherd in front of a map. And the interesting thing is that this man has no more instruments than what is in front of him, and he has revolutionized the world with them. The intellectual's primal dream. Meyer, that would be the negative foil of our intellectual. But this touches on a very important topic, the relationship to death. In this respect, Islamic cultures differ quite clearly from our own world. Ernst Jünger once wrote a beautiful essay about death in the mythical world and in the technical world. The way we deal with death today, that it is something almost obscene that is postponed as long as possible and ultimately left to the machines, shows that death is no longer something that touches our hearts in socio-cultural terms. The devout Muslims have a completely different vision of it. When they offer up suicide candidates, it is the ennoblement of death through the great sacrifice for the reward in the hereafter as possibly in this world. End quote. The eternal peace that the peace demonstrators have written on their rainbow flags flies in the face of Kant's utopian peace. It is based on perpetuated barbarism. But those who watch television do not die. Even if nothing changes in the fact that political unity may require the sacrifice of life, it is still the responsibility of the German media to make citizens aware of the facts, just as it has become the guiding principle of German politics to keep the victims away from them. What an American Hegelian named Fukuyama prematurely proclaimed shortly after the end of state communism should in reality only apply to a single place, at least Europe, or more precisely and in the words of Habermas and Derrida, core Europe has reached the end of history and only has to protect itself from any ricochet that could cause disaster. The massacre in Spain on March 11, 2004 seems to have finally clarified the conditions under which a country can count as a core Europe. It only has to position itself correctly in the relationship between the USA and Germany as far as policy towards Islam is concerned, and this new unity of Europe is being re-established for all to see through the extermination of human beings. Now operated from the outside, but immediately accepted and ratified from the inside, as the immediate swinging of Spanish politics onto the German path shows. We gave the Spanish people the choice between war and peace. They chose peace by voting for the party that opposed the alliance with America in the war with Islam, reads the Al-Qaeda statement, Der Spiegel 13/2004, after the majority of Spanish voters had voted the collaborators of the murderers into power immediately after the massacre. The so-called ceasefire offer, which bin Laden then presented to the Europeans with great propaganda effect and which was rejected by the German Chancellor with equal propaganda effect, has long since been unofficially signed, because it is not about a ceasefire at all, but about the peaceful coexistence of destruction and democracy. That is why bin Laden himself did not call this message to our neighbors north of the Mediterranean a ceasefire offer, but literally a reconciliation initiative. The videotape was broadcast by Arab television stations on April 15, 2004. The 23-minute TV message, adorned with a portrait of the Qaeda leader, was not only addressed to our neighbors north of the Mediterranean, it also contained the messages in English and German translation. A novelty, says Sulanam about the professional transmission of the message from the underground. The head of news at the TV station in Dubai is particularly surprised that the English version follows the German translation. Der Spiegel 17/2004. German intellectuals, however, especially those on the left, talk all the more about signs, codes, and derealization, as the events on the periphery of the Grossraum seem puzzlingly familiar. When the past catches up with them, they speak of derealization. The missiles built as weapons of mass destruction in the Near and Middle East, which can only strike selectively but over long distances and are certainly not aimed at core Europe, and the actions of the rackets in Israel and Iraq, which have set themselves the goal of murdering and expelling Jews and Americans, could otherwise be perceived as a late continuation of the last days of the Third Reich, when V-2 rockets were launched against an enemy that had become overpowering and massed gangs of werewolves went on the rampage against the occupiers and the Germans collaborating with them. What is preached today in the mosques and broadcast by the stations of political Islamism sounds like an echo of Joseph Goebbels' last announcements on his own werewolf station, which invoked a battle leading to self-destruction. For the werewolf movement, every Bolshevik, every Briton, and every American on German soil is fair game. Wherever we have an opportunity to extinguish their lives, we will do so with pleasure and without regard for our own lives. Hate is our prayer and revenge our field cry, quote, end. These rackets of the very last hour, to which children in particular were conscripted, were hardly able to take effective action, and murdered above all those who were now prepared to cooperate with the Allies. SO was the abbreviation of the Supreme Command of the Luftwaffe, Selbstopfereinsatz. In April 1945, to the sounds of the Horst Wessel Lied and Deutschland über alles, which were broadcast to the pilots in the cockpit on their own frequency, German Ram aircraft of Unternehmen Werwolf swooped down on Allied bomber squadrons. A separate type of aircraft, the Volksjäger, was still to be developed, with which thousands of Hitler youths could have emulated the Japanese kamikaze pilots. Experiments were also carried out with manned V-1 flying bombs, for which self-sacrificing men were recruited from the ranks of the SS and the Luftwaffe. As much as individual Nazi greats such as SS Sturmbannführer Otto Skorzeny and the famous test pilot Hanna Reich supported these ventures, the Führer himself was hesitant or even opposed to them. The situation was not yet desperate enough to justify such a mission, was Hitler's reaction, as the disappointed pilot reported. Such methods of fighting gave the impression of desperation and could therefore weaken the morale of German soldiers. According to National Socialist ideas, the entire Volksgemeinschaft should be the suicide bomber, not the individual Volksgenossen. Such isolation of the victim was repugnant to the Führer and contradicted the constitution of the National Socialist movement as a whole. The actual suicide in this collective assassination, as the final realization of the victim's freedom, had to be reserved for him alone, who after all embodied the Volksgemeinschaft. Thus Hitler's end has nothing to do with suicide, it is only the blind consequence of a dissolution of boundaries that determined consciousness from the very beginning. Mass murder and suicide merely did not coincide in time, but the one always included the other. And therein lies the similarity between his troops and the martyr brigades of today, from the willingness to sacrifice oneself, to gain the final confirmation, to finally completely resist the pathic projections and to put the long-desired mass murder into practice. Of course, the supporters of the SO mission were inspired by the kamikaze actions of the Japanese. Koaturo even deduces the suicide bombing since the last decades from this, and constructs a connection with many empirical findings that leads via Korea and the Japanese Red Army to the Middle East. 3 Japanese who belonged to this organization killed 26 people with machine guns at Tel Aviv's Lod airport in May 1972, one of them blew himself up with a hand grenade. However, the credibility of the reconstruction suffers from the fact that it does not attach any importance to the anti-Semitic impetus. It was reported almost admiringly in various Nazi propaganda media and revealed the ideological core of the suicide bombing. A power expressed in those actions could not be matched by the Jewish Anglo-Saxon hucksterism, because the spirit weighs more than the number, the sense of sacrifice more than the money. Das Schwarzkorps, January 1, 1942. The contempt for death shown by the kamikaze pilots in the most patriotic fulfillment of duty is entirely in keeping with the spirit of German soldiering and has deepened the feeling of German brotherhood in arms between the two armies. Völkischer Beobachter, 12. 1944. The sacrifice of life for the state is indeed the common basis in the war of aggression between Germans and Japanese. Within the German Volksgemeinschaft, however, it was inextricably linked to the annihilation of Jewry, the vanishing point of total war, which included self-sacrifice. The Japanese, on the other hand, evidently waged the war with an awareness of the old, limited friend-foe schema. Although they had joined the totalized war of annihilation through their alliance with Germany, from their point of view friend and foe appeared to them more along conventional lines, without the unconditional anti-Semitic image of the enemy. In the Russo-Japanese War, entire sword companies had already been deployed against machine gun positions on the basis of such samurai traditions. Now it was possible to mobilize thousands of young men as kamikaze pilots against the U.S. Army. Sacrificing oneself for the state was a matter of course after the Shinto imperial cult, to which Zen Buddhism was also added under the pressure of modernity, and hardly required any projections of a Jewish-American Bolshevik world conspiracy. But if it no longer did, because modernity promised otherwise, corresponding pressure was exerted directly from above. Anyone who was not willing to volunteer for the kamikaze mission, and there were probably already many, had to reckon with severe punishment and was ultimately forced to volunteer, presumably under threat of the death penalty. Even the Tamil suicide bombers, who had been in action in Sri Lanka since the end of the 1980s and are often seen as the most important forerunners of today's martyrs in the Middle East, could not, like the Japanese kamikaze units, do without downright forced recruitment. In contrast to the German Volksgemeinschaft and the Islamist rackets, they lacked the real freedom of sacrifice, the willingness to do nothing, which can only be accomplished in a certain ideological context, the extermination of the Jews. The prerequisite for this, however, would be to no longer differentiate between military and civilian persons. If the Japanese kamikaze pilots concentrated entirely on military targets, the Tamil suicide bombers already went beyond this, but the murder of civilians did not become the actual purpose. In Germany, where despite all Prussian traditions, individual self-sacrifice remained comparatively modest, but where the Führer ultimately took it on behalf of the entire Volksgemeinschaft in his bunker, the individual commitment in the extermination of those who were persecuted as the ultimate others was all the greater. The last of the death marches, with which the Shoah was continued after the extermination camps had already had to be evacuated, began on May 7, 1945, when the whole of Germany was occupied, less than 24 hours before the official unconditional surrender. It was all the more surprising that everything was over almost at a stroke. The Allies were probably expecting a tough resistance struggle in Germany after the official end of the war, with assassinations of the occupying troops and other activities by underground organizations of the old regime. None of this happened. Hannah Arendt saw this as another characteristic of totalitarian movements. Quote, if the movement collapses for whatever external reasons and the violence of the organization has disappeared, its followers cease from one day to the next to believe in a dogma and a fiction to which they were prepared to sacrifice their lives yesterday. With the collapse of their fictitious home, the masses apparently return to the world from whose reality the movement had protected them, become again the isolated individuals as which they had come together en masse, and either take on new tasks in a changed world or fall back into the desperate superfluousness from which the fiction had momentarily redeemed them. Just a moment ago, they were joyfully determined to take on the death of robots for the sake of some millennial empire, but none of them will do the same as the religious fanatics and die a martyr's death. Quietly, as if it were nothing but a stupid failure, they will abandon their past and, if necessary, deny it, look for a new promising fiction or wait until the old ideology regains strength and gives birth to a new mass movement. It is more than a sign of general human weakness or specifically German opportunism that the Allies searched in vain for a single convinced Nazi in the population after the defeat of Nazi Germany, and this says nothing against the fact that probably 80% of the German people had been convinced supporters or sympathizers of the Nazis at one time or another. Nazism as an ideology had been so completely realized in the organization of the movement and the Reich that nothing remained of its content as a system of certain doctrines with a spiritual existence independent of reality. The destruction of Nazi fiction in reality left literally nothing behind, not even the fanaticism of superstition. Arendt. However, the Führer had to die the sacrificial death on behalf of the Volksgemeinschaft so that unconditional surrender was possible and the residual Volksgemeinschaft immediately fell into line with the new order. However, the prerequisite for the supporters of the movement to really change sides from one day to the next was not only the consequent military deployment of the Allies and the complete, meter-by-meter occupation of the country, which left no other way open, but also the knowledge of their own industrial potential created in the Third Reich, which had not been destroyed and externally guaranteed that they would not have to break with the old regime internally. In this respect, Nazism as an ideology had indeed been so completely realized in the organization of the movement and the Reich that, as Arendt writes, nothing had to remain of its content as a system, and yet it could be affirmed all the more resolutely in retrospect. The masses returned to the world without annihilation and self-sacrifice. They became isolated individuals again, but their superfluousness had lost its desperate character. They could once again perform tasks in a changed world because these tasks existed. Continuation of the accumulation of capital after the crisis had been cleared up. Today, however, the USA, obviously surprised, is experiencing on the periphery of the European Großraum what it had expected at its center after 1945. Half a century later, what was suddenly interrupted after the unconditional surrender is being continued here. The masses do not take on new tasks in a changed world, they remain in the desperate superfluousness that the capital relationship means, and at the same time in the Islamist fiction that redeems them from it. As little as they can still develop the great cohesive form of organizing a war as a single comprehensive self-sacrifice like the Germans, all the more determined are countless individuals among them to take upon themselves the death of robots beyond any conceivable defeat and to die a martyr's death in order to found the millennial empire of Islam. The werewolf enterprise was an act of desperation, say the old Nazis. The overwhelming willingness to empathize with the desperation of today's suicide bombers, which is significant for the European and especially the German public, and, as has been shown, does not stop at the organizers of the mass murders, such as the founder of Hamas, Sheikh Ahmed Yassin, as soon as they are called to account by Israel, points to a certain concept of the political that is shared across all cultural and historical differences. It is true that Germany, like the other European states, has the political status of a people organized in territorial unity, Schmidt, and this status seems to remain stable even in times of crisis, even after the end of the economic miracle. But since the end of National Socialism and the establishment of a Western-style democracy imposed from outside, this nation has been characterized by a dichotomy that is not coincidentally expressed in Carl Schmitt's dichotomy of state and politics. The Germans can therefore leave it open as to what this state is supposed to be in essence, a machine or an organism, a person or an institution, a society or a community, a company or a beehive, or perhaps even a series of procedural principles. Schmidt 1963, 20. All these definitions and images anticipate too much in terms of interpretation, meaning, illustration and construction, and therefore cannot form a suitable starting point for the elementary awareness of being a German. Abstracting from all substantive moments of the state, however, one arrives at a simple concept of the political within. The specifically political distinction to which all political actions and motives can be traced back is the distinction between friend and foe. Viewed in this way, the political can draw its strength from the most diverse areas of human life, from religious, economic, moral, and other antagonisms. It does not designate a separate subject area, but only the degree of intensity of an association or dissociation of people, whose motives can be religious, national, in the ethnic or cultural sense, economic or other, and at different times bring about different connections and divisions. The political grouping is therefore always the grouping that is oriented towards the serious. Psychoanalytically speaking, this intensity of the political means nothing other than the uninhibited domination of pathological projections over any kind of reflection. The emergency occurs outside Germany, on the periphery of the Großraum of Europe. Inside, The emergency remains on the periphery of everyday life, a sudden attack on the S-Bahn. The emergency here is chance, which everyone knows is necessary in a nationally liberated zone. For the rest, however, this world seems depoliticized and reduced to a social conflict. In other words, democracy and prosperity mean that people are no longer or not yet prepared to sacrifice themselves. But the origin of democracy and prosperity means that people are fascinated when others do it, and hate those who are never prepared to sacrifice themselves completely. People from the affluent administration admire the methods of the poor administration. Citizens in the metropolises of the Großraum, faced with the madness on the periphery, sense what they themselves have been and could become again. They despise a state that does not recognize this sacrifice, the Israeli state. It becomes a symbol of the order imposed on them after 1945. It is the same longing that drove Carl Schmitt to reinterpret The Partisan. But therein lies the attempt to turn fear into a positive feeling, the fear that is based on the certainty that the individual is completely superfluous in modern society, in the metropolis as well as on the periphery, that this superfluousness constitutes his status, which is executed differently at different times. Against this fear, the subject would like to be able to opt for the state of exception in order to eliminate the non-identity of commodity and commodity owner, which torments him because it is the source of that fear. But as massively as this longing for the political arises, the subject remains isolated with it. There are no mass organizations and no political leaders who could continuously convey and permanently assert such sovereignty. So everyone in front of the screen and reading the newspaper feels like a small lone fighter in a state of emergency, a representative of a sovereignty in an emergency that no longer seems to exist, mumbling to himself about the dangerous things that fall out of the legal sphere of the state. In hostility alone does the affluent partisan and television sleeper know the meaning of the matter and the meaning of law, since he has noticed after all that the shell of protection and obedience he has inhabited up to now can break or tear apart the fabric of norms of legality from which he could expect law and legal protection up to now. Then the conventional game stops, he threatens the politicians. In his sovereignty, which has shrunk to a tiny size, he feels that he is the only one who will continue to uphold the decision for the sake of the decision against the law for the sake of the law. The political, in the sense of Carl Schmitt, seems to be nothing more than inwardness in Germany, an inwardness cushioned by prosperity and protected by power. But it is characterized by a deep contradiction. Just as Carl Schmitt's reservations about the partisan remain clearly perceptible, so in Germany the fascination with the willingness of political Islamists to make sacrifices and the willingness of organized Kosovo Albanians to fight is accompanied by a mistrust that they could just be ordinary partisans, bandits, in other words. People who are actually just forming criminal gangs in order to plunder the Germans as organized crime, seduce young people with drugs and endanger order. The pathic projections constantly oscillate between anti-Semitic identification and racist demarcation. The subject looks with fascination at the successful deeds of the national liberation gangs and the spectacular extermination actions of the suicide rackets, and at the same time advocates the most regressive possible treatment of asylum seekers and efficient sealing of the borders. It is genuinely pleased when the Al-Qaeda sleepers are caught, but immediately sympathizes with them as soon as the scene changes, and it is against the Jews and Americans. Thus, as long as the normative structure of legality, law, and legal protection are upheld on the outside and a certain participation in prosperity is possible for all, only one incarnate caricature of the suicide bomber emerges from German inwardness, the German neo-Nazi. Like the Islamist, he hates the Jews as the grabbing capital, and at the same time he despises the Arabs as an inferior race like any ordinary inhabitant of a metropolis, but with greater intensity. He desecrates Jewish cemeteries and would like to gas all Jews, just as he would like to destroy all mosques, and sometimes goes so far as to beat to death those who appear to him to be of Arab or African or Indian or Asian origin. He cannot always distinguish, as the Nazi state and its teacher of constitutional law demanded, between the other and the foreigner, between Jews and foreigners. Instead of recognizing in the headscarf of the foreign women an ideal of femininity that he himself, as a family member, basically has in mind, he takes it as a racial characteristic that threatens him as a citizen because it makes him aware of his own powerlessness. He swings back and forth between the projections like a drunk. He is often really drunk. He carries the beer cans with him like the suicide bomber carries the explosives. That is the nature of his self-sacrifice. What he has in common with the martyr of Islam is not only the organization in gangs, but also the support of his relatives. But if the latter only returns to the family as a videotape, the German neo-Nazi is alive to spend the rest of his life as a well-mannered citizen and Jew-hater in front of the television. Only when the opportunity arises does he spur on the local youth in a pogrom against foreigners as an active spectator or take genuine pleasure in a desecrated Jewish cemetery. But the caricature corresponds exactly to the constitution of the new Großraum. the irregular violence of Arab rascals does not replace the need for a strong center in Europe, as Carl Schmitt always demanded. The differentiation between European peace diplomacy and Arab suicide bombings is merely a new form of the old ethnic hierarchy that is asserting itself. As much as the assassinations may electrify German thinking, the reservation that Schmitt already formulated in the face of certain tendencies towards the disintegration of the Third Reich remains in place, lamenting his concept of the state. A minimum of internal, predictable organization and internal discipline is to be demanded, because this organizational minimum forms the actual basis of everything that can be regarded as the concrete order community under international law. The minimum degree of internal consistency and certain predictability includes high spiritual and moral qualities, and by no means every people as such is already by nature equal to this minimum degree of organization and discipline. A people incapable of being a state even in this merely organizational sense cannot be a subject of international law. Not all peoples are capable of passing the performance test that lies in the creation of a good modern state apparatus. Schmitt 1994, 349 ff. That is why Germany is needed. Germany cannot be everywhere, but it is the center that radiates everywhere. It is the place of spectators, but the laughing, uninvolved third party is in fact seriously involved everywhere, even if only as a sponsor where destruction is at stake. The spooky spectacle offered by the diplomacy of reunified Germany began just after the end of the Cold War, in the conflict over Yugoslavia. At this geopolitical interface between Christianity and Islam, the division of labor between regular politics and irregular violence was realized for the first time. On the one hand, Islamist rioters in Bosnia and Kosovo waged their small-scale war against the central power in Belgrade, supported not least by Saudi Arabia and Iran. On the other hand, the diplomacy of the nascent European Union, especially Germany and Austria, pushed for the secession of the 5 Yugoslav republics with all means at its disposal. It was the German Foreign Minister Fischer of the Green Party who, in Rambouillet, provided the KLA, the most violent and ruthless Kosovar group, with all diplomatic consecration. Basically, the same policy was already being practiced here as in the Middle East. However, Fischer should never fail to appear as a respected friend of Israel, while at the same time German foreign policy tolerates Hamas or, if it no longer seems opportune, at least the social organizations associated with it, and openly takes sides with Arafat. The fierce outrage at the successful assassination attempt by the Israeli army on Sheikh Ahmed Yassin, the founder of Hamas, then blatantly shows the unity of this policy and its interconnection with jihadists all over the world. Matthias Kunzel has referred to the cornerstones of a German Middle East policy, which were drawn up jointly by the Middle East experts of the CDU, SPD, and the Greens in August 2001. Supporting the establishment of a Palestinian state is a priority. The financial aid that the Palestinian community receives directly or indirectly from Germany exceeds that of any other state. This support is a conscious and correct decision of German policy, and Germany should not shirk its role as midwife and godfather of the future Palestinian state. Fas. 21. 8. 2001. What exactly is meant by this support becomes clear in the constant consideration of German foreign policy for PLO leader Arafat and the suicide rackets. Signals to the Arab Islamic world. One wants to cooperate with Islamists instead of isolating them. This is tantamount to encouraging jihad against Israel. The signals also have an economic dimension. Islamist-ruled Saudi Arabia, for example, is the largest financier of Hamas and at the same time Germany's largest trading partner in the region. Islamist-ruled Iran is not only the founder and financier of Hezbollah and Islamic Jihad, but also the El Dorado of the German export economy. Growth rates were 25% in 2002 and 23% in 2003. Exports of German machinery to the Near and Middle East showed a record increase of 24.2% between 2001 and 2002. It would not be Germany if it were merely a matter of waging a capitalist competition. Every advance in the economic penetration of the old new Grossraum signals that destruction pays off, but only if it happens at any price. Always the same, but always reinvented. The Jews, their state, and its protective power as the little and the great Satan. Set against this is the ever-same freedom of the victim. But now in a spontaneous division of labor, in Germany and Europe, diplomacy and mass rallies in the service of peace, glorification of the perpetrators of despair as resistance fighters and regular sovereignty stabilized post-fascistically, in the Near and Middle East, suicide assassination, martyr cult, and deregulated violence. Here, the being toward death for the voyeurs of suicide bombing, postmodern thinking that has been systematically stripped of any concept of the political in order to intuitively link a new European to the old German ideology. They're the being toward death for the impoverished masses. Islamism as attunement and preparation for practical sacrifice for a political unity that is asserting itself ever more openly as the mediatorless tyranny of the rackets. Should it really be a coincidence that one of the central works of Sayyid Qutb, the theorist of radical Islam, bears the same title as Heidegger's collection of essays Wegmarken, first published in 1976? Even if the assumption that Heidegger copied Qutb's 1962 essay sounds rather absurd, it cannot be denied that the concept of the path is characteristic of both thinkers. Especially when one considers that Qutb's writing could also be translated more literally as signs on the path or, as in the English edition, as milestones, and that a German translation was probably not even available at the time of Heidegger. In the psychoanalytical sense, delusion here refers to a psychosis, which Freud defines to the effect that in psychosis, the ego withdraws from a piece of reality in the service of the id. In response to the separation between the Nazi Heidegger from being and time and the philosopher Heidegger after the care, which is often made in connection with post-structuralism, the co-editor of the Heidegger yearbook Holger Zaborowski apologetically but quite aptly states in his new book, this sharp contrast between Heidegger I and Heidegger II also has many disadvantages from an interpretative point of view. For one thing, this juxtaposition does not adequately address the continuity of Heidegger's paths of thought. Heidegger was not concerned with a radical break with the thinking developed in being and time, but with a deepening and expansion. There is, however, a second problem with the juxtaposition of a Heidegger I on the one hand and a Heidegger II on the other. This very abbreviated presentation fails to recognize that Heidegger's early and late works are not monolithic blocks that could be presented as a cohesive unit without further problems. Heidegger's wish to place the complete edition under the motto Ways, not works also deserves consideration here. Heidegger has, as many of his book titles, from Holzweg to Wegmarken to Unterwegs zur Sprache, show, taken paths of thought. Zaborowski 2010, 192. If one realizes that Zaborowski cites the path character of Heidegger's thinking in order to defend him from the accusation of Nazism, then it becomes clear how postmodern the reception of Heidegger necessarily is. After all, in agreement with the master, truth is considered neither in the sense of positivism as a verifiable statement nor in the sense of critical theory as a reconciled social state, but rather as an approach to fate, which in the final instance always remains incomprehensible. For Heidegger, the traditional concept of truth was always presumptuous, cf. Heidegger 2001, 154, and for his students it was fundamentally totalitarian, if only because it located truth primarily in the subject rather than in being. As much as Adorno was critical of positivism because he insisted on the supremacy of social objectivity over individuals, his conception of truth differs from Heidegger's because he also shared with positivism the realization that objectivity is subjectively mediated. That there could be a being that is reasonable precisely because it is based on the agreement and consciousness of individuals rather than on an ontological fate was, in contrast, a highly primordial idea for Heidegger. Instead, Heidegger took paths in order to participate in the clearing of being. According to Heidegger, man cannot simply bring about this clearing, understood as a process of the revelation of truth. For being always precedes man, who can only feel his way towards its essence. Man is the shepherd of being. He thereby gains the essential poverty of the shepherd, whose dignity lies in being called by being itself into the truth of its truth. This call comes as the throw from which the thrownness of existence originates. Quote, end. Heidegger attached great importance to the tautology that although man can only receive the rays of being if he exists, man himself is not the meaning of being. Consequently, Heidegger interpreted the sentence only as long as Dasein is, there is being from being and time in the letter on humanism as follows. This means, only as long as the clearing of being occurs does being transfer itself to man. The sentence does not say that being is a product of man. End of quote. All attempts to read Heidegger as a social critic, as not only the post-structuralists pretended to do, are therefore doomed to failure from the outset, for Heidegger was explicitly not concerned with analyzing and criticizing a socially produced condition, but with acknowledging this condition as fate and submitting to it. Nowhere is this clearer than in the essay on humanism, which marked the beginning of the great French reading of Heidegger after 1945. Heidegger stated here almost more clearly than in his main work that being is a destiny for man. The throwing thing in the project is not man, but being itself, which sends man into the existence of existence as his being. End of quote. It is only through this ontological positing that the whole cynicism of the notorious being toward death can be understood. In this theorem, Heidegger was not concerned, as his apologists claim, with coming to terms with the horror of the uncertainty of human life, above all in the material battles and trenches of the First World War, but, on the contrary, with setting up the whole of life as a run-up to death. The run-up to becoming free for one's own death liberates one from being lost in the possibilities that happen to crowd in. in such a way that it allows the factual possibilities that are upstream of the unsurpassable to be understood in the first place. Running ahead opens up self-abandonment as the ultimate possibility of existence and thus breaks down every stiffening of the existence ever achieved. Quote, end. Truth is thus a way of giving oneself up and thereby achieving actual wholeness. Ibid, section 46-48, a wholeness that can be psychoanalytically deciphered as the fulfillment of the regressive longing of the infantile character, which strives to be one with nature again. Sigmund Freud introduced the term death drive for this longing just 7 years before the publication of Being and Time. What Heidegger called stiffening to the existence ever achieved, Freud called the reality principle. According to this principle, the individual is part of a world that demands certain behavior from him and imposes prohibitions, but at the same time provides socially sanctioned possibilities for satisfying his drives. However, they are denied complete satisfaction of all their needs. This not only results in numerous psychological mechanisms aimed at sublimating impulses, but is also the basis for social coexistence, because the ID is fundamentally asocial. Freud therefore presents civilization as a dialectical process between the ID and superego, mediated by the ego, which can only develop from the relationship between the ID and superego. The reality principle and instinctual impulses are in a constant state of tension, which the individual can only withstand if he has developed a strong ego, to which the psychoanalyst would like to contribute. Heidegger's program of an actual wholeness is directed against the goal of psychoanalysis to make the individual socially competent and rational. His contempt for the man does not express a criticism of the formless masses, which Freud had done in his work Mass Psychology and Ego Analysis and in which he anticipated important insights into the nature of the Volksgemeinschaft, but rather the desire for a new man whose individuals consciously choose an actual existence. In contrast to other fascist theorists who wanted to agitate the masses, Heidegger's existential analysis is aimed at the individual, who should no longer be an individual. He speaks not only to the politically organized Volksgenossen, but to every individual who struggles with himself and his contradictory existence. This is precisely what makes his thinking so dangerous, that it calls up the more or less conscious or repressed longings of everyone and appeals to the unconscious. All this happens beyond politics, which he was then able to condemn with some consistency after 1945 as inauthentic and technicist. Hence the astonishment that Heidegger suddenly began to make political speeches in 1933, even though he had previously presented himself as an explicitly apolitical thinker. For him, politics was in fact only a temporary elixir to counter the oblivion of being. His call for an actuality to be established went much deeper than mere propaganda could have done. The essence of his philosophy is to unleash the death instinct. To achieve this, all social barriers must fall and the individual must only obey fear. What is denounced in critical theory, Heidegger wants to ennoble as a principle: the existential fear that is omnipresent in late capitalism. Heidegger's program is an expression of his personal, yet generalizable madness. The weakness of the ego that characterizes post-bourgeois society allows the primary impulses to come to the surface in a completely uncontrolled and unrefined manner. Their productive potency is transformed into an exclusively destructive force. Insofar as an instinct is an urge inherent in the animate organic to restore a previous state, Freud can conclude, the goal of all life is death. He continues, at some time in inanimate matter, the properties of the living were awakened by a still quite unimaginable force. The tension that arose at that time in the previously inanimate matter sought to equalize itself. The first impulse was given, that of returning to the inanimate. End of quote. In the course of the socialization of the individual, however, counterforces emerge, the ego drives, which are geared towards ensuring survival. By denouncing precisely these counterforces, Heidegger works towards the death drive. Insofar as Heidegger's critique of the oblivion of being is directed against the man, i.e. the public, it presents itself as nonconformist. It is apparently a particularly fundamental form of critique of domination, whereby domination is completely equated with artificiality, technology, and alienation. The man-made is the root of all evil and radical ways must be found to replace the human with being itself. If one considers the high level of abstraction of the concept of being in Heidegger and at the same time remembers that Heidegger projected a kind of counter-theology with his ontology, this counter-theology can be compared with the program of another fundamental critic, Syed Qutb. Qutb, who began a research stay in the USA in 1948 on a scholarship from the Egyptian Ministry of Culture as a literary critic who sympathized with Western ideas, did not need 2 years to turn radically against his former views. It was in liberal America, of all places, that Qutb became the Islamic ideologue that he is still held in high esteem throughout the Muslim world today. When Qutb was imprisoned for 10 years in 1954 for his membership of the Muslim Brotherhood, he used the time to write radical writings such as Ma'alim fi Tariq. This Mao Bible of the Islamic religion contains the principles of a postmodern radical Islamic ideology. The term postmodern is without question in need of explanation at this point, as Qutb does not explicitly refer to postmodern theorists for obvious reasons. Nevertheless, his program belongs to the formative phase of postmodernism. Although seemingly operating in a completely different social and cultural space, Qutb's ideas were magically sprinkled among the ideologues in the West. The view expressed by the former Nixon advisor and evangelical Christian Charles Colson that Qutb was a diligent recipient of Heidegger and even Derrida is not even decisive, whether it is true or belongs in the realm of legend. This reception, should it have existed, is not the reason why Qutb's counter-enlightenment sounds so much like the European one. For the absolute separation between Orient and Occident proves to be ideological, especially with regard to the intellectuals who, like Qutb, often came from the enlightened, Europeanized bourgeoisie. Thus, all those experts who attribute current anti-Semitism in the Islamic world purely to an export overlook the long Islamic tradition of hostility towards Jews, which is primarily responsible for the fact that, even on the Arabian Peninsula, the massive value as a social mediator is easily associated with the figure of the deceitful Jew who sabotages all traditional social ties. Nazi propaganda, such as that broadcast on the Zissen radio station, thus already fell on fertile ground. Qutb and Heidegger participated in the same world, both experienced the political and economic crisis not only of capital in the 1920s, but of the entire model of bourgeois society, and both decided to participate in the fight against the decadent West. However, Qutb's ideology must also be understood against the backdrop of Islamic societies rather than simply identifying it with National Socialism, which was also based on genuinely German political economic conditions. The global counter-enlightenment is to be considered from the point of view of totality, Lukács, but this totality is not a rigid unity in itself, but is only ever realized through the value-shaped mediation of heterogeneous movements. Value as a real and at the same time apparent social synthesis unites simultaneity and non-simultaneity, universality and particularity to form that fragile entity that is euphemistically called the world. Thus, on the one hand, Islam appears as a backward culture because it forcibly preserves numerous elements of pre-modernity, and on the other hand, this backwardness, which can only be defined as such from the perspective of progress, i.e. the bourgeois revolutions, suddenly becomes the most modern itself. Islam, understood as a specific configuration of capitalist socialization, is only the abstract counterpart of bourgeois society in appearance. In reality, it represents a perverted form of the bourgeois ideal of a simple and just life within the family circle, away from the all-powerful state. The classical liberal fear of the state is closer to the Islamic racket than it appears. However, while the former is based on the historically developed trust in the mediating function of the market, which is why every shattering of this trust leads directly into the arms of the state, which is supposed to restore it, the latter is the attempt, both objectively enforced and subjectively affirmed by the lack of industrial competitiveness, to banish the crisis-ridden rule of mediation by resorting to the archaic. Accordingly, however, the archaic itself is mediated by the very most modern, namely value, and thus proves to be a fiction that attempts to become authentic through ever more radical interpretations of Allah's word and can only come into its own through the destruction of its prospective enemies, the counter-principle. This process of authentication is nothing other than a modernization of Islam, which the first Islamists, namely the modern Salafists, have also self-confidently admitted. There is a negative dialectic at work here, which does not consist of barbarism invading civilization from the outside, as the xenophobic opponents of Islamization believe, but of civilization itself producing its own gravedigger, not in such a way that the West supports and trains mujahideen, because, firstly, it has long since ceased to do so and, secondly, it only did so in the 1980s because it wanted to keep the Soviet enemies of the West in check, but rather in the fact that the socially produced weary of civilization organized themselves in order to put an end to the contradictoriness necessarily inherent in the West. This is why the counter-enlightenment is not only a highly modern movement, but also a global one. Not every one of these depraved warriors has to join Islam. There are secular alternatives, neo-Nazis, Earth-first activists, anti-imperialists, but the closer you look, the more you realize how similar these competing movements are. Some examples on a personal level: the RAF lawyer Horst Mahler was a left-wing anti-imperialist before he became something like the chief ideologue of the NPD. Mahler and NPD leader Udo Voigt in turn took part in a conference of the radical Islamic Hizb ut Tahrir in 2002. Members of the left-wing anti-imperialist cells, AIZ, converted to Islam, as did the intellectual pioneer of the vegan hardliner movement, Sean Mutaki. It should be added that numerous representatives of postmodern philosophy, although they see themselves as leftists, are in favor of an alliance with radical Islam. After all, they are all to be understood as modernized and thus tend to be compatible variants of a specific tradition. To say that Qutb has nothing to do with the original idea of Islam is therefore just as wrong as the reverse statement that he represents authentic Islam. Rather, what could be characterized as the core of Islam, Quran, Sunnah/Sirah, Hadith, Sharia, is always embedded in certain political economic conditions which, especially since the establishment of the capitalist mode of production, have come into ever more blatant contradiction with the Mohammedan worldview. Capitalism prevailed in the Orient not because of, but in spite of the Sharia, which, as is well known, must be adapted in Islamic countries to the extent that it at least halfway corresponds to the legal equality necessary for the exchange of goods. It is against this background that Qutb's work must be analyzed. It is true that at no point in the manifesto-like text does he deviate from his decidedly Islamic perspective. Every statement is supported by at least one Quranic verse, and the formulas of obeisance to Allah and Muhammad permeate the entire text. And yet Qutb's ideology is postmodern in the precise sense that he propagated the program of a counter-modernity on the basis of modernity. The absolute truth, which for Qutb is reflected in the Quran as the word of God, does not contradict the proverbial postmodern arbitrariness. Rather, the invocation of Allah's will empowers every believer to arbitrarily implement the divine instructions precisely because Islam, as its name suggests, is based on submission. In Islam, unlike in Christianity, the right of the strongest is not withdrawn, but hypostatized. Allah is supposed to be the strongest, and it is up to the faithful to constantly demonstrate this. At the same time, however, this form of political subjectivity is completely geared towards submission to the fate prepared by Allah. Human domination is considered blasphemous, and this constantly leads to people suspected of grasping for domination being murdered, on the orders of Allah. The capitalist principle of competition is thus completely unleashed in that the believers mistrust each other and always sense betrayal, but at the same time this unleashing finds its expression in a political religious community, the Ummah, which ensures that no one shows weakness, and this weakness necessarily includes decadence, which has already been the downfall of many an Islamic ruler because pious people suddenly staged a coup against him as usurpers of divine power. Just as discourse is the unquestionable precondition of all existence for Foucault and being for Heidegger, so is Allah for Qutb. Now it would be wrong to simply equate being and Allah, because this would deny the difference between a decidedly apolitical philosophy and a political theology that is explicitly geared towards establishing an Islamic world state. However, it should be noted that the difference in content only affects the form to a limited extent. Of course, Qutb's political vision is much more detailed than Heidegger's, but even Qutb's orientation towards the provisions of the Quran and the Sunnah, which refer to a pre-modern society, finds its counterpart in Heidegger's fixation on pre-Socratic Greekism. Both refer to a mystical origin, to a time in which the oblivion of being, the Jahiliyyah, ignorance, had not yet prevailed. It was therefore necessary to establish the Hakimiyyat Allah, the rule of God, which Heidegger called actuality. Qutb simply called being unto death abudiyya, worship. Already at the beginning of his book, Qutb stated, "When we look at the source and foundation of the new way of life, it becomes obvious that the whole world is immersed in Jahiliyyah, and all the wonderful material comforts and all the ingenious inventions are unable to reduce this ignorance. This Jahiliyyah is based on rebellion against Allah's rule on earth. It transfers to people one of Allah's greatest attributes, namely sovereignty, and makes some people masters over others." End of quote. Qutb distinguished between two social states, that of ignorance, in which people arrogate sovereignty to themselves and focus their lives on material wealth, and that in which Allah rules. Following this distinction, he posed the question central to his work: how is it possible to begin the task of reviving Islam? And his answer was, it is necessary that there must be some pioneers who set out with determination and stay on the path and walk through the ocean of Jahiliyyah that encompasses the whole world. Quote, end. Qutb now saw it as his task to show the Islamic avant-garde this path or way. It is, as with Heidegger, a prelude to an actual existence that leads to the glorification of death. In the chapter The Way of Life of Islam, Qutb explains what he understands by an actual, i.e. Islamic existence. The distinguishing, characteristic feature of a Muslim community is, in all its affairs it is based on worship, on service to Allah alone. A person who does not believe in the unity of Allah does not serve Allah alone. End of quote. It is therefore the belief in the unity of God and the resulting submission to an abstract being that is characteristic of a truly Islamic existence. Now the concept of the unity of Allah, which must always be witnessed by every believer in the Shahada, is devoid of any idea of mediation, and God is set as a pure antecedent. Franz Rosenzweig already noted this, and so we can use this strange case of world historical plagiarism, i.e. the Quran, to show us what a revealed faith that emerged immediately from paganism, so to speak, without God's will, without the plan of his providence, i.e., in purely natural causation, would have to look like. Quote, end. This makes it possible to translate Kutb's Allah par excellence with being in the sense of Heidegger, which is confronted by beings as something skillful. We are dealing here with exactly the same ontological concept. Just as Heidegger says that being does not simply exist, but is always already antecedent to everything that exists and gives rise to it, Kutb also says that Allah is the creator of everything that exists, but at the same time is himself more and other than an inner-worldly existing being. Allah, as the creator of the world, rules over people, who have to submit to him completely and, unlike in Christianity and Judaism, are never allowed to doubt. This is evident in the Islamic version of the sacrifice of Isaac. In the Quran, Isaac is replaced by Ishmael for obvious reasons. It is not Abraham with his despair, but his son who is at the center of the story, because unlike Isaac in the Bible, Ishmael himself comments on his impending sacrifice. Do, my father, as you have been commanded, and you will find me, by the will of Allah, quite patient. Quran 37, 102, there is absolutely no boundary, no rift, no contradiction between man and God. Accordingly, the notorious Euro-Islamist Tariq Ramadan comments on this story, the test of faith is, far from tragic tension, that of patience and acceptance. End of quote. The Islamic faith not only dispenses with the recurring motif of doubt in the Bible, but even declares war on it. Doubt is not interpreted as an expression of rational judgment and deliberation, but is attributed to evil whispers from Satan. The annual stoning of Satan at the Hajj in Mecca also refers to this. By throwing stones at a puppet of Satan, the believers are reminded of Abraham, who defied the temptations of Satan and submitted to Allah when he sacrificed Ishmael. Kutb, like his successor Ramadan, sees doubt about God's existence and unity, which arises from the separation between God and man in Christianity and Judaism, as the core of Jahiliyyah. Doubt is a constant companion, which sometimes justifies caution, sometimes inaction. The modern Western world is a world without God, thus it leaves the individual the choice to find his way, often at the price of painful inner ruptures, if it does not drive him to the indifference of narrow-minded and sometimes meaningless pleasures. Quote, end. The individual can do whatever he wants, but he must not. Because God's will is always active in him, every infringement is a consciously committed blasphemous act that must be punished by the faithful. Man misses the point of his existence if he ignores what God has instructed him to do and will be punished on the day of judgment. An avant-garde is therefore needed to lead people back onto the right path away from the oblivion of being/Jahiliyyah. What does this path consist of? Kutb takes up a story from the Quran, Quran 85, 1-16, in which some people are executed because of their belief in Allah, to explain his point of view. The story, together with its introduction, description, remarks and morals, as reported in the Quran, shows some profound truths regarding the nature of the call to Allah, the response of people to this call and the consequences that are possible in the wide field of action of this call, the field whose vastness encompasses the whole world. This life and the life in the hereafter. The Quran shows the believers through this story the path that lies before them and prepares them to accept whatever may come and is unknown to them until then, with the permission of the all-wise Creator and with inner strength and bravery. End of quote. It is exemplary that the believers remain steadfast despite torture and murder. Unlike in Judaism, where Kiddush Hashem, sanctification of the name equals martyrdom, means resisting the sin of denying God, and which has always been controversial because the prohibition of suicide is on a par with that of apostasy, for Kutb the focus is on death itself. Quote, faith triumphed over life. The threat of torture did not shake them, they never recanted their conviction and therefore they burned in the fire until death. In truth, their hearts were liberated from this worship of life. Neither the love of life, nor the fear of an agonizing death could make them docile to accept shame. They freed themselves from this earth and all its temptations by a sublime faith triumphant over life. Quote, end. At this point it becomes clear how the Jewish, still quite instrumental relationship to martyrdom, dying rather than renouncing, is transformed into dying for its own sake, dying in order to no longer live. The here and now is invented as an actual torment, death, on the other hand, as redemption or, to use Heidegger's words, as becoming whole, insofar as the martyr returns to God. The glorification of death becomes even clearer in Kutb's propagation of Jihad. Jihad is the activist form of martyrdom and in this respect even more honorable than the stoic suffering of torture. No longer is steadfastness itself honored, which is fundamental to every monotheistic religion and linked to its claim to truth, but the voluntary run to death is immediately one with the sincerity of the believer. Quote, a Muslim fights with his wealth and his own person in the way of Allah, for the sake of these values, in which neither personal gain nor greed is a motive for him. End quote. Hassan al-Banna, in many respects Cup's teacher, systematically elaborated on this in 1938 in the book Death Industry and declared it to be the basis of the Muslim Brotherhood's policy. Therefore, the renunciation of all life and the fight against instinctual life, and nafs, are the basic prerequisites for becoming a jihadist. Quote, before a Muslim enters the battlefield, he has already waged a great battle within himself against Satan, against his own desires and ambitions, personal interests and inclinations, against the interests of his family and his nation, against all values that are outside the values that Islam brings, against every obstacle that stands in the way of the worship of Allah and the execution of divine authority on earth, and for the withdrawal of this authority from the hands of the usurpers, and for the return of the same to Allah. End of quote. It is no coincidence that when it comes to jihad in Cup's work, we once again come across the death instinct that was already evident in Heidegger's existential concept of being. Both share the rejection of everything that gives pleasure, of all enjoyment. Instead, they demand the hardness of the believer who completely submits to being Allah. Freud has amply demonstrated that this unrestrained inward aggression, which Cup describes in detail and which Heidegger calls self-abandonment, must subsequently turn violently outwards. For the absolute mastery of Eros, which both strive for and with which they simultaneously unleash the dynamics of the death instinct to the full, can never succeed completely. The constant failure of the self-imposed task of eliminating one's own lust not only leads to an ever more unrestrained self-direction, which must end in suicide at some point, but also to blaming external powers for this failure. In other words, the unleashing of the death instinct does not work without anti-Semitism. Hatred of the Jews is necessarily inscribed in the telos of return that both Heidegger and Cup preach. Heidegger's anti-Semitism has now been extensively studied, and Emmanuel Fay in particular has shown that Heidegger's structural anti-Semitism proved to be extremely manifest during his time as rector. The same applies to Cup. However, his anti-Semitism is almost always related to his diatribe Unser Kampf mit den Juden, 1950, but not to his main work Wegmarken. And indeed, Cup appears to be more moderate in Wegmarken. He rarely uses the Arabic word Jahud for Jew, but instead speaks tongue-in-cheek of the Banu Qurayza. This was one of the Jewish tribes from Medina that Muhammad had slaughtered or enslaved because they refused to be converted to Islam. But what is much more decisive is that Cup did not have to make it explicit who he had in mind as the enemy of the Muslims. The implication, also known from Heidegger, is a much more effective means. The conspiracy theory, which is anti-Jewish per se because the Jews are identified in the Quran as a conspiratorial group, is a necessary component of Cup's theory. For the liberation to which he devotes himself, and which in his view characterizes the essence of Islam, is directed against a devious group of usurpers who are in league with Satan. Cup is firmly convinced that in life in this world, one group of people is controlled by another so that the earth can be cleansed of corruption. End quote. Accordingly, those powers had to be destroyed. The liberation that both Heidegger and Cup call for is a universal liberation from everything that reminds us of lust and happiness. Inwardly, the spiritual military conditioning of the individual is propagated. Outwardly, the war against the prospective profiteers of the oblivion of being, the Jews. Whether consciously or not, the coincidence of the two mindsets is certainly not a coincidence. What blindly brought them together was the affirmation of the collapse of Western civilization, which found its most radical expression in Auschwitz. Like Heidegger, Cup did not refer directly to the extermination of the European Jews just a few years after the end of the Second World War. But the vehemence with which he attacked the very powers that had liberated the world from the Nazi horror indicates that the defeat of the Nazis only spurred him on to work all the harder for the downfall of the West, and of the Jews in particular. In the vernacular, Nietzsche's peasant saying what falls, one should push expresses exactly the impetus of postmodern thinking, namely the voluntary affirmation of the barbaric tendency of capital and its reproduction in the mind of the theorist. But this intellectual running ahead pushes towards practice. And so it is easy to explain why Heidegger took over the rectorship of Freiburg University in 1933 and Cup became an Islamist activist of the Muslim Brotherhood. Quote, 1.3 billion Muslims cannot be defeated by a few million Jews. 1.3 billion people cannot simply be wiped out. The Europeans killed 6 million Jews out of 12 million. But today the Jews rule this world by proxy. They let others fight and die for them. Quote, end. Mahathir bin Mohamad, Prime Minister of Malaysia, at the opening of the 10th session of the Top Islamic Conference on October 16, 2003. Against the universal world power and its claim to world order, against the universalism of Anglo-American world domination, there is once again mobilization from a Grossraum. But since the constellation is different from before and during the Second World War, the universal world power now appears to the Germans as a particular state that is on the evil special path that they themselves have fortunately abandoned, the most powerful rogue state. The anti-American thinkers of the greater world are now arguing universalistically, to the same extent that Germany is gaining influence in the UN. Solidarity with the murderers of Jews is expressed, for example, in the fact that the targeted killing of Hamas leaders by the Israeli army is perforced with reference to international law, if it cannot be prevented. Habermas and Derrida jointly invoke a cosmopolitan order on the basis of international law, the domestication of the exercise of state power on a global level. The two leading intellectuals only ever say what almost everyone in core Europe agrees on anyway. In the meantime, Antonio Negri also recognizes what he once so boldly called the multitude in normal European politics, which advocates a democratic world order against the neoliberal coup d'état of the USA, and Negri at least hints that Islamism could also be understood as a multitude. Quote, "The European Union's foreign policy will have to open up to encounters between multitudes on a global level. Foreign policy would therefore have to be guided by the overlapping lines of communication and cooperation between multitudes in order to become truly cosmopolitan." The, albeit completely unexpected, attitude of central forces in the EU during the Iraq crisis was exemplary in this respect. Negri 2004. With their tasteless neologisms, the more recent theories of the left repeatedly bring directly into play what Habermas and Derrida prefer to remain silent about: irregular violence, the humanized state. When Giorgio Agamben, for example, further intensifies his criticism of the United States and considers the treatment of the lawless fighters in Guantanamo to be at best comparable to the legal status of the Jews in the Nazi camps, who lost all legal identity with their citizenship, but at least retained their Jewish identity, it becomes all the clearer what lurks behind this juridification of the anti-American projection, that it could not be a matter of relegating the state of exception to its temporally and spatially determined boundaries in order to see once again the primacy of a norm of rights confirmed, which ultimately have their actual foundation in it. It is a perfidious argument in every respect, but one that is significant for Agamben. He ignores what is new about the lawless fighters and thus also the new difficulties of the Western sovereign in defending itself against them, in order to see in its improvised, temporary legal measures the extermination policy of the Nazi state towards the Jews. Were they also lawless fighters? Even surpassed, which after all had left the Jews their identity? Which identity that was as well known? It is not possible to return from the actual state of emergency in which we live to the state of law. On the contrary, it is important to finally demonstrate within the state that there is no substantial connection whatsoever between violence and law, between life and norm. The state of nature that prevails between states is invoked. It should in future prevail in every single state, a state of violence that can also no longer be considered a state of exception, because in it any connection to a law that still has its own nature and power of resistance would be severed. But this is the self-image of the millennial empire, and it recurs in the consciousness of every single new suicide bomber. How the two go together: Kelsen and Schmidt, Habermas and Agamben, cosmopolitan order on the basis of international law and the breaking of international law on the basis of violence, had already been demonstrated by Germany in the Yugoslavian War of 1999 and by Habermas himself in his commentary on it. Together with Derrida, he now writes, "The avant-garde core Europe must not solidify into a small Europe, it must, as so often, be the locomotive." End of quote. To fall back on Marx's old revolutionary metaphor after Auschwitz, revolutions are the locomotives of history, MEW 785, and to apply it to core Europe is only possible for those who, starting from Heidegger, undertake to think progress, for those who want to finally erase Benjamin's critique of the concept of progress. But if this Europe is to be the locomotive, then the revolution is, in Benjamin's words, reaching for the emergency brake. Such abysmal thinking about progress is rationalized to the extent that Germany's rise appears to be nothing more than an intra-imperialist competition, an attempt to catch up with and outstrip the American hegemon in the multipolar competitive capitalism, Michael Heinrich, of the re-emerging European powers. The monstrosity of Habermas and Derrida's metaphor is not to be understood. Affirmation of what the National Socialist War of Extermination was and what conditions it created. On the other hand, when Gunter Maschke speaks quite openly of a large-scale order under international law with a ban on intervention by foreign powers in the case of the Middle East, the full potential of this past is present. As early as the beginning of the 1990s, Maschke used Carl Schmitt's terms to point the way for a core Europe that would not remain a small Europe but would advance towards a Großraum. Although this was delayed once again in 1991 by the Anglo-American military strike against Iraq, it was only because German politicians knew too little about their mission, which Maschke explained to them with Schmitt. Schroeder and Fischer understood it better by the time of the next Anglo-American military strike. Arabia was and is as Versailles damaged as Germany, and that alone should have given our politicians food for thought. End of quote. Wherever they look, America's enemies are discovering a new Versailles. A recent French bestseller, Emanuel Todd's obituary of the USA as a world power repeats the entire arsenal of anti-American ideas. The proximity to the political theology of the Germans is all the more spooky because the author from France, in all his obtuseness, is unaware of it, asterisk with the Teutons. Did Carl Schmitt write during the Second World War of an omnipresent, ubiquitous, policy of interference and non-recognition, which presumes to give or refuse the place-it from Washington to every change in the situation occurring at any point on Earth, so that the USA, challenged by Germany, the whole world with a system of air bases and air ferries, says Emanuel Todd, the war on terror allows the USA to intervene anywhere at will, selectively and superficially, as happened in the Philippines and Yemen, or to set up bases in Uzbekistan and Afghanistan and to make forays into Georgia and on the border of Chechnya. Like Schmitt, Todd always identifies U.S. warfare with terror from the air and claims the inability of the American armed forces to wage war on land. It is the characteristic warfare of a universal and groundless power. If Schmitt saw the claims of planetary world control and world domination made by the USA as failing because the government in Washington could not act as the sovereign of the world, but as a body that merely reacts to violations of the law, Todd believes that the USA, which wants to assert itself as a state on the entire planet and thereby gain a worldwide monopoly on the use of force, is going to pieces because it is only practicing laissez-faire when other actions would be necessary. They lacked willpower and willingness to plan. These are precisely the self-contradictions in which Schmitt already saw the USA embroiled, from which the Western Hemisphere has long been suffering and which have grown so astonishingly since the beginning of the imperialist era that the idea of a new world order coming from there seems grotesque. Whereas Schmitt said, there can be no controlled world economy, Todd now sees America as the Keynesian regulator of the world economy perishing. The United States is not suitable as a sovereign in the crisis. It only functions as a Keynesian regulator to the extent that here, in a society without a real sovereign, society alone, the mass of American consumers, can drive the global economy. Society's rejection of the state has led to society slipping into the role of the state. 98. As a result, American society itself has become as unproductive as the state would be in relation to society if things were right. U.S. citizens are thus declared to be the parasites of the world, globalized parasites, a plebs in the sense that they existed in the Roman Empire. The dollar is so magical that some economists have already concluded that the role of the United States in the world economy is no longer how other countries produce goods, but dollars. Through this economistic twist, the anti-Semitic projection can now be applied directly to U.S. citizens. They produce nothing and only consume. The massive expansion of individual responsibility has led to collective irresponsibility. Whereas the U.S. state used to appear to anti-American Europeans as a violent businessman and nothing more, Todd now sees it embodied in each and every one of its citizens. The projections merge. The U.S. citizen is unproductive, but extremely mobile, restless and without a home. He wanders around like the cursed eternal Jew in anti-Semitic fantasies. Like the Jews in these fantasies, American society in toto awakens that great fear in white men which, according to Freud's insight, underlies anti-Semitism as such. Among the countless areas in which cultural differences between Americans and Europeans come to light is the position of the American woman, which arouses fears of castration and intimidates European men just as much as the overpowering Arab man intimidates European women. 220. But for European men, an end to the threat of castration is in sight. While Schmitt wrote that the Earth will always remain larger than the United States of America and that it is still large enough for several Großraum in which freedom-loving people know how to preserve and defend their historical, economic, and spiritual substance and character, Todd now says, but the world today is too large, too populated and too diverse. It is moved by too many uncontrollable forces for the USA to really be able to dominate it. 239. Instead of Großraum, the German translation of the bestseller refers to Großregionen. According to Todd, they are precisely the space in which the European elites have to defend the independence of their peoples. 216. Which nation will take the lead in this is clear from the fact that only the American and German views represent an absolute contradiction. Todd leaves no doubt as to the essence of this opposition. Europe's citizens have always maintained a relationship of unspoken trust with their state. The various institutions have never been considered enemies, in contrast to the USA, where liberal ideology is only the visible and presentable part of an attitude towards the state that can take on almost paranoid traits in people's minds. In contrast, Todd appreciates Europe's collective thinking, ecological awareness, and focus on productive capital and a positive balance of trade, the result of a long history of peasant economics. What constitutes the true attachment to the soil, however, is most clearly shown in the disrespectful remarks on the moderate achievements of the U.S. Army. Wherever possible, the U.S. troops in the Second World War transferred operations that required a certain willingness to make sacrifices to the other Allied contingents. The difference to Carl Schmitt now lies in the fact that the ban on U.S. intervention in the greater Franco-German region, the punishment they would face is clear from the fact that Todd relies on Russia's nuclear arsenal, is intended to make the existence of Israel impossible, for this country is now placed in the firing line as an intervention that has become a state, as a firmly anchored aircraft carrier of the USA. Europe cannot accept the unrest that the United States and Israel are causing in the Arab world in the long term. The economic reality suggests that the Arab world must enter a sphere of cooperation centered around Europe and largely excluding the United States. The fact that the Jewish state must also disappear is obviously so self-evident that Todd does not even mention Israel here. Elsewhere, however, it is stated that the two pillars of the American strategic system, Japan and Israel, bear the stigma of foreign cultures and should therefore, after the destruction of that system, be left to their fate. Unlike Japan, however, Israel is given fundamental significance in the negative, a condition for condemning the USA according to the standards of universalism. Israel is taken as proof that the United States has broken with universalism. Taking sides with Israel is the most visible manifestation of America's renunciation of universalism. And so the circle closes once again. Every single U.S. citizen participates in the exploitation of the whole world, and this is unmistakably demonstrated by the USA's commitment to Israel. The two feral solitary animals of world politics, Sloterdijk, belong together, and one exposes the other. Challenged by the real existence of a Jewish state, the anti-American projection takes on a new sharpness. While the Jews embody abstract wealth, inhuman money, and the USA the bottomless law, the anti-state society, both projections are now immediately related to each other through the reference to the State of Israel. On the one hand, the USA, as its protecting power, is identified more clearly than before as the land of the Jews and is distinguished from Europe precisely in this respect. References to the Jewish advisors in the U.S. president's circle have become as obligatory as they are superfluous. The Pearls and Wolfowitzes of this country and Ani Fleischer, who I believe is also an Israeli citizen, Edward said 2003, in principle, it is sufficient to emphasize support for Israel. On the other hand, Israel is unmasked precisely by the fact that it must be supported by the USA, that this is the only way it can exist at all. The image of the USA as an enemy that has been formed since the 19th century is finally believed to have been proven true in the form of Israel. It is not a real state, it is not viable in the long term, it is an inauthentic state. Of course, this does not mean that the anti-Zionist ideology would collapse if Israel had to assert itself again without the support of the USA, as this ideology is based on a delusion that only allows political circumstances to provide it with the cues to continue its monologuing. The anti-American enemy image, on the other hand, would presumably lose some of its all-encompassing significance as soon as the USA abandoned Israel. The persecution of the Jews is always primary, and all other pathological projections are dependent on it. As long as Israel exists, with or without U.S. support, it will not be seen as an actual nation, a real state, but as the dark machinations of the Jews living wherever they may be, just as Hitler had already stated in 1920. The whole Zionist state is to become nothing but the last completed college of their international lumpanies, and from there everything is to be directed and every Jew is to be given immunity, so to speak, as a citizen of the Palestinian state. End quote. Rosenberg is very similar. This Zionism pretends to want to found a Jewish state. An attempt to really form an organic community of Jewish farmers, workers, craftsmen, technicians, philosophers, and statesmen contradicts all instincts of the opposite race and is doomed to collapse from the outset if the Jews were really left among themselves. The Orthodox therefore represent the real Jewish essence when they sharply reject this side of Zionism as an imitation of the views of life of the West and claim a world mission, consciously fighting the attempt to turn Israel into a nation like any other as a decline. Quote, end. Israel is the little world policeman and the little feral loner, bridgehead, mutt, aircraft carrier of American imperialism, say the anti-imperialists of all countries. The bridgehead can be destroyed, the mutt poisoned, the aircraft carrier sunk, even if imperialism, the American monster, remains overpowering. The little world policeman can be destroyed, the big one is, still, elusive. A world war can be waged against Israel in the Middle East, a world war carried by rackets and suicide bombers. In the 32nd article of Hamas Charter, it is clear that Israel is viewed in the same way that Carl Schmitt condemns the USA as a universal power. Quote, World Zionism and the imperialist forces have tried with clever moves and deliberate planning to push the Arab countries away from the arena of struggle against Zionism in order to ultimately isolate the Palestinian people. Today it is Palestine and tomorrow it could be other countries. Zionist machinations continue endlessly and will greedily expand into Palestine from the Nile to the Euphrates. Only then, when they have completely digested the area on which they have laid their fingers, will they proceed to even more expansion and so on." End quote. The pair of words created by Islamism of the Great and Little Satan corresponds exactly to this changed ideological situation. Big and little, far and near demons are mutually dependent. The imagined world policeman can fully embody globalized capital if Judaism is imagined as being behind it. Israel appears to the anti-Zionist consciousness in all its aspects as a fake state if the USA alone makes its existence possible. Even those who do not like to use the Islamist vocabulary refer to the World Trade Center as the Temple of Finance Capital or speak of the East Coast. As always with such illusions, this leaves everything completely unclear. Not only the reference to the imagined share of the Jews in these places and institutions, but also the functional mechanisms of the power thus named, unclear enough to mean capital and money in its fatal effects, to split off the bad sides of commodity production from the good, in which one would like to continue to participate. So the big devil is needed not least because the little one is all too close and concrete for such uncanny global connections. The world policeman, with his temples of finance capital, is needed because the concrete enemy image of the respective Israeli prime minister or the functionary of the local Jewish community as a projection surface of a state-loyal anti-capitalism has too little range to cover the entire scope of the abstract uncanny that is encountered everywhere. The Jewish state is questioned by Edward Said in that it can fall back on significant extra-state means of rule. And these extra-state means of domination are primarily at work in the USA. Hardly any details are given about them. There is talk of the benevolent activities of a political lobby. The extremely influential Jewish community in America continues to impose money and a reduced perspective on the Israeli will. Israel now appears as an instrument of this Jewish community burrowing in the USA, which, however, ultimately encompasses all Jews. During the last 100 years, no Jew has remained untouched by Zionism. In what way every Jew would have been touched by it must naturally remain in the dark. It also remains in the dark in the Hamas Charter, but the name and address of the enemy are given more precisely. In the 18th article it says, "The Zionist invasion is malicious in a devious way." It does not shy away from choosing devious ways and using all despicable and vile means to achieve its goals. To interfere and carry out espionage activities, it relies heavily on the secret organizations, such as the Freemasons, Rotary Clubs, Lions, and others. All these secret organizations, some of which also work openly, act for the interests of Zionism and, under its guidance, want to destroy societies, destroy values, eliminate responsibilities, shake virtues, and wipe out Islam. It is behind the spread of drugs and poisons of all kinds to facilitate the exercise and expansion of power. Quote, end. In its 32nd article, the Hamas Charter then draws on the classic documents of anti-Semitism for its final justification. The plot of the Zionists was laid down in the protocols of the Elders of Zion. Their current behavior is the best proof of what was said there. Quote, end. Said, like Hamas, is concerned with bringing the state of Israel back to the USA and the USA back to Judaism. The anti-American idea becomes a mediating step in the anti-Semitic circle, the counterpart to the definition of Israel in the anti-American conclusion, as presented by Emanuel Todd. The sympathies that Said, who teaches in the USA, has for Europe and Germany in particular, leave little doubt that he too is concerned with the conception of a new old Grossraum. He complains that the role of the USA is only so extraordinarily negative because Europe behaves very passively politically, and he calls on the Germans to draw the necessary connection between their history and ours, and not to deny it, and then to draw the necessary conclusion. Germany still has a responsibility that it can no longer shirk. Said 2002, 29, the inner context of the large-scale order envisaged here is reflected in a single remark with which Said himself establishes this necessary connection. He refers to the Oslo Peace Agreement as a Palestinian Versailles. An abyss opens up here. Versailles has always been the real cause in Germany. The peace treaty dictated by the victors of the First World War is placed at the center of attention in order to exonerate Germany and make National Socialism understandable. When Said now associates it with the Oslo Peace Treaty, the Christian-educated Palestinian intellectual, who knows how to distance himself from the Auschwitz lie and condemns the suicide bombings, expresses, as if in a blunder, which past crimes of the Germans he believes the Arab states and Islamist rascals will commit in the future, in order to justify them in the same breath. At the same time, it is a threat that reveals more about the nature of suicide bombings than all the Quran quotes that have ever been used to justify them. Thus, what has always united anti-Americanism and anti-Semitism, the idea of a bourgeois society without real sovereignty and the delusion of the embodiment of money, has emerged with new clarity today. That one would rather be dead than not be a slave, Karl Kraus, a willingness to make sacrifices, which one wants to oppose to both enemy images and deny to Americans and Jews alike. This is the political theology, Schmidt, that was asserted by the German side against the bottomless, imperialist universalism of the Western Hemisphere that has become omnipresent. This is the political spirituality, Foucault, that is now being mobilized by the Islamist forces against the great and small Satan. It eliminates all self-contradictions, which remain irresolvable as long as only the rationality of capital is taken into account. In this willingness to do nothing, what sounds like a gross round concept with a ban on intervention by foreign powers goes the whole hog. How can troops whose god is the dollar hold out to the last? Hitler explained to the Japanese ambassador Hiroshi Oshima in 1941. The weakness of the Jews, explains Hamas spokesman Ismail Haniyeh to the Washington Post, is that they love life more than any other people and prefer not to die. What follows from this can be grasped and yet not understood, just as the actions of the Germans can be derived from specific Christian German traditions, those of the Islamists from certain Islamic ones, but by violently asserting the unity of opposites across the gross realm, and in the crisis that means spreading destruction for its own sake, they also leave behind every tradition, and the derivation itself gropes in the dark. The concepts of sacrifice and self-sacrifice can explain the Islamist suicide bombing just as little as the National Socialist campaign of annihilation, insofar as they still refer to self-limiting actions. Their totalization in the name of Germany or Allah is the incomprehensible, which no scientific analysis can make comprehensible, which can only ever be named anew, for the freedom of the victim, which came into the world with the modern sovereign, knows no boundaries, it is based on the boundless movement of value. Arendt writes, thus we actually have nothing to fall back on in order to grasp what we are confronted with in a monstrous reality that breaks all standards. Only one thing seems to emerge here. We can at least establish that this radical evil has occurred in the context of a system in which all people are equally superfluous. Quote, end. Quote, radical politics will always work for Judaism and, what is infinitely more important, will always find Judaism effective for itself. But with such a sentence, the point is already reached where the distance from the concrete becomes shameful. Walter Benjamin to Gershom Scholem, May 29, 1926. Quote, these days are days of sadness. The extermination of the Jewish people has reached dimensions greater than any time in history. I think that the night after these events will be very long and may devour humanity. Max Horkheimer to Leo Lowenthal, November 27, 1942. All reification is forgetting. Horkheimer/Adorno, Dialectic of Enlightenment. The question of whether and how Israel should exist has become the perfect substitute for the Jewish question. The pseudo-political theory of anti-Zionism literally takes the place of pseudo-scientific racial science. It gives, as Vladimir Jankelevich had to state as early as 1971, the permission and even the right, even the duty, to be anti-Semitic in the name of democracy. Anti-Zionism is justified anti-Semitism, finally made comprehensible to everyone. End of quote. This anti-Semitism is explained politically, not biologically or religiously. Just as the talk of race was once a liberating blow for all anti-Semites who felt threatened by the fact that the Christian religion no longer distinguished them clearly enough from the Jews, that Jews and non-Jews should become citizens of the same nation, so today the name of the Jewish state has a liberating effect on all those who have never been able to forgive the Jews for Auschwitz and have nevertheless become Democrats. The biologistic concept of race, which was used to organize the extermination, is currently as discredited in democracies as the religious topos of the murder of God, which was originally attributed to the Jews, once was in the young nation-states. It is precisely in this situation that the fight against Israel allows the fight against the Jews to continue. After the Jewish religion and after the Jewish race, it is now the Jewish state that can be used to identify, investigate, and persecute those who are to be excluded from the Volksgemeinschaft. During the last 100 years no Jew has remained untouched by Zionism. It is therefore the greatest good fortune that this Zionism has managed to create a state that knows how to protect itself from such an onslaught by the Volksgemeinschaft with all the force of arms, and that it can enjoy the support of the USA in doing so. The left wants no part of this good fortune. It has ignored Jean Amory's objection that anti-Semitism is contained in anti-Zionism like the thunderstorm in the cloud. Adorno's categorical imperative is a stumbling block to it because it makes the reference to Auschwitz indispensable. As clearly as Amory saw through anti-Zionism, he usually judged the position of the USA entirely in the anti-American sense of the German left. Because he avoided Mann's critique of political economy and distrusted the critical theory of Adorno and Horkheimer for various reasons, he retained the concept of imperialism and its preferred application to U.S. policy. Quote, "The Jews manipulate capital at times, they never dominate it. They have as little to say in Wall Street today as they once had in heavy industry in Wilhelmine Germany." End of quote. But for Amory, there are others who really control capital on Wall Street, and even if they also supported Israel, they are as little to be trusted as those rulers of German heavy industry who did not yet have the Jews murdered. The realization that anyone on the stock exchange can only temporarily manipulate capital, but that capital manipulates its owners in the long term, was far from Amory's mind. His reflections on his own resentment towards Germany would only have been confirmed if he had understood that the decisive question was how the respective state reacted to the big crash on the stock exchange. Anyone who refers to this is accused of giving meaning to the senseless murder after the fact. The accusation leads itself ad absurdum in the case of immediate self-defense, which consists in the pure existence of Israel. The victim who defends himself gives meaning to what is done to him. This is the core of the insane logic with which the recognition of the singularity of Auschwitz is played off against the insight into the possibility that it will happen again. The victims have long been deprived of meaning, in that never again Auschwitz can be used at any time in the rest of the world as a justification for the state and capital, for democracy and the market economy. There is no escape from the connection between society and extermination. But by no means are they all equally caught up in it. The imagined guilt of the surviving Jewish victim and the situation of those still affected by anti-Semitism do not coincide at any point with the actual guilt of the Nazi perpetrator and the position of the secondary anti-Semite. Those who only have an inkling of it, but are careful not to become aware of it, regularly become angry when someone expresses it. Just as the post-Nazi citizen inevitably becomes rabid on the subject of Israel, since its very existence proves the connection between the extermination of the Jews and today's society. The peace movement is the mass base of this defense against guilt that can be mobilized at any time. It accuses Israel and its protecting power of being warmongering powers and follows the idolatry of self-sacrifice in its forms of expression as well as in its orientation towards the liberation struggle of the peoples. We are a community because we are all victims. According to Dan Diner, their perception belongs to the interpretative arsenal of a tradition that is decidedly militaristic, with the difference that this now appears as a reversal. Not a civility that arms itself in exceptional cases, but a deeply rooted militarism whose potential power is to be banished as if by counterphobia through constant rituals of demonstrative peacefulness. Quote, end. Talking about Auschwitz always means exposing oneself to the danger of giving meaning to what the word denotes. And a real liberation of society would only be one that also frees itself from the compulsion to give meaning to the victims, but nevertheless gains its consciousness in the memory of them, in remembering Benjamin. Today it seems more distant than ever. However, thinking that is to become aware of its preconditions would at least have to recognize this compulsion for meaning in reality itself, something that cannot simply be crossed out and hushed up, but can only be negated insofar as its necessity for the false whole becomes apparent. In the German left, however, there has hardly ever been an attempt to transform the self-hatred arising from the post-Nazi constellation, a reaction to the unmistakable feeling and guilty conscience of enjoying the fruits of annihilation as an affluent citizen, into a form that enables reflection, not to ward off feelings of guilt, but to transform them into self-distrust. As Jean Amory once demanded and remained completely alone with this demand. Instead, various forms of rationalization are developed, and hatred is acted out on those who contradict the rationalization. These were once Marxist fascism theory and labor movement class struggle morality, which have since turned into a completely contraless anti-imperialism that no longer shies away from making common cause with Nazis and Islamists. For a few, this task is also fulfilled by a concept of value that has been turned into a philosophy of history and subtracted from Marx, which can only appear radical by referring to a final crisis. Consciousness should always be given the illusion that it either stands completely outside the context it considers, so that it, a being crouching outside the world, MEW 1, 378, would also be relieved of the contradictions in it and redeemed from taking sides, or, which is the same thing, completely submerged in it. There has never been so much monotony, be it under the concept of the globalization trap, the imperialist world policeman, or the final crisis of commodity production. Kant can be read in the same way as the Nazi Party rally grounds in Nuremberg, is one of the typical statements made after September 11, 2001. Robert Kurz, who did this in the essay Tabula Res, How Far Should, Must, or May the Critique of the Enlightenment Go?, now knows no bounds in his delusion of equation. As he himself repeatedly emphasizes, everything now immediately coincides. not just right and left or progress and reaction, etc., but being and nothingness, reason, etc., in general, but being and nothingness in general, reason and irrationality, critique and affirmation. The bourgeois unity of theory and practice is the extermination camp, the atomic explosion, the area bombardment. This is the hidden common denominator of Kant, Hitler, and Habermas, of German ideology and US pragmatism, of liberal coercive freedom and totalitarian authoritarianism. End of quote. What Kurz describes as the essence of the Western democratic community of destruction is his own thinking. The metaphors are chosen accordingly. The only thing that can save us now is to burn the ships, like the Spanish conquistadors before they set out to massacre the Indians. The critique of the Enlightenment as bloody reason should, may, and must therefore hate everything, but above all Kant, epitome of the total intellectual garbage of the Occident, something like the first anti-German and unofficial advisor to George W. Bush. The theorist of exchange, who brought its conditions to consciousness like no other, is held responsible not only for modernity in general, but for National Socialism in particular, the transcendental subject as a prefiguration of Hitler. The essence of both is to abstract, that is, to annihilate, immediate identity of value-based reason and annihilation. But Nazi extermination camps and US fighter bombers coincide immediately anyway. Kant obviously has to serve as a kind of personification of capital, since the usual way of such personification is out of the question for well-known reasons. While other value critics from the Croesus circle may have distanced themselves from Kurz in the meantime, the premises of their critique of the Enlightenment show that Kurz is simply the more consequent, that they themselves only ever form the diminutive of madness, Croesus in Krawinkel. The same delusion, the same German coming to terms with the past, albeit in a different, more distinguished formulation, is spread in the treatises that Ulrich Enderwitz has written since 9/11, especially in the one with the characteristic title Konsum, Terror und die Gesellschaftskritik. In a way, Robert Kurz finds himself surpassed here. Israel is not granted exceptional status and is once again placed in the firing line as an imperialist power, to the same extent that the nationalist Islamist anti-Semitism of the Arab-Muslim world is to be made comprehensible as an all-too-human self-delusion maneuver. It is unlike the fascist anti-Semitism of National Socialist Germany, not an aggressive stratagem to achieve political economic goals, but a regressive evasion to preserve social or personal illusions, not an instrument of discipline for others, but a happiness drug for one's own use, in short, not a willful deception maneuver, but an involuntary act of self-deception, and therefore one could certainly hope that this hatred of the Jews, dictated less by a will than by fear of the truth, could be lured out of the reserve of its instinctive prejudice structure and undermined by an embracing tactic consisting of offers of peace, and that it could be deprived of its supportive anchoring in empiricism. However, this reinterpretation only succeeds if Israel is demonized in return. This reflects the exceptional status that is not granted to this state. It proves to be incapable of doing what is warmly recommended, indeed it behaves differently from other states. Instead of normal state rationality, it behaves with religious obsession. Enderwitz writes, its primary goal is no longer security and peace, but the maintenance of its supremacy and superior strategic positions, declared to be the conditio sine qua non, if not of peace with its neighbors, then at least of its security from them. This changed objective is not simply the result of normal state rationality, of a realism that makes the status quo achieved in each case the basis for future action and thus transforms the political decision-making process into a fugue of destiny, shaped by objective constraints and historical necessities. It is further reinforced and cemented by a romantic pathos of land grabbing that is already linked to the idea of founding a state as a marginal motif and has escalated and taken on a life of its own under the pressure of the ongoing conflict and the permanent existential threat into a religious obsession and message of salvation, which, under anachronistic fundamentalist invocation of the Old Testament God and the land promised and given by him to the distant ancestors, cultivates growing population groups and translates them into an uncontrolled and unsystematic settlement policy. Quote, end. Wherever this left looks, it always recognizes the same thing and ultimately understands nothing. Against such an existence in monotony, it should be strictly insisted that, from the point of view of Auschwitz, distinctions are as possible as they are necessary, that Adorno's categorical imperative really has a meaning without giving Auschwitz a meaning. It has been learned about Klaus Schenk Graf von Stauffenberg that it took him a while to leave his briefcase full of dynamite and detonators in the Wolf's Lair. Until around 1942, he had a stellar career in Hitler's Wehrmacht and at the same time turned up his nose at more than just the Nazis in the manner of a lord of the manor. After the invasion of Poland, in which he played a leading role, he commented on the subjugated population. An unbelievable rabble, a great many Jews and a great many mixed people. A people who certainly only feel at ease under the heel. Just 20 years ago, it would have been unthinkable that this and other less anti-fascist quotes by Stauffenberg would have become part of a memorial exhibition. And even today, many an exhibition visitor would pass over the rather embarrassing biographical details with this sigh of relief. Instead of always talking about guilt, can't we just pay tribute to those who risked their lives in the war against the Nazis on the anniversary of this war? Unlike the public, the curator of a Stauffenberg exhibition with such a quote and the associated misappropriation of unattractive facts would no longer be acceptable. The rules are somewhat different in places where you are put in charge of a cultural forum because you used to make a name for yourself as a rapper with the song Fremd im eigenen Land, stranger in your own country, or because you are of Cameroonian Freiburg origin and have qualified for the promotion of black filmmakers in Germany. The Werkstatt der Kulturen in Berlin-Neukölln is run by ex-rapper Kofi Yakpo and Philippa Ebene. At the end of August, the latter, as artistic director of the building, overturned the exhibition The Third World in the Second World War, which was largely conceived by the journalist Karl Rossel, and also made the statement quoted above without being thrown out of her workshop. Some of the panels dealt with collaboration with National Socialism in the Arab world. Ebene justified her censorship measure as follows: the topic of collaboration was counterproductive in the context of the exhibition. It was rather time for the white majority to finally get down on their knees in front of those who had fought against Nazism in Africa to say thank you. Ms. Ebene, for whom Africa consists mainly of Togo and Cameroon, which is why she does not like to talk about the Arab question, proudly proclaims, "I am not white. There is a world beyond the Christian West and the Middle East conflict." It would certainly be instructive to differentiate between Black African and Maghrebi, i.e. Arab Africa, in the context of National Socialism. In an article, exhibition organizer Rossel referred to the book Among the Righteous by American Middle East expert Robert Satloff, who traveled to the Maghreb with the declared aim of tracking down positive stories about Arabs who helped Jews during the Second World War. He wanted to find Arab anti-fascists in the hope of using these positive leading figures to encourage Arabs to take a more critical look at National Socialism. Blatterda is 3W, number 314. In 2 years of research, Satloff found only one Arab who had hidden Jews, but thousands who were guilty of the worst crimes against Jews. The editorial team is not informed about the possible innocence of the whole of Black Africa in the Second World War, but the complicity of Arab Africa in the World War and the Holocaust is beyond doubt. This will never enter the minds of interculturally motivated blacks who are not even anti-Semites. At the end of 2008, Ms. Ebene invited a Jewish Iraqi exile to the Arab Culture Weeks, which led to her being boycotted by all the Arab organizations involved in the event. Even if they have had less positive experiences with self-confessed Arabs, they make their contribution to one world when they issue a black pass to those who have oppressed Black Africans since they invaded the country. White German anti-imperialists and the Black Workshop manager are united by the idea that historical National Socialism never got beyond Europe and that the colonized people on the other side of the border are oppressed peoples and therefore anti-fascists. Such historical misrepresentation is a denigration of the African colonial soldiers who fought in the armies of the British Empire against the Germans, a mockery of the more than 5,000 Jews murdered by North Africans in North Africa, and serves only one purpose: to remove the new National Socialism, which is up to mischief as Islamic fascism, from criticism. The Germans are devout supporters of a just and equal world out of tradition and vocation, and they quarrel with Stauffenberg for the same reasons as Adolf Hitler. They are annoyed by the aristocratic arrogance that drove him and others into the ineffective resistance at a very late stage. Moreover, any attempt to explain collaboration with National Socialism, no matter where it occurred, is nowadays discredited as arrogance towards the common people and given a historically unworthy verdict. Philippa Ebene, for example, considers her audience to be so immature that she accuses the exhibition's text-heavy form, intended for German-educated citizens, of bypassing our audience in the Werkstatt der Kulturen. The opponents of National Socialism in Africa can only be appreciated if it is emphasized that their decision was not so self-evident, that they did not opt for the black or white race, but for an idea of freedom that came from the USA and Great Britain during the Second World War, and which to this day does not have too many supporters either in Africa, least of all in the Maghreb, or in Germany. Since the collaboration with the National Socialist evil has spread far beyond the Maghreb to large parts of Islamizing Black Africa, it would be time to expect the black audience in Neukölln to be able to learn so many text panels instead of having them parade as extras at the non-white Carnival of Cultures, which has been organized by the Werkstatt der Kulturen for 14 years now. Krug had already brightened up his negative assessment of the president-elect somewhat by hoping that there would not be a consensus in the USA on what an Obama, if he had his way, would stand for. In connection with the Nobel Peace Prize for Obama, the editorial team briefly had the idea of publishing this issue with the title Conspiracy Against America, using the title of a novel by Philip Roth. The strange transformations of the American president and his charisma, which has melted away in such a short space of time, now give reason to hope for a more self-confident America than those who wanted to humiliate it by awarding the Nobel Peace Prize to someone who has contributed so much to his country's internal strife. The editors have therefore opted for a question that reaffirms the conspiratorial intentions of Obama, without concealing the fact that he has already failed so badly that, not unlike Jimmy Carter, he could go down in history as a Republican in disguise who was rightly never believed again. Conspiracies take place in the dark, they make themselves known through hearsay and rumor and are based on secret collaboration. Of course, this does not apply to Obama and his companions and admirers. Their work is carried out publicly according to a principle of shouting. They communicate through hints, symbolic gestures, or ideologically relevant words and rely on a social sounding board that has been prepared long before them. Let us recall a few horrors from a year of Obama that seem like conspiracies against America. Michelle Obama, whose indecent touching of a defenseless old lady in front of the cameras will forever be regarded as a disgrace, finally brought culture back into the White House at the beginning of her husband's presidency, as the German feuilleton rejoiced, and had jazz musicians perform. In addition to white jazz music students and a Cuban clarinetist, the black trumpeter Wynton Marsalis and his family took center stage. In this way, the all-black wife of a fairly black president betrayed what Condoleezza Rice, precisely because she comes from a black family, has always stood up for in an exemplary manner, because jazz and some other forms of American popular music are wholly or largely identified with black musicians. It is out of the question, if you are black yourself. A nation that is rightly proud of having emerged from a multitude of nations and ethnicities in order to merge them into a new and better 1. To have the music of your own race played as First Lady. Condoleezza Rice, on the other hand, who is an excellent pianist, performed publicly in a small circle, even when she was already in office. One picture shows her performing a Schubert trio with a white man and a man of presumed East Asian origin. In spring, the president appointed a new federal judge. He appointed Sonia Sotomayor, whom Republican supporters accuse of having distinguished herself as left of center through her social commitment and her judicial activity at the Federal Court of Appeals in New York and of fighting so emphatically for minorities that she conversely discriminates against the white majority. In 2002, Sotomayor said that she hoped that a wise Latina with her rich life experience will often come to a better judgment than a white man who has not lived that life. Origin and gender, i.e. race and instinct, and not outstanding legal knowledge, supplemented by absolute neutrality, are therefore the qualities that lead to the better judgments exemplified by the acquittal of O.J. Simpson. My life has been uniquely American, said Sotomayor, who probably wants to forget her Latina wisdom today as much as her sponsor wants to forget his family guru, the black race hate preacher Jeremiah Wright. Soon afterwards, it was the black professor Henry Louis Gates Jr. who also made a racialized career by presenting a monumental work on African American literature in the USA, whose public self-dramatization as a victim of will led the president, without even superficially investigating the background, to publicly portray him as the victim of a racist assault by the police. A prejudice that in certain circles, to which Obama has always belonged according to the milieu, already contains the judgment of an entire society. Weeks later, 3 men, one quite black and president, one very black and race lawyer, and one white and police officer, were photographed drinking beer in the White House. It was the picture of reconciliation that documents Obama's embarrassment. In between, there was a speech in Cairo and then 2 bombshells that made the president look even paler than he already was as a political lame duck. In the fall, after an Islamist-inspired massacre that left 13 American military personnel dead, this came out. Dozens of American officers listened to the openly jihadist remarks of the later mass murderer Nadal Malik Hassan in various seminars and did not report him to the military authorities for various offenses against the morale of the troops, including treason, as they should have done. The domestic intelligence services collected highly explosive material about the same Nadal, as the Stasi had done in the past, without raising the alarm, as if, as in the declining GDR, they were only archiving what they melancholically knew to be the thoughts of the vast majority of the population, which is why any intervention was pointless. After the crime, the American president acted like a harassed mufti who wanted to clear his community of suspicion of complicity. While Obama threatened the surviving perpetrator with the full force of the law at the memorial service in Fort Hood and at the same time prophesied a divine judgment of Islamic proportions for him post-mortem, the USA is facing a disaster after the Fort Hood attack that is worse than 9/11 and shows them that the enemy does not come from Hamburg-Harburg, which is in any case outside, but is at work right in the middle. Because the killer is joined in the army first and foremost by the involuntary accomplices who do not walk around with the Quran in their pockets, but have learned that those who use this work of art to stir things up must not be branded as enemies of freedom. After the near attack in Detroit, about which Obama could think of nothing for 3 long days, a seemingly brand new president appeared who suddenly made combating the threat of terrorism a top priority, as George W. Bush had done before him. The following are some Obama quotes, all from his Cairo speech, that reinforce that the idea of associating a conspiracy against America with this president is not so far-fetched. Relations between Islam and the West span centuries of coexistence and cooperation, but also conflict and religious warfare. In the recent past, tensions have been fueled by colonialism, which denied rights and opportunities to many Muslims, and a Cold War in which Muslim-majority countries were too often used as proxies with little regard for their own aspirations. Violent extremists have exploited these tensions in a small but strong minority of Muslims. The attacks of September 11, 2001, and the continued efforts of these extremists to perpetrate violence against civilians has led some in my country to view Islam as necessarily hostile not only to the United States and countries of the West, but also to human rights. All of this has led to further fears and more mistrust. I am a Christian, but my father comes from a Kenyan family that includes generations of Muslims. As a boy, I lived in Indonesia for several years and heard the call of the adhan at sunrise and sunset. As a young man, I worked in Chicago communities where many people found dignity and peace in the Muslim faith. As a student of history, I am also aware of civilization's debt to Islam. It was Islam, in places like Cairo University, that carried the light of education for so many centuries and paved the way for the European Renaissance and Enlightenment. Islam is not part of the problem in combating violent extremism, it is an important part of promoting peace. Islam has a proud tradition of tolerance. It is equally important that Western countries stop hindering their Muslim citizens from practicing their religion as they wish, for example, by telling Muslim women what clothes to wear. We cannot hide hostility towards a religion under the guise of liberalism. Far in the past, and even today, Muslim communities are leading the way when it comes to innovation and education. Obama's Cairo theses are an endless register of the guilt of white civilization and white colonialism and celebrate the good in Islam, or a Black or Latin American community, as the antithesis of the West, much like Henry Louis Gates Jr. does in his racialized literary history. You can tell from these theses that they have the potential for a rhetorical attack, which then sounds like this: we dropped bombs on Hiroshima, we dropped bombs on Nagasaki. And we killed far more people with nuclear weapons than the thousands in New York and the Pentagon. Or like this: we supported state terrorism against the Palestinians and against Black South Africans, and now we're outraged because what we did overseas is being carried into our front yards. This is not from Obama, only from his now defrocked priest Jeremiah Wright. However, it seems like a conspiracy when this priest celebrates Obama's biggest domestic project for the sole purpose of recommending a foreign policy to America for which he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize as an advance on the misdeeds expected of him. From what I know of Barack, from what he has written, from his speeches and from the life I know he has lived. Faith in public life does not mean that God tells you to bomb another country or to go get Saddam Hussein. Faith in public life means that every child, regardless of their religious belief, should have health care. That every child should be able to go to school based on the intelligence they have, not only the ability of their parents to pay. Because my faith saying I can bomb Iraq is the same as your faith saying you can take over a passenger plane and fly it into the World Trade Center. The strange thing about these statements is that they were made at a time when the two were still very close and Obama was far from being president. They appeared on Spiegel Online on March 13, 2007. And yet the American spook against America seemed to be over for the time being. The Nobel Prize laureate explained to Europe the need for just wars. A Republican took his seat in Edward Kennedy's senatorial chair and American warships lay off the coast of Iran. In Philip Roth's Conspiracy Against America, the ghost President Charles Lindbergh disappears without a trace in his plane shortly before Pearl Harbor, and Real History resumes without Jewish pogroms and Nazi sympathies with Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Obama had to be endured for 8 years, but he had to do what an anti-American can only rationalize as a conspiracy against the other America, healthcare reform or Islam. On June 10, 2009, the Daily Press of Virginia asked Jeremiah Wright if he had talked to Obama since he became president, to which he replied, "Them Jews ain't gonna let him talk to me. They won't let him to talk to somebody who calls a spade what it is." I said from the beginning, he's a politician, I'm a pastor. He's got to do what politicians do. Quote, the outcome of the Second World War, however, meant that the United States remained, at least for the time that had elapsed, as the only truly economically independent imperialist power. It is clear that such a qualitatively changed situation must also have its ideological reflections. Its most important form is the ever more widespread cosmopolitanism, the view that the independence of national states, their state sovereignty, has been superseded by history. On the contrary, the development of socialism shows that even peoples who have hitherto lived historically have awakened to a conscious national life precisely under socialism, that in all peoples living under socialism the national culture, the consciousness of national independence, the enthusiasm for it is not dying out, but on the contrary, is constantly strengthening. When, as today, developed capitalist states, indeed great powers, are colonized by the United States, today's monopoly capitalism assumes the role formerly played by the feudal classes. It becomes the domestic support of the betrayal of national independence. On this ground, the ideology of cosmopolitanism gains real, not powerless supporters. Burnham's negative slogan, "Defense against communism at all costs, even at the cost of national sovereignty," gains a real basis in this class and the intelligentsia that serves it. And on this basis, the ideology of cosmopolitanism becomes one of fundamental betrayal of the fatherland. End of quote. Lukács, The Destruction of Reason. Nevertheless, it is not the same when Fanon, Bloch, and Lukács speak of nation or Carl Schmitt, Martin Walser and Horst Mahler. The conflict with National Socialism, which could not be avoided here, no matter how much one wanted to, rather guaranteed a limited form of rationality in the Soviet Union's sphere of power, which was mocked from the very beginning by the Nazi state, which was designed for total annihilation, and which ultimately proved its worth in its defeat. The alliance with the Western Allies was followed by the Cold War against them, like a kind of negative alliance. The premises of that restricted, state-mediated rationality were maintained under the constant threat of using nuclear weapons of mass destruction to settle conflicts. In other words, the madness, which could also take hold of the citizen in the socialist state and culminate in pogroms, found certain limits that were certainly connected to the necessities of a state order, an order that was not geared towards annihilation at any price, but rather sought to ensure continuous reproduction on an ever-expanding basis. This is why a spark of reason could sometimes be seen in all the barbaric obtuseness of Stalinist politics, which always had to be stifled anew. The late Lukács was the philosopher of this restricted and restricting reason. Even in his work on the ontology of social being, which makes the greatest concessions to Stalinist obtuseness, under communism, the law of value must remain unchanged as the regulator of production. He insists that the material basis of an all-encompassing generic nature of man is created solely in the world market. The emergence of the world market is the indispensable prerequisite for the emergence of a generic nature of the human race that overcomes all dumbness. Even in the phase of his greatest delusion, Lukács was not a critic of globalization. That is why it was possible at times for this policy to act as a mediator of a slowed-down modernization in the Third World and to build up a separate world market, which even opened up emancipatory possibilities in the liberation nationalism of individual Third World countries, despite all the ever-present limitations. The very fact that the Vietnamese and Cuban CPs remained agencies of the, in the truest sense of the word, social imperialism of the Soviet Union ensured that the bourgeois, emancipatory program of the Cuban and Vietnamese liberation struggles could be set up at all. It was not national independence, but supranational dependence on the existence of a second world market, that of Comecon, that made national, anti-colonial upheavals promise progress in a universalist perspective. And that is why the Soviet Union, for all its support of aggression against Israel within the Arab world, was able to form a certain counterweight to political Islamism, which was already ready to take up the legacy of National Socialism. The real socialist power with its alliance system allowed conflicts to be regulated. Acts of war were by no means prevented, but could always be contained. Intifada initially meant above all throwing stones, and not continuous suicide bombing. The paradox of socialism in one country or in a second world market was thus, the existence of the state, whose legitimization could not do without anti-Semitism, also placed certain limits on it, both externally and internally. After 1989, all of this has come to an end. Since socialism, virtually, no longer has a state and the separate world market has imploded, the once decisive difference threatens to disappear. And the totalitarianism theoretical equation, as false as it is for the period between 1917 and 1989, is now becoming true as a portent of the left, a sign of what this left is about to become, auxiliary troops of the extermination mania. Their martyr is Saddam Hussein, who invokes both Hitler and Stalin. It is no coincidence that this development was anticipated by those countries that had split from the country of origin of socialism at an early stage and had left its separate world market system. To the same extent that they failed at continuous reproduction, they went on to abolish the last social mediations and introduce the barbarism of immediate dependency relations in their place, such as the China of the Cultural Revolution and, in a final escalation, Pol Pot's Cambodia. It is therefore revealing that it was the renegades of a social imperialism who practiced socialism with an inhuman face, national self-sufficiency, and national unity, and in doing so were already practicing the newer political theology on an old atheistic basis, as it were. However, with the end of social imperialism, the position of imperialism has also changed. The path of the initially anti-fascist, then anti-communist superpower cannot simply continue uninterrupted under the new conditions. Its predictability was also tied to a historical constellation, to the alliance and enmity with the Soviet Union. Rationality in a bourgeois world, at least that much can be learned from the treaty theorists, is only as good as its treaties. Thomas Ewer speaks of the uncanny lack of interest expressed in Islamist violence and the merciless rigorism of a decision between the complete annihilation of the enemy or the self, which determined Saddam Hussein's policy. It is these phenomena, among others, to which America's Middle East policy to date has capitulated. Containment is not possible, the International Herald Tribune quoted Dick Cheney as saying in February 2002. Containment only works against a competing regulatory power. Since the collapse of the Soviet Union, there has been no regulatory power in the hostile alliance. For decades, the Soviet Union and America have not only instrumentalized states, movements, and parties in the Middle East against each other, but have also always tried to prevent the proxy conflicts in the Cold War from getting out of control and drawing the blocs into their disputes. Containment worked by balancing interests. On the one hand, the respective interests made the opponent predictable, and on the other hand, alliances were made possible that would probably never have come about under other conditions. But treaties between states are not guaranteed by any common sovereign. They are based solely on the fact that one can correctly assess the other, where the mutual threat functions. Suicide bombers are to such treaties as the Third Reich is to the League of Nations, but the states that support them directly or indirectly can pretend to be accessible powers, and are all the less so. So where are the reliable contractual partners for the superpower that has been left behind? The extreme vacillation of U.S. foreign policy in the case of Yugoslavia in the 1990s can send a shiver down the spine of anyone who is prepared for even a moment to think about the situation of the Roma living in Kosovo. Some have lost all the power of judgment that resistance to a reunified Germany and criticism of German ideology once brought, and the question of how much of the rationality that is possible for bourgeois society the USA is still able to assert in this world is subsequently answered by saying that such rationality no longer exists, except perhaps in the form of subsistence farming, which can only be practiced in misery. The continuous support of Israel by the United States, however, belies this answer and has become the decisive criterion of judgment. For its part, it cannot be reduced to a strategic or even tactical alliance. It is based on social preconditions that can only be understood in their internal contrast to core Europe, as a specific and definable relationship to law and to the question of sovereignty, and can be described in terms of the diversity of possible ways of life in an immigrant country. In his speech to the American-Israel Public Affairs Committee on May 18, 2004, George W. Bush described this affinity in an astonishing way. Our nation, and the nation of Israel, have much in common. We're both relatively young nations, born of struggle and sacrifice. We are both founded by immigrants escaping religious persecution in other lands. We have both built vibrant democracies, built on the rule of law and market economies. And we're both countries founded on certain basic beliefs, that God watches over the affairs of men and values every life. These ties have made us natural allies, and these ties will never be broken. At the same time, Bush also knows how to describe the difference. Israel has faced a different situation as a small country in a tough neighborhood. The Israeli people have always had enemies at their borders and terrorists close at hand. Quote, end. In this speech, the enemies of Israel and America are not referred to as evil per se, but aptly as enemies of civilization. Adorno called this diversity of U.S.-American society, which is opposed to the simplicity of victimization, a potential of real humanity, a moment of peacefulness, goodness, and generosity that stands out in the extreme from the pent-up malice and pent-up envy that exploded in Germany between 1933 and 1945. America is therefore not immune to the danger of tipping over into totalitarian forms of rule, but the resistance to fascist tendencies is probably greater in America than in any other European country, with the possible exception of England. As little as these conditions have changed, the prospects for the war on terrorism, which was launched after September 11, 2001, are nevertheless bleak. If on the one hand there is a lack of the unconditional will to totality, to selfless all-round destruction, on the other hand there is no constellation like in the Second World War that could be set against such a will, which today exists as a suicide attack. The infinite justice of the USA remains, regardless of how many dead there will be, a half measure, and the well-known boomerang effect is to be expected immediately. It cannot really end in a victory for the USA, but it must certainly not end in its defeat. As long as a fundamental change in global conditions is not in sight, it will have to be waged, whatever its prospects. In fact, there is only one form of escalation of suicide bombing, and that is the nuclear intifada. Quote, either this planet abolishes theocracy, and theocracy today means unity of state and suicide bombing, or the transition to nuclear war is merely a matter of time. There is no third possibility. Liu Baoa. When a trace of discernment could still be articulated on the left, it was said that the Western superpower should be condemned and fought measured against what would be possible and what the USA is actively preventing with its policies: a world without misery, hunger and torture. Wolfgang Port. However, it is not only the USA that is preventing this, but every state, even the smallest, has a part to play within the scope of its possibilities, because it is responsible for the accumulation of capital. Everywhere it is about this one great concern. It just depends on which political level you are at. To draw the conclusion that almost the entire left draws today, the USA must be fought before all other states, because its means of securing the conditions for the exploitation of capital and thus preventing what would be possible for the good are the greatest and appear unlimited means. No longer wanting to admit or consciously concealing the conflict from which this potential arose in the first place and what it therefore contains. It was US policy, together with the anti-Hitler coalition, that prevented the worst from being helped to victory, brought about by the comparatively small state called Germany, which went beyond exploitation in the crisis solely in order to organize mass murder. It prevented it, in order to guarantee the conditions of exploitation again, as it has always done, and at the same time preserve the possibility of a world without misery, hunger and torture. However, it has not eliminated the preconditions for a repetition of Auschwitz, because that would require the realization of a world without misery, hunger and torture. No state is capable of this. Quote, happiness is a new idea in Europe. Saint Just, 1794. Only he who expects nothing good from human passions is able to order society rationally. Only he who knows that, under the natural dictate of self-preservation, man is at war with the concept of man and is thus compelled to act as the wolf of man, is able, as a legislator, to establish the unity and equality of all that bears the likeness of man. The comparison through the law has to realize the concept of man against man and install it in him. The result of this operation, negative freedom, which is limited by the freedom of all others, can only be established by a sovereign who, as the practical and tangible embodiment of man in and for himself, i.e. as a real abstraction, turns against the empirical individuals. And ergo, human rights are by no means about people as they walk and stand, but they deal with man in and of himself, man as he actually has to be. These human rights pretend to be a beautiful plural, which in reality has the small flaw of being a pluralis majestatis. The identity of human beings with themselves lies outside of them, in the political sovereign. It is his political economic anthropology that is interpreted in human rights. Article 1. Men are and shall remain free and equal in rights from birth. Social distinctions shall be based only on the common good. Article 2. The aim of every political association is the preservation of natural and inalienable human rights. These rights are liberty, property, security, and resistance to oppression. The revolutionary state of bourgeois society acts as nothing other than a mere organ, disinterested notary, and committed commissioner of those rights which are inherent to mankind, which are as extra-societal and natural as they are pre-state and objective, and which the French National Assembly solemnly recognized in the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen on August 26, 1789. Since then, human rights have been regarded as both the content and the purpose of the political association of individuals in civil society. They appear as both the content of the state and the state's mandate. By overcoming the natural state of the war of all against all, the chaos of feudal despotism and unproductive privilege, which could only arise through ignorance, forgetfulness, and contempt for human rights, the legislator establishes natural law as the rule of law. And by comparing individuals under the political form of the citizen and organizing them in égalité, he emancipates them as human beings and thus as subjects who are finally able to live up to their concept in practice. It is not their crude and phenomenal nature, but their prima facie political anti-nature, the state, that makes individuals socially acceptable, and which in this transformation simultaneously, as a general will, brings the essentially and essentially natural in the individual to legal appearance and legitimate representation. The sovereign is the mediator between the individual and his subjectivity, the disinterested broker and insubstantial intermediary between people and their freedom. Finally, by centralizing this general will, by monopolizing the right of force and placing it under the supervision of a law before which all are equal and identical in their equal quality as legal subjects, regardless of their person and even more so of their needs, the sovereign nation nationalizes the individual right to self-preservation and thus ennobles it from a cause of public misfortune and the corruption of governments into the benevolent cement of the social body. And just as the right to self-preservation is abolished in the raison d'etat, so the struggle of all against all is resurrected in general competition, and the right of the strongest returns in the anonymous power of bankruptcy, which free competition imposes on the inferior. Freedom prevails when no one is personally targeted, equality when everyone runs the same risk, fraternity when no one can break out of human rights. The program of this social pacification internally is immediately that of unlimited sovereignty externally, and the social contract, which establishes the equality of legal subjects, therefore appears abruptly and in the same breath as the contract of domination, which constitutes the sovereignty of the nation. The entitlement of individuals as subjects is just another name for their obligation and confiscation as objects by the sovereign. Habeas corpus and the guarantee of the inviolability of the body are conceivable in no other way than as the subjective flip side of the martial exercise of the monopoly of force and thus of the sovereign's absolute right to the death of his human material. Whoever allows everything that is not forbidden may also force everyone to voluntarily give their lives. In a revolutionary way, the bourgeois class emancipates the state into a general human being, which constitutes the particular individuals as subjects of its human rights. Liberty consists, says Article 4 of the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen, in being able to do everything that does not harm another. Thus the exercise of the natural rights of every man has only such limits as will secure to other members the enjoyment of the same rights. These limits can only be determined by laws. The freedom of each as a natural man, his right to pursue his happiness, is guaranteed precisely by their general comparison as subjects, i.e. as subjects of sovereign power. Individuals, confined within the limits of their own freedom, are only able to communicate with each other as subjects, as with each other in relation to the objects of their needs, through the contract that certifies their identity as holders and executors of the same, free, and general will. The society of individuals is total, and the subjects, whose uniqueness has just been proclaimed, are only valid insofar as they represent specimens of one and the same abstract universal humanity. In this capacity, the citizens, all Robinson Crusoes of total society, must create their social cohesion as a product of free will and as the freely enforced consensus, which is not even granted to them as individuals, i.e. as slaves to their natural needs, according to the model of the ant state. And so the social reproduction of the individual right to happiness, Kant, thus constituted according to one's own taste, appears in the eyes of the subjectivized individuals as the immediate and instinctively certain existence of a second and artificial, but now all the more actually natural nature, as if under the form of a law that is as abstract as it is general. That affects no one in particular and therefore all equally. Under the form of the subject, the individual understands himself as a mere appearance of the human being incarnated in him par excellence, who in turn, Janus-faced, divides himself into bourgeois and citoyen. The subject, for his part, feels himself to be a man for himself, a bourgeois, to whom the man in himself, i.e. the citoyenate, confronts in the law as his own self-consciousness, albeit one that is pedagogically objectified against him. The law is the expression of the general will, states Article 6 of the Declaration. It is the representation and publication of a totalizing, generalizing, and all-embracing subjectivity that represents itself as nothing other than the mere sum of all empirical individuals endowed with free will, who have realized that they have to be controlled by their own reason. Total will appears as its direct opposite, consensus, contract, free agreement. But the constitutive contradiction of natural law, that in 1789 what is not supposed to be the truth from the origin of humanity must still be revolutionarily enforced, also affects the social contract, which is supposed to restore the origin and help it become valid. For intrinsically incomprehensible and also intrinsically unthinkable reasons, the contract of free will turns into an irrevocable dictate of its own dignity and suddenly presents itself as the sovereign command of a general that issues and demands its own rules of procedure, the human rights, quite arbitrarily. In place of the individual person of each contracting party, says Jean-Jacques Rousseau in the Contrat Social, such a social contract immediately establishes a spiritual body as a whole, whose members consist of all the voters, and which receives its unity, its common self, its life, and its will through this very act. Rousseau 1762-19. The sovereign is a blue miracle, just a mere thought and at the same moment already a practical fact. The generality, a mere sum, free consensus, and contract, suddenly gains tangible reality, becomes more and different than its parts, becomes a state and thus becomes the condition of the possibility of all contracts. The sum of persons becomes a person itself, the lowest common denominator of all individuals becomes the epitome of all their rights and duties. Empirical individuals, as subjects, release a transcendental subject from their egalitarian center, which promptly materializes above them as if from nothing. In this way, a public person is constituted, which, independently of the thing to be contracted and autonomously against the capricious will of private individuals, has as its content and guarantees the social form of traffic and mediation of the contract as such. Horizontal socialization turns out to be a vertical event. For the contract of free will, in its mere form, contains preconditions that go beyond the intellectual and practical horizon of the contracting subjects, a kind of small print that no critical consumer would ever find. All those who have to cast their vote, writes the revolutionary Abbé Sieyès, author of the rebellious pamphlet What is the Third Estate, agree from the outset to always leave the decision to the majority. Thus the social contract, which everyone is supposed to conclude with everyone and everyone with everyone, contains a pre-installed general clause that can never, ever become the subject of the nevertheless irrevocable agreement. The centrality of the political will is established before it has even been determined. So it is not the question of whether there should be a state at all that is voted on, but what its respective government should and should not do. The form of the state as such, sovereignty, is neither up for discussion nor for election. It has slipped into the neutral method declared for the mere technique and counting of votes, according to which the majority is determined. And in this completely arbitrary, albeit not at all accidental, determination, the general will denounces itself as particular and the general law as an expression of the lawlessness of the general. This infects pure reason as the epistemology of the general. Like sovereignty, the form of its reflection proves to be a precarious matter that notoriously goes beyond the understanding of the members of society. For the constitutive contradiction of natural law propagates itself and works its way into the reason that recognizes natural law. In this way, the human right that it wants to recognize and which it makes recognizable reveals itself as the philosophically upgraded legal claim of the general human being against the particular. It is reason that assigns subjectivity to individuals according to their arbitrariness and ascribes human rights to them, that autocratically decides who may participate in the general human being, that decrees who may and who may not integrate into the total system of equal rights and duties as a mere specimen of the species elevated to the status of subject. It is not people in their empirical immediacy who are the subjects of their rights, but reason representing the state in the philosophical ideological terrain, which decrees as self-confidently dictatorially as Denis Diderot did in the encyclopedia under the keyword natural law that whoever does not want to think rationally renounces being human and must therefore be treated as a degenerate being, i.e. as an enemy of humanity. Diderot 1755, 381 f. Because the human being is revealed in the citizen par excellence, because this citizen is therefore nothing other than the incarnation of the self-consciousness of the species, he who is phenomenally human must still be so for a long time, if only viewed logically. The universality of reason is based on the fundamental division of humanity. The identity of the subject is established in the struggle against the enemies of humanity. Racism and anti-Semitism are the consequence. This reason leads a metaphysical, supra-individual and tendentially anti-individual life. It reduces freedom to recognizing and acknowledging it. Truth is objective, society is nature, rule is the execution of natural laws. Therefore, as Maximilien Robespierre admitted in his speech on the Mark of Silver to the Convention on April 20, 1791, the legislator by no means made the decrees arising from natural law reason, but only solemnly announced them. Robespierre appears as the politicizing Newton of bourgeois society, and the political sovereign relates to human law as natural science relates to the law of free fall. He recognizes the second nature as the immanent truth of the first, and he superimposes it on the first as a real abstraction, shaping it in his image and thus creating anthropology. His theory of knowledge, reason, is the intellectual version of the social law of nature, its potentiation into objective ideology, its essence the merely theoretical reproduction of that real abstraction which the human right of the citizen performs on the individual. The dialectic of the Enlightenment consists in the fact that it liquefies the schism between abstract form and concrete content and exposes identity to the principally immoderate process of permanent mediation. The concept of man wants to repel itself from the substance, from the individual, in which alone it can objectify itself. It is this systematic contradiction that drives real abstraction to flee forward, to subsume the concrete and to reconstitute the empirical as the appearance of form. The needy materiality of the concrete individual is regarded as a merely formal, external, and vanishing marginal condition of bourgeois society. The different possession of advantages is not a characteristic of citizens, commented Emmanuel de Sieyès. The inequalities in property and diligence are like the inequalities in age, sex, height, skin color, etc. They affect the equality of citizenship. They in no way affect the equality of citizens. Civil rights cannot depend on differences. The law grants nothing, it only protects what exists as long as it does not harm the common interest. That is where the limits of freedom begin. I imagine the law as the center of an enormous sphere. All citizens on the surface of the sphere are at the same distance from it and occupy equal places there. The abstraction that the law performs on individuals, their transformation into subjects, is not a generalization of the sensually perceptible characteristics of concrete individuals, right up to the anti-racist Article 3.3 of the Basic Law, but the dictatorial positing of the specifically bourgeois capitalist being as an immediate generality. The measure of their equality lies beyond them. Man is the human capital to which the individuals are compared. The rule of the general law appears in its concept as subjectless power and as the rule of no one, as the mere epitome of the lowest common denominator on which individuals have to unite to form society, regardless of their person and needs. To permit here means to compel, and this obligation appears as its own opposite, as a right. More clearly than Article 17 of the Declaration of Human Rights, which declares property to be a sacred and inalienable right, a right that is in fact a damned duty, Article 3 of the projection introducing the Abbé's Constitution defines the measure to which human rights are calibrated. Every human being is the sole owner of his person. This ownership is inalienable. 1981, 253. That the individual must relate to himself as his private property, that he has to think of himself as his original commodity, that he has to prove his maturity in dealing autonomously with himself as his own property, that he has to prove his ability to his physical and mental powers, to relate to its physical and mental powers as exchange values. All this is what makes the crudely natural individual a human being, a subject and a person through whom, as its character mask, property expresses itself as the humanized general. The subject's private ownership of itself is the ontology of man in and of itself. In this he finds his essence. He is a subject only as subjectivized property, a human being only as a self-conscious commodity, a citizen only in the equality of exchange. Liberté reveals itself as the total mobilization for trade, égalité as an unexceptional recruitment for self-exploitation, and fraternité is fulfilled as charité, as collective subalternity before the authority, which, as monopolist of force and arbiter, guarantees the observance of all contracts and the contractual form itself. All relations from citizen to citizen are free, exults to size. One gives his time or his goods, the other gives his money in return. There is no subordination here, only permanent exchange. The impersonal equality of exchange appears as the absolute antidote to exploitation, hierarchy, and arbitrariness, freedom as the finally achieved unity of legitimacy and legality. But the anti-feudal revolution, the revolt against aristocrats who, in order to enjoy luxury and privilege, merely had to make the effort to be born, systematically deceives itself about its own social character. For the revolution of all useful and industrious members of the community against the unemployed income and the parasitic existence of the feudals falls prey to the real appearance of a society of exchange, whose essence is not, as size demands, already absorbed in the market as its surface and show side. He himself secretly knows better. The horizontal surface is that of a sphere, is curved within itself, and it contains a sovereign that houses it, a hierarchical verticality that can only necessarily appear in the form of its logical opposite, equality. The economic side of this sovereign, that which crouches underground and clandestinely in equal and free exchange, draws its existence from the exploitation of the difference between the value and the use value of the subject's private property in itself. Giving one's time or one's commodity for money is by no means the same thing. But to the bourgeois concept of labor, everything is one as long as it is property. The ownership of one's own person, says the Abbé de Size, is the first of all rights. From this primal right derives the ownership of actions and of labor. The ownership of objects outside oneself, or the ownership of things, is likewise only a consequence of the ownership of the person and appears as its effect. The air we breathe, the fruit we eat, become our own substance by the effect of a voluntary or involuntary labor of our body. It should be breathing, eating, the mere organic being of the individual, which, as a natural process, creates a natural right to property. Labor is immediate life. It appears as the appropriation of that which is worthless and has no price, which belongs to no one and to all at the same time, to nature as a free condition of production. The citizen thinks of property as the occupation of general wealth, as just theft. However, the exchange of labor, time, or goods for money can only be imagined as the reality of freedom and equality as long as the feudal identity of the productive individual with his means of production prevails, which the citizen revolutionarily destroys. Time as a privately owned good is nothing without the chance of its objectification, worthless like air, water, earth. The mere passing of time does not create own substance for the body, but leads to starvation. And so the temporary consent of the person is sufficient to cede the natural potencies of their body to another and for money for productive use, to freedom and equality only in the real appearance of exchange. The factory, the immediate material form of the economic sovereign, gives the lie to appearances by drawing its very own consequences and allowing the value of labor power to be one thing and treating its polyvalent productive potential, its use value, as another. The identity of the subject, which it is supposed to gain from exchange, is a pure function of its dual character. The factory gives exchange its essence, representation of capital for the purpose of profit realization. And so the economic sovereign derives just as little from the labor that is supposed to create property as its political twin does from the contract. The same exchange becomes the manifestation of its direct opposite, the appropriation of living labor power by capital, organized by force in the despotism of the factory, which only pays its value and squeezes and pockets the surplus value from its use value. Just as the social contract of the egalitarians turns into the legitimization of general subalternity in the face of unjustifiable violence, so its economic flip side, perpetual exchange, turns into permanent accumulation. Reason is the unreason that litigates. It is this unreason not as its abstract opposite and logical contradiction, but as its concrete essence and material content, as its social form of practice. The form of the bourgeois contract has the accumulation of capital as its content, and it is this content that constitutes the essence of the form. It expresses itself in the unconscious awareness and thoughtless thinking of this fact installed as second nature, i.e., as Karl Marx said, in the natural instinct of the owners of commodities. The natural right of citizens is rationalized instinct modeled into a system. This is the ideological truth and the true ideology of natural law as the spiritual expression of the naturalization of the individual into a commodity born free and equal, as whose code of honor human and civil rights have boasted from eternity. And yet, for 200 years, emancipatory and revolutionary movements have been taking up the cause in the name of human rights, the principle of which negatively transcends the egoistic class rule of the bourgeoisie in the direction of the total socialization of capital. By wanting to liberate capital and the sovereign from its instrumentalization by the bourgeois class in the name of the realization of human rights, they became a motor of real abstraction through every contradiction and every class struggle. They found their critical leverage, communists and anarchists, social democrats and Bolsheviks together, in the fact that the bourgeoisie in the system of census suffrage still knew how to make a distinction between property as the measure of civic quality in general on the one hand and its mere quantity as the measure of voting influence on the political community on the other. Thus, the emancipation movement's critique of the denial of the right to vote as the essence of the bourgeoisie coincided with the affirmation of capital as the principle of abstract generalization and egalitarian comparison. For with the distinction between the qualitative measure and the quantitative measure of property, the capitalized society of the free and the equal ultimately disintegrated into a quasi-feudal system of dependencies of people of unequal rights for the citizen to seize. The sovereign nation separated human rights from civil rights because, according to de Size, it ultimately consisted only of labor machines and shareholders, a blatant contradiction, a selfish inconsistency and a screaming injustice that Jacobins and Sansculottes wanted to cure with the implemented principle of quality. Freedom is but an empty spectre when one class of men can starve the other with impunity. Equality is only an empty spectre when the rich can exercise the right to decide on life and death by monopoly over his fellow men, proclaimed Jacques Roux, the failed Lenin of the Enrages, in 1793. It was the inadequate realization of the bourgeois principle, the exclusion of the have-nots from legal subjectivity, against which they fought, not the measure of comparison itself. The exclusion from citizenship and the reduction to the politically passive status of wards and passive citizens, which Immanuel Kant justified for children, women, and workers by means of reason, they countered in the name of the people and the true general public, just like Olympe de Gouges, the ancestor of feminism, whose Declaration of the Rights of Woman and the Citizen of 1791 sought to fundamentally reformulate Article 17 of the Rights of Man, which canonizes property. Property belongs to both sexes, jointly or severally. Everyone has an inalienable and sacred right to it, like the social democratized labor movement, whose utopias sound like a late echo of the fear that made Rousseau fear that the social state is only advantageous to people as long as everyone has something and no one has too much, like the anti-racist movements of today, whose core force, Amnesty International, tirelessly demands realize human rights. The International fights for human rights. As long as the revolutionary movements only wanted to finally get serious with the program of the bourgeois revolution, they gave the saddest example of the fact that the social content of the capitalist age was still not exhausted. The revolution that is due, which will put a just end to abstract comparison and total comparative validity, which will emancipate the individual from the subject form and thus enable the unity of the many without coercion, i.e. free association, Marx, cannot possibly advance under the banner of freedom and equality. Rather, it will adopt the idea that Baruch de Spinoza formulated a full century before the Declaration of Human Rights. We conclude, then, by saying that Peter must necessarily coincide with the idea of Peter and not with the idea of man.